This is insane. A beautiful CEO dragged me to get married after seeing me for just 3 seconds. Qin Chen thought it was just going to be a simple blind date. But to his shock, the moment they met, his date dragged him off to get a marriage certificate. Wait a second, she turned out to be a female CEO with a fortune worth hundreds of billions. Qin Chen cried out helplessly, "I'm not a scammer. I just went to the wrong blind date." Chapter 1, Flash Marriage. My master was afraid I wouldn't be able to find a wife, so he arranged a marriage for me in advance. On the day of the blind date, the woman slammed the table and asked me what kind of toad I was. Just as she was about to leave, I tossed a marriage certificate onto the table. That's right, I was already married. And my wife was a rich, beautiful socialite. "Old man, I'm at the cafe." All right, I got it. I'll definitely have the marriage certificate in hand today." Qin Chen hung up the phone with a helpless look. He had been a Taoist priest on Mount Qingcheng, cultivating under his master since childhood. But 3 days ago, that old man kicked him down the mountain. The old man claimed his worldly fate wasn't over yet and ordered him to go on blind dates in Jiangcheng. Qin Chen knew he couldn't disobey his master's orders, so he reluctantly came to Jiangcheng. But he also understood the old man had another reason. Years ago, when his entire family was massacred, it was in Jiangcheng. If not for his master passing by and saving him, he would have perished in the flames. Now, being sent back to Jiangcheng for blind dates, his master probably wanted him to avenge his parents' deaths as well. But Qin Chen's immediate problem was still the blind date. Thinking of this, he sighed. Coming without even seeing the woman's photo beforehand, he really felt helpless. He entered the cafe and sat down at table 6. Checking the time, he realized he was half an hour early. That was his habit, always leaving extra time. At that moment, a woman in sunglasses strode into the cafe with an air of command. Even with his calm Taoist heart, Qin Chen's gaze was instantly drawn to her. She wore a short black dress, her jade white legs long and straight. Her wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding elegance and charm. Qin Chen had seen plenty of international supermodels on the shabby TV back at the temple, but compared to this woman, those models were nothing special. To his shock, the woman sat down right across from him. After a brief hesitation, she removed her sunglasses. Sizing him up, she gave a small nod, her expression softening slightly. "Your condition's barely acceptable. But I'm in a hurry for a meeting. If you've got questions, ask quickly." Her tone was indifferent. Qin Chen was stunned. This was the blind date his master arranged for him. Weren't blind dates supposed to be with oddball leftover women? This woman. Did she even need blind dates? Her suitors probably stretched from Mount Qingcheng to Jiangcheng. While Qin Chen was lost in thought, the woman Jiu Yaming frowned slightly. "What are you thinking about?" she asked coldly. Ahem. Qin Chen coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. "I don't really have questions, just..." "Enough," she cut him off before he could finish. Raising her wrist, she glanced at her exquisite watch. "The Civil Affairs Bureau closes in half an hour. We've still got time. Did you bring your household registration book?" "Yes," Qin Chen answered, bewildered. Before he could react further, Jiu Yaming stood up. "Good. Let us get the certificate now." Putting her sunglasses back on, she spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Qin Chen froze. "Get the certificate?" His eyes widened in disbelief. They'd only met for less than 3 minutes, he didn't even know her name, and she wanted to register their marriage. Could she be part of some scam gang, planning to harvest his kidneys? But he immediately dismissed the thought. Her aura was too extraordinary for that. Watching his flustered reaction, Jiu Yaming grew annoyed. They had already agreed to the terms online, why was he hesitating now? "Are we getting married or not? If not, I'm leaving." Seeing this, Qin Chen slammed the table and stood up. "Fine. Who's afraid of who? Even if my kidney gets harvested today, I'll take it." Though his master was unreliable most of the time, surely he wouldn't mess around on something this important. Take the gamble, maybe their bicycle turns into a motorcycle. At his resolute expression, Jiu Yaming's icy face melted. She suddenly let out a laugh like a spring breeze. Qin Chen was dumbstruck. She looked breathtaking when she smiled. No wonder his master always warned him, the prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is. If this woman wanted to con someone, she could probably strip them to the bone. Regaining her composure, Jiu Yaming quickly turned cold again and walked out. Qin Chen rushed to catch up. 20 minutes later. Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with a red marriage certificate in hand, Qin Chen still felt like he was dreaming. Half an hour ago, he was single. Now he was in the grave of marriage. Jiu Yaming, nice name. He murmured as he looked at the certificate. Finding out your wife's name after marriage, he was probably the only man in the world with such an experience. All right, I've got a meeting. I'm leaving. Jiu Yaming casually tossed the marriage certificate into her bag and got into a white sports car by the curb. Qin Chen's jaw nearly dropped. On their way here, he secretly looked up the price of that car. 5 million. So not only was she a stunning beauty, she was also filthy rich. Just as she started the engine, Jiu Yaming seemed to remember something. She took out a key and tossed it to Qin Chen. Move into the villa before dinner. The address is written on the key. With that, the sports car roared off. Villa. Looking at the key in his hand, Qin Chen swallowed hard. Sports car, villa. Had he just flash married into wealth and beauty? Just then, his phone rang. Hello? Old man, what's the rush? I already got the certificate. Qin Chen said proudly, waving the red booklet in his hand. Silence. Then, an explosive roar came through the phone. You little brat. Who are you trying to fool? The woman I introduced you to just called me. She said you were half an hour late and didn't even show up. I don't care where you are in 10 minutes, you'd better be at the cafe, or I'll break your legs. With that, the old man hung up, leaving Qin Chen utterly dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? Still reeling, he rushed back to the cafe. Sure enough, at table 6, another beauty was seated. Compared to Jiu Yaming, she lacked some of the aura, but her looks were still outstanding, enough to draw gazes from all around. However, she looked impatient, brows furrowed, lips pressed tight, a cold gleam in her eyes. Sorry, Before Qin Chen could explain, the woman cut him off. You're Qin Chen. She gave him a contemptuous once-over. I am. Heh. With that shabby look of yours, you think you deserve to date me? You're like a toad lusting after a swan. I don't know what kind of nonsense you fed my family to force me into this, but it's disgusting. Well, the blind date is over. I'm not satisfied with you at all. Goodbye, or rather, never again. With a cold sneer, she grabbed her bag and stormed off. Chapter 2, The Cursed Construction Site. Qin Chen was dumbfounded by the woman's barrage of words. It wasn't until she stood up that he snapped out of it. Hey, wait a minute. Qin Chen called out. The woman turned back with disdain in her eyes. What? You still have something to say? My time is precious, I don't have the patience for your flattery. If you think a few sweet words can change my mind, you're dead wrong. I'm not some love-struck schoolgirl who can be tricked with flowery talk. Just looking at your shabby self makes me feel tortured enough. Talking to you is unbearable. Qin Chen frowned slightly. She looked good, but her words were so sharp, her arrogance disgusting. With that thought, he pulled out his marriage certificate and tossed it on the table. Sorry, I'm already married. What I wanted to say is you're not even my type. His lips curled in a mocking smile, his meaning clear. You look down on me. Fine. I look down on you too. Putting on a cold face the moment they meet, who did she think she was impressing? Qin Chen had felt guilty about missing the blind date, but after seeing her attitude, that guilt vanished completely. When her eyes fell on the marriage certificate, her face darkened. You're toying with me, she said coldly. The man in front of her was already married yet still came on a blind date. Was he humiliating her on purpose? Qin Chen only gave a chuckle and shook his head. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. But if anyone crosses me, I'll slap them senseless. That was his way. I've nothing more to say to you. But here as some advice, your forehead is dark, your eyes unfocused, you'll face bloodshed today. If you get someone to bring you a peachwood talisman now, you can still avoid it. His tone was casual. The woman, however, sneered with contempt. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I'd fall for that? I thought you were just a loser, but turns out you're a con artist too. Bloodshed. Par. Coming here for this blind date is the real disaster of my day. With a snort of disgust, she stormed out of the cafe. Qin Chen smiled helplessly. His first fortune-telling since coming down the mountain, and he was ridiculed for it. So be it. Good advice can't save the doomed. The very next moment, just as the woman stepped out, a car sped past. "R!" she screamed, losing her footing and crashing to the ground. Her arm slashed against broken glass, leaving a gash more than 10 centimeters long. Blood poured out instantly. "Help!" she cried, before fainting at the sight of her own blood. Passers-by quickly carried her off to the hospital. Qin Chen only sighed. If she had listened to him earlier, this calamity could have been avoided. Pocketing his marriage certificate, he left the cafe. But looking at the villa key in his hand, his head throbbed. It was now certain he and Jiu Yaming had mistaken each other for their blind dates, then gone and gotten married by accident. Who knew when she'd realize it? Only then could he return the villa key. The problem was, he and Jiu Yaming hadn't exchanged contact information. He'd probably have to go to the villa himself to explain. Meanwhile, in her office, Jiu Yaming held her phone, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. "What did you say?" "A mistake." After a few more words, she hung up, her face pale. She had hired someone online for a fake marriage to get her family off her back. But after registering the marriage and returning to her company, that very person called asking why she hadn't shown up at the cafe yet. Only then did she realize she had married the wrong man. Her flawless face turned to ice. Could it be that man knew her plan all along, and tricked her on purpose? Her thoughts were interrupted by a sharp ringtone. "Chairwoman, bad news. There's a problem at the site of our new headquarters. I can't explain it over the phone, you need to see for yourself." The caller's tone was urgent, as if something major had happened. Jiu Yaming was currently chairwoman of the GU Group. This year, the group had invested in building a skyscraper as their new headquarters. According to schedule, the building should be nearing completion, so how could there be a problem? Ending the call, she rushed to the construction site. At the same time, Qin Chen overheard two laborers on the roadside. Their conversation immediately caught his interest. "Did you hear? Someone died today at GU Group's site. HMPH. A feng shui master already warned them. That land is too heavy with yin energy, not suitable for building. Lucky I didn't take a job there, or I'd be dead by now. I heard the foreman is looking for a geomancer to fix the feng shui problem. TSK, if even a skyscraper can't suppress the evil spirits there, I'd say there's no hope." As they left, Qin Chen's eyes lit up. "A feng shui problem, huh? Interesting." After asking around for the location of GU Group's new headquarters, he hurried there. Qin Chen. Jiu Yaming? Neither expected to run into each other at the construction site gates. "How did you find this place?" "Listen, I'm warning you, I'm busy right now, so don't bother me. Stay here quietly. Whatever you want to say, wait until I'm done with work." Without giving him a chance to respond, Jiu Yaming strode inside. Qin Chen shook his head helplessly. This woman didn't even give him a chance to speak, so domineering. He turned and went to a nearby shop, bought 2 packs of cigarettes, and headed to the security office. Handing them to the guard, he grinned. "Brother, I heard something happened here. Is that true?" The guard glanced at the cigarettes, 2 packs of soft Zhonghua, and smoothly slipped them into his pocket. Smiling, he replied, "I'll tell you, but keep it to yourself. If word gets out, I'll lose my job." Normally, site guards were the lowest of the low, bullied by workers, even barked at by passing dogs. So when Qin Chen handed him smokes and called him brother, he felt he'd found a kindred spirit. "Don't worry, I won't spread it. I'm just curious," Qin Chen said with a smile. The guard looked around to make sure no one was listening, then leaned in and whispered. "Truth is, this site really is cursed. When they dug the foundation, they unearthed piles of human bones, heaps of them stacked together. Sent chills down my spine. I had nightmares for days. Experts came later, said it was an ancient burial pit. No archaeological value, so they pulled out. GU Group then spent money to move the remains to a graveyard outside the city, even hired monks for rituals. But the workers say, at night, even with the floodlights on, the place feels haunted. Several accidents happened, so now they refuse to work after dark." Chapter 3: The Favor the Old Man Owes. Having said that, the security guard looked around again, lowered his voice again, and had a mysterious expression on his face. There's something that no one outside knows. When the roof was sealed a few days ago, it was fine, but at night, the roof collapsed. No one was injured that time, but the foreman didn't believe it, so he sealed the roof again yesterday. Coincidentally, a worker went to relieve himself in the middle of the night and was killed. After listening to the security guard's description, Qin Chen was thoughtful. He turned and stared at the building for a moment, his brow furrowed slightly. It's a very dangerous place, it's a bit difficult to deal with. Qin Chen muttered to himself. What? A dangerous place? Dude, what do you do? The security guard asked in surprise. Har har, just passing by. Qin Chen smiled and walked towards the construction site. Just as the security guard was about to stop him, Qin Chen suddenly said, Brother, you've had good fortune recently. I suggest you buy some lottery tickets. After saying that, he walked into the construction site without looking back, leaving the security guard standing there in a daze. The roof of the building. Jiu Yaming looked at the hole left by the collapse in front of him with an extremely ugly expression. What the hell is going on? Jiu Yaming asked the contractor beside her in a cold tone. Director Jiu, I don't know either. All procedures are in compliance with regulations. To ensure quality, I am always on site. It's really weird. The roof suddenly collapsed in the middle of the night, and even the chief engineer couldn't find the problem. At this point, the contractor swallowed his saliva and said cautiously, Director Jiu, what do you think of the feng shui of this place? Is it? Jiu Yaming glared at the contractor and said coldly, GU Group is in the construction industry. We've been doing this for so many years, how come we haven't encountered anything like this before? First, compensate the deceased workers, and then proceed with capping the project. This time, I'll personally oversee it. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice sounded behind her, if you continue to seal the roof, it will collapse again. I advise you not to rush. Jiu Yaming was startled, and when she saw that it was Qin Chen, a hint of anger suddenly appeared on her face. Who asked you to come here? Do you understand engineering? If you don't talk nonsense. Someone, get this guy out. Jiu Yaming said angrily. She had originally felt that she had been deceived into marriage by Qin Chen, and now that she met Qin Chen again, she felt even more disgusted with him. If it weren't for the fact that the construction site was more important, she would probably have dragged Qin Chen to go through the divorce procedures right now. Har har, I don't understand engineering, but I do know a little about feng shui. As Qin Chen spoke, his eyes did not look at Jiu Yaming at all. Instead, he kept looking at the collapsed floor. 8,000 years of resentment is indeed difficult to deal with. Qin Chen muttered to himself. Hearing Qin Chen's words, the foreman quickly said to Jiu Yaming, Boss Jiu, I think what this little brother said makes sense. The great monk I invited last time said that there was a lot of resentment here and suggested that we give up building and develop it into a cemetery. Jiu Yaming frowned slightly and said, This is all nonsense. Whether they have grievances or not, can they prove it? They just open their mouths and say whatever they want. This construction site belongs to the GU Group. If I say it's closed immediately. Also, didn't you hear me when I said get rid of this person? Seeing this, the contractor could only sigh helplessly. Logically speaking, people who work in engineering would rather believe it than not. But the chairman had no fear of such things, which made it difficult for them. Little brother, look. The contractor looked at Qin Chen with a look of embarrassment on his face. Qin Chen chuckled and said, It's okay. I'm having my period, so I'm a little irritable. It's understandable. Hearing this, Jiu Yaming was stunned. She had her period this morning, how did he know? At this time, Qin Chen waved his hand and said to the foreman, I'm leaving first. If you want to solve the problem at the construction site, just ask Director Jiu to contact me. After saying that, Qin Chen turned around and left in a leisurely manner. He had already seen that the person who could make the final decision here was his cheap wife, Jiu Yaming. Since Jiu Yaming doesn't believe in me, there's no need to waste time anymore. When she suffers a loss, she will naturally think of herself. As soon as he walked out of the construction site, his cell phone rang again. Old man, are you done yet? 8 calls a day, my phone credit is almost gone. Qin Chen yelled cursingly. Get lost. I'm calling you, you bastard, and you're deducting my phone bill. Taoist Wuchen roared. Seeing Taoist Wuchen getting angry, Qin Chen immediately wilted. It's not because of anything else, it's just that he is really no match for the other person. Taoist Wuchen once said that with Qin Chen's strength, it would be difficult to find an opponent in the secular world. Then, as soon as he finished saying this, he knocked Qin Chen to the ground with just one hand. After so many years of training and countless battles, Qin Chen still couldn't force Taoist Wuchen to use his second hand. After a pause, Taoist Wuchen said slowly, Are you sure you don't want to go on a blind date with that girl from the Wu family? What girl from the Wu family? Qin Chen asked in confusion. This sentence immediately angered Taoist Wuchen again. You don't even know the name of the person you just went on a blind date with. Taoist Wuchen roared. Qin Chen scratched his head and said awkwardly, I really don't know. Taoist Wuchen sighed and said, Alas, 20 years ago when I was traveling in Jiangcheng, I fought with my enemies and was seriously injured. It was the chairman of the Wu group who saved my life. I had originally made an agreement with him that if I had a disciple or offspring of the right age, I would marry him to his newborn daughter. But who knows? Oh, forget it, you can't force things like this. Since you can't marry the girl from the Wu family, then please go to the Wu group and help me repay this favor. After hearing what Taoist Wuchen said, Qin Chen's expression became serious. No wonder the old man was so angry when he heard that he had obtained a marriage certificate with someone else. It turns out there was such a hidden story. Okay, I'll take care of this. Qin Chen promised. After a little inquiry, Qin Chen learned the location of the Wu group's headquarters and took a taxi there. I chatted with the taxi driver along the way and learned about the background of the Wu group. The Wu group is a family business and was one of the largest companies in Jiangcheng decades ago. However, for some unknown reason, the Wu group's business has gradually deteriorated in recent years and has gradually become a second-tier enterprise. After informing the company's front desk, not long after, a woman who claimed to be the chairman's secretary came to the front desk and led Qin Chen to the chairman's office. Are you Master Wuchen's last disciple, Qin Chen? I'm Wu Dong, chairman of the Wu group. Hello. As he spoke, Wu Dong stood up and shook hands with Qin Chen. Chapter 4, The Inexplicable Rival in Love. Qin Chen shook hands while sizing up the man in front of him. Logically speaking, Wu Dong should be in his 40s now. But his face was full of wrinkles and his hair had turned grey, and he looked no different from a man in his 60s or 70s. Hello, Uncle Wu, old man. My master asked me to come visit you and ask if you can help me with anything. Qin Chen was respectful. After all, Wu Dong had saved the old man's life. Wu Dong sighed and said, Alas, I just heard about you and Xiao Minute. I can only say that you two are not destined to be together. Wu Dong really felt sorry about this matter. After all, 20 years ago, he had personally witnessed Taoist Wuchen display his magical powers. Even the glory of the Wu group is inextricably linked to Taoist Wuchen. Even if the young man in front of him could learn 1/10 of Taoist Wuchen's skills, it would still be extremely terrifying. It's a pity that on the one hand, his daughter is very resistant to this marriage, and on the other hand, the young man is already married. Actually, I do have something to trouble you, little brother. 20 years ago, Master Wuchen once said that if there was a problem with my Wu family's ancestral tomb, the Wu group would gradually decline. I didn't believe it at the time, but within a few years, the Wu group began to decline. Now, it has completely become a second-rate company. Speaking of this, a look of loneliness appeared on Wu Dong's face. At the beginning, Taoist Wu Chen said that there was a problem with the Wu family's ancestral tomb, and he also offered to help the Wu family solve this problem. But at that time, the Wu group was at its peak, so Wu Dong did not take this matter to heart. Not long after Taoist Wu Chen left, the Wu group began to decline, and by then it was too late for him to regret. Over the years, he has consulted many people who understand feng shui, but without exception, they are all scammers. Seeing Qin Chen at this moment, he couldn't wait to bring up this matter. No problem, when do we leave? Qin Chen agreed without hesitation. The old man once said that his ability in fortune-telling and feng shui was no less than his. The matter of feng shui of ancestral graves should not be difficult. I have some things to deal with at the company these 2 days. How about we leave in 3 days? A look of joy appeared on Wu Dong's face. Qin Chen nodded and exchanged contact information with Wu Dong. The favor owed to the Wu family must be repaid. The old man raised me with great difficulty, so it's only right that I repay him for his kindness. But just as Qin Chen said goodbye to Wu Dong and arrived at their hall, he happened to run into two people. Qin Chen. How did you find this place? Wu Minute stared at Qin Chen with her eyes wide open, a trace of panic flashing across her face. After she finished speaking, she quickly looked at the man beside her and explained in a panic, "Dear, don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with him. He is the one who has been pestering me." The man next to her was tall and thin, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit. At first glance, he looked a bit like a gentleman. However, in Qin Chen's eyes, the man had a sinister look, his eyelids drooped slightly, and he looked at people as if he was scrutinizing them. It was obvious that he was not a good person. "I heard from Xia Minute that you and her were engaged as children, and you're pestering her to get married. Har har, what era is this? They still have those things called child marriages. I'm warning you, if you dare to harass Xia Minute again, I promise to break your legs with my own hands. If you don't believe me, you can try it." The man sneered and threatened mockingly. When Wu Minute heard this, a look of admiration immediately appeared on his face. "My dear, you are so domineering. That's what I like most about you." As she spoke, she hugged the man's arm tightly, feeling quite like a little bird. The man seemed to be enjoying it very much, and looked at Qin Chen with even more disdain. "Oh, I think I forgot to introduce myself. I am Chen Feiyang, the only son of Chen Sanjin, chairman of the Chen Group." After saying this, he looked at Qin Chen proudly. But what disappointed him was that Qin Chen's expression remained unchanged. "You know, the scale of Chen Group ranks among the top 3 among all the companies in Jiancheng. Even Wu Dong, the chairman of the Wu Group, has to be polite in front of him." Unexpectedly, after knowing his identity, this boy in front of him was indifferent. Arrogant. Court death. Chen Feiyang narrowed his eyes and his expression suddenly turned cold. Everyone who knows him knows that this is a sign that he will get angry. Anyone who offends Chen Feiyang will have only one fate. Either death or disability. But at this moment, Qin Chen finally spoke. "It doesn't matter whether you are Chen Feiyang or Chen Feizhu. As for Wu Minute, I have nothing to do with her." Having said this, Qin Chen paused, looked at Chen Feiyang with a smile, and said, "But I advise you to be moderate in some things. If you keep taking medicine, it will affect that function. You can't even last 5 seconds, don't you feel inferior?" Hearing this, Chen Feiyang's pupils shrank sharply and his hair stood on end. "How do you know?" Chen Feiyang subconsciously wanted to ask a question, but halfway through his words, he swallowed the rest of the sentence. "You're talking nonsense. Who are you talking about 5 seconds?" Chen Feiyang seemed to have his sore spot poked and started cursing. Wu Minute on the side had a complicated expression. She was in a relationship with Chen Feiyang only because she was attracted to his background. So Chen Feiyang suggested many times that they go out and get a room, but she politely refused. She knows very well that what you can't get is the most expensive. If Chen Feiyang really succeeds, maybe before long, the other party will get tired of playing with him and dump him. So she wanted to wait until they made their relationship public, or even got engaged, before considering that kind of thing. But, judging from Chen Feiyang's reaction just now, it seemed that Qin Chen was right. 5 seconds, isn't that too short? However, thinking of the tens of billions of assets of the Chen Group, she gritted her teeth and made a decision instantly. Play dumb. Even if she's not good at that, so what? As long as she has money, she can tolerate it. At worst, I can just secretly keep a gigolo outside. Qin Chen, shut up. You've publicly slandered Qian Shao. Are you tired of living? Kneel down and apologize immediately. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the entire Jiancheng. Wu Minute pointed at Qin Chen and threatened loudly. Har har, slander. If you don't believe it, just ask him yourself. I don't have time to argue with you guys here, goodbye. After saying that, Qin Chen turned and left. The money is small, and you're just going to let him leave like this? Seeing that Chen Feiyang did not stop Qin Chen from leaving, Wu Minute asked in confusion. In her impression, Chen Feiyang is a vengeful person. No one who offends him will have a good ending. The lightest injury would be broken arms and legs. Chen Feiyang looked sinister and said in a cold voice, I will make him regret what he said today. After saying that, he waved his hand. The bodyguard behind him nodded and followed Qin Chen out. Chapter 5, Sleeping in the Wrong Bedroom. After leaving the building and walking not far, Qin Chen smiled helplessly. He turned several times and came to a small alley, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The bodyguard who had been following was stunned when he saw this. He has undergone professional training and his strength is comparable to that of a special forces soldier. How could he possibly lose track of his target? What's more, the target is just an ordinary person. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong wind passing behind him. Bang! The bodyguard only felt a huge force on his neck, and the next moment, someone pressed his head against the wall. Because of the excessive force, his head was even broken and blood flowed down his face. Qian Feiyang asked you to follow me. Qin Chen said lightly. A look of pain flashed across the bodyguard's face, but he still clenched his teeth and said nothing. Har, quite courageous. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chen stepped on the bodyguard's ankle. Snap! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. The bodyguard couldn't bear it any longer and cried out in pain. R. Even though he had received professional training, a trace of fear flashed through his heart when his foot was stepped on and broken. I'm afraid I've hit a wall this time. I'll ask you again, was it Qian Feiyang who asked you to come? A harmless smile appeared on Qin Chen's face. Seeing Qin Chen raised his foot again, the bodyguard could no longer bear it and shouted, Don't step on me, I say. If both of his legs were broken, even if he could be reconnected, his strength would be greatly reduced. He would probably never be able to be a bodyguard again for the rest of his life. Mr. Chen asked me to follow you and find out your details before I deal with you. The bodyguard said with some fear. Qin Chen sneered and threw the bodyguard aside. Go back and tell him that this time it's over. If you dare to mess with me again, you'd better be prepared to be beaten to a pulp. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chen's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. The bodyguard looked around quickly, only to find that he was the only one left in the alley. He was suddenly horrified. This young man's strength was beyond his imagination. Thinking of this, he quickly got up and limped out of the alley. On the other side, Qin Chen didn't take this little episode to heart at all and took a taxi directly to Jiyu Yaming's villa. It's not that he wants to take advantage of Jiyu Yaming, but he really has no money. When they were going down the mountain, the old man only gave him 300 yuan, which he almost spent on the taxi. Old man, you're such a miser. You'll die if you give me a little more money. Qin Chen complained as he opened the door of the villa with the key. The villa is decorated in a very stylish way, giving you a warm feeling of being home. It seems that it was most likely designed by that woman Jiyu Yaming herself. Qin Chen nodded with satisfaction, then walked around the villa. After a busy day, even though he was practicing martial arts, he felt a little sleepy at the moment. After taking a shower, he randomly chose a bedroom, got into bed, and fell asleep. Qin Chen didn't know how long he had slept, but he was awakened by a shrill ringing sound. Hello, who are you looking for? Qin Chen searched for his phone for a long time before answering the call in a daze. Why are you taking so long to answer the phone? Where are you now? I have something urgent to talk to you about. Jiyu Yaming's somewhat impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm in your villa now, how? I was only halfway through my conversation when the phone screen suddenly went black. Qin Chen then realized that he had forgotten to charge his mobile phone before going to bed. At such a critical moment, the phone ran out of battery and turned off automatically. After charging his phone, he opened the curtains and found that it was already dawn. The current time is probably around 5 o'clock in the morning. Could it be that Jiyu Yaming didn't return to the villa all night? And calling me so early, what's the madness? Just as Qin Chen was about to take a nap, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open and Jiyu Yaming walked in slowly. Jiyu Yaming was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, but her delicate face still couldn't hide the fatigue on her face. It looked like she had stayed up all night. Thinking of what Jiyu Yaming said at the construction site, Qin Chen became curious. Could it be that this woman really supervised the construction site all night? Are all big bosses nowadays working this hard? At this moment, Jiyu Yaming shouted angrily, Qin Chen, who told you to sleep in my bed? Qin Chen was stunned. He didn't pay attention to the decoration of the house yesterday, but now he sees that. The decoration in the house is simple but extremely exquisite. The quilt on the bed and the curtains are both soft pink. On the bedside table, there is a bouquet of blooming flowers. Directly opposite the bed is an exquisite dressing table. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this is a woman's bedroom. Qin Chen was speechless. In this situation, he himself wouldn't believe it if he said it wasn't intentional. You rascal, you actually slept in my bed. I'm going to call the police on you. Ji Yaming gritted his teeth and roared angrily. The man in front of me is so bold that he actually dares to sleep secretly in his own room. Moreover, all her underwear was in the closet in her room. Maybe Qin Chen had done something out of the ordinary last night. Thinking of this, she felt nauseous. But at this moment, she suddenly felt her lower abdomen as if it was hit by a speeding car, and a pain came instantly. She couldn't help but scream out in surprise. The severe pain made her unable to even stand up, and she squatted on the ground in an instant. Seeing a layer of cold sweat oozing from Ji Yaming's forehead and his face pale, Qin Chen frowned. He stepped forward and grabbed Ji Yaming's wrist. Ji Yaming wanted to break free, but felt that she had no strength at all. You rascal, what do you want to do to me? Ji Yaming was terrified. If this man in front of me takes the opportunity to do something to me, I'm afraid I won't have any chance to resist. Qin Chen said helplessly, It's already this time, what are you thinking about? You must be having menstrual cramps. Can't you feel it? Ji Yaming was stunned. She did have dysmenorrhea. My period came yesterday morning. I was busy all day and worked all night at the construction site. Unexpectedly, the dysmenorrhea was worse than any other time. Now she felt a burning pain in her entire lower abdomen, as if someone was hammering it. There are painkillers in the drawer of the bedside table. Give them to me. Ji Yaming almost didn't have the strength to speak. In just a few minutes, her clothes were soaked with sweat. Oh, forget it, who made me meet him? Qin Chen squatted down helplessly, then picked up Ji Yaming horizontally. Ji Yaming's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of horror. What are you going to do? I'm warning you. Before she could finish her words, Qin Chen put her on the bed. What warning? Behave yourself. Qin Chen said with a stern face and an aggressive tone. Ji Yaming quickly closed her mouth, but the trembling of her body still revealed her inner fear. Taking painkillers won't solve your problem. Once the effect of the medicine wears off, you'll still feel pain. Do you want to completely cure this problem? Qin Chen looked at Ji Yaming and said lightly. Chapter 6, Keep your dirty hands off me. How to treat it? Ji Yaming blurted out, but she regretted it immediately. She has been to many hospitals for this disease, and the doctors, without exception, told her to take conservative treatment and take some Chinese medicine to recuperate. But she took a lot of Chinese medicine, but it had no effect at all. So many doctors couldn't help. Could this man actually cure himself? How is that possible? The other party must be trying to take advantage of me. We can't let this pervert succeed. I feel much better now. You go out first. I'll rest for a while. Ji Yaming said while enduring the pain. She quietly held the phone, ready to call for help as soon as the other party left the bedroom. Qin Chen shook his head helplessly. There is an unwritten rule in practicing medicine. Those who are afraid of illness and avoid seeing a doctor will not be cured. In other words, patients who do not trust their doctors will not seek medical treatment. Since this woman doesn't believe that I can cure her illness, then forget it. Thinking of this, Qin Chen walked out of the bedroom. Seeing this scene, Ji Yaming immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, she felt another sharp pain in her lower abdomen. She groaned and a layer of cold sweat broke out all over her body. I didn't even have the strength to hold the phone in my hand. Qin Chen heard Ji Yaming's painful voice and sighed slightly. The old man once said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. If this woman is not rescued, she might die from the pain. I'm not breaking the rules. After muttering to himself a few times, he turned back to the bed. Ji Yaming was startled to see Qin Chen coming back. Why don't you leave? Ji Yaming said weakly. After she said this, she didn't have the strength to continue, as if she was about to faint at any time. Someone once described the feeling of dysmenorrhea. It felt like someone was taking a blunt knife and cutting the flesh from your body piece by piece. Some people may faint from the pain. This is how Ji Yaming feels now. Life is worse than death. Qin Chen didn't say anything, but lifted up Ji Yaming's shirt, revealing her lower abdomen. Ji Yaming's eyes were full of fear, as if he had already thought of what would happen next. But she didn't have the strength to resist. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. She had even decided that after this incident, she would kill this man and then commit suicide. The next moment, a hand pressed on her lower abdomen. Ji Yaming closed her eyes in despair. Feelings of helplessness and humiliation continued to spread. But after a few seconds, she opened her eyes in shock and looked at Qin Chen. Not only did the palm not move to other places, it even emitted a warmth, which relieved the pain a lot. How is this possible? But the warmth coming from her lower abdomen made her believe it. Qin Chen stroked Ji Yaming's jade-smooth skin and couldn't help swallowing. Although his purpose was to cure diseases and save lives, his eyes inevitably saw some places he shouldn't have seen. This woman's figure is really perfect. There is not a trace of fat around her waist, and she even has 2 vest lines due to long-term exercise. And looking higher up, although covered by clothes, one can still vaguely see the proud figure. This body proportion is too amazing. If I keep watching, I'm afraid I'll make a fool of myself. Qin Chen quickly turned his head, calmed down, and then forcibly suppressed the anger in his body. A little higher. Ji Yaming turned her head and spoke softly while biting her lip. Although I don't know what means the other party used, my dysmenorrhea symptoms are indeed alleviated. However, it seems that only the area covered by Qin Chen's palm can relieve the pain, and the upper part is still extremely painful. But after saying this, Ji Yaming immediately regretted it. What am I doing? I have never said such words to a man in my life. Qin Chen didn't say anything, but his palm moved slightly upwards. After a moment, Ji Yaming took a deep breath and finally felt the unbearable pain disappear. I'm fine, take your dirty hands off me. Ji Yaming returned to the cold expression he had when they first met and spoke in an indifferent tone. Qin Chen withdrew his hand, but asked with a puzzled tone, "You woman, you really don't know how to be grateful, do you? I cured you, so it's fine if you don't say thank you, but why are you being so rude?" Ji Yaming pulled down her clothes and sat up from the bed. She snorted coldly and said lightly, "Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching me? Did my family send you here, or were you sent by my rival? Whatever amount they give you, I can give you double." Qin Chen smiled helplessly. It turns out this woman thinks of herself as a corporate spy. If I said that I went on a blind date with the wrong person and ended up marrying you by accident, would you believe me? Qin Chen said with a wry smile. You got the wrong blind date. Ji Yaming's eyes suddenly widened, her eyes full of disbelief. She looked Qin Chen up and down, and seeing that Qin Chen's expression did not seem to be fake, she was speechless. After all this fuss, could it be that this marriage was just a huge misunderstanding? Did you and your partner both mistakenly identify each other as your blind date, and then get married? If this hadn't happened to her, she wouldn't believe anything he said. Okay, you should be able to recover after arrest. When you recover better, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to go through the divorce procedures. After Qin Chen finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Etc. Ji Yaming quickly spoke out to stop him. Although she didn't want to have too much interaction with the man in front of her, she had something she had to confirm with him. How do you know that the topping out of our GU Group's building will fail? Ji Yaming narrowed his eyes slightly and his expression became serious. She called Qin Chen early in the morning just to ask about this matter. Last night, Qin Chen said that if the building continued to be topped off, it would continue to collapse. At that time, she didn't take Qin Chen's words to heart. Until this morning, the roof that had just been sealed collapsed without any warning. You know, she was on site watching the topping out ceremony this time. Whether it is labor or materials, they are all top-notch configurations. But the capping failed. Only then did she remember that Qin Chen once said that there was 1,000-year-old resentment in this building, and no matter how she tried to seal the roof, it would be impossible to succeed. So she called Qin Chen. But he didn't expect that Qin Chen actually sneaked into his villa and slept in his bedroom. It's so audacious. Hearing Ji Yaming's words, Qin Chen shook his head helplessly. I knew it. Did you reach the ceiling again? And fail again? Qin Chen asked. Chapter 7 Pretending to be my wife. Ji Yaming snorted coldly, so what? Looking at Ji Yaming's cold and arrogant look, Qin Chen couldn't help but feel amused. Ever since he first met her, he felt that this woman was extremely cold and aloof. When talking to others, he always has a condescending attitude. And now that she came to ask for his help, he was still so cold. Doesn't this woman know how to ask for help? Ms. Gu, if you trust me, you should give up on that building. You know, there used to be a burial pit beneath that construction site, probably containing hundreds or even thousands of tortured slaves. After thousands of years, the land here has long been eroded by resentment. Qin Chen said in a deep voice. Gu Yaming frowned slightly, but, I have already asked someone to modify the design drawings, and they said. Before he could finish his words, Qin Chen waved his hand and interrupted Gu Yaming. They say the current building looks like a coffin, and it can suppress the resentment, right? Seeing Gu Yaming's shocked expression, Qin Chen continued with a smile. It's a pity that they are not good enough to realize that this resentment has been accumulating for at least 1,000 years. It's useless to just change the blueprint. At first, there wasn't much of an impact, but now the building is about to be topped out. For the resentment, it's like preparing to seal its coffin. The resentment will never sit still and wait for death. If you continue to try to seal the roof, you will definitely fail, and someone might even die. Qin Chen explained seriously. Thousands of years of resentment. A hint of shock flashed in Gu Yaming's beautiful eyes, and her expression turned ugly. It seemed that Qin Chen's words had a profound impact on her. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Qin Chen. Since you can see this 1,000-year-old resentment, is there a solution? As long as you can solve it, I'll pay any price. Gu Yaming said in a deep voice. Money? Money means nothing to me. Qin Chen spoke to himself. So what do you want? Gu Yaming's eyes changed and he continued to ask. Qin Chen turned his gaze and looked at Gu Yaming. Gu Yaming was shocked and said coldly, don't even think about it, it's impossible. Qin Chen said helplessly, what are you thinking about? I just want you to pretend to be my wife and talk to my master on the phone. Gu Yaming was stunned, impersonating, your wife. Qin Chen said confidently, of course. You ruined the blind date my master arranged for me. You have to take responsibility for this, right? Gu Yaming's face was frosty, and his whole aura also turned cold. After all, she is the chairman of the GU Group, managing a business empire with tens of thousands of employees under her, and the company has a daily turnover of hundreds of millions. Let yourself pretend to be someone else's wife. How is that possible? It's simply a fantasy. Impossible. I will never agree to you. Gu Yaming's tone of refusal was extremely firm and his expression was extremely cold. Qin Chen smiled and said, that's right. How could a big shot like you agree to pretend to be my wife? If you have time, come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. By the way, I see you're still unwilling to give up, so I'm kindly advising you to give up on that building. I dare say that no one except me and my master can resolve that resentment. After saying that, Qin Chen left the bedroom directly. However, he waited in the living room of the villa for a long time, but Gu Yaming did not come out. Just as he was wondering, the bedroom door was pushed open and a figure slowly walked out. Seeing Gu Yaming's outfit at this time, Qin Chen was stunned. In just a few minutes, Gu Yaming changed his clothes. Now she is wearing black high heels and a black slim fit suit, showing off her slim figure. You can tell without looking that it is a high-end custom-made style. A bird-shaped brooch could be vaguely seen on the white shirt lining, but other than that, she wore no other jewelry. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. But for Gu Yaming, it was just the opposite. This seemingly ordinary outfit, when worn by Gu Yaming, instantly elevates her look to several levels. In Qin Chen's eyes, there are only two words that can describe Gu Yaming at this moment. Grace. It's really elegant. Even with a cold face, it still can't hide that unique charm. Are you sure you can resolve that 1,000-year-old resentment? Gu Yaming stared at Qin Chen without any fluctuation in her eyes. Qin Chen felt that in just a few minutes, Gu Yaming seemed like a different person, and his aura became extremely powerful. Of course you can, but... Qin Chen was only halfway through his words when he was interrupted by Gu Yaming. I don't want to hear the reasons, I only want to see the results. If you clear your grievances, I will agree to your terms. Qin Chen was stunned. Conditions? What conditions? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly reacted. You agreed to pretend to be my wife and deal with my master. Qin Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Gu Yaming, who had just firmly rejected him, would change her mind so quickly. Jiu Yaming gritted her teeth and said in a cold tone, "From now on, you are not allowed to mention those two words again." Although she agreed to Qin Chen's conditions, she still couldn't accept the man she had just met calling her wife. "I'll give you 3 days. If you can't resolve the issue at the construction site, our agreement will be void." After saying that, Jiu Yaming walked towards the door without even looking at Qin Chen. Etc. Qin Chen quickly stopped him. "Anything else?" Jiu Yaming's tone was cold and he seemed a little impatient. "Give me 100 million. Qin Chen stretched out his hand with confidence. "What did you say? Do you know how much money 100 million is?" Jiu Yaming frowned and asked in disbelief. "Is this man crazy? He asked for 100 million yuan right away. Did he really think his money came from the wind? You know, even many large companies cannot take out 100 million in cash immediately. You don't think you can resolve a 1,000-year-old grudge without spending a penny, do you? I'm taking this money to solve your problem, so forget it if you don't want it." Qin Chen said arrogantly. "You better not lie to me, or I'll make you regret it." After saying that, Jiu Yaming took out a black bank card from her bag and threw it into Qin Chen's hand. "There's over 100 million in here, use it." Jiu Yaming snorted coldly. With the strength of the Jiu group, as long as Qin Chen dares to run, he can be caught back within 10 minutes. After giving the bank card, Jiu Yaming turned and left. But who knew that before he had taken a few steps, Qin Chen's voice came from behind him again. "Etc." Qin Chen shouted. If looks could kill, Qin Chen would have died 800 times. "What's going on? Can't you just say it all at once?" Jiu Yaming said coldly. "Oh, aren't we going to get a divorce? You can pretend to be my wife, so you don't need to show my master the marriage certificate." Qin Chen took out the marriage certificate and asked cautiously. "Chapter 8 You don't have what I want. Just, let's leave it at this for now." Jiu Yaming said something and left in a hurry, leaving Qin Chen alone and depressed. What is this woman thinking? You clearly married the wrong person, but you still don't want to get a divorce. You're not relying on me, are you? Qin Chen muttered to himself, then shook his head. It's unlikely. A woman who can come up with 100 million in cash later would probably not look down on me even if she were blind. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, I can just find a wife and deal with the old man. Qin Chen played with the exquisite bank card in his hand for a while, then put it away. He took a taxi and asked the driver to take him to the largest jewelry store in Jiangcheng. Brilliant dream, that's a nice name. Qin Chen looked at the name of the jewelry store and strode into the store. Sir, what are you planning to buy? Do you need me to introduce it to you? As soon as I entered the door, a shopping guide came to greet me. Qin Chen couldn't help but nodded secretly. It is worthy of being the largest jewelry store in Jiangcheng. The clothes she was wearing looked cheap, but the salesperson in front of her didn't look disdainful at all. Instead, she came forward and greeted her proactively. Call your boss out. I want to discuss business with him. Qin Chen said. Just as the shopping guide was about to speak, a woman in an OL uniform came over with a frown on her face. Looking for our boss? Sorry, our boss only accepts customers with a single purchase of more than 1 million. The woman said lightly. The woman had a badge on her chest with the word manager written on it in large letters. It seemed that she was the leader of these shopping guides. The business I discussed with him was worth over 1 million. Before Qin Chen finished speaking, the female manager opposite him suddenly changed her expression. A smile instantly appeared on his cold face, and then he ignored Qin Chen and walked towards the man and woman who had just walked in the door. Mr. Chen, what brings you here today? Xiao Zhang, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take out my treasured Da Hong Pao and make tea for young Master Chen and Miss Wu. And Xiao Li, hurry to the boss's office and tell him that young Master Chen is here. Tell him to put aside any urgent matters and come see young Master Chen first. The female manager was extremely respectful, a complete reversal of her attitude from when she was talking to Qin Chen just now. Seeing these two people, Qin Chen smiled helplessly. The world is so small, he actually ran into Chen Feiyang and Wu Minute again. And Wu Minute obviously also saw Qin Chen. She leaned close to Chen Feiyang's ear and whispered a few words. Then, Chen Feiyang looked up at Qin Chen, with a faint smile on his lips. What does that person do? He looks like a beggar and it's affecting our mood for shopping. Qian Feiyang pointed at Qin Chen and asked. The female manager was stunned for a moment, then explained, the money is small, and that person probably has a problem with his brain. As soon as he walked in, he started clamoring to see our boss and said he wanted to discuss business. He doesn't even look in the mirror to see what kind of moral character he has. How can he be worthy of meeting our boss? Don't worry, I'll kick him out right away and keep him out of your sight. The female manager has worked in the jewelry store for so many years, so she has some ability to judge people and serve them well. She could tell at a glance that the two parties knew each other and seemed to have some grudge against each other. There is no need to consider which side you stand on. The person in front of you is the only son of the chairman of Chen Group. Every time I go to a jewelry store to buy jewelry for a woman, the starting price is at least 100,000. The commissions she earned from Qian Feiyang in the past 2 years were almost enough to buy a car. It's not excessive to worship such a big god of wealth. Thinking of this, the female manager walked up to Qin Chen and said lightly, I'm sorry, sir, please leave now. Qin Chen frowned slightly. What do you mean? Are you chasing me away? If I remember correctly, you are blatantly discriminating against customers. I can file a complaint with the authorities. The female manager laughed, as if she didn't take Qin Chen's words to heart at all. It is our store's freedom to decide what kind of guests we receive. If you are not satisfied, you are welcome to complain. But before that, please leave immediately, or I'll call security. The female manager warned with a cold face. After saying that, she looked at the 2 security guards at the door, and the threat was very obvious. Wu Minute walked over proudly in high heels. A low-class person like you is worthy of spending money here. Wu Min's face was full of disdain, and she didn't hide her sarcastic expression at all. Qian Feiyang said calmly, Xiao Minute, don't pay attention to him. Talking to this kind of person is degrading. Just ask the manager to kick him out. Yesterday he had wanted to have his bodyguards follow Qin Chen, find his whereabouts, and then give Qin Chen a good beating. But when the bodyguard came back, he told him that there were too many cars on the road and he lost track of the target. He was just looking for a place to vent his anger when he unexpectedly met Qin Chen again. This time, he wanted to let Qin Chen know that in his eyes, the other party was no different from the garbage on the ground. What if I just don't leave? Qin Chen looked at the female manager and said in a deep voice, you better think carefully. I'm here to discuss business with your boss. If you ruin this deal, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Hearing this, Wu Minute raised his eyebrows and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Chen, I've noticed you're quite good at lying. You lie without even thinking, just out loud. Why don't you look in the mirror and see what kind of moral character you have? You still have the audacity to talk business with the boss of Brilliant Dream. The clothes Qin Chen was wearing looked like street stall goods. Even if rich people are low-key, they won't wear this kind of rubbish. Therefore, Wu Minute absolutely did not believe that Qin Chen had the ability to negotiate business with a jewelry store. Seeing that Qin Chen didn't want to leave, the female manager waved to the 2 security guards outside the door and pointed at Qin Chen. 2 security guards came in and immediately surrounded Qin Chen, one on the left and one on the right. Qin Chen snorted coldly, forget it, you probably don't have what I want to buy here, no need to send me, I can leave by myself. Having said that, Qin Chen turned and walked towards the door. Wu Minute curled her lips in disdain and sneered, you poor Korean are so obsessed with face that you suffer in vain. The money you earn in this life can't even afford a ring on my finger. You deserve to be poor forever. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the stairs, stop. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a middle-aged man slowly walking down the stairs. This person is short and fat, not good looking, and can even be said to be a bit ugly. But this person has the aura of a superior, and he is intimidating without even getting angry. What did you just say? I don't have what you want to buy in my store. Tell me what you want to buy. If I don't have this, I will apologize in person and respectfully escort you out the door. But if I have it, humph, I will break your legs myself and let you know what the rules are. The middle-aged man stared at Qin Chen and said in a cold voice. Chapter 9 Dragon Turtle. Seeing this person, Qian Feiyang hurriedly went to meet him. Boss Jin, why bother letting such a loser affect your mood? Well, I'll have my bodyguards take him out and break his legs so he doesn't get in your way. Qian Feiyang's voice was filled with respect and flattery, and then he gave a look to his bodyguard. But the middle-aged man called Mr. Jin waved his hand and stopped him, saying, "No need. That's just my temper. You say I'm okay, but you say my store is not okay. I want to see what this kid wants to buy. He dares to speak so arrogantly in front of me." Qin Chen couldn't help laughing when he saw this. But he didn't answer Mr. Jin's question. Instead, he pointed to an ornament on the counter and asked, "Mr. Jin, are you familiar with feng shui? This dragon turtle is quite good." Wu Minute interrupted, "Qin Chen, what are you talking about? Answer Mr. Jin's question right away." President Jin waved his hand to stop Wu Minute, then said proudly, "Not bad. You have some vision. This dragon turtle of mine was blessed by a master. It brings good luck and wealth. Someone offered it as high as 30 million, but I didn't sell it." Everyone was shocked when they heard the price. They never imagined that the inconspicuous ornaments usually placed on the counter could be so valuable. Qin Chen shook his head and said lightly, "The dragon turtle is good, but unfortunately, it is placed in the wrong place." Upon hearing this, Qian Feiyang immediately snorted coldly, "Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at Mr. Jin? Besides, Brilliant Dream is the largest jewelry store in Jiangcheng. Their sales in one day are enough to support your lifetime work. If, as you said, the dragon turtle was placed in the wrong place, how could Mr. Jin be making a fortune?" Mr. Jin was obviously very pleased with Qian Feiyang's compliment. He smiled and nodded, "Yes, I've had someone look at this location, and it's perfect for placing the dragon turtle." Qin Chen shook his head and said, "This expert is indeed very skilled, but he seems to have ill intentions towards President Jin. Have you been having a lot of nightmares and feeling listless these past few years, Mr. Jin? Do you always feel like you're lacking energy?" President Jin snorted coldly, "Nonsense, I'm not a god. I've been overworked in recent years, so it's normal for me to lack energy." Qin Chen didn't take it seriously. He moved closer to Mr. Jin and whispered, "Mr. Jin, do you often dream of being entangled by snakes and then being swallowed by a giant turtle?" Upon hearing these words, President Jin was struck by lightning. His eyes widened instantly and he stood there in a daze. How did you know that?" Mr. Jin's voice trembled, and there was even a hint of fear on his face. Wu Minute and Qian Feiyang didn't know what was going on and looked confused. Har, Mr. Jin, can we talk about business now?" Qin Chen changed the subject and shifted the topic back to business matters. Seeing this, Wu Minute quickly said, "Boss Jin, please don't be fooled by him. This person is good at sweet talk, he must be a liar." President Jin glared at Wu Minute and said in a low voice, "It's not your turn to interfere with my work." After saying that, he looked at Qian Feiyang again and said lightly, "Feiyang, after all, you are the successor of the Chen group. Can't you even manage a woman?" Qian Feiyang's face turned pale and blue, looking extremely ugly. Wu Minute knew he had said the wrong thing and quickly stepped back. "Sir, let's go to my office to discuss this in detail." As he spoke, Mr. Jin made a gesture of invitation and his tone became respectful. Qin Chen was not polite at all and followed Mr. Jin away in a swagger. Before going upstairs, he gave Qian Feiyang and Wu Minute a disdainful look, which made the two of them grit their teeth in anger. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Jin must have been deceived by that loser. How about we?" Before Wu Minute could finish her words, she was rudely interrupted by Qian Feiyang. "Shut up. You useless guy, do you know how important President Jin is to our Qian group? Boss Jin's jewelry group is not weaker than our Qian group. Yesterday, he announced an investment of 8 billion. Do you know how much the Qian group needs this money? I finally managed to come to Mr. Jin to discuss business under the pretext of buying jewelry, and now you've ruined everything." Qian Feiyang had a vicious and ferocious look on his face, which frightened Wu Minute so much that she turned pale and dared not say a word. Wu Minute has been spoiled since she was a child. How could she have ever been yelled at like this? She was about to turn around and leave, but then she remembered Qian Feiyang's identity. Qian Feiyang is the only heir to the Qian group. If we can get another 8 billion investment from President Jin, I'm afraid the Qian group will become one of the largest groups in Jiangcheng. By then, as Qian Feiyang's girlfriend or even wife, she would be able to enjoy unlimited glory and become the wife of the chairman of the Qian group. Thinking of this, she suppressed her grievance and quickly took Qian Feiyang's arm. "Honey, I was wrong. I didn't expect that Mr. Jin would be so easily deceived by that loser. Don't worry, when I see Mr. Jin later, I will definitely try to get investment for you. Wu Minute started to act coquettishly. Qian Feiyang snorted coldly and ignored Wu Minute. The other side. Qin Chen followed President Jin to the office. However, Mr. Jin's office is different from that of ordinary people. All the furniture in his office is made of Huanghuali wood and looks antique. The painting hanging on the wall is of Tang Bohu, the teapot on the table is made of purple clay, and even the burning incense has a scent of ambergris. Low-key yet luxurious. Boss Jin's office is nice. Qin Chen praised him, then sat down on the chair carelessly. President Jin quickly smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, please don't call me President Jin. From now on, just call me by my full name, Jin Wan. To be honest, I've had nightmares quite often in the past 2 years, and the content of my dreams is exactly the same as what you described. I've tried taking sleeping pills, burning incense at the temple, and even seeing a psychiatrist, but nothing works. Since you can see it, is there a way to crack it?" Jin Wan had already recognized the other party as a master. Although Qin Chen is not very old, he can accurately describe the content of his dream, which shows that he must be quite capable. It is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. In the past 2 years, he has been tortured by this dream and has not had a good night's sleep. It seems that all his energy has been drained. It was precisely because he did not have the energy to continue running the company that he planned to take out the money on the books and invest it. After hearing Jin Huan's words, Qin Chen nodded. "I just said that the person who arranged the dragon turtle for you wants to harm you. As the saying goes, to get rich quickly, you have to fight the 3 evil spirits. This dragon turtle was supposed to suppress the 3 evil spirits of the jewelry store, but it ended up suppressing your life gate. In other words, this jewelry store is now trading your life for wealth. If you continue like this, you will die suddenly within a year." Qin Chen explained lightly. Jin Huan was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. Trading my life for wealth. Jin Huan's voice trembled and his face was full of fear. Chapter 10 Taishan Stone Spirit. Suddenly, he bowed earnestly to Qin Chen and said, "Master Qin, please save my life. No matter what your conditions are, I will agree to them. Well, eradicating things that harm people is also the rule of my sect." Qin Chen said lightly. Then he stretched out his right hand, pinched his fingers, and muttered something. Seeing this, Jin Huan immediately held his breath and didn't even dare to breathe. After a moment, Qin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and raised his head, saying, "I've already figured out the location of the 3 evils in your shop. You can dispel them by pointing the dragon turtle's tail towards the fish tank in the southwest." Jin Huan was stunned, so simple. Qin Chen rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "The dragon turtle is spiritual, it is more than enough to suppress your small shop, just provide for it well in the future." Jin Huan quickly said respectfully, "Master Qin, I remember that." Qin Chen nodded slightly, then asked, "I came here to discuss a business deal with you. You deal in jewelry and jade. Do you have any Taishan stone essence?" Jin Huan pointed to the ink stone on the table with some confusion and said, "Are you talking about this Taishan stone essence? This thing doesn't seem to be very valuable, right? Taishan stone essence is a special kind of stone produced in Mount Tai. Although it is expensive, it is not rare. Even many wealthy families would use Taishan stone essence to make stone talismans and place them outside their houses to ward off evil and misfortune. How could a feng shui master like Qin Chen not be able to find the Taishan stone essence?" Qin Chen smiled and said, "What I want is not scraps. I'm planning to make 2 stone lions out of Taishan stone essence. Does Mr. Jin have any?" After hearing this, Jin Huan finally understood why Qin Chen said at the beginning that he couldn't buy what he wanted from him. The stone material needed to make a stone lion must be at least 2 meters high. You know, the bigger the Taishan stone is, the more valuable it is. The price of a 2-meter high stone can be said to be sky high. More importantly, even if you want to buy it, such a large piece of Taishan stone essence is hard to come by. Master Qin, this. A look of embarrassment appeared on Jin Huan's face. Qin Chen said, "Don't worry about the money. I can transfer the deposit to you right now." As he spoke, Qin Chen placed the bank card on the table. Jin Huan was shocked when he saw the bank card. There are no more than 10 of these black bank cards with gold edges in the whole of Jiancheng. You need to have a deposit of at least 100 million to be eligible to apply for this kind of bank card. The young man in front of me took out 100 million in one go. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Jin Huan gritted his teeth and pushed the bank card back. Master Qin, please take back this money. Tonight, I'll bring you the Taishan stone essence. Just consider it a friendship. Jin Huan had just witnessed Qin Chen's strength. If you can make friends with such a person, the benefits brought by it cannot be measured by money. Qin Chen didn't expect Jin Huan to be so generous and give away the Taishan stone essence worth hundreds of millions of yuan just like that. Har har, Mr. Jin, I'm not used to owing favors to others. Since you won't take the money, let me give you another piece of advice. Your forehead is red, and your eyebrows and eyes are shining. You should have good fortune recently. However, the tips of your eyebrows are dark, so you will be troubled by villains during this period. Remember this. After saying that, Qin Chen stood up. Boss Jin, there's no need to send it. Just contact me when the stuff arrives. Before Jin Huan could react, Qin Chen had already left his office. Seeing Qin Chen hurriedly coming down from upstairs, Chen Feiyang and Wu Minute immediately showed disdainful expressions. It took Qin Chen less than 10 minutes from the time he went up to the time he left. It was definitely Mr. Jin who exposed his scam and kicked him out. Boss Jin exposed my true identity so quickly. Har har, trash is trash, I'll never be able to show my face in my lifetime. As she spoke, she raised the diamond ring in her hand and sneered, see. This is the diamond ring that Chen Xiao just bought for me. He spent 800,000. You, a country bumpkin, can't possibly afford it in your lifetime, right? Qin Chen naturally didn't bother to pay attention to Wu Minute. It's just a diamond. If you buy it for 800,000, it will depreciate to less than 100,000 before you even leave the store. This thing is a definite IQ tax. What's more, he now has a bank card with hundreds of millions of yuan in deposits in his pocket. As long as he wants, he can buy all the diamonds in this store. Ignoring Wu Min's provocation, Qin Chen left the jewelry store directly. Chen Feiyang originally wanted to ask the bodyguard to teach Qin Chen a lesson, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw Jin Huan hurriedly running down from upstairs. Where's that young man just now? Jin Huan asked anxiously. Chen Feiyang and Wu Minute thought that Qin Chen had deceived Jin Huan, and Jin Huan was ready for revenge. Wu Minute quickly said, Boss Jin, please don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over a liar. Don't worry, leave this liar to us. We will definitely deal with him and avenge you. Wu Minute wanted to please Jin Huan, but who would have thought that as soon as she finished speaking, Jin Huan slapped her in the face. Bang! A crisp slapping sound was heard, and everyone was stunned. Especially the staff at the Brilliant Dream Jewelry store. They have been working there for so many years, but this is the first time they have seen Jin Huan so angry. Mr. Jin, what are you doing? Wu Minute covered her face with her hands, her eyes full of grievance. Asshole! When did I get cheated? If you can't speak, you can just shut your mouth. Jin Huan scolded with a cold face. After saying that, he ignored the two of them and turned to walk towards the cashier. He carefully moved the dragon turtle on the cash register and pointed its tail at the fish tank. Suddenly, Jin Huan felt a coolness all over his body and became much more alert. It really works. Jin Huan was overjoyed. If he only believed Qin Chen's words 70% or 80% in the office just now he trusts him 100%. On the side, Wu Minute looked at Chen Feiyang aggrievedly, but Chen Feiyang's face looked extremely ugly. Are you mentally ill? Even if Mr. Jin was deceived, you can't just say it directly. Isn't that a slap in his face? Shut up right now, or I won't forgive you if you delay the investment. Chen Feiyang scolded. Wu Minute was so scared that his face turned pale and he nodded repeatedly. Chen Feiyang snorted coldly and walked towards Jin Huan. Boss Jin, I'm sorry. Wu Minute just said the wrong thing. I've already taught her a lesson. I came here today to discuss investment with Mr. Jin. You also know the status of the Chen Group in Jiangcheng. If our two powerful forces join forces, we will definitely make a lot of money. Chen Feiyang said sincerely. Jin Huan nodded and was about to speak when his eyes suddenly changed. He thought of what Qin Chen said to him before he left. You are about to have some fortune, probably referring to investment. During this period, there will be villains causing trouble. Could it be? Jin Huan suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen Feiyang and the other man. Go away. I won't invest my money in the Chen Group. As he said this, he made a gesture to see the guest off. Chapter 11 Sculpture. These words made Qian Feiyang stunned. From any perspective, Qian Group is an excellent investment target. Why did Jin Huan reject me directly without even chatting? Could it be that Jin Huan has a better investment target? Just as he was wondering, Jin Huan had already gone upstairs. The money is small, why don't we go talk about it again? Wu Minute looked at Qian Feiyang cautiously and said. Talk about shit. People have already said this much, and I'm still going to go up to them and ask for their help. I can't afford to lose face. Qian Feiyang was panting and walking towards the door of the jewelry store in great anger. Seeing this, Wu Minute hurriedly followed. At this time, the female manager stopped in front of the two of them and said with some embarrassment, "The money is not enough, the money for the ring." Qian Feiyang snorted coldly, "Go ask that woman for it." After saying that, he left without looking back. Wu Minute held the diamond ring worth 800,000 yuan in her hand, her face looking extremely ugly. She liked the ring very much, but she couldn't afford it if Qian Feiyang didn't pay for it. Although no one in the jewelry store spoke, she felt that these people were looking at her mockingly. "Qin Chen, it's all because of you that I lost all my face. Just wait, I'll make you pay 100 times over." Wu Minute gritted her teeth and cursed Qin Chen in her heart. She felt that the reason why she was so embarrassed today was because of Qin Chen. Qin Chen left the jewelry store without looking back at Ye Ming's villa, but came to a busy street. Rows of tall office buildings stand on this street, and the roads are filled with urban white-collar workers rushing around. Qin Chen looked at a brand new building and suddenly became quiet. Har har, things have changed, people have changed, so this is what it means. Qin Chen laughed at himself, and the expression on his face made it hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing. 20 years ago, the Qin family was considered one of the top entrepreneurs in Jiangcheng. It was just a big fire that killed the Qin couple. If the old man hadn't happened to pass by and rescued the young Qin Chen from the fire, the Qin family would have been wiped out. Of course, Qin Chen was too young at the time and his memory of that period was very vague. He only remembered that the Qin family seemed to have offended someone, and not long after, the building of the Qin family company caught fire. This time Qin Chen returned to Jiangcheng, on the one hand to come for a blind date, and on the other hand to investigate the Rayao murderer who killed his parents. Their hatred for parents is irreconcilable. Qin Chen's whole body was emitting a terrifying aura. Passers-by looked at him in surprise, then carefully walked around him. He looked around but found nothing. It has been a long time and many people have no memory of what happened back then. While Qin Chen was thinking, Jiu Yaming called him. "Hey, you're not going to run away with my money, are you? I've already asked the construction site, and they said you didn't even go there today. I'm warning you, if you can't resolve the problems on the construction site within 3 days, you'll be responsible for the consequences." Jiu Yaming threatened coldly. After saying that, Jiu Yaming hung up the phone without giving Qin Chen a chance to speak. Qin Chen held the phone, looking helpless. I don't know where this woman got angry from, but she took it all out on herself. He was just about to call back to explain the matter of the stone lions when the phone rang again. "Master Qin, are you free now? I've sent someone to get the Taishan stone spirit over here. The location will be sent to your phone right away." Jin Huan said respectfully. "Get me the carving tools ready. I'll be there in a moment." Qin Chen looked at the time after hanging up the phone. It had only been a few hours since he left the jewelry store. In such a short time, Jin Huan got 2 such large pieces of Taishan stone essence, which makes him worthy of being the owner of the largest jewelry store in Jiangcheng. Seconds later, an address arrived on his phone. A large warehouse not too far from where he was. Qin Chen took a taxi and went straight to the warehouse. Since there is no clue about the blood feud between my parents, let us deal with the matter at the construction site first. When we arrived at the warehouse, Jin Huan was already waiting at the door. As soon as Qin Chen entered the door, he saw 2 huge Taishan stone essences in the middle of the warehouse. "Nice one." Qin Chen couldn't help but admire. Being praised by Qin Chen, a smug look flashed across Jin Huan's face. "Master Qin, thank you for your praise. Actually, I had planned to use these 2 pieces of Taishan stone essence as tomb guardian beasts after my death to bring good luck and ward off evil. But now that Master Qin is useful, I can only reluctantly let him go," Jin Huan said proudly. Qin Chen looked Jin Huan up and down and chuckled. "Boss Jin has plenty of vitality and should live for at least another 40 to 50 years. If we continue to keep these two stones, it would be a waste of natural resources. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Jin Huan's eyes lit up. The strength displayed by Qin Chen is definitely the strongest among the many masters he has ever seen. He said he could live for another 40 to 50 years, and it was 100% true. Thinking of this, he laughed heartily and said, "Then I'll borrow Master Qin's auspicious words. By the way, I've also found the carving tools Master Qin asked for. Take a look." As he spoke, Jin Huan took out a large box and put it on the ground. After opening it, I saw that the box was full of various hammers and chisels of different sizes and shapes. Qin Chen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Thank you, Mr. Jin, for your trouble." Fortunately, Jin Huan was in the jewelry business, so he was able to find a set of carving tools in such a short time. Qin Chen picked up a set of hammer and chisel and walked straight towards the Taishan stone spirit. Jin Huan was stunned and was about to stop him, but quickly shut his mouth. As the saying goes, send the Buddha to the west. He had contacted two carving masters and was ready to carve the stone lion for Qin Chen. But didn't he expect that Qin Chen would do it himself? Could it be that he also knows how to carve? But Taishan stone is too precious. If there is a mistake in carving, everything will be ruined. Just when Jin Huan was worried, Qin Chen had already smashed it down with a hammer. The hammer made of alloy was extremely powerful, and a loud noise suddenly sounded in the warehouse. This loud noise seemed like a battle horn. The next moment, the dense sound like raindrops resounded throughout the warehouse. 2 hours later. Clang! Qin Chen threw the tools in his hand aside and exhaled. During these 2 hours, Jin Huan's eyes were wide open and his mouth never closed. Looking at the two stone lions taking shape in front of him, Jin Huan swallowed hard. The next moment, Qin Chen swung his arm horizontally, and a strong wind blew, and the debris on the two stone lions was immediately blown away. How is this possible? Jin Huan muttered to himself, his eyes full of disbelief. Because the two stone lions in front of us have been carved. Not only that, the hair on the stone lion is lifelike, and even the majestic expression on its face is clearly visible. Just by looking at the two stone lions, Jin Huan felt like he was being stared at by wild beasts. Chapter 12, Sheep Among Wolves. Boss Jin, I'd like to trouble you to find a truck and help me transport the stone lions to a certain place. Qin Chen said. Jin Huan nodded repeatedly and immediately called 2 trucks. In Jin Huan's eyes, Qin Chen's identity became more and more mysterious. Not only is he so knowledgeable about feng shui at such a young age, he is also proficient in carving. You know, even if it was a master craftsman with decades of experience, he would probably have to work hard for several days in a row to carve these 2 stone lions. And even if they were carved out, they would definitely not be as good as the 2 in front of us. He has been in the jewelry business for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen a carver with such high skills. After the truck drove over, more than a dozen workers got off. The Taishan stone essence is much heavier than ordinary stones. If you want to lift the stone lion onto the truck, you need more than a dozen people to work together. But at this moment, Qin Chen waved his hand and said, "Boss Jin, no need, I can do it myself." As he spoke, he bent down, clasped the base of the stone lion with both hands, and then lifted the stone lion up with incredible ease. Everyone was stunned. Some people even rubbed their eyes, as if they felt like they were dreaming. Lifting a stone weighing over 10 tons with bare hands, is this still a human being? But Qin Chen acted as if nothing had happened and carried the second stone lion onto the truck. "Boss Jin, I need to borrow this truck for a while. I'll return it to you when I'm done." Qin Chen sat in the driver's seat and started the truck. "Master Qin, this car is for you, please feel free to use it. If you need any help, just let me know," Jin Huan said quickly. Although he was also somewhat curious about where Qin Chen was going to send the stone lion, he knew better than to ask about things that he shouldn't ask. Qin Chen waved his hand and drove the truck out of the warehouse. When he arrived at the construction site, he found a large group of people gathered at the entrance. Almost all of the people in this group were holding shovels, hoes and other farm tools, and they were shouting constantly. Just in terms of momentum, he completely overwhelmed the few security guards on the construction site. However, there are many workers at the construction site, so the other party does not dare to act rashly. At this time, Qin Chen found a familiar figure behind the security guard. It was his wife, Jiyu Yaming, who was married to him. Jiyu Yaming took the loudspeaker handed to him by the bodyguard, walked to the front of the crowd, and shouted loudly, "Fellow villagers, if you have any problems, we can discuss them properly. Don't get excited. Before she could finish her words, someone in the crowd started shouting, "They cheated us out of our land, and they are telling us not to get excited." It turns out that all the people who run companies are black-hearted. Many people followed suit. "If you take our land without paying, we will tear down your building. Pay the money quickly, or you will stop working. If they don't give us money today, we'll fight them." Everyone raised their weapons, looking aggressive. Although there was an electronic sliding door blocking the way, the security guards were still frightened and stepped back repeatedly, their faces pale. Several bodyguards tightly protected Jiu Yaming in the middle, their expressions extremely serious. There are too many people on the other side and they are all armed. If a conflict occurs, Jiu Yaming's safety cannot be guaranteed. Jiu Yaming was squeezed to the point of staggering. She quickly picked up the loudspeaker and continued to shout, "Fellow villagers, you must have been deceived. I have already transferred all the compensation for this land to Mr. Chen's account." The leading man pointed at Jiu Yaming and shouted, "Bullshit. We are all members of the Chen family. After all, Mr. Chen is my second uncle. How could we not know whether Mr. Chen took the money or not? You are the one who embezzled the money. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how powerful our Chen family is." As he said that, he raised the pickaxe in his hand and smashed it down. The electronic door was suddenly smashed and the power was cut off, making a sound of electricity. Seeing this, everyone started to take action as well, and the electronic door was smashed in just a few seconds. Dozens of people rushed into the construction site shouting and killing, and the security guards and workers immediately fled in all directions. After all, the boss of the construction site owns his own life. Moreover, the other party has weapons in their hands. If they are hit, they will be injured at best, and may even die. Even Jiu Yaming, who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but turn pale when faced with the situation before him. But before she could evacuate, the troublemakers surrounded her. "Hurry up and get the money. Don't even think about leaving if you don't pay. A black-hearted woman like this will be obedient after a beating. Yes, this woman needs to be beaten." Everyone shouted at once. Although the bodyguards hired by Jiu Yaming all knew kung fu, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and the other party also had weapons in their hands. He didn't even have time to resist before he was knocked unconscious by someone with a shovel. Jiu Yaming was alone surrounded by dozens of people, like a lamb among wolves. If chaos really breaks out, she, as a woman, will definitely suffer a great loss. At this moment, she was filled with regret. She just received news from the construction site that someone was causing trouble, so she hurried over with 2 bodyguards and had no time to understand the situation. What should I do if something unexpected happens? Suddenly, Jiu Yaming screamed. She only felt someone hugging her from behind, and even pressing his entire body against her. She raised her high heels and kicked them hard behind her. But the next moment, she felt someone grabbing her ankle and she couldn't move at all. "Wife, you are too cruel, aren't you? Are you planning to end my family lineage?" A familiar voice came to Jiu Yaming's ears. But at the same time, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm afraid that the only one who calls himself wife is that man." Sure enough, Jiu Yaming turned her head slightly and saw the man next to her clearly. The man who usually looks a bit sloppy actually looks a lot more pleasing to the eye at this moment. Surrounded by so many people, she finally found a sense of security. You let me go first." Jiu Yaming gritted her teeth and whispered. Qin Chen finally released his grip on Jiu Yaming's ankle and coughed awkwardly twice. "Ahem, it feels so good, I almost forgot." After saying that, Qin Chen looked at Jiu Yaming with interest and said curiously, "I thought you always had that icy face. So you can be afraid too?" Jiu Yaming's face turned cold and she glared at Qin Chen. What's going on in this man's mind? He doesn't even look at the situation around him and still has the mind to joke with himself. At this time, the leading man pointed at Qin Chen and threatened him fiercely, "Boy, who are you? Get out of here right now, or I'll get rid of you too." These days, there are people who rush to pick up money, but I've never seen anyone rush to get beaten. As he spoke, he raised the sickle in his hand and gestured towards Qin Chen twice. It was already dark, but the sickle still flashed a cold light under the illumination of the construction site headlights. Jiu Yaming stepped back in shock, but unexpectedly bumped into Qin Chen's arms. Qin Chen put his arm around Jiu Yaming's shoulders with one hand, and waved his other hand in front of everyone. Everyone only felt a black shadow flash before their eyes, and before they could react, they saw that there was a sickle in Qin Chen's hand. Chapter 13 Chen Family. The leading man looked down and his eyes suddenly widened to their maximum. He didn't even know when the sickle in his hand was snatched away by the other party. Damn it, you dare to steal my sickle. Brothers, fight. The big man pointed at Qin Chen and roared angrily. But at this moment, Qin Chen smiled faintly, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, he broke the sickle directly. Almost everyone swallowed hard and stopped abruptly. Breaking steel with bare hands? Is this still a human being? Don't blame me for not warning you. Anyone who dares to take action will end up in a fate not much better than this sickle. Qin Chen said lightly. Seeing that everyone was intimidated by Qin Chen, the leading man hurriedly said, "Don't be afraid. He's just one person. What kind of waves can he cause? Everyone, come at us together. He is definitely no match for us." Qin Chen chuckled and said coldly, "You're quite good at stirring people up. But, you're asking others to die, so why are you afraid?" When everyone looked, they found that it was true. At the beginning, this person was standing at the front of the crowd, but now he has secretly retreated 3 or 4 steps. At this moment, Jiyu Yaming suddenly pointed at the man and said, "I remember now, your name is Chen Wentao, and you are Chen Dong's subordinate. When Chen Dong collected the money, you were right next to him. Do you dare to swear that I didn't give him any money?" When everyone heard Jiyu Yaming's words, they immediately looked at Chen Wentao. A look of panic flashed across Chen Wentao's face, but he calmed down in an instant. "Ha, I have no idea what you're talking about. Mr. Chen has never taken any money from you, you just want to default on your debt." As soon as Chen Wentao finished speaking, Jiyu Yaming raised her phone and loudly retorted, "Everyone, look carefully, this is the transfer record I made to Chen Dong. Chen Dong took my money and didn't give it to you. Even if you want to cause trouble, you should go to Chen Dong. You have already damaged the property on the construction site and seriously affected the progress of the construction. If you continue to cause trouble, I will use all means to recover the losses." These powerful words stunned everyone. They were just a group of ordinary people. They came to make trouble after hearing Chen Wentao say that the GU group had used the Chen family's land but refused to pay compensation. But now I realize that things are not that simple. More importantly, because of them, such a large construction site has been shut down, and the losses are at least hundreds of thousands. If they were really asked to compensate for the losses, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to afford it even if they were to go bankrupt. Thinking of this, the momentum of this group of people suddenly weakened. Anyway, the money hasn't reached us yet, so someone must be responsible. That's right, this is our Chen family's ancestral land. Everyone in the Chen family is entitled to a share of the money. This matter is not clear, it's not over yet. Although everyone was still saying harsh words, no one dared to continue taking action. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chen Wentao quickly pointed at Jiyu Yaming and said, "This matter is not over yet. Wait for Mr. Chen to confront you." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the rest of the Chen family hanging there. Without a leader, the crowd suddenly lost their confidence and left in a hurry. Only after seeing the last member of the Chen family disappear at the construction site gate did Jiyu Yaming breathe a sigh of relief and finally relax a little. "What's going on? What's going on?" Qin Chen asked doubtfully. Jiyu Yaming's pretty face turned cold, and she said lightly, "Does this have anything to do with you?" Qin Chen didn't indulge Jiyu Yaming's temper at all and said, "It seems that you don't want to solve the feng shui problem of the construction site. In that case, I'll leave." He knew that Jiyu Yaming attached great importance to this project and would never let him leave easily. Sure enough, before he turned around, Jiyu Yaming gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Stop." Qin Chen had a smug smile on his face and looked at Jiyu Yaming with his arms folded. Jiyu Yaming stared at Qin Chen in silence for several seconds, and finally gave in. When facing business rivals, no matter how powerful they are, she has an indomitable spirit. But in front of Qin Chen, she felt powerless. This man is simply his nemesis. She took a deep breath and then said, "The land we use for our construction site is the ancestral land of the Chen family. At the beginning, the Chen family nominated an agent, Chen Dong, whom they called Mr. Chen, to discuss the compensation with me. After agreeing on the price, I transferred the money to Chen Dong. I didn't expect that the Chen family would cause trouble again." When he said this, Jiyu Yaming's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Judging from the appearance of the Chen family members, it seems that they are not dissatisfied with the compensation and are here to extort money again. In other words, the money was embezzled by Chen Dong and not given to the Chen family. This Chen Dong not only took the money, but also put the blame on the GU group. Thinking of this, GU Yaming took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, go check and see if Chen Dong has distributed the compensation we gave to the Chen family. Tell me immediately if you have any news. After hanging up the phone, GU Yaming looked at Qin Chen and said lightly, if you are fine, you can leave. I still need to direct the workers to restore the construction site. Qin Chen smiled, pointed at the truck at the door, and said, that's perfect. Let the workers take the stone lions off the truck and put them at the door of the building. After tonight, the construction site will be able to resume normal operations. GU Yaming was stunned for a moment, then a look of joy appeared on her face. Are you serious? 2 stone lions can solve the 1,000-year-old resentment you mentioned. GU Yaming stared at Qin Chen closely and asked in a deep voice. Don't worry, I can't explain it to you in a few words. Anyway, this stone lion is definitely useful. If we fail to seal the roof again, you will throw me off the roof. Qin Chen assured with a smile. By the way, you'd better find 2 people to protect these 2 stone lions. 1,000 years of resentment is not so easy to suppress. For at least a month, these 2 stone lions cannot be moved. Qin Chen warned again seriously. GU Yaming nodded, then called over a dozen workers and carefully moved the stone lion to the entrance of the building. Sure enough, after placing the stone lions according to the position specified by Qin Chen, everyone immediately felt the cold aura on their bodies swept away. It really works. It's amazing. Now the building can finally be topped out. I don't know what these 2 stone lions are made of. They are much heavier than ordinary stones. Be careful, this thing must be a treasure that the boss spent a lot of money on, don't break it. The workers gathered around the stone lions, talking in low voices. The yang energy is at its peak at noon, so we can start capping it at noon tomorrow. Qin Chen left a suggestion, then got on the truck and left the construction site. At this time, it was completely dark. Qin Chen was not in a hurry to return the truck, but drove directly to GU Yaming's villa. Qin Chen picked a room at random and fell asleep. Taishan stone essence is much harder than ordinary stones. He carved 2 stone lions in such a short time, which took a lot of effort. After finishing his work, he didn't care about anything else and just wanted to have a good sleep. I don't know how long it took, but Qin Chen was awakened by a burst of talking. Chapter 14 Looking for Chen Dong. What did you say? He didn't pay back the money and even beat up our people. Okay, don't worry about this matter, I'll handle it. GU Yaming's angry voice was heard outside the door. Qin Chen climbed up from the bed and just opened the door when he saw GU Yaming angrily hanging up the phone. At this moment, GU Yaming's face was frosty and his eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire. GU Yaming was startled when she saw Qin Chen. Why are you sleeping in my house again? GU Yaming said coldly. After Qin Chen came back last night, he slept in a guest bedroom and GU Yaming didn't notice. It was not until I saw Qin Chen that I realized that Qin Chen had slept in his villa for another night. Hey, we're a legally married couple after all. It's fine if we don't sleep in the same bed, but we can't even sleep in the same villa. You have at least a dozen bedrooms in this villa, and you're not willing to let me sleep in one. Besides, I helped you solve the problem at the construction site. You can't just cross the river and demolish the bridge, right? Qin Chen complained. In Jiancheng, he didn't know anyone else except the Wu family and this wife in front of him. Instead of staying in a hotel, it's better to stay here with GU Yaming. More importantly, the old man kept urging him to meet his apprentice's wife, and he was so annoyed. We must get this done as soon as possible. No, I can't accept a man appearing in my life. Just stay at the hotel and I'll reimburse you for the room fee. GU Yaming said coldly. She has become accustomed to living alone. She always feels uneasy when a man, especially a stranger, lives in the villa. Hotel beds aren't as comfortable as yours. Qin Chen said. Seeing that GU Yaming seemed to be about to get angry, Qin Chen's eyes turned and he said first, how about this, let's make another deal. Last time I said I would help you resolve the 1,000-year-old resentment at the construction site, and you agreed to pretend to be my wife to deal with my master. This time I'll help you solve the trouble you just had on the phone. In exchange for my right to live in the villa, you can do something for me within your ability. How about that? Jiu Yaming said coldly, no ordinary person can solve this problem. I sent someone to ask Chen Dong about the land compensation. To my surprise, Chen Dong not only admitted to embezzling the money, but also beat up my people. Now he's saying that the 10 million I gave him back then wasn't enough and he wants me to give him another 100 million, otherwise he'll send people to cause trouble at my construction site. Speaking of this, Jiu Yaming was very angry. No wonder the negotiations were so easy at first, it turns out Chen Dong had this in mind. Do you really think she's someone who can be bullied? However, she also heard some gossip. Not only does Chen Dong have a group of thugs, but he also has an unusual relationship with a big boss in Jiangcheng. If there is a head-on conflict with Chen Dong, the GU group may not necessarily gain the upper hand. More importantly, if the construction period is delayed, the GU group will suffer greater losses. Thinking of this, Jiu Yaming looked at Qin Chen. If someone came forward on behalf of the GU group, perhaps a lot of trouble could be avoided. Are you sure you can help me solve Chen Dong's problem? I have to remind you that Chen Dong is not someone you want to mess with. If anything happens to you, I can't protect you. Jiu Yaming said seriously. Although she didn't have a good impression of the man in front of her, she wouldn't watch him die. Moreover, after spending these 2 days together, especially Qin Chen's protection of her when the Chen family attacked the construction site last night, she had an inexplicable feeling for the man with whom she had obtained a marriage certificate. Don't worry, it's just about getting the money back and warning Chen Dong to stay away from the construction site. I'm the best at this kind of thing. But if I get the job done, you must remember our agreement. Qin Chen waved his hand and left the villa. Jiu Yaming also hurriedly washed up and rushed to the construction site. According to Qin Chen, noon is the best time to cap the roof. She wanted to go to the scene and watch it in person. This time, there must be no problems. Qin Chen casually hailed a taxi and headed straight to the nightless city bar. Based on the limited information Jiu Yaming had, he only knew that Chen Dong was the behind-the-scenes boss of the City That Never Sleeps bar, and the chance of finding Chen Dong here was the highest. Qin Chen stood on the street, looking at the huge building in front of him, slightly dazed. The City That Never Sleeps bar is called a bar, but in fact, it is a complex of a bar, KTV, billiard hall, and even a gambling house. Qin Chen didn't expect that this bar in the City That Never Sleeps took up half of the street. Where could he find someone? At this time, a car drove to the side of the road and several young people got out. After looking around, a few people walked stealthily towards a small door. Qin Chen followed immediately. As soon as he entered the inconspicuous little door, a burly man in a suit suddenly blocked Qin Chen's way. Membership card, please. The big man said calmly. This man was at least 1.9 meters tall, his whole body was muscular, and he was quite intimidating just by standing there. Membership card. Qin Chen frowned. The big man glanced at Qin Chen and said coldly, "Why are you causing trouble without a membership card? Get lost." Bang! There was only a crisp sound of slap. The next moment, a red slap mark appeared on the big man's face. You dare to hit me. You're looking for death." The big man stared at Qin Chen in disbelief, his face ferocious, and clenched his right fist, ready to hit Qin Chen. But Qin Chen stood there calmly, saying calmly, "You blind idiot. You don't even recognize me. When Chen Dong sees me, he has to call me Mr. Qin and then respectfully invite me in. Ask me for a membership card. Go ask Chen Dong and see if he dares to ask me for a membership card." Hearing Qin Chen's words, the big man abruptly stopped his attack. Chen Dong is their big boss. How dare this young man in front of me call him by his name? Looking at the other person's calm appearance, he was unsure for a moment. Just then, a bank card was thrown in his face. "If you still don't believe me, go give Chen Dong a call and ask him to get me a membership card. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you can't finish it in 3 minutes, you'll have to bear the consequences." Qin Chen said disdainfully. The big man took the bank card, gritted his teeth, and finally turned and left. For things like this, it is better to believe it exists than not to believe it exists. What if he really is the boss's friend and I offend him? Will there be any good outcome? Coming to a window, he handed his bank card to a young man inside and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Li, check how much money is in this card." Xiao Li took the bank card and asked curiously while operating it, "Brother Ju, how did you do that to your face?" The big man's face darkened and he said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense and check it out." He picked up his cell phone and found Chen Dong's number. When I was hesitating whether to ask Chen Dong, Xiao Li in the window exclaimed. Chapter 15 Dust-Covered Memories. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. Holy crap, how much money is this? Xiao Li stared at the computer screen and swallowed hard. The big man quickly stuck his head in through the window. When he saw the long string of numbers for the bank balance on the screen, he was also dumbfounded. The two of them counted 3 times before they could figure out how many digits there were. 100 million in cash. The two looked at each other, so shocked that they couldn't even speak. I'm afraid there are only a handful of people in Jiangcheng City who have such financial resources. Thinking of this, the big man quickly put away his phone. Since he dares to bring 100 million to the boss's place, how could he not know the boss? I was so stupid as to go to the boss to ask, isn't that crazy? If you anger the customers, you won't even know how you died. Oh my god, I can't even make a fraction of this money in my lifetime. Xiao Li sighed. The big man urged, stop dreaming and get a membership card. What level do you want? Xiao Li asked. The big man slapped Xiao Li on the back of the head and cursed, are you blind? A client with 100 million in cash, what level can he be? The highest level. Xiao Li covered his head, did some operations, and then handed the big man a golden membership card. The big man didn't dare to stop at all, and trotted back to the entrance with the 2 cards. Seeing that Qin Chen was still there, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, here are your bank and membership cards. Our membership levels are gold, silver, and bronze, from highest to lowest. Since you're a friend of the boss, I took the liberty of getting you a top-tier membership card. The big man said cautiously. When he spoke, he bent his body slightly and kept a very low profile. Qin Chen snorted coldly, took the 2 cards, and walked in without saying a word. The big man then breathed a sigh of relief, his heart finally at ease. It's normal that people don't take a small person like me seriously. After walking through the corridor and arriving at the hall, Qin Chen finally understood what this place was for. It turned out to be a gambling house. No wonder someone came here so early in the morning. In the eyes of gamblers, there is probably only winning and losing, and there is no concept of time at all. After exchanging 1 million chips, Qin Chen sat down at the gambling table carelessly. He had never been to a gambling house and didn't understand many of the rules. So, he played dice, which has the simplest and crudest rules. After the dealer rolls 3 dice, the points are added up. If the number is less than 10, it is small, and if it is greater than or equal to 10, it is big. Gamblers just need to bet on the size. Qin Chen directly threw out 100,000 chips and bet on small. This move made everyone slightly stunned. Gamblers who play dice usually bet hundreds or thousands of dollars. Not to mention 100,000, even chips worth 10,000 yuan are rare. After all, a round of gambling, including the time of rolling the dice and settling the account, takes less than 3 minutes. If you are unlucky, you can lose tens of thousands in an hour. Many people had red eyes and looked listless, and it was obvious that they had lost a lot of money. After everyone placed their bets, the big man sitting in the banker's seat picked up the GU cup and started shaking it. A few seconds later, the GU cup fell heavily on the table with a bang. Big. 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 It's been big 3 times in a row, this time it must be small. Hurry up and open it, what are you hesitating about? The gamblers immediately started cursing. The big man chuckled and opened the lid. The 3 dice have 4, 5 and 6 points respectively. 15 points in total, big. Fuck, this is weird, it happened 4 times in a row. Next time I'll bet all in on small. I don't believe I can get big 5 times in a row. Quickly settle the bill, next round. Everyone shouted. The big man sneered, don't worry, the next one will come right away. But at this moment, several large chips worth hundreds of thousands were thrown directly onto the gambling table. 900,000. Seeing this amount, many people were dumbfounded. Where did this young man come from? However, when everyone saw the points Qin Chen bet, they were dumbfounded. Qin Chen actually bet on the leopard with the number 666. When rolling the dice, in addition to betting on big or small, you can also bet on other combinations. Among them, if the points on the 3 dice are the same, it is called a leopard, and the odds are 3 times. And if you bet on a leopard with a specified number of points, the odds will reach an astonishing 36 times. However, the probability of this happening is too low. This gambling house has only won the Leopard Prize a handful of times since it opened. Is this guy crazy? $900,000, even if it's just a splash of water, it still makes a difference. You're crazy. I thought it was some rich kid coming to play, but it turns out he's just a fool. Let's see what happens if he loses all his money. Everyone jeered and threw their chips on the table. Since their big number has been drawn 4 times in a row, there are a lot of people betting on small this time. The big man holding the GU cup glanced at the table with disdain, and then shook the GU cup. Boom! The GU cup fell on the table. Many people put their heads on the table just to see the number on the dice first. There were also many people who were muttering to themselves, and the expressions on their faces were even more pious than those who went to the temple to burn incense. But when the lid was opened, everyone looked at Qin Chen, who had a calm expression. 6, 6, 6. Leopard. The gambling house instantly became lively. No one expected that Qin Chen would actually hit the target. 36 times. More importantly, Qin Chen bet a full 900,000. With this calculation, the gambling house will have to pay him more than 30 million. What kind of incredible luck is this? With this money, you will be financially free for the rest of your life. Hey, let's settle the bill. Qin Chen said lightly. The big man finally woke up from his dream. He looked at Qin Chen deeply and whispered a few words to the waiter beside him. The waiter's face changed slightly and then he left quickly. Sir, I have arranged for someone to get the chips for you. Please wait a moment. The big man said respectfully. Sure enough, 2 or 3 minutes later, a waiter came over pushing a cart. The cart is full of red chips. Many people swallowed subconsciously. Red chips, one represents $10,000. More than 3,000 red chips placed together, densely packed, is really shocking. All in on 666 Leopard. Qin Chen's simple words made the entire gambling house quiet down. Over 30 million, all in. If this bet really wins, that would be 1.1 billion. But if you win once, it is already a great look. How is it possible that there are 666 leopards in a row? This guy must have gambled away all his money. At this time, several bodyguards came out, surrounding a middle-aged man. When the gambling house staff saw this person, they all bowed and saluted. Har har, you are indeed a young man, full of vitality. Black Tiger, go ahead and shake the dice. The middle-aged man said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin man stood up and replaced the big man who was shaking the dice. This man called Black Tiger didn't say a word from beginning to end, giving people an extremely cold feeling. His right arm is a whole circle thicker than his left arm. It's obvious that he is a master at shaking the dice. However, Qin Chen ignored the Black Tiger, but stared at the middle-aged man and stayed where he was. That dusty memory was revealed. He has seen this person 20 years ago. In the sea of fire of the Qin Group building. He will never forget the sinister smile on this man's face in his life. Hu picked up the GU cup and started shaking it. His face was extremely solemn, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Boom! The GU cup fell on the table. Everyone held their breath and looked at the GU Zhang nervously. But at this moment, Qin Chen's cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Qin Chen looked at the caller ID and frowned slightly. Hello? What's wrong? Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Qin Chen answered the phone. Qin Chen, come and save me. Chen Wentao brought a bunch of thugs here, smashed a lot of things, and now he's threatening to smash the stone lions too. Gu Yaming's voice was intermittent, and her tone was full of fear. I see. I'll be right there. Qin Chen finished speaking and hung up the phone. Then he raised his head and looked at the Black Tiger. Uncover it. Qin Chen narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Chapter 16 Chen Dong's Pride. A rare look of nervousness appeared on Hu's face. He took a deep breath and opened the lid of the GU cup. The next moment, there was a sound of people gasping for breath in the gambling house. 666, Leopard. He was unexpectedly caught by Qin Chen again. Everyone's eyes looking at Qin Chen suddenly changed. They are basically gamblers who hang out in gambling houses all year round, and of course they understand the probability of getting 2 consecutive 666 numbers. This is almost impossible. But Qin Chen seemed to have known the result long ago and bet all his money. There is only one explanation. Qin Chen cheated. At this time, everyone looked at Chen Dong. As the owner of a gambling house, they didn't believe that Chen Dong would tolerate cheating under his nose. Thinking of this, many people looked at Qin Chen with sympathy. This young man dares to cheat without even asking who Chen Dong is. I'm afraid that by then he won't even know how he died. Previously, a man was caught cheating in a gambling house. Chen Dong's younger brothers broke his limbs in front of everyone and threw him out of the gambling house. At that time, no one even dared to call the hospital emergency number for him. By the time he was taken to the hospital, his severed limb could no longer be reattached. I heard that he is still lying at home paralyzed, living a life worse than death. However, what everyone did not expect was that Chen Dong ignored Qin Chen and walked in front of He Hu. Bang! Chen Dong raised his hand and slapped He Hu in the face. The black tiger lowered his head and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You useless piece of shit. I spent so much money to support you, and this is how you work. Chen Dong said coldly. Then, he pointed at Qin Chen and ordered, take this kid to the dark room and ask him how he could cheat under Black Tiger's nose. Several thugs came forward and surrounded Qin Chen. The gamblers around Qin Chen quickly hid far away, fearing that they would be affected. Dark room, many people tremble with fear just by hearing this name. Many gamblers who have bad behavior in the gambling house will be taken to the dark room for interrogation by the gambling house's thugs. I've heard from people who've been in there that in the dark room, the thugs would torture people by any means necessary, even using torture instruments, and it was extremely bloody. Even the most strong-willed person can't hold on. But Qin Chen just glanced at them lightly and snorted coldly. It seems that your gambling house is very unruly. When a customer wins, you accuse them of cheating and even try to lynch them. Who would dare to gamble here in the future? Qin Chen said lightly. Chen Dong took out a cigar, lit it slowly, and sneered, lynching? Har har, once you enter the gambling house, I'm the boss. I can let you live if I want, and die if I want you to. This sentence seemed like a signal. As soon as it fell, several thugs took action together. But suddenly, everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Chen's figure disappeared. Before they could react, they felt a sharp pain in their stomachs and flew backwards. Boom! 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 Several people knocked over several tables and chairs in succession until they hit the wall and stopped. Many people rubbed their eyes, only to find that Qin Chen seemed to have not moved at all and was still standing in the same place. I'll leave the money with you first, I'll come back to get it. After saying that, Qin Chen looked at Chen Dong, his eyes showing a hint of murderous intent. As for you, I will slowly settle the grudge between us. Before that, you must live well. Qin Chen snorted coldly and then disappeared in the gambling house in a hurry. Chen Dong looked at Qin Chen's back with an extremely gloomy expression. This person is so bold that he actually dares to threaten me. More importantly, this person ran away from his own territory without even getting hurt. I'm so embarrassed today. Check them all for me. I want to know who gave him the courage to challenge me. Within 3 days. No. 1 day. Within 1 day, I want to see him kneeling before me and begging for mercy. Chen Dong gritted his teeth and threw the cigar to the ground. On the other side, Qin Chen took a taxi and headed straight to the construction site of GU Group. The Qin family was wiped out back then, and it was definitely not as simple as it seemed. It was definitely not something that Chen Dong alone could do. Now that the clues have been found, none of these people can escape. The top priority now is to save GU Yaming. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the construction site, Qin Chen saw the smashed gate and heard faint shouting coming from inside the construction site. 2 thugs holding steel pipes were squatting at the door. When they saw Qin Chen, they immediately stood up. What are you doing? Get out of the way. The 2 thugs pointed at Qin Chen and threatened him with disdain. Qin Chen seemed not to hear what they said and slowly walked towards them. You're looking for death. The gangster cursed and raised the steel pipe in his hand. But at this moment, Qin Chen took the first step. Bang! Bang! With 2 kicks, the 2 thugs flew out as if they were hit by a truck. The 2 men bumped into the wall, their eyes rolled back, and they fainted. Qin Chen stepped over the 2 of them and entered the construction site. At this time, many workers were holding various tools and blocking the building that had just been topped out. Chen Wentao, who had just met yesterday, brought a group of thugs and surrounded the workers. The thugs were holding metal baseball bats and steel pipes, and some even brought machetes. Hey Mr. GU, are you going to give me the money or not? 100 million, we'll take the money and leave, and we won't bother you any further. Otherwise, we will tear down this building today. As he spoke, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at the two stone lions behind the workers. I heard that these two stone lions can bring good luck and ward off evil. If I smash them, hee hee. Jiu Yaming's face suddenly turned pale. Just an hour ago, just as Qin Chen said, the building was successfully topped out. But before she could be happy, Chen Wentao rushed in with a group of thugs. In the blink of an eye, all the equipment on the construction site was destroyed. At the critical moment, Jiu Yaming promised the workers that as long as they could keep the two stone lions, each of them would receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan. With the generous reward, the workers took the risk and protected the stone lions. However, these thugs were extremely ruthless, and they were all armed. I'm afraid the workers won't be able to hold on for a while. Could it be that the GU Group's building is just ruined like this? When Jiu Yaming was in despair, he suddenly saw a familiar figure appear behind this group of thugs. Qin Chen, don't come over here. Jiu Yaming shouted anxiously. There are so many people on the other side, and Qin Chen is still moving forward. Isn't this seeking death? Sure enough, after seeing Qin Chen, Chen Wentao immediately revealed a sneer on his face. Boss Jiu, it seems like you care about this kid a lot. Could it be that he's your gigolo? Come here, arrest him and break his legs in front of Mr. Jiu. Chen Wentao said playfully. Chapter 17, Wash your neck and wait for death. Qin Chen's expression remained unchanged in the face of so many thugs. He chuckled and said, if you guys leave now, there's still time. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Chen Wentao couldn't help but burst out laughing. The rest of the thugs also started laughing, as if they had heard a joke. Boy, do you know who I am? How dare you say such things in front of me? Are you tired of living? Chen Wentao said with a mocking look on his face. You? Aren't you just Chen Dong's dog? What? You want to bite someone? I'll give you 3 seconds. Get out of here. And by the way, go back and tell Chen Dong to wash his neck and wait for me to kill him. Qin Chen said lightly. As soon as these words came out, their whole audience was in an uproar. Even Jiu Yaming couldn't help but worry about Qin Chen. Chen Dong is a vindictive villain. Qin Chen insulted him in front of so many people. He is in big trouble. How dare you insult the boss, you ignorant fellow? Come here, within 3 minutes, I want to see him kneeling before me and begging for mercy. Chen Wentao ordered in a cold voice. This guy is so arrogant, I must let him see the consequences of challenging the boss's authority. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 thugs walked out of the crowd. The 2 men were holding metal baseball bats that looked to weigh more than 10 pounds. If this thing is swung and hits someone, the bones will probably be broken immediately. Boy, it's not too late for you to kneel down and beg for mercy. A gangster said with a sneer. Har har, why waste time talking to him? I can't wait to deal with him. The other thug didn't hesitate, picked up the baseball bat and smashed it towards Qin Chen's head. Seeing this, Jiu Yaming screamed and covered her eyes in fear. But just when everyone thought Qin Chen was going to be hit, an unexpected event happened suddenly. Qin Chen dodged to the side so fast that he left a shadow behind. At the same time, he threw 2 punches. There were only 2 muffled sounds coming from the field, and the 2 thugs fell down as if struck by lightning. When everyone looked over, they found that the 2 had already rolled their eyes and fainted. All this happened so quickly that the 2 thugs had already fallen to the ground before everyone reacted. Qin Chen still stood there calmly, looking at Chen Wentao with an expression that was 3 parts sarcasm and 7 parts disdain. You, what did you just do? Chen Wentao pointed at Qin Chen and shouted fiercely but weakly. The 2 thugs who were just knocked down by Qin Chen are usually masters who can fight 3 or even 5 people at the same time. In the end, he was knocked unconscious without even touching Qin Chen's clothes. The speed was so fast that even he couldn't see how Qin Chen made the move. There's definitely something weird. Why don't you just get out of here and wait to die? Qin Chen said lightly. Chen Wentao gritted his teeth, he was in a difficult situation now. How could there be so many of them just escape in such a disgrace? If this gets out, Chen Wentao will lose all face. Fuck you. Do you really think you're invincible? Listen up, brothers. Attack together. Whoever injures him will be rewarded 500,000. Chen Wentao waved his hand and invested a lot of money. As the saying goes, when there is a big reward, there will always be brave men. When many gangsters heard the number of 500,000, their eyes suddenly became bloodshot and turned red. With so many of them, how could they not be able to defeat one person? If you go too late, you might not get a penny. Kill. Kill him. Don't fight with me, or I'll smash him to death with one blow. The thugs rushed towards Qin Chen with weapons raised. In just a few seconds, Qin Chen's figure disappeared in the crowd. Ji Yaming covered her red lips, her eyes full of guilt. If she hadn't called Qin Chen over, Qin Chen wouldn't have been besieged. If anything happens to Qin Chen, I will be the biggest sinner. But at this moment, a series of muffled sounds suddenly rang out from the crowd. Immediately, screams rang out one after another, and the thugs flew out one after another. When the last person fell to the ground, their whole audience fell silent. Chen Wentao stared at the scene in front of him in amazement, so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Is this still a human being? One man fought against dozens of armed thugs with his bare hands and won completely. It looked like these thugs didn't even touch his clothes. Until now, there was not a speck of dust on Qin Chen's body. It's horrible, it's really horrible. Seeing Qin Chen slowly walking towards him, Chen Wentao staggered in fear and fell to the ground. He turned over and suddenly knelt on the ground. Bang! 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 Brother, no, sir. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let me live. I will never dare to go against you again. I'm taking everyone away now. Chen Wentao kowtowed and begged for mercy in fear. Qin Chen shook his head and said, I gave you a chance a long time ago, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Chen Wentao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he raised his head abruptly, you. But before he could finish his words, Qin Chen stepped down. Snap! With a crisp sound of bone cracking, Chen Wentao's right arm suddenly broke in the middle and bent into a strange arc. Oh! My hand, my hand! Chen Wentao's face was full of pain and he rolled on the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, Qin Chen stepped on Chen Wentao's chest. If you scream again, I'll break your other arm too. When Qin Chen said this, there was a hint of a smile on his face. It seemed as if he was not threatening Chen Wentao, but stating a fact. In Chen Wentao's eyes, the smile on Qin Chen's face was like a devil's smile. His teeth were chattering, beads of cold sweat were oozing from his forehead, and his face was extremely ferocious. He forced himself to swallow back his screams. He had no doubt that if he screamed again, his left arm would definitely be lost. Remember to tell Chen Dong when you get back to wash your neck and wait for me. I will go to him to collect the debt. Qin Chen smiled and kicked Chen Wentao away. Chen Wentao struggled to get up from the ground. Without even daring to say a harsh word, he limped away in shame with a group of his men. When the workers saw this, they immediately cheered. Ji Yaming finally breathed a sigh of relief, her tense nerves relaxed, and a hint of fatigue appeared on her face. She looked Qin Chen up and down with some curiosity. Just like the first time we met. He looks a bit cynical, but he also gives people a sense of security. Perhaps it was because of this that she was so decisive in pulling Qin Chen to get the certificate. Thinking of this, Ji Yaming was stunned. She almost forgot that she and the man in front of her were a legal couple. Are you not hurt? Qin Chen asked. No. I'm tired. Now that the matter is resolved, I'll go back and rest. Ji Yaming said coldly. Then, she left the construction site with several bodyguards without looking back. Qin Chen looked at Ji Yaming's departing back with a puzzled look on his face. I helped her so much, but she didn't even say thank you. But what Qin Chen didn't see was that a rare blush appeared on Ji Yaming's face at this moment. If someone who is familiar with Ji Yaming saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. Mr. Ji, known for his aloofness, is actually shy. Chapter 18 Master of Withered Vine. Night. Ji Yaming took a bath carefully. Her mind has been on the construction site these days and she has no time to take a proper bath. The topping out of the building was finally completed, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She has already contacted the decoration team and will start decorating the building tomorrow. We will strive to have the GU group move into its new headquarters within half a month. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the pressure from my family, I wouldn't be under so much pressure. I hope there will be no more accidents in the next half month. Ji Yaming walked out of the bathroom while thinking about something. When she arrived at the living room, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. Qin Chen. Why are you here? Ji Yaming screamed and covered her chest. Qin Chen stared at the woman in front of him who was only wearing a bath towel, his eyes wide open. What on earth did this woman grow up eating? She is thin where she should be thin, and big where she should be big, without a trace of fat. This body proportion is really amazing. However, when he saw Ji Yaming's murderous gaze, Qin Chen finally came to his senses. Didn't we agree that I would help you deal with Chen Dong, and I could live in the villa from now on? You are the chairman of the GU group, you won't go back on your word, right? Qin Chen coughed twice and said righteously. For a moment, Ji Yaming didn't know how to refute Qin Chen and was stunned. Then, she said coldly with a frosty face, you don't have to provoke me. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. However, I only agreed to let you live in the villa. Before that, we had 3 rules. Qin Chen waved his hand and said casually, I know. Isn't it just that I can't enter your bedroom at will, I have to lock the door when I go to the bathroom, and I have to dress neatly in the villa. Don't worry, even if you take off all your clothes in front of me, I won't even look at you. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Ji Yaming's face turned cold. She pointed at Qin Chen and was about to scold him, but her bathrobe slipped off in an instant because one of her hands left. Ji Yaming screamed and quickly pulled up her bathrobe. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough and the bathrobe didn't fall to the ground. However, Ji Yaming suddenly looked up and looked at Qin Chen. Qin Chen was staring at him without blinking. Gulp. Suddenly, a sound of swallowing was heard in the quiet space. Qin Chen, you bastard. Ji Yaming was so angry that he even uttered dirty words. Ahem, it's getting late. I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to bed first. Good night. Leaving only one sentence, Qin Chen rushed towards the stairs as if escaping. Ji Yaming grabbed the bathrobe tightly and stared at Qin Chen's back with anger in his eyes. If looks could kill, Qin Chen would have died 800 times. The next morning, Wu Dong, chairman of the Wu Group, called Qin Chen. During these 3 days, he briefly dealt with the company's affairs, and then came to Qin Chen to deal with the matter of the ancestral tomb. This incident has become a thorn in Wu Dong's heart. After so many years, he finally found someone who can pull out this thorn. So his tone was a little excited on the phone. Qin Chen originally wanted to say hello to Ji Yaming before leaving. But he didn't expect that Ji Yaming, the workaholic, had already gone to the company and didn't give him any chance at all. So Qin Chen wrote a note, saying that he had something to do and would be back the same day if he was quick. After throwing the note on the coffee table, Qin Chen left the villa and headed for Wu Group. Master Qin, thank you for your hard work this time. Wu Dong had been waiting at the company gate for a long time. As soon as he saw Qin Chen, he immediately came up to him with a smile. It's my duty. Helping Mr. Wu solve the problem of the ancestral tomb can be regarded as repaying the kindness you showed to my master. Qin Chen replied. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Wu Dong sighed secretly. This young man in front of me can be said to be a leader among his peers in terms of both his abilities and the confidence he displays in dealing with others. At the age of just over 20, he is not afraid in front of himself, the chairman of a listed company. This has already surpassed most people. He also received the true teachings of Taoist Wuchen. If this matter were to be made public, I'm afraid that people who come to recruit Qin Chen would be able to break down his door. But I don't know what my daughter is thinking. Doesn't he have a good impression of Qin Chen at all? He also knew that his daughter had been very close to their boy from the Chen family recently. But she didn't think about it. What other advantages does Chen Feiyang have besides having some money? He's not even 30 years old yet, and I heard he's had 5 or 6 abortions performed on him by women. Although Qin Chen is not as rich as Chen Feiyang, there are many things in this world that are much more important than money. Qin Chen's ability is one of them. Mr. Wu, besides Wu Minute, do you have other children? Qin Chen suddenly asked. No, I only have this one daughter. Wu Dong was a little confused and didn't know why Qin Chen asked this. Then let's call her along. If the Wu family's ancestral tomb wants to be moved, all direct descendants of the Wu family must be present. Qin Chen said. Wu Dong was stunned. It was the first time he heard such a statement. However, he had no doubt about Qin Chen's words and immediately called Wu Minute. A few minutes later, a luxury car slowly stopped by the roadside. The driver ran out of the car and opened the door respectfully. Then, three people got out of the car. In addition to Wu Minute, there was another face Qin Chen was familiar with, Qian Feiyang. In addition, Qin Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances at the skinny old man behind the two of them. Although this person has a very low presence, he has a special aura. The old man raised his head and his eyes met Qin Chen's. He narrowed his eyes slightly and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Qian Feiyang stepped forward, bowed slightly and said, "Uncle Wu, Xiamen told me that you are planning to move the ancestral tomb. As a junior, I would like to help. This is Master Qu Teng. He is best at feng shui. I'm sure you've heard of Master Qu Teng's name." After hearing Qian Feiyang's introduction, Wu Dong was stunned. He was originally a little dissatisfied with Qian Feiyang's uninvited behavior, but he didn't expect that he actually invited Master Qu Teng. Master Qu Teng is one of the most famous feng shui masters in Jiancheng. For important matters such as the opening of a real estate project, the location of a company, and the feng shui of a luxury house, wealthy people will ask Master Qu Teng for guidance. However, ordinary people cannot invite Master Qu Teng. At the beginning, the Wu group wanted to ask Master Qu Teng to calculate the company's address, but Master Qu Teng refused outright. Unless someone of top status comes in person, it is difficult for ordinary people to meet Master Qu Teng. Hearing Qian Feiyang introduce himself, Master Qu Teng nodded slightly and said lightly, "Moving the ancestral grave is not a trivial matter. A good choice of ancestral grave location can ensure prosperity for generations of your family. But if the location is not chosen well, the family will be wiped out within 3 generations." Chapter 19 Corpse Vine. Master Qu Teng's words were like a thunderclap, shocking Wu Dong immensely. Choosing the wrong location for the ancestral grave can have such serious consequences. He was suddenly stunned and understood why Qian Feiyang paid such a huge price to invite Master Qu Teng over. If there really was something wrong with the Wu family's ancestral tomb, and 3 generations of the family were wiped out, then if he married his own daughter, there would probably be no descendants. No wonder Qian Feiyang, an outsider, was so concerned about the relocation of the Wu family's ancestral tomb. It turned out that he was afraid that the Qian family would be affected. At this time, Wu Minute hugged Wu Dong's arm and said coquettishly, "Dad, young Master Qian has already invited Master Qu Teng to come over. Aren't you still worried? Even if this kid has some strength, can he be stronger than Master Qu Teng? He's a swindler. If he tells us lies and our ancestral graves are moved to the wrong place, then our Wu family will be finished. Let him go back to where he came from. We will just accompany Master Qu Teng to visit the ancestral tomb." Wu Dong looked a little hesitant. Logically speaking, Qin Chen is the only disciple of Master Wu Chen, so his strength must be quite good. But Master Qu Teng has been famous for a long time, and his strength is probably even greater than Qin Chen's. For a moment, he was unable to make a decision. At this time, Qian Feiyang suddenly said, "Since this kid insists on going, then let him go. When the time comes, Master Qu Teng can also give him some pointers." Wu Minute was a little surprised when she heard Qian Feiyang's words. Qin Chen has embarrassed Qian Feiyang several times. Not only does Qian Feiyang not deal with Qin Chen, but he also wants Master Qu Teng to guide him. What is going on? Qin Chen smiled faintly. He knew Qian Feiyang's thoughts very well. He simply wanted to use Master Qu Teng to embarrass himself. However, it is still uncertain who will be embarrassed and lose face at that time. Everyone got in the car and drove towards Wu Dong's hometown. Wu Dong's hometown is a small village on the outskirts of Jiancheng City. After only an hour's drive, everyone arrived at their destination. Great place. As soon as he got off the car, Master Qu Teng sighed. "I didn't expect that there is such a wonderful place in Jiancheng. It's really rare." Master Qu Teng looked around and muttered to himself, as if he had discovered some treasure. Afterwards, under the leadership of Wu Dong, the few of them walked for another 10 minutes and finally arrived at the ancestral tomb of the Wu family. There are dozens of tombs of various sizes in the ancestral cemetery of the Wu family. There is a monument in front of each tomb, tributes are constantly coming in, and it looks like they are cleaned regularly, with no weeds to be seen. Master Qu Teng nodded. Yes, it must have been pointed out by an expert. The location chosen for this cemetery is right in the heart of the Dragon's Eye tree. It gathers the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers, making it an excellent and blessed place. Wu Dong quickly complimented him. Master Qu Teng has a good eye. It is said that over 100 years ago, the Wu family's ancestors met a Taoist master who advised them to choose this place as their ancestral tomb, and it has been there until now. Every 2 weeks, I will come here to clean and replace the offerings. Unfortunately, the Wu family's population is decreasing, and their business is getting worse and worse. Having said that, Wu Dong sighed sadly. According to the Wu family's tradition, family property is passed down to males, not females. Unfortunately, Wu Dong only had a daughter in his generation. After his wife died of illness, he found many mistresses outside, but without exception, none of them got pregnant. He also went to their hospital for a checkup and there was nothing wrong with his health. After thinking about it, I'm afraid it's because of the ancestral grave. As long as the problem of the ancestral tomb is solved, it is only a matter of time before the Wu family becomes a top consortium again and expands. While Wu Dong was speaking, Master Qin Chen had already walked around the cemetery. He took out a compass from somewhere, looked at it and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he stopped under a locust tree and snorted coldly. "It's right here," Master Qin Chen said lightly. "Master Qin Chen, is there something wrong with this tree?" "But this locust tree has been growing here for hundreds of years." Before Wu Dong could finish his words, he was interrupted by Master Qin Chen. "Why, do you doubt my ability?" Wu Dong quickly said, I dare not, I dare not." Master Qin Chen snorted coldly. The Sephora japonica tree is also called the ghost Sephora japonica tree. It has a very strong yin energy. This tree is so close to the cemetery that yin qi has long been gathered there, forming corpse vines at its roots. If you don't get rid of it, I'm afraid your Wu family's fortune will be sucked away by this corpse vine. When Wu Dong heard what Master Qin Chen said, his face suddenly changed. It turns out that the Wu family's luck has been so bad in recent years that they are almost extinct, all because of a locust tree. He immediately found a shovel and dug towards the location pointed out by Master Qin Chen. After digging more than half a meter deep, a red vine-like root appeared in front of everyone. Although this section of roots is connected to the locust tree, it is extremely abnormal. Not only is it a strange bright red color, but it is also a whole circle thicker than a normal locust tree root, and even emits a faint stench of corpse. This is it. Wrap it in dried lotus leaves, burn it to ashes, and scatter the ashes into the river in front of you. The Wu family's bad luck will be dispelled. Master Qin Chen said. Wu Dong nodded gratefully, and just as he was about to take action, Qin Chen stepped forward and held him down. Uncle Wu, this thing cannot be moved yet, Qin Chen said with a frown. Wu Dong looked puzzled, but Wu Minute didn't give Qin Chen a chance to explain. She taunted him, Qin Chen, with Master Qin Chen in charge, do you have the right to speak? We've already done you a great favor by bringing you here to see the world. Do you think just anyone can learn from Master Qin Chen? Not only are you ungrateful, you even dare to speak nonsense. Why don't you apologize to Master Qin Chen right away? Wu Minute looked disdainful. In her eyes, Qin Chen is just a clown at this moment. Qian Feiyang laughed and said, Qin Chen, you are really brave. You actually dare to doubt Master Qin Chen's judgment. Don't tell me, do you have any brilliant ideas? Tell us and let everyone hear them. Although he said he supported Qin Chen, everyone understood that Qian Feiyang wanted Qin Chen to continue to lose face. Qin Chen ignored the two's provocation and ridicule. Instead, he squatted down and pointed at the corpse vine in the pit and said, Look, white patterns have appeared on this corpse vine. This is the characteristic of a 1,000-year-old corpse vine. Wu Dong took a closer look and was stunned. He dug out the corpse vine, but he didn't notice this detail. Now after Qin Chen said that, circles of white patterns could indeed be seen on the corpse vine. You mean to say this corpse vine has a history of 1,000 years? I now suspect that there's something wrong with your brain. You can't even do such simple addition and subtraction. My Wu family's ancestral tomb is only a few hundred years old. Where did the 1,000-year-old corpse vine come from? Please, even if you're lying, you have to be able to justify it. Wu Minute sneered with disdain. Chapter 20 Corpse Chi. Har har, I've said what I need to say. Believe it or not. However, this 1,000-year-old corpse vine is already tied to the Wu family's fortune. If we cut off the corpse vine, the Wu family's last ray of hope will also be cut off. Uncle Wu, now that I've said that, you can do whatever you want, Qin Chen said lightly. At this moment, Qian Feiyang suddenly burst into laughter. Qin Chen, our Qin Chen, who gave you the courage to speak nonsense in front of Master Qin Chen? When Master Qin Chen was doing feng shui readings for people, you weren't even born yet. If you were more humble, maybe Master Qin would be in a good mood and give you some pointers. But you are so arrogant, it seems that you don't take Master Qin seriously at all. Chen Feiyang's words were full of hidden meaning, and he deliberately directed the conflict towards Master Qin. However, when he looked at Master Qin, he found that Master Qin was staring at the 1,000-year-old corpse vine in a trance. That's not right, how is this possible? Master Qin muttered to himself, his eyebrows twisted together. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Qin Chen. Little brother, can I have a word with you for a moment? Hearing this, Chen Feiyang thought that Master Qin was going to give Qin Chen some personal instruction, and quickly said, Master Qin, you don't have to give him face. This person is the best at cheating and deceiving people. If there's anything he says that's wrong, just point it out. Chen Feiyang was determined to make Qin Chen look bad in front of the Wu family. But Master Qin's face darkened and he said in a cold voice, Chen Feiyang, please be aware of your identity. Even if your father were here, he wouldn't dare yell at me. If it happens again, have your father come and apologize to me in person. Chen Feiyang was startled by Master Qin's words. He quickly bowed and said, Master Qin, don't misunderstand me. I'm not targeting you. I actually. Before he could finish his words, he found that Master Qin and Qin Chen had already walked away and didn't listen to him at all. Qin Chen, you deserve to die. Chen Feiyang gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Faced with Master Qin's disregard, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction and could only vent his anger on Qin Chen. In his eyes, Qin Chen was the culprit who caused him to suffer another setback. The other side. Master Qin was the first to ask, Little brother, are you sure that's the 1,000-year-old corpse vine? Qin Chen answered without hesitation, of course. I've seen this thing in an ancient book before. He didn't lie. When they were in Qingcheng Mountain, the old man didn't let him play with his mobile phone or watch TV. His only entertainment was reading in the shabby library. He estimated that there were at least 1,000 books in the library, all of which contained strange and bizarre things. Fortunately, his memory is far superior to that of ordinary people, and he can remember everything he has read. One of the books contains a detailed account of the corpse vine. Ancient book. Master Qin's eyes suddenly widened and his voice rose several degrees. He excitedly grabbed Qin Chen's shoulders and asked hurriedly, Where is the ancient book you mentioned? Can I take a look? Qin Chen said helplessly, Those books are in my master's library and are not for others to see. Some people once tried to steal the book, but they were all beaten to death by my master. Upon hearing this, Master Qin's expression darkened. If what Qin Chen said is true, then that ancient book is very likely a unique piece, the only one in the world. Because he has lived for so many years and collected countless ancient books, he has only seen a few words about the corpse vine, and there is no book that introduces the corpse vine in detail. At this moment, Qin Chen suddenly asked, Master Qin, have you been to the tomb recently? Master Qin was shocked at first, but then he was relieved. Since the other party can recognize the 1,000-year-old corpse vine, then it must be easy for him to figure out this kind of thing. Yes, a few days ago, I went down to the tomb to look for a magical medicine to cure an illness. Unfortunately, I almost lost my life and never found the legendary elixir. Master Qin sighed, his face full of loneliness. Qin Chen shook his head and said, Master Qin may not know that when you went into the tomb, you accidentally got infected with corpse qi. If you don't deal with it, within 3 days, I'm afraid. Qin Chen's meaning was very clear, Master Qin would die within 3 days. Master Qin was suddenly startled, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Contaminated by corpse qi. And he didn't even notice it. Qin Chen pointed to the pit Wu Dawn had just dug and said, But Master Qin, don't worry. There is a life-saving medicine right in front of you. All you need to do is dissolve cinnabar in water and pour it on this 1,000-year-old corpse vine. Once the white patterns fade, remove the vine and burn it. The resulting smoke will dispel the corpse aura. Master Qin was very excited. Mr. Qin, are you telling the truth? Unconsciously, Master Qin changed his way of addressing Qin Chen from little brother to Mr. Qin. I've already told you the method. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Qin Chen said with a smile. Master Qin hesitated for a moment, then his eyes became firm, as if he had made a difficult decision. Then, he turned around and walked back to Wu Dong and the others, saying in a deep voice, Boss Wu, let me handle the matter of the ancestral tomb. You can go back first. Wudong was stunned, and a look of embarrassment suddenly appeared on his face. This is the Wu family's ancestral tomb. How can we let others deal with it? Why? You don't want to? Master Qin Chen said lightly. Wudong nodded quickly and said, yes, I do. I do. Thank you, Master Qin Chen. After saying this, he took out the things for ancestor worship, knelt down with Wu Minute and lit 3 incense sticks before reluctantly leaving. Seeing Master Qin Chen's attitude, Chen Feiyang didn't dare to interrupt from beginning to end. However, the moment he turned around and left, his lips moved slightly and he said a silent word to Qin Chen. You're dead. Qin Chen smiled, as if he didn't take Chen Feiyang seriously at all. Master Qin Chen burned the corpse vine according to the method Qin Chen said. When he inhaled the first wisp of smoke, his face suddenly changed and an abnormal red color appeared. Puff! Master Qin Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. A fishy smell suddenly spread. This is. Master Qin Chen's face was filled with shock. In this fishy stench, there is actually a faint smell of corpse. Okay, the corpse chi has been removed. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Qin Chen said. Hearing these words, Master Qin Chen bowed solemnly to Qin Chen. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for saving my life. At this moment, Master Qin Chen's heart was already filled with trembling waves. Qin Chen is so proficient in feng shui and pharmacology at such a young age. I wonder which hermit master's disciple he is. If this person enters Jiangcheng, I'm afraid he will cause a big storm. Chapter 21 Jiyu Family. After resting for a while and recovering, Master Qin Chen personally drove Qin Chen back to Jiyu Yaming's villa. As soon as he entered the villa, Qin Chen saw several people sitting on the sofa in the living room. Seeing Qin Chen, a girl was the first to speak. Cousin, is this your husband? He looks very ordinary. Jiyu Yaming pulled Qin Chen over with a cold face. Just as Qin Chen was wondering, Jiyu Yaming suddenly took his arm and said to the people on the sofa, Grandpa, and 2 uncles, this is the Qin Chen I told you about. We are in a free relationship. We were afraid of our family's objection, so we never made it public. He proposed to me a few days ago, so it was natural for us to get married. As she spoke, Jiyu Yaming raised her hand and showed off the big sparkling diamond ring on it. At this time, Jiyu Yaming poked Qin Chen and said, Dear, where is the marriage certificate? Take it out and show it to Grandpa. Qin Chen took out his marriage certificate. Jiyu Yaming took it and handed it to an old man sitting in the main seat along with her own marriage certificate. Grandpa, look, this is a real marriage certificate, it's legally binding. Jiyu Yaming said with a smile. Qin Chen couldn't help but give Jiyu Yaming a thumbs up in his heart. This woman is so cruel. He lied in front of so many people without changing his expression or heartbeat. The word, dear, just now almost made my bones go soft. I don't know how this woman pretends to be so good. Jiyu Jingder took the marriage certificate, without even looking at it, and threw it directly on the coffee table in front of him. Based on his understanding of his granddaughter, it is impossible for her to lie about such a thing. He looked Qin Chen up and down and asked calmly, Are you Qin Chen? Qin Chen nodded, yes. Just as Jiyu Jingder was about to continue asking, Jiyu Yaming suddenly stood up and said to Qin Chen, I was so busy talking just now that I forgot to introduce my family to you. This is my grandfather, Jiyu Jingder, that's my uncle Jiyu Guohai, my aunt Yarn Yangmai, my cousin Jiyu Ming is studying abroad and won't be back for a while, this is my third uncle Jiyu Guojiang, my third aunt Zhang Ruishue and my cousin Jiyu Yu. After the introduction, Jiyu Yaming leaned close to Qin Chen's ear and whispered a threat, I'm warning you, don't reveal the truth, otherwise everything I promised you before will be invalid. Qin Chen was suddenly shocked. What if Jiyu Yaming breaks the contract, what will happen to the master? I have already sent the photos and I'm just waiting for an opportunity for the 2 of them to talk on the phone. You can't say you just got married and then divorced, right? I'm afraid that the old man will fly over and beat me up. Don't worry, but in order to avoid being exposed, you have to cooperate with me. Qin Chen said. Before Jiyu Yaming could react, a hand wrapped around her waist. She was about to resist, but then she remembered the current situation. If I quarrel with Qin Chen now, won't all my efforts be wasted? She suppressed her anger and pinched the flesh around Qin Chen's waist with 2 fingers. I told you not to touch me without permission, so I strangled you to death. Qin Chen, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He looked at the people sitting on the sofa and greeted them one by one with a smile. I got married in such a hurry that I didn't have time to visit everyone. It's my fault. Qin Chen lowered his posture and admitted his mistake sincerely. He thought he could get away with it this way, but unexpectedly, these people from the GU family didn't seem to appreciate it, and they still looked at him with hostility. At this time, GU said again, "Brother-in-law, are you two really getting married? As far as I know, my cousin hasn't been interested in men for many years. Why did she suddenly announce that she was getting married?" Third Aunt Zhang Ruishua also agreed, "Exactly, how come we didn't know anything about Yaming and you getting married? Yaming, you didn't just pick up some random guy off the street to marry, did you?" Aunt Yang Yongmai curled her lips and said disdainfully, "That won't do. The GU family is at least somewhat well known in Jiangcheng. Not just any cat or dog can get in. This guy looks shabby, is he a gangster?" After hearing what they said, Qin Chen looked confused. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, and it's true. The 3 women in front of me were talking to each other, not giving others a chance to speak. It's so noisy. And there's something wrong with this family. How can an elder speak to a younger person like this? Isn't he this bullying? More importantly, Ji Yujinder, who has the most say in the family, did not say a word from beginning to end, as if he condoned this behavior. I've said it before, we've been dating for a long time, and marriage is a natural progression. As for what you're saying, Ji Yaming had just said half of her words when she suddenly felt a warm sensation on her face. Boo! Qin Chen withdrew his lips with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Now everyone should believe it, right? Our relationship is still very strong. Don't look at Ye Ming as a strong woman outside. She kisses me every day at home." Feeling the remaining warmth on his cheek, Ji Yaming was stunned and even forgot to wipe the saliva off his face. This man actually kissed me in front of so many people. Does he want to die? At this time, Qin Chen leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Don't show your hand, or all your efforts will be wasted. If you feel you're at a disadvantage, I can just let you kiss me back." Ji Yaming gritted her teeth and tried hard not to curse. Not only did this man take advantage of her, he even wanted her to kiss him. Death is impossible. The GU family members were also slightly stunned when they saw this scene. In their impression, GU Yaming is very averse to men. Not only has she never been in a relationship, she doesn't even have any friends of the opposite sex. Now Qin Chen kissed her, and she didn't resist. "Humph, it seems that you are determined to take control of the GU group in your own hands." Uncle GU Guohai asked with a cold face. GU Yaming raised her head and said firmly, "Uncle, my father's will clearly states that as long as I can get married before the end of this month, all the shares of the GU group will be transferred to me. As for the company, don't worry. My father was able to make the group a top-tier company in Jiangcheng, so I can do the same." GU Yaming's voice was neither humble nor arrogant, and his expression was extremely confident. Okay. Hearing Ji Yaming's words, Ji Guojiang on the side gritted his teeth and said, "Okay," 3 times in a row, then slammed the coffee table with an angry look on his face. "Ji Yaming, don't forget, you are just a woman. How can you fight against those old foxes who have been fighting in the business world for decades? When the GU group goes bankrupt, don't come to us for help. Also, my brother and I own 20% of the shares in the GU group, and the property rights of the building are not yours. Now, we demand the withdrawal of investment and the GU group to move out of the current building." GU Guojiang's face looked extremely ugly, and he threatened in a cold voice. GU quickly poured a glass of water for GU Guojiang and advised, "Dad, don't worry." My cousin was also confused for a moment. At this point, she looked up at GU Yaming and said, "Cousin, look how angry you made my dad. Why don't you apologize quickly? Also, you're already married, why are you still clinging to that crappy company? Transfer the company to my father and uncle, and let them give you a large sum of money. Wouldn't it be good for you and my brother-in-law to enjoy life? Think about it carefully, we are doing this for your own good." Chapter 22 Fighting for the Family Property. GU Yaming's face darkened and he said coldly, "GU Group was founded by my father with all his hard work. I will never hand it over. As for what you said about shares and buildings, Uncle San, I have no objection. As for the money, I'll transfer it to your card within 3 days. The new office building of the GU Group is being renovated. It will be ready in less than a month. Someone will contact you to take over the work. After hearing what Gu Yaming said, everyone's faces looked a little ugly. Although the Gu Group has the word Gu in its name, it was indeed founded by Gu Yaming's father Gu Guodao. However, out of consideration for the brotherhood, Gu Guodao gave each brother 10% of the shares, and the company's office building was registered under the name of his father Gu Jinder. But things did not go as planned. Just as the Gu Group was growing, Gu Guodao and his wife were both killed in a car accident. When Gu Yaming saw the will handed over by the lawyer, he was completely dumbfounded. In Gu Guodao's will, he left all his property to Gu Yaming. But there is a condition. From the day of his death, if Gu Yaming is still unmarried within 3 months, all his assets will be donated to the 2 brothers of the Gu family. Gu Yaming just couldn't understand why her father gave the inheritance to those 2 vampires. Apart from living a life of debauchery, these 2 people have no idea how to run a company. She was extremely resistant to getting married at first, but as the 3-month deadline was getting closer, she had no choice but to compromise. She found a man on the internet and planned to sign a contract privately, get married in fake marriage, and then inherit the Gu Group according to their will. But on the day of the blind date, she recognized the wrong person and got the marriage certificate with Qin Chen in a daze. But now that I think about it, marrying Qin Chen was a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for Qin Chen, the new building probably wouldn't have been topped out until now. By then, the Gu Group will be driven out of its current office building and will not even have a place to work. That's right. She had long anticipated that the 2 brothers, Gu Guohai and Gu Guojiang, would come to fight for her family property, so after Gu Guotao's death, she began to prepare for the new office building. After all, when their father Gu Guodao was alive, these 2 people found ways to get a lot of money from the company and spent it on wine and women. After seeing their will, they would definitely not let go of such a large sum of money. Only by dealing with these 2 people can the Gu Group be truly in her hands. Gu Yaming looked at Gu Jinder and said with some disappointment, "Grandpa, do you have the same attitude? I am your granddaughter. Are you going to take the Gu Group away from me and give it to someone else?" When the 2 Gu brothers were fighting over her property, Gu Jinder never stopped them. Not stopping is also an attitude. Yaming, they are your eldest uncle and third uncle, not the so-called others. Besides, although your last name is Gu, where are your children? After a few decades, I'm afraid the Gu family's assets will have to be transferred to a new name. Gu Jinder said lightly. When Gu Yaming heard this, she was stunned. It turns out that the real reason why Grandpa didn't stop the Gu brothers from fighting over the family property was this. At this moment, Qin Chen suddenly interrupted and said, "Old man, you worry too much. Don't worry, when Yaming gives birth to a child, you can take her surname. I don't mind." Qin Chen was smiling and looked harmless. "You?" Gu Jinder pointed at Qin Chen, a trace of anger flashed across his face. "Does he have a say here? How dare you go against me? It's simply courting death." He said coldly, "Yaming, I won't stop you from getting married if you want, but it can't be him. This kind of arrogant boy with no education and no strength must never enter my Gu family's home. You should have heard that Jin Huan, chairman of the brilliant jewelry group, is planning an 8 billion yuan investment and has arranged a banquet to discuss the project." Having said that, Gu Jinder took out a black invitation with gold edges and threw it on the table. This is an invitation to the party. Logically speaking, with the scale of the Gu Group, we are not qualified to attend this banquet, but the Chen family took the initiative to send us an invitation. Your mission is to attend the banquet as the female companion of Chen Feiyang, the sole heir of the Chen family. Get to know a few more high-ranking officials and cultivate a relationship with Chen Feiyang. As far as I know, if the initial 8 billion yuan is effective, President Jin will most likely invest an additional 20 billion yuan, and the Chen Group will most likely get this money. If you can get together with Chen Feiyang, the Gu family will also benefit from it." Gu Jinder said expressionlessly. Gu Yaming looked at the invitation on the table and asked in disbelief, "Grandpa, do you know what you are talking about? I'm already married, and you still want me to arrange a marriage with Chen Feiyang. And you must have heard of Chen Feiyang's reputation, right? He's ruined several girls. How could you bear to let me be with such a scum?" Gu Jinder said calmly, "People change. Chen Feiyang was young and frivolous, so it's understandable that he made some mistakes. He's much calmer now. There's no room for negotiation on this matter. If you don't go, I'll send someone to the company building to evict you tomorrow." Don't forget, the property rights of the company building are still in my name. After saying that, Jiu Jingder didn't give Jiu Yaming a chance to speak. He stood up and left. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed him. Jiu Yu stayed behind, looking at Jiu Yaming with a hint of resentment. At first, the Jiu family wanted her to marry Qian Feiyang. But Qian Feiyang announced that he only had eyes for Jiu Yaming and that he would not be interested in other women. After hearing the news, she was so angry that she almost bit her teeth. What's so good about that woman Jiu Yaming? She always acts superior to everyone, like an ice cube. How can she know how to please a man? Jiu Yaming, everything you have now, I will take it away bit by bit. Jiu Yu swore secretly in his heart. After all the Jiu family members left the villa, Jiu Yaming collapsed on the sofa as if he had lost all his strength. She stared ahead with lifeless eyes, feeling mixed emotions that were difficult to describe. Suddenly, a finger waved in front of her eyes. Are you okay? Qin Chen asked with concern. Looking at Qin Chen, Jiu Yaming's face turned cold, and she suddenly remembered the kiss just now. Asshole, who told you to kiss me just now? Jiu Yaming asked, gritting her teeth. Qin Chen replied innocently, didn't you ask me to cooperate with you? Besides, if I don't kiss them, they might get suspicious. I'm helping you selflessly. Hearing Qin Chen's sophistry, Jiu Yaming's chest heaved with anger, and she even wanted to curse. Qin Chen looked at the scenery in front of him and swallowed subconsciously. However, the next moment, he immediately felt Jiu Yaming's murderous gaze. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran. Chapter 23 Investment Banquet. The next morning, Qin Chen just came down from upstairs and saw Jiu Yaming, who was carefully putting on makeup. He asked in surprise, what's going on today? Did the sun rise from the west? He stayed in Jiu Yaming's villa these 2 days and never met Jiu Yaming in the morning. When he woke up, people had already arrived at the company and started working. I don't know what happened today, Jiu Yaming didn't he go to the company and even put on makeup? If you can't speak, shut up. Jiu Yaming said coldly while applying lipstick. Seeing the banquet invitation in Jiu Yaming's hand, Qin Chen was stunned and asked, you don't really want to date Qian Feiyang, do you? From what I know, that guy is not a good person, and is also a 3-second guy. Jiu Yaming couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard this. The fact that he's a scumbag has probably spread all over Jiangcheng a long time ago. It's not surprising that you know about it, but how did you know that he's a 3-second guy? Qin Chen said calmly, don't forget, I know medical skills. Medical skills rely on observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. The first step is observation. I can tell what's wrong with him with just a glance. By the way, your menstrual cramps haven't been completely cured yet. I'll prescribe some medicine for you in a couple of days. After you take it, you won't have menstrual cramps anymore. After hearing Qin Chen's words, Jiu Yaming suddenly remembered the night before. I had dysmenorrhea and the pain was so severe that I almost fainted. At the critical moment, Qin Chen lifted up her skirt and placed her hands on her lower abdomen. After just a short while, the symptoms of dysmenorrhea disappeared. Although he cured her dysmenorrhea, he saw her underwear and touched her body. Thinking of this, a blush flashed across Jiu Yaming's delicate face. Jiu Yaming is already extremely beautiful, and with a layer of light makeup and a hint of shy blush, she is even more charming. Coupled with her cold and arrogant temperament, there was a unique sense of contrast, which made Qin Chen stunned. Seeing Qin Chen's expression, Jiu Yaming immediately reacted and said coldly, what are you looking at? Turn your head away. Besides, when did I ever say I wanted to date Qian Feiyang? As she spoke, she picked up the invitation letter and said, the GU Group is also in financial difficulty right now. If my uncle and third uncle withdraw their shares, I will have to spend at least 5 billion to buy back their shares, but the company's account simply does not have that much liquid funds. If the GU Group can get investment from the brilliant jewelry group, it will be able to survive the current crisis. Speaking of this, a determined look appeared in Jiu Yaming's beautiful eyes. GU Group is the only asset left to her by her parents, and she will never let GU Group go bankrupt. Qin Chen listened to Jiu Yaming's words and couldn't help but admire this strong woman. As far as he knew, the GU Group's overall strength was not even among the top 50 among the thousands of companies in Jiangcheng, and it could barely be considered a second-tier company. It is almost impossible to get investment from the brilliant jewelry group. But for this glimmer of hope, she was still willing to try. I don't know how much pressure her frail body had to bear. If there's a chance, I'll find a way to help you. Qin Chen suddenly said. Jiu Yaming was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "You can't even get into the banquet. I'm afraid you can't help with this matter." After saying that, she picked up her exquisite handbag, turned around and walked towards the gate of the villa. Before leaving, Jiu Yaming suddenly turned around, looked at Qin Chen and said, "But thank you anyway." Qin Chen looked at Jiu Yaming's receding back and smiled faintly. This woman probably developed a cold and strong personality because her parents had both passed away and her remaining relatives were still coveting her property. But this is just the shell she uses to protect herself. When faced with other people's kindness, she can still occasionally show her gentle and kind side. This woman is becoming more and more charming. Just then, his cell phone rang. Seeing the caller, he smiled slightly and answered the call. He, Mr. Jin, have you been sleeping well recently?" Qin Chen asked with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Huan's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. "Master Qin, you are truly amazing. My sleep has been getting better and better these past few days. Last night was the most comfortable sleep I've had in the past few months. I've been sleeping since 9 o'clock last night." Jin Huan was laughing so hard that he could hardly close his mouth. 2 days ago, he turned the dragon turtle on the cash register according to Qin Chen's instructions. That night, he stopped dreaming. He slept extremely soundly last night and woke up feeling refreshed. However, when he thought of Qin Chen's words, he felt a little scared. If I hadn't met Qin Chen by chance, I would probably have died within a few months. By the way, Master Qin, I'm hosting a banquet today. Do you have time to attend? It just so happens that I have something else I want to ask of you. I hope you will do me the honor of doing me a favor. Jin Huan said sincerely. The news that he was going to invest 8 billion yuan had already spread throughout Jiangcheng. In the past few days, at least hundreds of companies have submitted plans and requested him to invest. But doing business is risky. If they lose money, it will be a serious blow to the Tsuetsan Jewelry Group. So he wanted Qin Chen to help him calculate and find a profitable project to invest in. Qin Chen originally wanted to refuse, because with his personality, he didn't like to show up in public. But he suddenly thought of Jiu Yaming. If he went there, maybe he could help her. "Okay, tell me the location and I'll be there in a moment." Qin Chen replied. Jin Huan was delighted and said quickly, "It's at the Brilliant International Hotel. This is also my property. I'll have someone wait for you at the door and take you directly to my office." After hanging up the phone, Qin Chen took a taxi. "Master, go to the Brilliant International Hotel," Qin Chen said. "Young man, why don't you go somewhere else? The Brilliant International Hotel is booked out today. They say they are hosting a banquet. It's useless for you to go. They won't open until tomorrow," the driver advised kindly. Qin Chen chuckled, "I know, I am attending that banquet. Let's drive." The driver looked at Qin Chen sitting in the back seat in surprise. As a taxi driver, he has a wide range of sources of information. He had heard a long time ago that the big boss of the Brilliant Jewelry Group was going to hold a banquet and said that he was going to make some investment worth tens of billions. The guests attending the banquet were all chairmen of major companies, and ordinary people were not qualified to attend at all. This young man, dressed in casual clothes, doesn't look like a boss at all. Besides, which boss would take a taxi? They all have professional drivers. He has seen many young people like this, and they are definitely live streaming. At that time, I will start a live broadcast at the entrance of the hotel, take a group photo, and then I can go out and brag about it later. Thinking of this, the driver snorted coldly, "Sit tight, I'm going to drive." Chapter 24 VIP Channel. After arriving at the entrance of the Brilliant International Hotel, the driver was not in a hurry to leave. This young man probably won't be able to stay here for long before he is kicked out. Then I can make some more money. Just as he was thinking this, he saw in the rearview mirror a man in a suit running out of the hotel quickly and bowing to the young man who had just gotten into his car. "Hello, Master Qin. I'm Mr. Jin's secretary, He Jun. You can just call me Xiao He." He Jun, who was wearing a suit, said respectfully. Although he looked several years older than Qin Chen, there was no trace of contempt on his face when he said this. President Jin has already specifically explained that this is a distinguished guest he invited. If their hospitality is not good enough, you won't even have a chance to explain and can just resign. Okay, take me to see Mr. Jin first. By the way, I don't have an invitation to the party. Will that cause any trouble? Qin Chen asked. He Jun smiled and said quickly, Master Qin, you're joking. You came to the banquet to give our boss face. Talking about an invitation is just a slap in our face. Boss Jin is in a meeting right now, otherwise he would come pick you up in person. The main entrance is a bit crowded right now. I'll take you in through the VIP lane. He Jun turned sideways, made a gesture of invitation, and walked towards the hotel with Qin Chen. When the driver saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. So what the young man said was true. Was he really here for the party? What do wealthy people think these days? Taking a taxi to attend a top-tier banquet. At the same time, a luxury car slowly stopped at the door of the hotel and Qian Feiyang got out of the car. Many people looked at him with envy. Because on both sides of him, there are two top beauties. Wu Minute glared at Ji Yu Yaming on the other side, a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Given the scale of the Wu group, it is not qualified to attend this banquet. Her invitation was given by Qian Feiyang, who said he would bring her here to see the world. But what she didn't expect was that Qian Feiyang actually brought another woman, Ji Yu Yaming. She had heard of Ji Yu Yaming's name a long time ago. She was said to be the most beautiful chairman in Jiancheng. I don't know what means this woman used to seduce Qian Feiyang. She suddenly felt a sense of crisis. So as soon as she got out of the car, she took the initiative to hold Qian Feiyang's arm and gave Ji Yu Yaming a provocative look. Ji Yu Yaming shook her head and ignored her. She just wanted to use Qian Feiyang's invitation to sneak into the party, and she never paid any attention to Qian Feiyang from beginning to end. If the invitation in her hand didn't belong to the Qian family and she had to enter with Qian Feiyang, she wouldn't even want to see Qian Feiyang. At this moment, Wu Minute suddenly pointed at a figure in the distance and said in surprise, Mr. Qian, look. Why do I feel that the more I look at that person, the more he looks like that loser Qin Chen? When Qian Feiyang looked in the direction of Wu Min's finger, Qin Chen had already disappeared. Did you see it wrong? Don't you see what kind of occasion this is? Is he qualified to be here? I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to be the security guard for this party. Besides, can't you see that's the VIP passage? Even I'm not qualified to go in there, how do you think he is? Qian Feiyang said disdainfully. Wu Minute nodded repeatedly, yes, I must have seen it wrong. Ji Yu Yaming on the side laughed at himself. She almost thought that the person was Qin Chen, but when she thought about it again, it was indeed impossible. How could that stinky man possibly attend such a high-end banquet when he doesn't even have money to stay in a hotel or take a taxi? Yaming, let's go, it's time to enter. Qian Feiyang looked at Ji Yu Yaming with a smile and said. Ji Yu Yaming nodded lightly and walked towards the hotel gate first. Seeing Ji Yu Yaming's cold attitude, Qian Feiyang narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. I, Qian Feiyang, have never failed to win over any woman I've fallen for. Qian Feiyang said coldly. After entering the hotel, Ji Yu Yaming found a corner and quickly separated from Qian Feiyang. Being with this kind of scumbag for even one more second will make you feel even more disgusted. Qian Feiyang was not in a hurry to launch an attack on Ji Yu Yaming. Although he is a rich second-generation playboy, he still knows what is more important. This banquet is a rare opportunity. If it is utilized well, the Chen group can develop a lot of business. He took Wu Minute with him and started chatting with other bosses. On the other side, Qin Chen, led by He Jun, came to Jin Huan's office. As soon as he entered the room, Qin Chen saw a room full of jewelry. The huge office is like a small exhibition hall. Hundreds of pieces of jewelry are placed in bulletproof glass cabinets, sparkling with alluring light under the sunlight. Master Qin, you are here. When Jin Huan saw Qin Chen, he quickly stood up and greeted him. As he spoke, he instructed He Jun beside him, I want to talk to Master Qin alone. Go and announce that the banquet will be postponed for an hour. He Jun was stunned and said with some embarrassment, Boss, the guests are almost all here. If we announce the postponement of the banquet now, I'm afraid many people will be dissatisfied. Jin Huan snorted coldly, are you dissatisfied? Then just hold it in. This group of people combined are not as important as Master Qin's little finger. Do you understand? Whoever dares to cause trouble will be kicked out and told to get lost. Jin Huan exuded the aura of a superior, which made He Jun shudder. Yes, boss, I understand. After saying that, He Jun hurriedly left the office and closed the door behind him. Blown by the wind in the corridor, he suddenly felt cold. Only then did he realize that in just a few seconds, his shirt had been soaked with cold sweat. It seems that Master Qin's identity is more important than I thought. He Jun hurried to their hall, ready to announce Jin Huan's notice. In the office, Qin Chen looked at the jewels in the glass cabinet with great interest and couldn't help but sigh. Boss Jin is very wealthy. This room full of jewels must be worth at least several billion, right? Jin Huan proudly introduced, Master Qin has a good eye. I don't have any other hobbies, I just like collecting these things. Master Qin, if you like, feel free to pick any. Qin Chen smiled and was about to refuse when his eyes were attracted by a pair of earrings. I saw that this pair of earrings was made of 2 diamonds, one blue and one pink, and the shape was extremely beautiful. Not only that, as Qin Chen moved, no matter from which angle he looked, he could see the sparkling light on the diamond facets. Seeing that Qin Chen seemed interested in the pair of earrings, Jin Huan quickly opened the safety and took out the earrings. Har har, Master Qin, these 2 diamonds, one is the Apollo blue diamond, and the other is the Artemis pink diamond. Their production is extremely low. What's even more precious is that these 2 diamonds are completely natural and impurity-free. They are extremely rare. Since Master Qin likes it, I will reluctantly give it to him. I wonder which beautiful lady is so lucky to receive Master Qin's gift. Jin Huan said with a smile. Chapter 25. Guess who I am going to give this pair of earrings to? Jin Huan was not lying. These 2 diamonds are unique even in the whole world. A few years ago, there was a similar diamond auction that fetched a whopping $300 million. The pair of earrings in Jin Huan's hand are not only bigger than the diamond, but also come as a pair, and their value is at least 5 or 6 times higher. Qin Chen didn't hesitate and put the earrings away directly. Seeing this scene, Jin Huan immediately smiled happily. As long as you accept the gift, there is hope for your own success. Master Qin, there is something I would like to trouble you with. As you know, I held this banquet to find suitable investment targets. But after all, it involves such a large amount of money. The initial investment plus the subsequent investment will probably be close to 50 billion. Could you tell me which investment project would be most suitable? As he spoke, Jin Huan took out a form. There are at least dozens of project names listed above, all of which are plans submitted by major groups. Qin Chen didn't look at the project list, but smiled and said, since I have accepted Mr. Jin's gift, it's hard for me to refuse this matter. But, there's no need to look at the project list. If Mr. Jin trusts me, then just invest in GU Group directly. Jin Huan frowned and said, GU Group? I think I've heard of it. It seems that the chairman of the GU Group died in a car accident some time ago, and his daughter took over the company. Master Qin, I don't doubt you, but can a girl with no management experience run a company well? Qin Chen chuckled, took out the pair of earrings, shook them in front of Jin Huan, and said, Boss Jin, who do you think I'm going to give these earrings to? After saying that, he waved his hand and walked towards the office door. I shouldn't be needed for the rest of the work, right? It's almost time for lunch, I'm going downstairs to eat something first. Qin Chen left the office, leaving Jin Huan with a confused look on his face. It wasn't until Qin Chen left that Jin Huan reacted, and a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. No wonder Master Qin just chose a pair of earrings for women. It turned out that they were going to give them to the girl from the GU family. Then what are you waiting for? If you don't invest now, you may not have the chance to invest in the future. With Master Qin in charge of the GU Group, the rise of the GU Group is just a matter of time. Thinking of this, he quickly picked up his phone and called He Jun. Hey, He Jun, go print out an investment contract right now. Keep the content the same as before, but change the initial investment amount from 8 billion to 20 billion. By the way, just add the name of the investment company directly. It's GU Group. Jin Huan ordered. When He Jun heard Jin Huan's words, he was stunned. The party hasn't even started yet, and the investment target has already been decided. And the initial investment amount has increased so much. This matter hadn't been decided half an hour ago. Thinking of this, He Jun suddenly remembered someone. Master Qin. After he had a secret conversation with his boss, the boss immediately decided on a company to invest in. Could it be that all this has something to do with Master Qin? However, as a secretary, He Jun naturally knew what to ask and what not to ask. He didn't say anything. After hanging up the phone, he hurried to print the contract. The other side. After Qin Chen went downstairs to the banquet hall, he went straight to the dining area. However, just as he picked up a piece of cake and before he had time to eat it, he heard a scream from not far away. This voice seems a little familiar. He turned his head and saw Jiyu yamming in the corner, covering his neck with his hands, looking angry. In front of her, Qin Chen saw a familiar figure again, Wu Minute. For some unknown reason, the two women were confronting each other with swords drawn. Wu Minute seemed to have taken advantage of the situation. She raised her hand and seemed to be going to attack Jiyu yamming in public. Jiyu yamming was startled and subconsciously covered her face with her hands. But the next moment, the expected slap did not fall. She slowly lowered her hand, and her eyes met Qin Chen's. Qin Chen chuckled, a sunny smile appearing on his face. Jiyu yamming never thought that the person who appeared and saved her at the critical moment was Qin Chen. At this moment, Wu Minute also recognized Qin Chen and immediately started cursing. "Asshole, let me go! How dare you, a piece of trash, attack me? Are you tired of living?" Wu Minute gritted his teeth and threatened fiercely. At this moment, her wrist was held in Qin Chen's hand, and she couldn't break free at all, as if it was clamped by an iron clamp. "Har har, apologize to her first, and I'll let you go." Not only did Qin Chen not let go, he even used a little force. Wu Minute suddenly screamed in pain, his face full of pain. I'm sorry, okay," Wu Minute said angrily. "Just an apology is all you need. You broke someone's necklace, you have to compensate for the damage." Qin Chen just noticed that there was a necklace scattered on the ground, and there was a circle of marks on Jiyu yamming's neck. It was obvious that during the argument just now, Wu Minute forcibly pulled off Jiyu yamming's necklace. This woman is really vicious. At this time, Qian Feiyang finally noticed what was happening here and walked over. As soon as she saw Qian Feiyang, Wu Minute immediately felt confident. "Honey, please save me. This loser wants to hit me." Wu Minute pretended to be pitiful and asked for help. Qian Feiyang frowned, looked at Qin Chen, and said coldly, "I'll give you 3 seconds to let her go, otherwise I will make you regret what you did today for the rest of your life." "Don't worry, I mean what I say." Qin Chen raised the corner of his mouth and taunted, 3-second guy, you're the one who should be regretting this, right? If you hadn't taken too many pills before, how could it be only 3 seconds? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chen's hand suddenly exerted force. Snap! With an inaudible sound of bone cracking, Wu Min's hand was broken directly. Only after doing all this did he let go. Wu Minute looked at his hand and his eyes widened suddenly. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even make a sound and squatted on the ground in agony. Consider this as compensation for breaking the necklace. If you want to blame someone, blame this Mr. Qian. After all, I hate being threatened the most. Qin Chen said with a smile. Qian Feiyang looked at the scene in front of him, and anger suddenly surged in his heart. He clenched his fists, and the look he gave Qin Chen was filled with murderous intent. This guy actually dared to break his woman's wrist in front of him. Court death. Even if the Jade Emperor came today, he couldn't save him. Good, very good. How dare you go against me, Qian Feiyang? You are really tired of living. Qian Feiyang laughed in anger and threatened with gritted teeth. He once asked Wu Minute about Qin Chen's identity. He originally thought that Qin Chen was some ignorant rich second generation from some company who dared to provoke him again and again. But what he didn't expect was that the information Wu Minute got from Wudong was that Qin Chen was just an ordinary Taoist priest on Qingche Mountain. Damn it, a stinky Taoist priest, who gave him the courage to offend me. This is simply outrageous. Chapter 26. Kneel down and apologize. Qian Feiyang was about to call for help when Jiyu yamming suddenly stood up and stood in front of Qin Chen. "Qian Feiyang, wait a minute." Jiyu yamming quickly stopped him. Their hotel lobby was very large, and they were all in a corner, so few people noticed what was happening there. But if Qian Feiyang shouts and alarms the people from the Tsuetsan jewelry group, then there will be trouble. At that time, not only would Qin Chen be in danger, but his plan to find investment would probably also fail. "Qian Feiyang, haven't you always wanted to invite me to dinner? As long as you promise not to pursue this matter, I promise to have dinner with you tonight," Jiyu yamming said through gritted teeth. Although she hated Qian Feiyang very much, she had no choice but to do so in order to protect Qin Chen. After all, Qin Chen offended Qian Feiyang because he was standing up for her, so she couldn't abandon Qin Chen. Hearing Ji Yaming's words, Chen Feiyang was stunned at first, then his eyes turned to the two of them, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ji Yaming, this guy is not your gigolo, right? Otherwise, why would you defend him so much? But, do you think you can get rid of me by having a meal with me? This is the room card for the upstairs room. If you don't come tonight, I promise you that I will kill him with my own hands. Chen Feiyang took out a room card and threw it on the table in front of Ji Yaming. Chen Feiyang, what do you mean? Ji Yaming had a cold face and stared at Chen Feiyang. Isn't my point obvious enough? Chen Feiyang smiled smugly. GU Group is very short of funds right now. If they can't get investment, they probably won't make it past the end of this month. Am I right? Tonight, as long as you serve me well, after I get Mr. Jin's investment, maybe I can give you a share. Otherwise, you can leave the party now and go back to wait for the company to go bankrupt. He knew that the GU Group had been in trouble recently and was very short of funds. Even the GU family has fallen out over the family property. The reason why GU Yaming agreed to accompany him to the banquet was that he wanted to attract investment so that the GU Group could overcome the current crisis. As long as I use this matter to threaten GU Yaming, I am not afraid that she will not agree. GU Yaming looked at the room card on the table and felt sad. The financial situation of the GU Group is kept confidential. Why does Chen Feiyang know it so clearly? There is only one explanation, that is, someone from the GU family told Chen Feiyang about the financial situation of the GU Group. He would rather bankrupt the company than let himself inherit it. Although they share the same blood, they regard themselves as enemies for the sake of their own interests. GU Yaming reached for the room card on the table with trembling hands. She knew that once she took this step, there would be no turning back. Chen Feiyang looked at the scene in front of him, a smug smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. What a cold and aloof female CEO, but in the end, doesn't she still have to climb onto her bed and serve her? But at this critical moment, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Ji Yaming's hand. Qin Chen. Several people were shocked. They didn't expect that Qin Chen would dare to intervene at this time. Qin Chen held Ji Yaming's hand, feeling very uncomfortable. He could feel that Ji Yaming's hands were still trembling slightly and were extremely cold. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have been forced to this point. Don't worry, you can get investment without relying on money. Qin Chen stared at Ji Yaming and said with a firm look. Har har, Qin Chen, who do you think you are? Where do you get the courage to say that she can get investment? Our Chen Group is one of the most powerful in Jiangcheng, but we can't guarantee we'll get investment. How can she, a small, shabby company on the verge of bankruptcy, have the confidence to seek investment? I'm making this clear today. If she can get investment without relying on me, I'm going to eat shit in front of everyone. Chen Feiyang was aggressive and spoke with a confident tone. Ji Yaming sighed. She knew that Chen Feiyang's words were true. Even if she stood in front of Jin Huan, he probably wouldn't recognize her. How could he invest in her? Don't worry, we'll know soon whether we can get the investment. But before that, let Wu Minute pay for the necklace first. Qin Chen said lightly. Wu Minute laughed so hard that her body shook as if she had heard a funny joke. Let me lose money. Are you dreaming? Yes, I admit that I broke her necklace on purpose. So what? A woman who doesn't know her place needs to be taught a lesson. Wu Minute said disdainfully. She had indeed come here on purpose to cause trouble just now, just to give Ji Yaming a warning. Just when his relationship with Chen Feiyang had finally made some progress, Ji Yaming appeared and attracted all of Chen Feiyang's attention. This Ji Yaming actually dared to steal things that belonged to me. Beating her up would be the least of her worries. Thinking of this, Wu Minute showed a pitiful look, took Chen Feiyang's arm, and cried, Dear, this woman is really too rampant. Just now, while you were away, she not only scolded me, but also insulted me. You have to help me get revenge and deal with this woman. You. Ji Yaming looked at Wu Minute, so angry that she couldn't even speak. It was obvious that the other party was the one who provoked me first and even tried to hit me, but he ended up confusing right and wrong and said it was my fault. Chen Feiyang snorted coldly and said lightly, Ji Yaming, apologize to Wu Minute and this matter will be over. Ji Yaming's face turned cold and she said, Let me apologize to her? Impossible. Hearing this, Chen Feiyang didn't get angry, but laughed instead. He didn't need to look to know that it was Wu Minute who provoked Ji Yaming first. But so what? In his eyes, Jiyu Yaming will become his woman sooner or later. If she is your own woman, she must obey your orders unconditionally. Now, he wants to let Jiyu Yaming know this truth. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, I will make your Jiyu group go bankrupt within 3 days. Qian Feiyang already knew Jiyu Yaming's weakness. As long as she is threatened with the Jiyu group, she will not dare to disobey his orders. Jiyu Yaming's face froze. What? Kneel. Jiyu Yaming looked at Qian Feiyang in disbelief and was suddenly stunned. I'll only give you 5 seconds. Har har, I always keep my word. Qian Feiyang said proudly. Wu Minute, who was standing by, also gained confidence and echoed, Qian Xiao gave you a chance, why don't you grab it? Hurry up, kneel down. Otherwise, with the strength of the Qian group, it would only take 1 day, not 3 days, to bankrupt the Jiyu group. She folded her arms across her chest and looked down at Jiyu Yaming. She even wanted to take out her cell phone and record the scene of Jiyu Yaming kneeling down to her. After all, Jiyu Yaming is also a well-known cold female CEO. If such a person kneels down to apologize to her, she can use it as a topic of conversation in the future. Chapter 27 Even the gods can't save you. Jiyu Yaming's face turned pale, obviously frightened by Qian Feiyang's words. 5, 4, 3, 2. Qian Feiyang smiled and counted down. But just as he was about to count the last number, Qin Chen suddenly stepped forward and slapped Qian Feiyang in the face. Bang! A crisp slap sounded, and Qian Feiyang was stunned. Not only that, the slap was so loud that many people were attracted over. Isn't this Qian Feiyang, the son of Qian Daqiang, chairman of the Qian group? Why was he beaten? Who is that young man who beat people up? He dared to hit Qian Feiyang. He must be a rich second generation. Why haven't I seen him before? Har har, I've heard that this guy from the Qian family doesn't do his job properly and only cares about women. I guess this conflict was also caused by a woman. Well, that's right. The girl over there is the daughter of Wu Dong of the Wu group, and the one on the other side is Jiyu Yaming, the newly appointed chairman of the Jiyu group. Both women are extremely beautiful. It's just right. The party has been postponed. I'm so bored. I want to watch some young people fighting to relieve my boredom. Har har. Among this group of people, the lowest position is vice chairman of a major group, and the youngest is in his 40s. However, watching the fun is human nature, and even this group of executives are not immune to it. When Qian Feiyang saw so many big men surrounding him, his face became even hotter. I was actually slapped by a loser. Damn it, I've brought shame upon myself. Boy, you're dead today. I told you, even gods can't save you. Qian Feiyang pointed at Qin Chen and said through gritted teeth. Har har, I want to see how you kill me. Qin Chen put his hands in his pockets, as if he didn't care about Qian Feiyang at all. Jiyu Yaming quickly grabbed Qin Chen and whispered anxiously, Qin Chen, are you crazy? Do you know Qian Feiyang's identity? If he wants to take revenge on you, I can't stop him even with my status. Before he makes a move, run. Go to the airport immediately, buy a ticket and fly overseas. Don't come back for a few years. Leave the rest to me. Jiyu Yaming sighed inwardly. Qin Chen offended Qian Feiyang just to stand up for himself. If I don't save him, I will never feel at peace with myself for the rest of my life. However, there is no way that I would let Qian Feiyang get away with it. Even if I sell the Jiyu group, I will never sleep with Qian Feiyang. Qin Chen looked at Jiyu Yaming with a smile and patted her head comfortingly. I'm not in the habit of letting women stand in my way. You'd better stand behind me and watch the show. The next show is called The Clown's Defense Breaking. When everyone heard Qin Chen's words, they couldn't help but laugh. The clown, of course, refers to the money flying around. I didn't expect that this young man's cursing was so interesting. However, everyone immediately turned their attention to Qian Feiyang. This kind of rich second generation would definitely not tolerate others scolding him like this. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Chen finished speaking, Qian Feiyang was furious. He picked up a vase on the table and smashed it on Qin Chen's head. The two were very close to each other, and Qian Feiyang attacked suddenly, so no one could react. Be careful, get out of the way. Jiyu Yaming screamed and quickly pushed Qin Chen. But it was too late, the vase was less than 2 centimeters away from Qin Chen's forehead. And at this moment, Qin Chen's arm left a shadow in the air, and the next moment, the vase in Chen Feiyang's hand suddenly disappeared. Bang! After a muffled sound, the sound of glass shattering was heard. Crash! Glass fragments fell all over the floor. But everyone was shocked to find that the person who was beaten was not Qin Chen, but Chen Feiyang. A stream of bright red blood slowly flowed from Chen Feiyang's head. It was obvious that his head was broken by the vase. Chen Feiyang didn't even see clearly when the other party took the vase away. Before he could react, he was hit by a vase. Chen! You're dead. Before Chen Feiyang finished speaking, Qin Chen couldn't help laughing. Are you going to say that even a god can't save me? I'm telling you, have you never been to school? You keep saying the same two things over and over again. I'm tired of hearing them. Hearing Qin Chen's ridicule, many people laughed out loud. Qin Chen actually guessed it right. Chen Feiyang got a girl pregnant when he was in high school. At that time, the Chen group was not as powerful as it is now, and the girl's family was also quite influential. In the end, Chen Feiyang was expelled from school. Among so many rich second generations in Jiangcheng, Chen Feiyang is the only one who was expelled from school before even finishing high school. Qin Chen's words hurt Chen Feiyang. His eyes were full of anger, and he seemed to want to tear Qin Chen to pieces. Just then, two security guards came jogging over. They had already discovered the situation here. But those who can enter the banquet are not ordinary people. They are just small security guards. No one can afford to offend them, so they can only pretend not to see it. However, now that a bloody conflict has occurred, they dare not continue to pretend not to see it. If more serious consequences arise, they will also be held responsible. Chen Xiao, are you okay? Do you want us to call an ambulance for you? The security guard asked cautiously. Chen Feiyang had obviously been beaten to the point of losing his mind. He kicked the security guard in front of him away and cursed, "Are you fucking blind? How did you let in this piece of trash who doesn't even have an invitation? This man dares to commit violence in public, why don't you arrest him immediately? I'm going to take care of him myself and break all his limbs." Chen Feiyang grimaced in pain, he could even smell the blood on his body. Anyone who dares to offend me will never have a good ending. He had to step on Qin Chen and break his limbs while he was begging, so that he could get rid of this anger. No invitation. The two security guards looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. If someone without an invitation really got into the party and beat someone up, then both of them would be finished. "Sir, please show us your invitation letter. We need to verify your information," a security guard said seriously. "Invitation? No." Qin Chen spread his hands and said lightly. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. How did this person get in without an invitation? Jiyu Yaming swallowed hard and asked, "Did you sneak in? You don't have an invitation." As soon as she asked, she regretted it. She knew Qin Chen's situation best. Qin Chen has no background at all. It is said that he used to be a Taoist priest in Qingcheng Mountain. Now he doesn't even have money to stay in a hotel, yet he still has the audacity to live in his own villa. How could such a person have an invitation? Thinking of this, Jiyu Yaming suddenly panicked. Now, Qin Chen not only beat Chen Feiyang and offended the Chen group, but also offended the Tsuizan jewelry group because he sneaked into the banquet without an invitation. Qin Chen, there is no way to survive. Chapter 28. The earrings were stolen, right? Looking at the panicked Jiyu Yaming, Qin Chen smiled and comforted her, "Don't worry, I didn't sneak in. Jin Wan invited me here." Hearing this, many people burst into laughter. This guy is really brave. He actually dares to brag like this in front of so many people. Har har, those who attended the banquet submitted their qualification certificates 3 days ago. Invitations will only be issued after they are verified. It seems that this kid really got in and doesn't even know about this kind of thing. Let's wait and see how President Jin handles this guy. He dares to use President Jin's name to flaunt his reputation. He really isn't afraid of death. Everyone looked like they were watching the fun. At this time, two security guards took out rubber sticks and carefully surrounded Qin Chen. Just as the two were about to take action, Qin Chen chuckled, took out an invitation letter and waved it in front of them. "I was just teasing you guys, did you take it seriously? I came to the party with an invitation, of course." The two security guards breathed a sigh of relief. But Jiyu Yaming opened her eyes wide. with an incredible look in her eyes. She was closest to Qin Chen and saw the name on the invitation. It turned out to be Chen Feiyang. When did Chen Feiyang's invitation letter reach Qin Chen's hands? But Qin Chen just shook the invitation letter and put it back in his pocket. There's nothing for you to do here, we can just handle it ourselves. Qin Chen waved to the two security guards and said. The two security guards looked at each other, then turned and left. Nonsense, they have already given you a way out. If you don't get out of here quickly, I'm afraid they will punish you too. After all, for those who can get the invitation letter, with their status, it would be effortless for them to deal with a small security guard like me. After the two left, Qin Chen took out the invitation letter and threw it in Chen Feiyang's face. I just picked up an invitation from the ground, and when I saw it, it turned out to be a clown's name. Perfect, I'll give it to you. Qin Chen said jokingly. Chen Feiyang picked up the invitation and his eyes widened immediately. My name was actually written on this invitation. He quickly felt his pocket, and sure enough, the invitation was gone. When did you steal my invitation? Chen Feiyang asked in disbelief. What do you mean by stealing? I picked it up from the ground. Please don't slander me. I was kind enough to return your things to you, but you're actually blaming me for it. You're truly a clown. Qin Chen taunted. He had just picked up this invitation letter when he was transferring money to Feiyang. Sure enough, it came in handy. Chen Feiyang had already suffered a concussion from being hit by the vase, and now Qin Chen was so angry that his blood rushed up and his vision went dark. Mr. Chen, what's wrong with you? Wu Minute quickly supported Chen Feiyang and asked with concern. Kill him, kill him. Chen Feiyang pointed at Qin Chen and said weakly. Wu Minute quickly helped Chen Feiyang to a chair nearby. Qin Chen, you've caused a big disaster today. To offend young Master Chen is to offend the entire Chen group. I wonder how many lives you have left to survive the Chen group's pursuit. Wu Minute threatened in a stern but cowardly manner. But Qin Chen didn't care about her threat at all. Instead, he said calmly, Wu Minute, don't forget that you were the one who started this matter. Also, you should compensate for Jiu Yaming's necklace first. Wu Minute snorted coldly, so what if I started it? She doesn't even look in the mirror to see what she looks like. How dare she come and rob me of my money? Her necklace is only worth about 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. It's not even worth as much as one of my bracelets. How dare she wear it? As she spoke, she took out a check from her bag, wrote the number of 100,000 on it, signed her name, and threw it at Jiu Yaming's feet. Here's 100,000 yuan, take it and get out. If you appear in front of me again next time, be careful or I'll disfigure your face. Wu Minute said disdainfully. If it were the GU group during its heyday, she might have some concerns. But according to Chen Feiyang's information, the GU group is now on the verge of bankruptcy. Just a little Jiu Yaming, you can step on her however you want. Jiu Yaming looked at the check at his feet, a look of grief and anger appearing on his face. When had she ever been insulted like this? But now, facing Wu Min's insults, she felt powerless. I don't have the strength to fight back. She looked around and saw several partners who used to have a good relationship with GU Group. After feeling GU Yaming's gaze, they all lowered their heads. No one is willing to offend the Chen Group for a business that is about to go bankrupt. GU Yaming smiled sadly. Is this what it means when a person dies and the tea gets colder? But just when she was in despair, suddenly, a hand pressed on her shoulder. Don't move, it will be fine soon. Qin Chen was holding two earrings and trying to put them on GU Yaming's ears clumsily. It was the first time for him to put earrings on a woman, and it took him a long time to put them on GU Yaming. Yeah, not bad, I knew this thing would suit you. Qin Chen said with satisfaction. From the first moment he saw the pair of earrings, he felt that they matched GU Yaming very well, so he asked Jin Huan for them. Now I see that my judgment was correct. What is this? GU Yaming asked in shock. Nothing, I just picked up a pair of earrings. They suit you very well, so I'm giving them to you. Qin Chen said with satisfaction. HMPH, Qin Chen, I knew it. You're a liar, you can't do anything except lie. If I'm not mistaken, both of your earrings are made of diamonds, right? How can there be such big diamonds in the world? And even if there is one, it's not something a loser like you can afford. I'm afraid you don't even have the right to take a look at it. Wu Minute sneered disdainfully. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. Aren't these the two earrings that Mr. Jin collected? The more I look at them, the more familiar they seem. Now that you mention it, I remember it too. President Jin once said that these two diamonds are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Several $100 million. Damn, Mr. Jin is truly extravagant. Two tiny earrings are worth so much. I can guarantee that these two on Gu Yaming's ears are definitely not fake. Counterfeit earrings will never have such a texture. Everyone started talking about it. Well, Qin Chen, you're so bold. You even dared to steal Mr. Jin's things. And you, Gu Yaming, you're obviously Qin Chen's accomplice. The two of you sneaked into the banquet just to steal Mr. Jin's things. You two spend the rest of your lives in jail. Wu Minute said with a sneer. Gu Yaming was shocked when he heard what these people said. Qin Chen, what they said can't be true, right? Gu Yaming asked with a trembling voice. Chapter 29, Announcement of Investment. Har har, don't worry, although the item is real, it was given to me by President Jin himself. Qin Chen explained with a smile. Wu Minute seemed to have caught Qin Chen by the hairpin and refused to give in. You still dare to quibble? Who do you think you are? Why would President Jin give you such a valuable gift? I see you've cheated so many people that you ended up cheating yourself. I want to see how you will die. Wu Minute is in a very good mood. This matter can be said to kill two birds with one stone. The loser who was engaged to me had offended the Chen group and the brilliant jewelry group, and there was no way for him to survive. Gu Yaming, who poses a threat to his position, will also be affected. The company may go bankrupt in a few days. Just then, He Jun hurried down from upstairs. Dear guests, we've all been waiting for so long. President Jin will be here soon. He Jun's words shifted everyone's attention. Although it's fun to watch the fun, they all came here for Jin Huan's investment. Whoever gets Jin Huan's investment will be able to soar to the sky, and it is not impossible to become one of the top 3 groups in Jiangxing's comprehensive strength in a short period of time. Under everyone's eager gaze, Jin Huan walked down the stairs with a flushed face. Har har, sorry, there was an unexpected situation just now, which delayed me. I will drink 3 cups as punishment and apologize to everyone. Jin Huan said with a smile. Hearing Jin Huan's words, everyone couldn't help but think of what had just happened. Unexpected situation. Maybe those earrings were really stolen. At this moment, Chen Feiyang pushed through the crowd and came in front of Jin Huan. Boss Jin, I was beaten up in your territory. You have to take care of it for me. Chen Feiyang covered his head and cried with tears and snot. Everyone couldn't help but curl their lips. Everyone was about to discuss serious matters with President Jin, but you were the one rushing to talk about how you were beaten. It was such an embarrassing thing that I got beaten up by a thief and had a bloody head, but I had to tell it in public. Chen Group, what kind of waste did they raise? Jin Huan said with a serious face, Fei Yan, your father and I are old friends. If I hit you on my territory, it would be like hitting me in the face. Tell me who hit you, and I'll vent your anger for you. Hearing Jin Huan's words, Chen Feiyang quickly pointed in the direction of Qin Chen. The people who were pointed at immediately hid aside in panic, revealing Qin Chen standing behind the crowd. Seeing Qin Chen with a smile on his face, Jin Huan was stunned. Was it Master Qin who beat people? Wu Minute added hurriedly, Boss Jin, you just mentioned an accident. Was your baby stolen? Look, this is the man who did it. He even openly gave the stolen goods to that woman Gu Yaming. Boss Jin, this is a provocation to you, you can't. Bang. Before Wu Minute could finish her words, Jin Huan slapped her in the face. Who the hell are you? Did I let you talk? What do you mean stolen? I gave it away on my own initiative. Where are the security guards? Where have they gone? Drag this woman out, now. Immediately. Jin Huan cursed loudly and was extremely furious. What's wrong with this woman? How dare she call Master Qin a thief? Damn, I finally gave away something that Master Qin barely liked, so when did it become something that Master Qin stole? It's bad enough that he's looking for death, but he even dares to ask me to deal with Master Qin. He's really sick. As soon as Jin Huan finished speaking, 7 or 8 security guards came running over. These people grabbed Wu Min's arms and dragged her out the door. Wu Minute was stunned. What is going on? Not only did Jin Huan not deal with the thief, he also threw himself out of the party. Mr. Chen, please explain to Mr. Jin. I'm innocent. That guy named Qin Chen is the thief. If we have to throw him out, we should throw him out. Wu Minute struggled and screamed. Shut her up! Jin Wan roared with a gloomy face. A security guard picked up a smelly rag from somewhere and quickly stuffed it into Wu Min's mouth. Qian Feiyang looked at Wu Minute being dragged away, sighed, and did not dare to plead for her. He could see that Jin Wan was now furious. If I plead for Wu Minute, I would probably be thrown out of the banquet hall. More importantly, he had no idea why Jin Wan was angry, so how could he beg for mercy? Seeing this scene, many people sneered. This girl from the Wu family has no emotional intelligence at all. This girl, it's obvious she's been spoiled since she was a child. She can't even speak. Even if Mr. Jin really had something stolen, can she say such a thing in public? Isn't this a slap in Mr. Jin's face? That's right. The security system of the brilliant jewelry group is famous. Forcing President Jin to admit that something was stolen would be like slapping himself in the face. Wouldn't that be a mistake? At this moment, Jin Wan walked towards Qin Chen and the others under the gaze of everyone. Qian Feiyang's eyes suddenly showed a look of anticipation. As long as President Jin takes action, that loser Qin Chen will definitely not survive. But the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Seeing Jin Wan coming over, Jiyu Yaming turned pale and wanted to take off the earrings. Jin Wan waved his hand to stop her. Boss Jiyu, why take down such beautiful things? I think no one here is more suitable for them than you. Jin Wan said with a smile. After seeing Jiyu Yaming, he was extremely surprised. As expected, she is the woman that Master Qin likes. She is really beautiful. Since Jin Wan was able to build such a big business, he naturally knew that in this situation, instead of complimenting Master Qin, it would be better to praise his woman. As long as Jiyu Yaming is praised and happy, everything will be easy for Master Qin. When Jiyu Yaming heard Jin Wan's words, her eyes were filled with dullness. She could tell that Jin Wan's words were not sarcasm, but sincere praise. Could it be that these earrings were really given to him by President Jin as Qin Chen said? But how is this possible? While she was wondering, Jin Wan waved to He Jun. He Jun trotted over to Jin Wan and respectfully handed him 2 contracts. Ms. Jiyu, I've investigated the Jiyu group and feel that it has great potential for development. This is the investment contract. I've already signed it. As long as you write your name on it, the contract will take effect. Within 3 days, I will transfer the first investment of 20 billion to your company's account. What do you think? Jin Wan smiled and placed the contract in front of Jiyu Yaming, then handed over the pen in his hand. Invest 20 billion. Even though Jiyu Yaming was always calm and composed, his breathing couldn't help but become heavy at this moment. The investment company Jin Wan chose was actually the Jiyu Group. This is a joke, right? And wasn't he the legendary initial investment 8 billion? When did it become 20 billion? Chapter 30 I became a robber. Everyone present was frozen in place at this moment. Jin Wan actually chose Jiyu Group for investment. Isn't he the Jiyu Group about to go bankrupt? What does this have to do with anything? At this time, Qian Feiyang hurriedly stepped forward and said, Boss Jin, you may have made a mistake. The old chairman of the Jiyu Group just passed away in a car accident a few days ago. Now the group is in danger and may go bankrupt within 3 to 5 days. Besides, the entire Jiyu Group is only worth 20 to 30 billion. After bankruptcy, its assets will shrink. If you invest 20 billion at once, you can buy the Jiyu Group outright. Qian Feiyang spoke earnestly, his face full of concern for Jin Wan. But as soon as he finished speaking, Jin Wan snorted coldly and said, Do I need you to remind me whether I am right or not? Don't say you're just a good-for-nothing rich second generation. Even if you were the chairman of the Chen Group, it's not your turn to speak here. Say one more word, and don't blame me for not giving your father face and throwing you out too. Hearing Jin Wan's words, Qian Feiyang turned pale with fright and quickly shut his mouth. However, he had already cursed Jin Wan in his heart. I was kindly reminding you, and you actually scolded me. 2 billion yuan, even if you throw it into the river, it will still make a splash. If you invest in GU Group, you might not even be able to get your capital back. When the day comes that the GU Group goes bankrupt, I'll see how you regret it. Jin Wan was too lazy to continue paying attention to Qian Feiyang. He looked at Jiyu Yaming and said with a smile, How about it, Mr. Jiyu, have you made up your mind? Jiyu Yaming bit her lip and said in a deep voice, Boss Jin, I've made up my mind. I accept your investment. Don't worry, I will definitely be responsible for your money. If any problems arise with this investment, I will bear all responsibility. After saying that, Jiu Yaming picked up the pen and firmly signed his name on the contract. She still feels like she is dreaming and can't believe that she has received an investment of 20 billion yuan. But this is the only chance to save the GU group. Even if there is a trap, I can't just give up. Har har, then I look forward to our future cooperation. Actually, the reason I came downstairs so late just now was to convince the company's investment think tank. After all, none of them are optimistic about the GU group. But I believe that the GU group will definitely give me a surprise. Qin Chen said with a smile. In fact, he had little confidence in Jiu Yaming. After all, before today, he didn't even know who Jiu Yaming was. And when he told the company about the investment decision, he received unanimous opposition from the think tank. However, he believed in his own vision. Or in other words, he believed in Qin Chen's vision. He has already seen Qin Chen's strength. Although he is young, he is definitely a feng shui master. He said that GU Group is worth investing in, so you will definitely not lose money. As soon as Qin Chen left, everyone swarmed around Jiu Yaming. Since we can't get Qin Chen's investment, cooperating with GU Group is also a good choice. After all, the GU Group is not large in scale and it is impossible for it to take on such a large investment alone. It definitely needs to find a partner. The GU Group eats the meat, and they can just have some soup. Mr. GU, we have a project that would be perfect for you. Here's the plan. Would you like to take a look? Boss GU, Mr. GU, and I have a deep friendship. Do you remember that I held you in my arms when you were a child? This cooperation must be given to us. Don't listen to them, Mr. GU. Our company is sincere and this is our lowest offer. Take a look. A group of company bosses, like old men and women trying to grab discounted eggs in a supermarket, were desperately trying to squeeze forward and introduce their company's projects. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chen Feiyang's face became gloomy. He turned around and left the banquet hall directly. Judging from his attitude towards Jiu Yaming just now, there is no doubt that the GU Group will never cooperate with the Chen Group. Staying here will only make things more embarrassing. As soon as he walked out of the hotel door, a figure came up to him. Chen Xiao, you finally came out. How is it going? Did you get Mr. Jin's investment? Wu Minute took Chen Feiyang's arm and asked with an apologetic smile. Chen Feiyang simply pushed Wu Minute away and shouted coldly, "How dare you ask? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Boss Jin lost something, is it your turn to say anything? If you say in front of so many people that his things were stolen, isn't that a slap in his face? If it weren't for you, I would have gotten the investment long ago. How could that little bitch Jiu Yaming have gotten it?" When Wu Minute heard Chen Feiyang's words, he was stunned. Jiu Yaming, she got investment. How is that possible? Wu Min's face was full of disbelief. If you ask me, who should I ask? However, you dare to snatch what's in my pocket. Jiu Yaming must be tired of living. I'm going back now and telling my dad about this. I want him to take action to clean up the GU Group. Chen Feiyang threw Wu Minute on the side of the road and drove away. Wu Min's face was extremely ugly. She stamped her feet in anger and cursed, "Qin Chen, Jiu Yaming, you two dogs and bitches, I will not forgive you." After cursing, she angrily took a taxi and left. Inside the banquet hall, more and more people gathered around Jiu Yaming, and even Qin Chen was pushed aside by the excited crowd. He smiled helplessly, then turned and left the banquet hall. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. Not only did Jiu Yaming get investment, but he also got a meal by the way. The mission was completed in excess. After going out, Qin Chen first found a pharmacy, bought some medicinal herbs, and also bought a casserole, and then took a taxi back to the villa. As soon as I opened the door of the villa, the fragrance of shower gel immediately hit me. Jiu Yaming got home so soon and even took a shower. Qin Chen was wondering when a girl came out. "Sister, why did you come back so early today?" The man said as he wiped his wet hair. The next moment, she and Qin Chen's eyes met, and both of them were stunned. As soon as the girl shouted, Qin Chen rushed forward and covered her mouth. "Don't shout," Qin Chen said subconsciously. But then he reacted. "You are not a bad person, why do you cover other people's mouths?" Don't get me wrong. I actually live here. You are. As he spoke, Qin Chen loosened his hand. The girl was only wearing a bath towel, and after what she had just done, it almost slipped down her body. The girl quickly grabbed the towel and begged for mercy with a terrified look on her face. Brother robber, I didn't see anything. Feel free to take the valuables. I promise I won't tell anyone. As she spoke, she pointed to a painting on the wall and said, there's a safe behind that painting. The combination is for 8s. Take it and leave quickly. Xiaoning Yue was really frightened, and her voice was trembling, fearing that the man in front of her would kill her the next moment. However, when she saw the other person's eyes wandering over her, she remembered that she was only wearing a bath towel. You, don't mess around. I'm warning you, this is a villa area. The longer you stay, the more dangerous it becomes. I advise you to grab your things and run. Xiaoning Yue threatened while pretending to be calm. She prayed silently in her heart, hoping that the man in front of her would not be tempted by her beauty. Otherwise, even if I fight with the other party to the death, I can't let him succeed. But she also knew that with her beauty, few men could resist the temptation. You really misunderstood, actually. Just as Qin Chen was about to explain, the door behind him was pushed open. When Xiaoning Yue saw the person who opened the door, she suddenly panicked. Cousin, run! Xiaoning Yue shouted. Chapter 31 Xiaoning Yue's Shame and Anger. But Ji Yaming not only did not run away, but frowned and looked at the two people in front of him. The two of them were so close, and Xiaoning Yue was wearing so little. What were they doing? Ningyu, why are you here? What are you two doing? After sizing up the two of them, Ji Yaming looked at Qin Chen and said coldly, did you bully Ningyu? Qin Chen pointed at the herbs and casserole he had just thrown on the ground and explained helplessly, I was wronged. Look, these are the herbs I bought for you. I wanted to make some medicine for you, but when I got home I ran into this crazy woman who said I was a robber. I was just about to explain when you came back. Who is the crazy woman? You bastard, say it again. Xiaoning Yue shouted angrily. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she was stunned and looked at Ji Yaming with wide eyes. You two know each other. Ji Yaming was about to speak when Qin Chen spoke first. Hello, we not only know each other, but we also just got our marriage certificate. Ji Yaming is your cousin, right? You can just call me cousin-in-law from now on. Okay, now that the misunderstanding has been explained, you two can continue chatting. I'm going to the kitchen to make medicine first. After saying that, he didn't even give the two of them a chance to speak and ran into the kitchen. Looking at Qin Chen's back, Xiaoning Yue asked Ji Yaming in disbelief, Cousin, when did you get married? When I came here last month, you were still single, and in less than a month, you got married. Ji Yaming smiled bitterly and explained the will and the flash marriage. After listening to Ji Yaming's explanation, Xiaoning Yue swallowed hard. In other words, if you don't get married, you won't get the inheritance. After saying that, she glanced in the direction of the kitchen and continued in a low voice, then you can't just find any man and get married. If you want to get married, I have a lot of high-quality young men around me who I can introduce to you. Ji Yaming said helplessly, the man I found online before was a homosexual. He got married to satisfy his family. Who would have thought that I was too anxious at the time and recognized the wrong person? In the end, I got the marriage certificate with Qin Chen without thinking. But marrying him was a mistake that turned out to be the right move. When the GU Group's new office building was topping out, it kept failing, and he helped solve the problem. Later, when the Chen family came to cause trouble, he was also the one who drove them away. Xiaoning Yue looked at Ji Yaming's face carefully and said with a smile, Sister, you are not in love with me, are you? Why do I remember that you were never very nice to men? You haven't even had a relationship in all these years. Now that you've got the inheritance, not only did you not divorce him, you even let him live in the villa. At this point, Xiaoning Yue's face changed. Sister, you two are not living together already, right? Ji Yaming tapped Xiaoning Yue on the head and said, What are you thinking about at such a young age? I'll still sleep in my bedroom, and he'll sleep in the guest bedroom. Xiaoning Yue rubbed her head and complained, What's so small about me? I'm already 20, okay. Besides, in some ways, I'm almost older than you. Ji Yaming was stunned for a moment before she understood what Xiaoning Yue meant. She suddenly reached out, grabbed Xiaoning Yue's bath towel and pulled it down. Xiaoning Yue screamed in surprise and quickly grabbed the bath towel. But it was too late. Ji Yaming glanced at him and said proudly, "If you want to catch up with me, you still have to work hard." "Sister, you're bullying me. I want to see how big you are too." As he spoke, Xiao Ningyue turned from defense to offense and grabbed towards Ji Yaming's chest. While the two were playing, they accidentally saw a figure not far away. Qin Chen had walked out of the kitchen without knowing when, holding a bowl in his hand. With a gulp, Qin Chen swallowed his saliva, breaking the silence between the three of them. "Oh, if I say I didn't see anything, would you believe me?" Qin Chen said cautiously. "R." Xiao Ningyue screamed, hurriedly pulled up the bath towel, and ran upstairs barefoot without even having time to put on her shoes. Ji Yaming's face turned slightly red, and she turned her head away, not daring to look Qin Chen in the eye. Since childhood, Xiao Ningyue would come here to live during the winter and summer vacations to keep Ji Yaming company. Although they are cousins, they are better than real sisters. Ji Yaming, who is usually aloof, only takes off her mask in front of Xiao Ningyue and becomes the older sister who loves to play with Xiao Ningyue. The two of them were used to joking around, but today they forgot there was a man in the room. "Oh, I didn't mean to." As he spoke, Qin Chen handed over the medicine bowl and quickly changed the subject. "Last time I said that your dysmenorrhea must be cured by taking medicine. This is the medicine I prepared for you." Ji Yaming looked at Qin Chen suspiciously and asked doubtfully, "Do you really know how to make medicine? This medicine is black. Will it be dangerous after drinking it?" Qin Chen smiled and said, "I am my master's last disciple. His medical skills can bring the dead back to life and turn flesh into bones. I was barely alive, but as long as someone is still breathing, I can save them." With a thud, Qin Chen placed the bowl directly on the table and said, "I'll put the medicine here. If you don't trust it, then pour it out." After saying that, he turned and left. However, when he reached the corner of the stairs, he saw through the reflection of the glass on the wall that Ji Yaming still picked up the bowl of medicine and drank it all in one gulp. Qin Chen smiled and went upstairs with satisfaction. When Ji Yaming returned to the bedroom, she found that Xiao Ningyue had already crawled into bed. "It's only noon, why are you lying down?" Ji Yaming said helplessly. "Sister, you are so heartless. You just got married and you forgot about your sister. I took a car all morning, rushing all the way from the imperial capital to Jiangcheng. I didn't even take a break after getting off the car, and I came straight to see you. Who would have thought that I would just run into? Xiao Ningyue blushed and was too embarrassed to continue. When she was playing with Ji Yaming just now, she was probably seen by that hateful man. Dead man, stinky man, dog man. Xiao Ningyue grabbed the pillow and started throwing it on the bed. After Xiao Ningyue vented for a while, Ji Yaming said helplessly, "Who told you not to tell me before you came?" Xiao Ningyue complained, "Sister, how long have you been married, and you're already turning your elbows outward? You're actually speaking for that man. Besides, I didn't tell you because I wanted to give you a surprise." Ji Yaming patted Xiao Ningyue's head lovingly and comforted her. Okay, it's all my fault, okay. By the way, why did you think of coming to Jiangcheng now? Shouldn't you be in school?" Xiao Ningyue pouted and shouted angrily, "Jiu. Ya. Ming. You don't even know that I'm graduating this year, do you? I've graduated from college now, so I don't have to go to school anymore." After saying that, she took out a card and threw it on the bed. "Look, this is the card I stole from home. There are 300 million in it. I heard that the GU group encountered some troubles. Let's use this money for emergency." Xiao Ningyue said. Chapter 32, The Rich Lady and the Poor Youth. Ji Yaming couldn't help but slap his forehead. This girl stole 300 million from home? Although these 300 million are nothing to Xiao Ningyue's family. However, Xiao Ningyue was able to take the money out with her uncle's approval. Ji Yaming's mother, Xiao Lihua, is actually the daughter of Qiao Hanyuan, the head of the Qiao family in the imperial capital. Qiao Lihua and Ji Guodao fell in love at first sight, but were strongly opposed by Qiao Hanyuan. After all, the Qiao family is one of the four major families in the imperial capital and is very powerful. The Jiu family is just a small, insignificant family in Jiangcheng. The gap between the two families can be said to be a world of difference. But at that time, Qiao Lihua insisted on marrying Ji Guodao. She eloped with Ji Guodao to Jiangcheng and gave birth to a daughter, Ji Yaming. In the end, Qiao Hanyuan and Qiao Lihua severed their father-daughter relationship. However, over the years, Xiao Lihua's eldest brother, Xiao Guanqing, who is also Jiyu Yaming's uncle, has been secretly supporting the Jiyu family. This time, Xiao Ningyue stole money from home to help, and I'm afraid her uncle Xiao Guanqing knows it very well. When I'm done with my work these past 2 days, I'll call my uncle in person to thank him. Jiyu Yaming said seriously. Xiao Ningyue pouted and said, "Why should I thank him? It was clearly me who stole the money." Jiyu Yaming smiled, touched Xiao Ningyue's head and said, "Thank you too. However, I just attended an investment banquet. The GU Group received 20 billion in investment. The money will be in the account within 3 days, so you don't have to worry." Speaking of this, Jiyu Yaming's mouth curled up, and it was obvious that he was in a very good mood. 200 million. Sister, you didn't lie to me, did you? Or were you deceived? Xiao Ningyue opened her mouth wide and said in shock. Although she is young, her family business is quite big. After being exposed to it for so many years, I naturally know what 20 billion means. As one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital, the Qiao family's investment basically will not exceed 50 billion yuan. How could a small place like Jiangcheng actually have an investment of 20 billion yuan, and it was invested in the GU group that was about to go bankrupt? The first thing she thought of was that GU Yaming had been cheated. "Don't worry, the person who can deceive me hasn't been born yet," GU Yaming said confidently. Xiao Ningyue finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, she hugged GU Yaming's arm again and started to act coquettishly. "Sis, your company has received such a large investment, so it must be particularly short of talent. I'm a financial management major from a prestigious university in the capital, and I often work at my dad's company. I have work experience. How about you arrange a job for me?" GU Yaming immediately asked in confusion, "It's easy to arrange a job for you, but will your family agree to let you come to Jiangcheng to work?" Xiao Ningyue laughed and said, "Sister, my legs are on my body, they can't control me. Besides, my aunt eloped to Jiangcheng with my uncle for true love, and the family couldn't do anything about it. I just came to Jiangcheng to work. Can they still remove me from the family tree?" GU Yaming said helplessly, "Okay, then you can take a position here first. But I'm going to the company now, you have to come with me, and I'll get you started." Xiao Ningyue immediately jumped off the bed, quickly put on her clothes, and then waved her hand and said, "Let's go." Qin Chen dared to come out of the house only after hearing the 2 people leave the villa. But at this moment, he remembered something else. The crisis of the GU group has been resolved for the time being, and it is time to put revenge on the agenda. He took out his cell phone and was about to take a taxi to Chen Dong's gambling house, but found that he had no money. "Depend on." Qin Chen cursed angrily. "Last time I left the gambling house in such a hurry that I didn't have time to take away the more than 1.1 billion I won. I spent a lot of money on taxes and meals these 2 days. Without paying attention, the balance was only 68 cents left." He looked around and his eyes suddenly fell on a truck not far from the door. "Last time, I pulled the stone lions from Jin Huan's warehouse to the construction site, but after parking the car at the door of the villa, I forgot to return it and it has been thrown away until now." Qin Chen raised the corner of his mouth, took out the key, and started the truck directly. A few minutes later, many drivers on the road saw a scene that they would never forget. A medium-sized truck kept weaving in and out of traffic, leaving a trail of dust all the way. "Damn, this car is rushing to die, and it dares to overtake. With this kind of driving skills, could he be a professional racing driver? Damn it. The sports car I just bought today was overtaken by a junky truck. Are you kidding me?" Many people couldn't bear the humiliation and chased after him. But no matter whether it was a modified car with superb driving skills or a sports car with unbeatable acceleration, they were eventually defeated by the exhaust gas of the truck in front. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Chen blocked the truck at the gate of the gambling house, pulled out the key, and jumped out of the car. But before he could take a few steps, 2 thugs called out to him, "Hey, who told you to park here? Do you know whose territory this is? You have no eyes. I'll give you 1 minute to move your car, or I'll beat you to death." The 2 thugs threatened with disdain. "This kid in front of me doesn't even look at where he is and dares to block the door. Is he tired of living?" Looking at the 2 of them, Qin Chen suddenly smiled and threw the key in his hand over. The gangster standing in front subconsciously caught the key, but before he could react, a foot kicked him in the chest. As if he was hit head on by a huge truck, the gangster flew out more than 10 meters and fell to the ground with a thud. "Help, help. The gangster lay on the ground, without even the strength to get up. He just felt as if all the bones in his body were broken and the pain was excruciating. Here are the keys. If you want to move the car, do it yourself. Qin Chen said this and went straight into the gambling house. Seeing Qin Chen leave, the other thug mustered up the courage to help the injured thug up and asked, "Brother, what should we do?" The injured thug cursed angrily, "What else can we do? Didn't you see he's already started fighting? Go call someone, wait for this guy to come out and kill him. If I don't break his legs today, I'll take his last name. Ouch, it hurts so much. My ribs are broken." The gangster was too excited and it affected the wound on his body, and he started to grit his teeth again. As Qin Chen walked into the small door of the gambling house, a big man suddenly appeared in front of him. "Excuse me, please show me your membership card," the big man said in a deep voice. Seeing this big man, Qin Chen couldn't help laughing. "What? You forgot about me? You were the one who applied for my membership card yourself. By the way, what happened to your head? Did someone hit you?" Qin Chen said with a smile. Chapter 33 Another Gamble. At this time, the big man had a layer of gauze wrapped around his head, and blood could be faintly seen. Hearing Qin Chen's words, the big man's eyes suddenly widened, obviously recognizing Qin Chen. He gritted his teeth, snapped his fingers, and looked at Qin Chen with eyes full of anger. The last time Qin Chen caused a big disturbance in the gambling house, he left safely, causing many security guards in the gambling house to be beaten up. As the person who had taken the initiative to let Qin Chen in and even issued him a membership card, the big man was beaten the worst and almost suffered a concussion. "Boy, you actually dare to come here. I think you are really tired of living. Today I'll let you see the consequences of playing tricks on me." As he spoke, the big man clenched his fist and swung it out violently. If this punch hits, he is confident that the opponent will lose the ability to resist. But the man in front of him seemed to not take him seriously at all. He just stretched out a hand and didn't even try to dodge. Court death. The big man gritted his teeth and roared, adding more strength to his fists. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly rang out. The two of them stood still, as if time had stopped. But the next moment, the big man's eyes widened and the smile on his face gradually began to distort. "My hand, my hand!" The big man cried out in pain, covered his hands and slowly knelt on the ground. He felt as if his punch had hit a concrete wall, and the huge recoil force broke his finger bones. With just one punch, all 5 of his fingers were broken. "Oh, you're so cruel. He's got a lot of strength, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the brains." Qin Chen shook his head and smiled. After saying that, he walked straight past the big man. The big man wanted to launch a sneak attack, but when he felt the piercing pain in his hand, he immediately backed off. He quickly picked up the intercom and shouted, "Attention, attention, the guy who caused trouble last time is here again, quickly notify the boss. Also, this guy knows Kung Fu. He broke my hand. Be careful." Each security guard was equipped with a walkie-talkie. After hearing the big man's words, all the security guards immediately rushed towards the entrance of the gambling house. As soon as Qin Chen entered the gambling hall, he was surrounded by more than a dozen security guards. "Brother Chen." Several security guards made way for a path, and a figure slowly walked out. Qin Chen chuckled. This was an old acquaintance, Chen Wentao. "Boy, I was just thinking about looking for you, but I didn't expect you to show up at my door. Why, now that you know our boss's strength, you're here to beg for mercy and apologize. It's a shame, it's too late. If you cheated in our gambling house and won a few 100,000, it would be fine. We would just give it to a beggar. But you actually dared to win over 10 billion. Aren't you just courting death? Come here, chop off both of his hands. I want to see how he can cheat without his hands." Chen Wentao said with a sneer. The last time they fought at the construction site, Qin Chen broke his hand. He had been holding a grudge against this matter and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. Unexpectedly, before he had the chance to take revenge, the other party came to his door. Isn't this just courting death? The commotion here attracted the attention of many gamblers, and they all looked over. Chen Wentao quickly explained with a smile, "Don't be afraid, everyone. We caught a guy cheating in the gambling house and are about to take care of him. According to the rules of the gambling house, anyone who cheats will have their hands chopped off." Many people were shocked. They were just ordinary gamblers. How could they have ever seen such a bloody scene of chopping off hands? But at this moment, many people also recognized Qin Chen. That's him. I remember now. A few days ago, this guy hit 2 consecutive 666 leopards here and won 1.1 billion in the end. I was stunned. Holy crap, 1.1 billion. That much. What did you expect? Those were 2 consecutive leopards, and the capital increased more than 1,000 times. I just didn't expect this guy to be a con man. His skills are really too high. Everyone was talking about it. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Chen smiled indifferently. Cheating? Do you have any evidence? You can turn on the surveillance video and let everyone see how I cheated. Otherwise, it means that the gambling house is slandering me and wants to take away the money I won. Qin Chen sat down on the sofa as if no one was around, leaning comfortably against the backrest with a fearless expression on his face. After hearing this, many gamblers became suspicious. That's right, he's cheating. Does the casino have any evidence? This guy is gambling with dice. The casino people are shaking the dice the whole time. Even if he is a con man, he can't cheat, right? Har har, 1.1 billion. If I were the owner of a gambling house, there's no way I'd let him take the money. I'd definitely find a reason to get rid of him. The gamblers murmured. Chen Wentao's face suddenly turned gloomy. Qin Chen was right, they really had no evidence. After Qin Chen left that day, they studied the video carefully. Even with the high-definition video, they couldn't find any signs of Qin Chen cheating. After all, Qin Chen kept his hands exposed the whole time and didn't even touch the gambling table. But they can be sure that Qin Chen is definitely cheating. Because when the dice were rolled for the second time, it was Heihu who rolled them himself. With Black Tiger's skills, he can shake out any number he wants. But Black Tiger failed that time, and in front of everyone, he shook the leopard again and got a 666. In other words, Qin Chen is not only a con man, his cheating skills are even better than Black Tiger's. If we don't find a reason to get rid of this kind of person, I'm afraid he will win all the money of the gambling house. Seeing Chen Wentao remain silent, Qin Chen chuckled. You also know you have no evidence, right? In that case, why don't I make another bet with you guys? If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me. But if I win, I only need to ask Chen Dong one question. When Chen Wentao heard Qin Chen's words, he gritted his teeth and said, Boy, you really don't know your place. You're almost done, and you still dare to talk about gambling. No one who dares to cause trouble in our city that never sleeps will be able to walk away unscathed. Someone, give him to me. Wait. Before Chen Wentao could finish his words, a voice interrupted him. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, and Chen Dong happened to be walking slowly towards them with a few people. Boss. Chen Wentao and the security guards bowed and made way. Chen Dong looked at Qin Chen with a sneer, then waved slightly. A thin middle-aged man stood up from behind him. As soon as this person appeared, he stared at Qin Chen closely, his eyes full of hatred. Har har, your proposal is interesting. I agree. Chen Wentao was about to step forward to persuade him, but when he saw Chen Dong's cold eyes, he quickly swallowed his words back. Chen Dong pointed at the middle-aged man beside him and said to Qin Chen with a smile, The black tiger that was placed in your hand last time was Master Liu's last disciple. He came this time just to fight with you. If you beat him, I will not only agree to your terms, but also let you take away the money you won last time. But if you lose, you can keep your life. Chapter 34 Lost. Chen Dong's voice suddenly became extremely cold and his face darkened. If you dare to cause trouble in his gambling house, you must be prepared to lose your life. The last time Heihu failed, he immediately contacted Heihu's master, Liu Quan. Liu Quan is no ordinary person. He has been learning cheating techniques since he was a child and has almost never encountered an opponent in his travels in the martial arts world. Later he founded his own school and accepted many disciples, Heihu being one of them. This time his apprentice was slapped in the face, and he also became competitive and wanted to see the other party's level. But when he saw Qin Chen's age, he sneered in his heart. He's just a young boy who has learned some mediocre kung fu. And he wants to come and challenge others. You really don't know how to live or die. Boss Chen, don't worry, I can make him kneel down and admit defeat in one round. Liu Quan said confidently. Chen Dong looked at Qin Chen and asked calmly, Boy, Master Liu has spoken. Do you dare to bet? Qin Chen smiled and stood up. Since we are already in the gambling house, why not gamble? After saying this, he looked Liu Quan up and down and said calmly, "You've committed many sins, and your lifespan has been greatly reduced. I'm afraid you don't have many years left. I won't bully you. Let's just bet on the simplest dice. The higher number wins." Liu Quan snorted coldly, "You want to disrupt my mentality? Do you think you're worthy? I've consulted a master, and I've found that living 100 years is absolutely no problem. It's easy for me to defeat an ignorant young man like you." The two men were arguing with each other, and many gamblers gathered around when they saw this. These two people are definitely masters. A duel between masters is an extremely rare event and is much more exciting than gambling. Many people even started calling their friends to come and watch the game. A few minutes later, the security guards cleared out a gambling table. Qin Chen and Liu Quan stood on each side, and next to them were a dense crowd of gamblers watching the game. The gamblers not only wanted to see the results, but also wanted to see how the cheating masters cheated. They all widened their eyes and stared at the hands of the two men. Chen Wentao temporarily acted as the referee, waved his hand and announced the start. As soon as Chen Wentao finished speaking, Liu Quan picked up the GU cup, closed his eyes and began to shake it. Everyone held their breath and stared closely at the GU bowl in Liu Quan's hand, not daring to blink. After a full minute, Liu Quan suddenly opened his eyes. With a thud, the GU cup fell on the table. However, when he saw Qin Chen standing there and hadn't started rolling the dice yet, he was stunned. Has this kid given up? A smug smile appeared on Liu Quan's lips. You ignorant youngster, you want to compete with me in tricks? Don't you even consider your own abilities? At this time, Chen Wentao frowned and urged, Kid, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and roll the dice. If you dawdle any longer, I'll declare you the loser. Qin Chen smiled faintly and said, Roll the dice. Har har, no need. I won't roll this round. As soon as these words were spoken, their whole audience was in an uproar. Did I hear correctly? He said he doesn't play dice. Does this count as admitting defeat? How can you win without rolling the dice? I guess that kid saw Master Liu's technique and knew he couldn't win, so he just gave up and tried to save face. He's really stubborn. Everyone looked at Qin Chen mockingly. Many people still thought that Qin Chen and Master Liu were capable of fighting. Unexpectedly, the bet was over before it even started. At this moment, Chen Wentao stepped forward and opened the lid of the GU cup in front of Qin Chen. 1, 1, 2, 4 in total. When Chen Wentao saw the points in the GU bowl, he was stunned. What followed was their whole audience bursting into laughter. Am I seeing right? The 3 dice rolled 4. Told him to pretend, now he's screwed, right? Even if he threw it with his eyes closed, there's no way it could be 4. Har har, I still have a chance of winning. What if Master Liu's 3 dice all come up with 1? Everyone laughed and said. At this moment, Liu Quan suddenly felt something unusual. The other party rolled for points, but he remained calm and even looked at him with a smile. Could it be that there was really something wrong with the dice I rolled? But I clearly rolled 666. Could it be that the other party used some tricks to change all my dice into 1? Chen Wentao was obviously a little nervous too. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. With a nervous expression, he slowly opened the lid of Liu Quan's GU pot, revealing the dice inside. 6, 6, 6, 18 in total. Chen Wentao let out a long sigh and announced loudly. Liu Quan wiped the sweat from his forehead and finally relaxed. Boy, I gave you the chance to admit defeat a long time ago, but you didn't take it. You humiliated my apprentice, which is a slap in my face. Today's battle is a draw. As for how Boss Chen plans to deal with you, that is none of my business. Liu Quan said coldly. Chen Wentao said with a smile, Master Liu, don't worry. We have plenty of ways to make those who cause trouble in our gambling house regret it. Leave the rest to us. Come here, take this kid to the dark room and treat him well. Especially his mouth. Pull out all his teeth first. I want to see if he can still be stubborn without teeth. Hearing Chen Wentao's words, everyone was frightened and quickly took a few steps back. Chen Wentao smiled coldly, pushed the 2 people's GU bowls to the center of the table, and prepared to announce the winner. But at this moment, Qin Chen pointed at Liu Quan and said lightly, he cheated. Hearing Qin Chen's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this nonsense? Both of you are cheaters. What else can you do if not cheat when competing in strength? Are you going to rely on luck? Chen Wentao looked at Qin Chen as if he were a fool and said coldly, "Boy, you've already lost. Don't think you can get away with it by being unreasonable. You said Master Liu cheated. Do you have any evidence?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chen immediately took out a mobile phone and put it on the table. A video was playing on the phone, which was the recording of Liu Quan shaking the dice just now. Suddenly, Liu Quan's face changed drastically as if he thought of something. When did you record this?" Liu Quan asked with a grim expression. Qin Chen ignored Liu Quan, but dragged the progress bar and paused the screen. He picked up his phone, enlarged the picture, and showed it to the people around him. "Everyone, please look." It was at this moment that the other party secretly changed the dice. In other words, the real dice are now in the secret pocket of his clothes, and the dice in the GU cup are filled with lead. Qin Chen said lightly. On the screen, Liu Quan was throwing the dice at high speed while inserting his fingers into the GU cup and secretly changing the dice. I don't know how Qin Chen did it, but he actually aimed his phone at this position in advance and captured all of Liu Quan's cheating moves. It's easy to verify whether it's cheating or not. As he spoke, Qin Chen took out the 3 dice from Liu Quan's GU zhang, placed them on the table, and slapped them to pieces. Lead particles the size of rice grains suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Liu Quan's face suddenly turned extremely pale. "Master Liu, do you need me to take out the dice from your clothes?" Qin Chen smiled faintly. Liu Quan's eyes were dull and his lips began to tremble. He couldn't figure out how the other party had recorded his cheating tactics. The angles at which he cheated were extremely tricky. If he hadn't prepared in advance, it would have been impossible to record the process of himself cheating. "I lost." Liu Quan laughed bitterly, took out 3 dice from the secret pocket of his clothes and threw them on the table. Chapter 35 The Truth from 20 years ago. Liu Quan's actions clearly showed that he had admitted to cheating and given up. Cheating in gambling is fine if you don't get caught. But if someone is caught in the act like this, and there's even a video of them cheating, then the winner is obvious. "Who the hell are you? Who asked you to come?" Liu Quan suddenly raised his head, stared at Qin Chen and asked. He couldn't believe that a young boy could be more skilled in deception than himself. "The other party must be coming for me." But Qin Chen just snorted disdainfully and said lightly, "Master Liu, you don't think I'm here to target you, do you? I'm sorry, but you're not worthy." Hearing this, Liu Quan was immediately furious. "A mere junior dares to mock me. Go to hell." Liu Quan was already extremely embarrassed after losing to Qin Chen in cheating techniques, and now he was mocked by Qin Chen. He actually lost his mind, slapped the gambling table with one hand, jumped up, and attacked Qin Chen. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a silver needle flew out and shot towards Qin Chen. Court death. Qin Chen's eyes flashed, and he caught the silver needle with lightning speed and threw it back. Liu Quan was in the air at this time, and he didn't expect that his sneak attack would be resolved so easily. His expression suddenly changed. This silver needle is unavoidable. Thump. The next moment, Liu Quan fell directly to the ground. R. Liu Quan let out a painful roar and grabbed his wrist, as if he was suffering from great pain. It's bad enough that you're not as skilled as your opponent, but you're so angry you want to launch a sneak attack. How shameful. I'll cripple one of your hands today, so don't cheat in the future. Qin Chen said lightly. The needle just now had severed the meridians in Liu Quan's right hand. Unless he finds a doctor of his caliber, he will never be able to use his right hand again in his lifetime. Not only that, Liu Quan's tricks are all on his right hand. This injection not only crippled the opponent's hand, but also destroyed all his cheating skills. Liu Quan looked up at Qin Chen, his eyes full of fear. Only after the fight did he understand how terrifying the opponent was. With the opponent's strength, he could probably crush me to death with just one finger. You, just wait. I, Liu Quan, will avenge this. After saying that, Liu Quan kicked the table in front of him to pieces and took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the crowd. The next moment, his figure disappeared in the gambling house. Qin Chen shook his head in disdain. If this kind of person dares to provoke me again, it will not be as simple as just breaking one of his hands. When Qin Chen came to his senses, he found that several bodyguards were protecting Chen Dong in the middle and were quietly walking towards the gate. He chuckled, rushed into the crowd, grabbed Chen Dong by the back of his collar and lifted him up. "Boss Chen, you're a bit untrustworthy. You're in such a hurry to leave. Do you want me to see you off?" Qin Chen said lightly. Chen Dong had seen many big scenes, but when he heard Qin Chen's words, he felt a chill on his back. "Mr. Qin, we have something to discuss." Chen Dong quickly showed weakness. Qin Chen threw Chen Dong to the ground and said, "Let your men disperse. If I want to kill you, they can't stop me. There's something. I want to talk to you alone." Chen Dong quickly waved to the people around him and shouted, "Didn't you hear what Mr. Qin said? Get out of here." Everyone looked at each other and finally stepped aside. "Mr. Qin, har har, there are too many people here, why don't we go to the office upstairs to talk?" Chen Dong bent over and said with a flattering look on his face. Qin Chen nodded and followed Chen Dong to the office. As soon as he entered the room, Chen Dong attentively poured Qin Chen a cup of tea and said with an apologetic smile, "Mr. Qin, it was my people who offended you before. I apologize to you. Whatever conditions you have, just mention them. If I say no, I won't be named Chen." Chen Dong knew that he might have underestimated the strength of the young man in front of him. "In order to save my life, I can only make random promises at this moment. Har har, since Boss Chen is so generous, I'll get straight to the point." Having said this, Qin Chen's aura suddenly changed, and his eyes became sharp. Chen Dong was so frightened by the changes in Qin Chen that he held his breath, and his calves even began to tremble slightly. 20 years ago, you set a fire in the Qin Group's building and burned many people to death, right? Qin Chen stared into Chen Dong's eyes and asked word by word. Chen Dong's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously asked, how did you know?" After asking this question, he regretted it. Isn't this a disguised admission? I didn't set the fire. I don't know anything about that. You must be mistaken. Chen Dong quickly denied it. Qin Chen sneered, picked up an antique vase on the table, and smashed it to the ground with a bang. The vase instantly shattered into pieces. He slowly picked up a piece of porcelain and put it against Chen Dong's throat. The sharp broken edge directly cut a shallow wound on Chen Dong's neck. Chen Dong could even feel the warm blood flowing down his neck. Thump! Chen Dong knelt on the ground and shouted, "Mr. Qin, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." He had no doubt that if he did not give a satisfactory answer, Qin Chen would kill him without hesitation. 20 years ago, I did go to the Qin Group's building, but I didn't set the fire. Back then, I was just a small-time gangster. My boss drove me to the door of the Qin Group building. The building was already on fire, but my boss asked me to go in and check if any of the Qin family members were alive. I was very scared at the time, but I still rushed into the building and finally found the bodies of the Qin couple in the chairman's office. Mr. Qin, I really didn't set the fire, nor did I kill anyone. I can swear. Having said this, Chen Dong suddenly froze in place. A terrifying thought slowly emerged in his mind. Mr. Qin. Qin Group. They all have the surname Qin. Qin Chen said slowly, "You are right, I am the only survivor of the Qin family back then. Tell me everything you know, or you will lose your life." Chen Dong was so frightened that his legs became paralyzed. The only survivor of the Qin family has now appeared in Jiangcheng again. You can easily guess why he came. If I say one wrong thing, I might die here today. Mr. Qin, I will tell you everything I know. I only ask you to spare my life. According to my guess, there were two groups of people involved in this incident. One of them is the Shu Group, which competes with the Qin Group. They have the greatest motive for committing the crime. According to my speculation, the person who asked my boss to confirm whether your parents are alive is from the Shu family. Another group. Chen Dong looked up at Qin Chen and said cautiously, the other group should be people from the Qin Group. This person should have reached some kind of agreement with the Shu family, and the condition is to kill your parents. Otherwise, if it was the Shu family who killed the person, they wouldn't have to find someone to go to the scene to confirm it. Chapter 36 The Only Clue. After listening to Chen Dong's words, Qin Chen fell into deep thought. He had been staring into Chen Dong's eyes from beginning to end, and he was sure that Chen Dong was not lying. Come to think of it, Chen Dong was only in his 20s at the time, a gangster who had just entered the industry. How could the Shu family let him do such a big thing? Moreover, when he saw Chen Dong in the sea of fire, Chen Dong was obviously very panicked and did not attack his younger self. Therefore, Chen Dong's words are very credible. At this point, the course of events gradually became clear. The Shu family colluded with an insider of the Qin group and let the insider kill their parents, and then set fire to the Qin group's building. However, the Shu family did not fully trust the traitor, so they asked Chen Dong's boss to go to the scene to confirm. However, Chen Dong's boss was afraid of death, so he let Chen Dong into the building. However, as far as he knew, all the senior executives of the Qin group died in the fire. In other words, after the insider completed his mission, he was either killed by the Shu family or left the country afterwards, and this clue was temporarily cut off. After the Shu group absorbed the Qin group's business, it became the leader in the industry. It has now moved to the imperial capital for development, and the Jiangcheng business has been handed over to the old chairman's youngest son. This clue cannot be investigated for the time being. It seems that the only clue left is Chen Dong's boss. When he was in direct contact with the Shu family, he definitely knew much more about the inside story than Chen Dong, a small fry. "Who's your boss?" Qin Chen asked with a frown. "My boss is Zhu Hao. After that incident, he retired from the business and handed over his power to me. Then he went to the port and opened a shipping company called Suitor Shipping." "Mr. Qin, this is all I know. Please, give me a way out." Chen Dong was completely frightened by Qin Chen's appearance. This is a person who bears the blood feud of his parents. Although he did not participate in the destruction of the Qin family, he was still somewhat involved. If Qin Chen is unhappy with me, he might just take my life. But at this moment, Qin Chen loosened his hand and threw the porcelain piece aside. Chen Dong quickly covered his neck, and after confirming that there was only a small wound, he immediately began to breathe heavily. Fortunately, the other party did not attack me and saved my life. Chen Dong collapsed to the ground as if he had been pardoned and had been reborn. "I'll give you a chance to make amends. If you do well, you can still save your life. Next, use all your connections to find out about the fire at the Qin group. If you have any information, tell me immediately. But if you dare to tip off the secret, har har, I guarantee you will die a miserable death." Qin Chen said with a smile. Chen Dong quickly said, I dare not, I dare not. "Mr. Qin, don't worry, I will never tell anyone about this." He had already made up his mind that even if he kept the matter to himself, he would not inform the Shu family. After all, there is no benefit for him to tip off the secret, and if any accident happens in this process, Qin Chen will probably suspect himself first. Your own life is the most important. Thinking of this, Chen Dong quickly took out a bank card from the safe next to him and handed it to Qin Chen respectfully. "Mr. Qin, don't worry. I will immediately arrange for my men to investigate this incident. There's 2 billion in cash on this card. You won 1.1 billion last time at the casino. The rest is my apology." Chen Dong said cautiously. "Well, I'll be polite then." Qin Chen took the bank card and said lightly, "I happen to be out of money, and this money should be enough for me to spend in the short term." Chen Dong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party takes the money, it means that your life is completely saved. As the saying goes, spending money can ward off disaster. Losing some money in exchange for a life is the perfect deal. However, just as Qin Chen was about to leave, he suddenly turned around. Chen Dong was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees. "Mr. Qin, do you have anything else to say?" Chen Dong asked tremblingly. "From now on, tell your men to refrain from causing trouble at the GU group, especially that Chen Wentao. The next time I see him, I will destroy him." After saying that, Qin Chen turned around and left Chen Dong's office. In the corridor, Chen Wentao was blocking the door with a group of thugs from the gambling house. Seeing Qin Chen coming out, everyone was about to take action, but Chen Dong's roar came from the office. "Stop it, damn it." Chen Dong hurriedly ran out of the house and bowed to Qin Chen, inviting him in. "Mr. Qin, my men are ignorant, please don't bother with them, please." Chen Dong said with an apologetic smile. At this moment, he had already cursed these men in his heart. "Damn it, I barely managed to save my life, but was almost implicated by these trash. If this group of thugs attacked Qin Chen, I'm afraid I would be the first to die." Qin Chen chuckled, walked through the crowd and left the corridor. "Boss, what are you doing?" Chen Wentao asked with a puzzled look. "There are at least 20 or 30 thugs present, all armed. Isn't it easy to deal with Qin Chen?" What's wrong with the boss? He actually let Qin Chen go. Bang! Chen Dong swung his arm and slapped Chen Wentao in the face. This slap almost used up all Chen Dong's strength, and made Chen Wentao see stars. Damn it, do you know you almost killed me? Remember this from now on, never mess with this person. He's a desperado, understand? Also, don't cause trouble at the GU Group's construction site anymore. If anyone goes there again, I'll break their legs. Chen Dong shouted loudly to everyone. Qin Chen is a lonely man with his parents' blood feud on his shoulders. Who would dare to mess with such a person? If you mess with this kind of person, you might die without even knowing how. At this moment, Chen Wentao suddenly raised his head and said in panic, "Oh no, boss, I'm afraid he will escape through other exits, so I arranged for someone to ambush him at the door." Chen Dong was stunned and slapped Chen Wentao in the face. What the hell are you still talking about? Go stop it. If you offend Qin Chen, you will die. Chen Dong cursed angrily. Seeing this, Chen Wentao crawled towards the stairs. The other side. As soon as Qin Chen walked out of the gambling house, a dozen thugs holding baseball bats surrounded him. The leader was the gangster who came up to stop Qin Chen when he was blocking the door with a truck, but was kicked away by Qin Chen. "Har har, kid, you finally came out. Brother Wentao said you caused trouble. You are quite courageous. You didn't even see whose territory this is and came here to cause trouble. I've checked, and you broke 3 of my ribs. Damn it, if I don't break 6 of your ribs today, I'll take your last name." The gangster was holding a machete in his hand, throwing it around, looking at Qin Chen with disdain. Chapter 37 Video Call. Qin Chen looked at the gangsters in front of him with a smile on his face. They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Give him 5 seconds and he can make all of them lie on the ground. But at this moment, the door of the gambling house was suddenly pushed open and Chen Wentao ran out in panic. Seeing that the two sides did not fight, Chen Wentao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Wentao, this is the guy you asked us to block, right? Har har, don't worry, we will destroy him immediately." The leading thug laughed. "Chen Wentao is the boss's confidant. If I can get things done well, I might even be promoted." Just when the gangster was feeling proud, he found that Chen Wentao was kicking him. Boom! The gangster was kicked away by Chen Wentao and lay on the ground wailing. "Damn it, who told you to do that? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up, everyone, scatter. In 3 seconds, anyone who stays here will be killed." Chen Wentao threatened loudly. After hearing this, the thugs dared not stay any longer. They threw their weapons to the ground and ran away with all their might. The leading thug lay on the ground and tried several times, but couldn't even stand up. At the beginning, Qin Chen broke 3 of his ribs, and now he was kicked by Chen Wentao, making his injuries even more serious. Chen Wentao ignored him and cautiously came to Qin Chen and said respectfully, "Mr. Qin, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't discipline these people well enough. Don't worry, I will deal with them soon." Qin Chen smiled faintly, pointed at the gangster on the ground, and said, "When I left, I gave him the car keys for safekeeping. Can you help me get them back?" Chen Wentao was stunned, then turned around and kicked the gangster. "Damn it, didn't you hear what Mr. Qin said? Hurry up and take out Mr. Qin's car keys." Chen Wentao roared. The gangster looked aggrieved and took out the key to a large truck from his pocket. Chen Wentao immediately cursed angrily and launched a series of punches at the gangster. "I asked you to take Mr. Qin's car. What did you take? The truck keys. Who is Mr. Qin? Is he allowed to drive a garbage truck like that?" Chen Wentao beat him and cursed at him at the same time. The gangster was about to cry, and said aggrievedly, "Brother Wentao, these are the car keys of that gentleman. He drove a truck here." After saying that, the gangster pointed to the large truck parked nearby. Chen Wentao looked at the truck in front of him and was stunned. "Mr. Qin, this car, is it yours?" Chen Wentao asked tentatively. "Is it not possible?" Qin Chen said lightly. "Yes, of course. As expected of Mr. Qin, his taste is so high. Driving a car like this is much cooler than any sports car. I want to get one and drive it someday." Chen Wentao tried hard to force a smile on his face and said with an apologetic smile. As he spoke, he snatched the car keys from the gangster's hand and handed them to Qin Chen carefully. Qin Chen patted Chen Wentao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't mess with the GU group in the future, or you'll be the one lying on the ground next time. After saying that, he jumped onto the truck and drove away with a roar. Seeing Qin Chen leave, Chen Wentao finally couldn't help it and started to grit his teeth in pain. He lifted up his clothes and saw a clear red palm print on his shoulder. That's fucking cruel. Chen Wentao was frightened. With a light tap, a red palm print will be left on your shoulder. If this punch hits me, I'm afraid I'll be dead. Fortunately, I just swallowed my anger and did not offend the other party. Then he took out 10,000 yuan from his pocket and threw it at the gangster. Take the money and go get treatment. Also, next time you see that guy, remember to stay away from him. Otherwise, it would be a waste if he beat you to death. Do you understand? Chen Wentao said coldly. The gangster held the money tightly in his hand and nodded repeatedly. Brother Wentao, I understand. After saying that, he got up from the ground and ran away quickly. After Chen Wentao returned to Chen Dong's office, he saw Chen Dong sitting in the boss chair, lost in thought, and whispered, "Boss, the person has been sent away. Do you want me to contact some desperados and then?" At this point, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Chen Dong suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly, "Wentao, I've said it before, although you have some cleverness, you don't have the courage to accomplish great things. He and I have no grudges. He came to the gambling house to cause trouble to track down the murderer who killed his parents. His real rivals are Zhu Hao and the Shu family, not me. If I hired someone to kill someone just because I lost someone once, I would never have gotten to where I am today with that kind of behavior. Don't forget, I also started out as a thug at the bottom of society. I've worked hard for so many years to get to where I am today. Remember, in our line of work, face is the least valuable thing." Chen Wentao bowed deeply and said in a deep voice, "Yes, boss, I understand. I will restrain my men and will never cause trouble for him." Chen Dong snorted coldly and said calmly, "Let him seek revenge on Zhu Hao and the Shu family. It's just a dog-eat-dog situation, and we just have to watch the show from the sidelines." The other side. Qin Chen was driving a truck and was about to return to the villa when he received a call from his master, Taoist Wuchen. "Hey, old man, what do you want from me so late at night?" Qin Chen asked doubtfully. "You little bastard, have you forgotten your master just because you have a wife? Last time you promised me that you would let me have a video call with my apprentice's wife. Did you forget so quickly? I'm telling you, if you dare to stand me up again, I'll go to Jiancheng and kill you." Taoist Wuchen roared angrily. Qin Chen's face suddenly froze. Oh no, he actually forgot about this. "Old man, why are you in such a hurry? No one can run away. Besides, she just got a 20 billion investment and is completely busy. How could she have time to call an old man like you?" Qin Chen defended himself. But Taoist Wuchen didn't give him a chance to quibble and directly threatened, "You dare to disobey the master's order, don't you? Do you believe that I can cast a spell from a distance and destroy all your abilities?" After saying that, he didn't even give Qin Chen a chance to answer and hung up the phone. However, after hanging up the phone, Taoist Wuchen showed a smug smile. "Telekinesis? I haven't reached that level yet, but it's enough to scare that stupid boy." Qin Chen was stunned when he heard the disconnection sound coming from his phone. This old man cannot be provoked. If he is really angry, I will not be able to resist at all. Qin Chen, who was originally preparing to return to the villa, turned the car around, turned on the navigation, and headed straight for the GU Group building. GU Yaming must have a phone call with the old man today. However, when he arrived at the GU Group building, he was told by the front desk that he did not have an appointment and could not see GU Yaming at all. The company isn't big, but it has a lot of rules. While Qin Chen was complaining, he took out his cell phone and called GU Yaming. It was his first time at the GU Group, and GU Yaming had not announced the news of her marriage, so no one in the GU Group knew him. Chapter 38 Recording. "I'm in a meeting right now, what's up?" GU Yaming's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "I do have something to do. I'm currently at the GU Group." Before he could finish his words, the phone vibrated and the screen went black. "Shit, there's no power at any time, but now." "Rubbish phone, I'll replace you sooner or later." Qin Chen looked at his turned-off phone with an angry look on his face. At the same time, GU Yaming in the conference room was holding a mobile phone with a puzzled look on his face. Why did Qin Chen hang up in the middle of his speech? "Okay, let's continue the meeting." GU Yaming shook his head, put the matter behind him, and continued the meeting. Beautiful lady, you heard it just now, right? The person who spoke to me was the chairman of your company, Gu Yaming. To be honest, I'm actually your chairman's husband. Why don't you give her a call and ask? Qin Chen had no choice but to reveal his identity to the front desk receptionist. But as soon as he finished speaking, the receptionist at the front desk waved to the security guard at the door. Xiao Zhao, come here quickly, there's a mentally ill person here who claims to be the chairman's husband. Get this guy out of here quickly, and call the mental hospital to have him arrested. Qin Chen was stunned when he heard the receptionist's words. Mental illness? Are you talking about yourself? Hey, I'm not crazy. I have my marriage certificate with Gu Yaming. Qin Chen said quickly. But the security guard didn't listen to his explanation and grabbed Qin Chen's arm and tried to drag him out. The receptionist looked disdainful and complained, Bar. Anyone dares to come here and cheat. Do you think you can become Mr. Gu's husband just by getting a fake ID? Why don't you look in the mirror and see if you are worthy of him? Qin Mu gave a helpless smile and was about to break free from the security guard when a woman appeared in front of them. She looked Qin Chen up and down, and said with a grin, Oh, you bastard, you deserve this day. You deserve it. Xiaoning Yue? Why are you here? Quick, help me explain, I have something to talk to Gu Yaming about. Qin Chen said with some surprise. Xiaoning Yue pouted and said coldly, Sir, who are you? Do you know me well? Qin Chen's eyes widened immediately and he said, Xiaoning Yue, how dare you say we're not familiar with each other? Don't forget, I saw you without clothes this morning. Before Qin Chen could finish his words, Xiaoning Yue rushed up and covered his mouth with her little hand. Qin Chen, you bastard, shut up. Xiaoning Yue's face flushed red, then she looked at the receptionist and the security guard and threatened, I know this guy. I'll take him upstairs. Remember, if what he just said gets out, you two will be expelled. After saying that, she pinched Qin Chen's ear with one hand and brought Qin Chen to the reception room. My sister is in a meeting and has no time for you. Please wait here. Xiaoning Yue said coldly. After thinking for a moment, she stared at Qin Mu again and threatened through gritted teeth, Qin Chen, I'm warning you, if you dare to mention what happened this morning again, I will die with you. Qin Chen raised his head, looked towards the ceiling, and muttered to himself, Oh no, I've lost my memory. I've forgotten everything that happened today. Xiaoning Yue burst out laughing at Qin Chen's appearance, but when she saw Qin Chen's smug look, she quickly covered her mouth. Hey, you idiot, tell me the truth, how far have you and my sister progressed? Xiaoning Yue asked in a pretended serious tone. Qin Chen quickly explained, Don't get me wrong, your sister and I are innocent. We have a cooperative relationship where we each get what we need. She needs to use me to get the inheritance, and I need her to help me deal with master's pressure to get married. After hearing Qin Chen's explanation, Xiaoning Yue smiled maliciously and asked, My sister is so beautiful, don't you have any feelings for her? Qin Chen replied awkwardly, Your sister is indeed beautiful, but with my conditions, even if I have an idea, I can't realize it. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Xiaoning Yue laughed, then took out her cell phone in front of Qin Chen. The phone screen lit up, showing that it was recording. Qin Chen, you've seen my body naked, I will never forgive you. Just wait, I'm going to play this recording to my sister and let her know what a jerk you are. Humph, you dare to have any ideas about my sister, you're dead. Xiaoning Yue said proudly. What she said to Qin Chen just now was just to trick him into talking. The recording in her hand now will definitely make Gu Yaming kick Qin Chen out of the villa. Xiaoning Yue, I knew you had no good intentions. Hurry up and delete the recording, or I'll steal it. As Qin Chen spoke, he reached out to grab the phone from Xiaoning Yue's hand. Seeing this, Xiaoning Yue quickly stuffed the phone into her clothes from her chest. She is just a woman, and in terms of strength, she is definitely no match for Qin Chen. But as long as the phone is placed in the clothes, Qin Chen will definitely not dare to snatch it. After all, she is Gu Yaming's cousin. If Qin Chen dares to touch her, he will be punished more severely. But what she didn't expect was that Qin Chen was so anxious that his hand subconsciously reached out for the phone. There was a scream in the reception room. The next moment, the door of the reception room was suddenly pushed open, and Gu Yaming appeared at the door. Xiaoning Yue was held on the table by Qin Chen, with one of her hands held by Qin Chen, and the other hand was struggling fiercely. Looking at the posture of the two people, Gu Yaming immediately closed the door. What are you two doing? Gu Yaming frowned, his face full of disbelief. Only when they saw Ji Yu Yaming did they react. Qin Chen quickly let go of Cherning Yue, coughed awkwardly twice, and explained, "Don't get me wrong, we didn't do anything. She just slandered me and recorded it. I just wanted to grab the phone to prove my innocence." Cherning Yue's pretty face flushed slightly, and she gritted her teeth and said, "You big bastard, you're talking nonsense. You just touched my..." She was only halfway through her sentence when she was so ashamed and angry that she couldn't continue. But she immediately took out her cell phone from her chest and said to Ji Yu Yaming, "Cousin, this person has bad intentions towards you. He just admitted it. I have recorded all the evidence. You must see the true face of this bastard and kick him out of the villa immediately." As she said that, she pressed the play button directly. But the next moment, the sound of her and Qin Chen playing around came from the phone. "Asshole, let me go." "I won't let go, give me the phone." "You bastard, if you move again, I'll tell my sister that you did something bad to me." "You little bitch, go ahead and tell me, who's afraid of who?" The conversation between the two was so clear that Cherning Yue and Ji Yu Yaming were stunned. After playing several sentences in the recording, Cherning Yue finally reacted, quickly paused the recording, and then deleted the recording with a red face. "Sister, it's not this part." Cherning Yue looked at Qin Chen, who was standing next to her with a smug look on his face, and her teeth were almost broken. "This bastard must have deleted the original recording while I wasn't paying attention. But doesn't this mean that he reached into his..." Cherning Yue's eyes were as sharp as swords, and she wished she could kill Qin Chen right now to vent her anger. Chapter 39 Decoration Issues. "Okay, you two, stop messing around. I have to continue the meeting later." "Ningyu, why did you ask me to come to the reception room?" Ji Yu Yaming said coldly. Cherning Yue curled her lips, pointed at Qin Chen, and said, "This bastard said his phone was out of battery and he couldn't contact you, but the front desk didn't believe him. I happened to run into him and brought him to the reception room." Ji Yu Yaming turned to look at Qin Chen and said coldly, "What's so urgent? Can't we talk about it at home? I have a meeting soon. I'll give you 1 minute. Hurry and speak." In Ji Yu Group, Ji Yu Yaming resumed his role as the aloof and decisive chairman. Qin Chen smiled helplessly and explained, "My master just called and said he wanted to have a video call with you and meet you by the way." Who would have thought that Ji Yu Yaming would refuse without even thinking, "I'm busy. I have 4 or 5 meetings today, so I don't have time to act with you. But don't worry, since I've already promised you, I won't break my promise. In 3 to 5 days, when I'm done with this, I'll call your master." After she finished speaking, she didn't even give Qin Chen a chance to speak, and turned around and left the reception room. Qin Chen was stunned and stood there in a daze. Cherning Yue on the side suddenly laughed, and in the end she even laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. "You big bastard, I let you bully me. Now it's your turn to be unlucky." Cherning Yue laughed with schadenfreude. Qin Chen sighed helplessly. "This woman, after all, got married to me, but she didn't even give me a chance to discuss things with me. She's too heartless." At this moment, the door of the reception room was suddenly pushed open again. "Chairman, something bad has happened at the construction site." A woman walked in, speaking anxiously. However, when she saw that only Qin Chen and Cherning Yue were in the room, she was stunned. "Mr. Chiao, isn't Ms. Ji Yu here? I just saw her come in." The woman asked anxiously. "Secretary Li, Mr. Ji Yu is in a meeting. I'm afraid he doesn't have time to see you right now. If you have anything, you can tell me first," Cherning Yue said. Secretary Li thought about it, and finally made up his mind. He said in a deep voice, "Boss Chiao, it's actually about the construction site. The new building is being renovated, but the renovation company suddenly asked for a price increase in the contract, otherwise they would stop work immediately. They just threatened that if the money isn't paid today, all the previously renovated areas will be demolished. Boss Gu's task is to complete the renovation by the end of this month, but with what they've done, the construction period will probably be extended by many days." After hearing what Secretary Li said, Cherning Yue obviously realized the seriousness of the matter. Ji Yu Yaming once told her that if the building was not renovated before the end of the month, the Ji Yu Group might not even have an office space. Even if you want to rent a house, you won't be able to rent an office building that can accommodate thousands of people in a short time. Ms. Ji Yu probably doesn't have time to deal with this matter right now. She's already overwhelmed by the investment. 20 billion yuan will be transferred to the company's account in the next 2 days, and the company's top management is holding a meeting to decide how the funds will be used. Secretary Lee, please go back first. Leave this matter to me. I'll handle it. Qian Yue said with a serious expression. Secretary Lee looked worried. Boss Qiao, the people on the renovation team have bad tempers and bad attitudes. If you, a little girl, go there, I'm afraid you'll suffer. If something unexpected happens, how am I going to explain it to Mr. Gu? Qian Yue thought about it, then suddenly grabbed Qin Chen's arm and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen with him by my side. He was the one who solved the problem of topping out the building last time, so let him do it this time too." Seeing that Secretary Lee was still trying to persuade her, Qian Yue continued, "Secretary Lee, although I'm young, I'm very experienced in handling this kind of thing. Don't worry. By the way, don't tell Ms. Jiu about this for now. I'm afraid she'll be distracted." After saying that, she pulled Qin Chen up and hurried out. Qian Yue didn't stop until she reached the company's door. "Where's your car? Let's drive your car over there," Qian Yue said. Qin Chen glanced at Qian Yue doubtfully and said, "Little girl, I never said I wanted to go with you, did I? You were just framing me, and you still expect me to repay you with kindness." Hearing Qin Chen's words, Qian Yue stomped her foot in anger. You big bastard. I'm warning you, if you don't go with me, I'll tell my cousin that night that you touched my. Before Qian Yue could finish her words, Qin Chen immediately raised his hands in surrender. Okay, stop talking, I'll go with you, okay. But you have to promise not to mention this matter again. I just bumped into you accidentally. If you continue to slander me, we'll both be destroyed. Qin Chen snorted coldly. He didn't expect that he, who knew everything about astronomy and geography, could fight and tell fortunes, would be threatened by a 20-year-old girl. Okay, deal. Qian Yue said proudly. Seeing this scene, Qin Chen laughed. This girl really grew up with Jiu Yaming. Even her expressions when she spoke showed the shadow of Jiu Yaming. Then, Qin Chen took out the key, pointed to the truck parked on the side of the road, and said, "Let's go, get in." Looking at the truck in front of him, Qian Yue's eyes suddenly widened. "Is this your car? You usually drive this thing?" Qian Yue asked in disbelief. "What's wrong? Are you discriminating against trucks? Otherwise, I can drive your car," Qin Chen said lightly. Qian Yue snorted coldly and turned her head away. She doesn't usually live in Jiangcheng, so where did the car come from? My cousin Jiu Yaming does have a car, but it's obviously too late to get the keys now. Qin Chen, after today, you must change your car. I never want to see this broken car again. After saying that, she got into the car angrily. Qin Chen chuckled, jumped into the driver's seat, and drove the truck to the construction site. I haven't been to the construction site for a few days, and it has changed a lot. The overall frame of the building has been completed and the surrounding road surface has been hardened. As long as the doors and windows are installed, renovated, and office desks and chairs are put in, the entire GU group can be moved in. The security guard at the door was also an old acquaintance of Qin Chen. When Qin Chen came here for the first time, he bought cigarettes for the security guard and inquired about a lot of information. When he saw Qin Chen, he immediately opened the door. Har, brother, close the door tightly and don't let anyone escape. I'll go and deal with those blind men. Qin Chen took out a good cigarette from the car and threw it directly over. The security guard took the cigarette with a smile and said loudly, "Don't worry, we are brothers in this business, so you can trust us. Even if they break down the door, I will stop them." Qian Yue, who was standing by, immediately said in dissatisfaction, "Qin Chen, why don't you hurry inside the building and chat with the security guard?" Qin Chen started the truck and said with a smile, "I said you are a little girl, but you still don't accept it. I can tell you've just graduated from school and you don't know anything. People like security guards, drivers, and nurses, even though their positions aren't high, hold considerable power. A little help from them can save you from a lot of trouble. This construction site is so big. If a fight breaks out and those decorators run away, it will all be up to the security guards to stop them." When Qian Yue heard Qin Chen's words, her expression suddenly changed. "Qin Chen, what do you want to do? We are here to solve the problem, not to fight," Qian Yue said anxiously. But Qin Chen just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. If these people were sensible and just did the renovations honestly, there would be no need to do anything. But if this group of people act recklessly, I'm afraid we can only scare them off before they continue construction. Chapter 40 Triple Contract Amount. Dozens of decoration workers gathered in the building. This group of people were sitting casually on the ground, chatting, and no one was working on the construction. As soon as they saw Qin Chen and Xiaoning Yue, the group immediately surrounded them. You guys are from the GU group, right? Har har, to discuss such an important contract, you only sent 2 of your pawns. The big man in the lead said in a cold voice. This man was at least 2 meters tall and strong. Standing in front of Xiaoning Yue, he was like the gorilla and the beauty in the movie Beauty and the Beast. The contrast was extremely strong. Xiaoning Yue suppressed her fear, pulled out her employee card from her pocket, held it up, and said loudly, I'm not some small pawn. Look carefully, I'm the executive vice chairman of GU Group, Xiaoning Yue. I'm fully responsible for the construction site. I hope you can resume renovations as soon as possible according to the contract. Otherwise, the GU Group's legal department will sue you within 3 days. Hearing Xiaoning Yue's words, the big men all laughed. Little girl, you haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you dare to threaten us. You're still talking about the contract. Do you really think we're afraid of you? If you have the guts, go ahead and sue them. Anyway, I heard that if the GU Group can't move in before the end of the month, they'll have to pay a lot of money. Let's see who suffers the most then. The leading big man sneered. The onlookers also echoed, that's right, barefoot people are not afraid of those wearing shoes. If you have the guts, sue us. GU Group actually hired a little girl as vice chairman. It seems that this company is not that good. I think this little girl is pretty and would be a perfect wife for me. Bar. You're almost old enough to be her father, how shameless of you. Listening to what everyone said, Xiaoning Yue was so angry that she almost cried. She had always lived and studied in the capital, and her classmates and teachers were all polite. How could she have ever met someone who told dirty jokes all the time? For a moment, she didn't know how to fight back. Seeing Xiaoning Yue's expression, the leading man became even more proud. Little girl, we won't make things difficult for you. Didn't you say you'd be fully responsible for the construction site? Actually, we don't ask for much. As long as the renovation contract value is tripled, we'll start work as soon as the money arrives. We guarantee a flawless job. But if you don't pay, don't blame me for not informing you in advance. We can completely dismantle the previously renovated parts in one night. Don't regret it when the time comes. The big man sneered and threatened. Xiaoning Yue was stunned for a moment, then pointed at the big man and shouted angrily, You have no sense of contract. The contract amount and construction period are clearly written in the contract. If you don't carry out the renovation according to the contract, I will sue you. When the time comes, you will not only have to pay compensation, but also go to jail. The big man laughed, took out a piece of paper and placed it in front of Xiaoning Yue. Little girl, look at what this is. I've been a deadbeat for a long time. You won't get any compensation even if you sue me. You can sue me all you want. But I'm warning you, once we tear down the renovated parts, it will be too late to regret it. Xiaoning Yue was stunned when she saw the execution notice for defaulters in front of her. It seems that the person was well prepared and signed the renovation contract, but he turned out to be a deadbeat. By then, even if I win the lawsuit, I might not get any compensation. More importantly, even if they got compensation, it would probably be just a drop in the bucket compared to the losses suffered by the GU Group. You scoundrel. Xiaoning Yue cursed angrily. The big man laughed heartily, You are right to scold me, I am a scoundrel, what can you do to me? Har har. Seeing this, everyone started laughing too. But at this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out and snatched the execution notice from the big man's hand. Wang Chao, right. Tell me, who sent you here to cause trouble? Qin Chen looked at the name on the notice, then tore the paper into pieces and threw it at the big man's feet. It was not until this moment that everyone reacted. Faced with the provocation, the workers took a step forward together. This feeling of oppression made Xiaoning Yue turn pale with fear, and she immediately grabbed Qin Chen's arm. Har har, ordering. I don't understand what you mean. I only know that if you anger me, you will end up in a terrible situation. Wang Chao said with a sneer. Qin Chen, however, seemed to take Wang Chao's threat completely unnoticed and continued, According to the contract, you have already been renovating for 3 days. You have done a very good job on the renovations over the past 3 days. This means that before today, you had no intention of extorting money from the GU group. If no one interferes, you won't suddenly turn against us, am I right? After hearing Qin Chen's words, Qiaoning Yue suddenly reacted. If this group of people wanted to extort money, they would probably start making trouble after signing the contract. How could they suddenly say they want to raise the price after working diligently for 3 days? Someone must have found them today and instructed them to cause trouble. It's despicable that they resorted to such despicable means to deal with the GU group. Qiaoning Yue clenched her fists tightly, feeling extremely angry. If I knew who was secretly trying to sabotage the GU group, I would never let them off. But at this moment, Wang Chao suddenly laughed. This laughter gave Qiaoning Yue goosebumps all over her body. What do you want to do? Qiaoning Yue shouted loudly. Wang Chao said coldly, I don't know what you mean. We only have one request, and that is to increase the contract price. Since you're already here today, why not sign the contract? Otherwise, just think about it carefully and decide when you've figured it out. As soon as he finished speaking, several workers locked the wooden door behind Qin Chen and the other two. Qiaoning Yue was suddenly startled, and her lips began to tremble with fear. You are illegally detaining me. This is a crime. I'm warning you, get out of the way immediately, or I'll call the police. Qiaoning Yue threatened loudly. Wang Chao made a casual gesture, without any intention of stopping it. Qiaoning Yue quickly took out her cell phone from her pocket, but just as she was about to make a call, her expression suddenly changed. Signal, why is there no signal? She seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly raised her head, widened her eyes and asked, did you install a signal jammer in the building? Wang Chao laughed and said, what are you talking about? I don't understand. But none of this matters. You should think about the contract. As he spoke, he took out a contract and placed it in front of Qiaoning Yue and the others. Chapter 41 Bare Hand Twisting of Steel Bars. Qiaoning Yue's face was pale and she was extremely frightened. She thought it was just an ordinary negotiation, but she didn't expect to be kidnapped by this group of people. Looking at so many workers who were eyeing her eagerly, she felt extremely regretful. Without telling anyone, he brought Qin Chen to the construction site. I'm afraid even my cousin Ji Yu Yaming wouldn't notice anything unusual until night. Little girl, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and sign. As long as you sign, I will let you go. Don't worry, I keep my word. Wang Chao said with a smile. He had already seen that the little girl in front of him had not experienced much, and might sign the document if she was frightened. Qiaoning Yue picked up the pen and looked at the contract in front of her with complicated eyes. But at this moment, Qin Chen picked up the contract and read it carefully. This sudden change left everyone stunned. The next moment, Qin Chen pointed to the clause in the contract and asked with a smile, didn't it say that the contract amount would increase threefold? Why is it written here that it's 300 times? Did you make a typo? 3 times the contract amount is hundreds of thousands, 300 times that is tens of billions. Hearing this, Qiaoning Yue quickly looked at the place where Qin Chen was pointing. Sure enough, a line of small print clearly read, due to the increased difficulty of construction, Party A has increased the construction fee by 300 times the original contract amount, to be paid in full upon completion of the project. Seeing this clause, Qiaoning Yue immediately threw the pen to the ground. You are committing fraud. I will never sign this. Qiaoning Yue gritted her teeth and spoke loudly. Wang Chao's face suddenly turned gloomy. He originally wanted to take advantage of the little girl's confusion and use threats and intimidation to make her sign the contract. I didn't expect that this guy would dare to interfere. Bang! Wang Chao slapped the table, causing dust to fly everywhere. Qiaoning Yue shuddered and was very scared. Girl, just because I'm nice to you doesn't mean I have a good temper. If you don't sign, I can't guarantee what my brothers will do to you. Seeing Qiaoning Yue's horrified expression, Wang Chao smiled triumphantly, then pointed at Qin Chen and continued, brothers, tie him up for me. Show him some color. If it weren't for this guy in front of him interfering, he would have tricked that little girl into signing the contract. 2 decoration workers immediately stepped forward, ready to hold Qin Chen down. Qiaoning Yue was so frightened that she grabbed Qin Chen's arm tightly and shouted, don't come over here. You are committing a crime. But the 2 workers didn't take her words seriously at all. They sneered and continued walking forward. At this moment, Qin Chen suddenly took a step forward, protecting Qiaoning Yue behind him, and said, didn't you hear what she said? You are committing a crime. Bang! Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the two decoration workers had not yet reacted when they were kicked in the chest by Qin Chen and flew out. Since you're so determined to commit a crime, I'll stop you. Is that okay? Qin Chen laughed. Looking at this scene, Wang Chao was stunned. He had learned some martial arts before, so he had some eyesight. With his own level, it would be no problem for him to fight two opponents at once without weapons, but it would definitely not be so easy that he could take care of two opponents with just two kicks. Damn it, this kid knows some kung fu. If we all attack together, I don't believe he can beat so many people. Wang Chao shouted with a cold face. Everyone immediately surrounded Qin Chen, and some even held weapons such as steel pipe wrenches in their hands. Boy, it's not too late for you to kneel down and beg for mercy. Wang Chao snorted coldly. Qin Chen shook his head and said calmly, "You're wrong. You should stop now. It's not too late." Hearing Qin Chen's words, Wang Chao's face turned furious. He picked up the steel bar beside him and smashed it directly at Qin Chen. Call out. The force of swinging the steel bar was so great that it even made a sharp sound in the air. Xiao Ningyue screamed in fright and her face turned pale. Qin Chen sighed, then hugged Xiao Ningyue's slender waist and stepped back. At the same time, he stretched out one hand and caught the steel bar with his bare hands. The whole audience suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes at the scene before them, and stood there in a daze. You know, this kind of steel bar, which is thicker than a human finger, can break a person's bones if it hits him. And Qin Chen caught it so easily. Logically speaking, shouldn't all 5 of his fingers be broken at this moment? Is he still human? Wang Chao swallowed subconsciously and could even hear his heart pounding. The next moment, Qin Chen snatched the steel bar from Wang Chao's hand and hit Wang Chao on the back with a snap. Oh! Wang Chao let out a cry of pain and fell to his knees with a thud. What are you guys still standing there for? Come on! Wang Chao looked at the workers and shouted loudly. But as soon as he finished speaking, the steel bar in Qin Chen's hand hit his shoulder. After a muffled sound, a bloodstain suddenly appeared on Wang Chao's clothes. Although Qin Chen did not use his full strength, this blow was enough for the other party to bear. Seeing the blood, everyone was so scared that they all took several steps back. No one dared to take action. Death is imminent, yet you're still struggling. Do you believe it or not? If they dare to attack me, I will blow your head off first. Qin Chen took the steel bar and knocked Wang Chao's head gently. Wang Chao's whole body suddenly trembled, his muscles tensed, and he dared not move. Don't, brother, I was wrong, don't hit me. Wang Chao begged for mercy tremblingly. The kid in front of me looks like a man who doesn't care about his life. If a steel bar really hits your head, at best you will become a vegetable, at worst you will die. Xiao Ningyue, who was standing by, was already stunned by the scene before her. She didn't expect that Qin Chen only took a few seconds to completely reverse the situation. Qin Chen, why don't we go quickly? Xiao Ningyue quickly advised. So many people on the other side were staring at her covetously, and she was afraid that Qin Chen would not be able to control the situation and make things worse. But at such a tense moment, Qin Chen smiled and said, "Why leave? Aren't we here to solve the problem?" As he spoke, he slowly picked up the contract in front of him, tore it into pieces in front of everyone, and threw it in Wang Chao's face. Har har, I'll give you one last chance. If you continue with the renovation according to the previous contract, everyone will be at peace and you can continue to earn your money. But if you still want to cause trouble, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Wang Chao was about to speak when he looked up and saw a scene that shocked him. Qin Chen smiled and slowly bent the steel bar in his hand. The whole process was like a magic trick. When the steel bar was finally twisted into a twist and thrown in front of Wang Chao. Gulp! Wang Chao was so scared that he swallowed his saliva and trembled all over. Brother, I'm convinced, I'm really convinced. Don't worry, we'll start work right away, working in shifts around the clock. If the renovations aren't finished within 7 days, you'll kill me. Wang Chao said quickly. Chapter 42 Xiao Ningyue's coquettishness. Xiao Ningyue looked at the scene in front of her, her mouth opened so wide that she could almost fit a fist in it. Qin Chen only spoke a few words and made the other party submit. However, when she looked at the steel bars twisted into a spiral on the ground, she immediately understood the other party. This is steel bar used in construction. Even if you hit it with a hammer, it is difficult to bend it. Only a special machine can be used to bend and cut it. Qin Chen twisted the steel bar into a twist with his bare hands, which shows how strong he is. I'm afraid that even if this group of people attack together, they can't withstand Qin Chen's fist. Tell me, who told you to cause trouble at this time? At this point, Qin Chen smiled and continued, think carefully before you speak. If you lie to me, you will die miserably. Wang Chao was shocked and begged for mercy. Brother, I will definitely not lie. It was my cousin who asked me to change the contract amount. He secretly increased it by 300 times. He was the one who taught me that. Qin Chen frowned. Your cousin? Wang Chao nodded repeatedly and said, yes, it's my cousin Guohong. He is now the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang and has great influence. He was the one who told me that if we caused trouble at this time, the GU group would definitely pay us, otherwise the losses would be even greater. I got greedy and organized the workers to start rioting. Wang Chao deliberately revealed the identity of his cousin Guohong in order to make Qin Chen wary. Who would have thought that Qin Chen stepped down as soon as he finished speaking? Ouch! Wang Chao's eyes almost popped out of his head in pain, and his body hunched over like a shrimp with its thread cut. His hand was broken by Qin Chen's foot and bent into a strange arc. Seeing this, everyone was so scared that they took a few steps back. Although this group of people shouted fiercely just now, they are just ordinary workers. How could they have seen such a bloody scene? This is a lesson for you, so that you can remember it. From now on, just work hard. If you don't finish the renovations within the stipulated time, you'll spend the rest of your life lying in bed. Qin Chen said lightly. Wang Chao was sweating profusely and nodded with difficulty. Don't worry, brother, I will definitely complete the renovation on schedule. Qin Chen squatted in front of Wang Chao, took out the mobile phone from Wang Chao's pocket and threw it in front of him. Call your cousin and tell him the contract has been signed and you need to meet him. If you dare to tip off, you should know the consequences. A sneer appeared on Qin Chen's lips. Wang Chao subconsciously looked at the steel bars twisted into a knot around him, and suddenly shuddered. Brother, I'll call right away, please don't hit me. Wang Chao had a sad face. He quickly picked up his cell phone, dialed Guohong's number, and pressed the speakerphone button. Hey, cousin, where are you? I forced the GU group to sign the contract. Can I come find you now? Wang Chao tried hard to sound excited and spoke into the phone. Har har, you're worthy of being my man. You're efficient at work. Did you finish it so quickly? I'm at the Never Sleeping City Bar, room 603. Come directly here with the contract. You did such an important thing for me, cousin, I can't treat you unfairly. A group of student girls came to the bar today. I'll pay to find two for you. Don't go back tonight. At this moment, several women's delicate voices came from the other end of the phone. Good evening, boss. Har har, the girl is here, come here quickly. Guohong hung up the phone without waiting for Wang Chao to speak. Wang Chao looked up at Qin Chen, his eyes full of pleading for mercy. Brother, you heard everything. Wang Chao said timidly. Qin Chen patted Wang Chao's shoulder, and Wang Chao trembled with fear. Har har, don't worry, I'll let you go today. Of course, if you dare to tip me off while I'm gone, I'll come back and twist you into a knot too. After saying that, he pulled Xiaoning Yue up, kicked open the wooden door, and walked out. After Qin Chen and the other man left, several seconds passed before Wang Chao continued to cry out in pain. His wrist was broken by someone stepping on it. If he didn't love to exercise and had a good physical condition, he would have fainted from the pain. What the hell are you all standing there for? Call the emergency number. Wang Chao cursed angrily at the workers behind him. The workers finally reacted and hurriedly helped Wang Chao up from the ground, and called the emergency number. The other side. Qin Chen brought Xiaoning Yue to the truck and said calmly, all right, for Jiu Yaming's sake, I saved you and helped you find out who was behind this. You can handle the rest. I'm tired and need to go back to bed. If you want a ride, I can give you a ride. Xiaoning Yue hadn't expected Qin Chen to actually let her handle this matter. She immediately grabbed Qin Chen's arm and said, you want me, a woman, to go to the bar and settle accounts with the Wild Wolf Gang? Isn't this asking me to die? How about you help them to the end, send the Buddha to the west, and go to the bar while you're there to deal with that guy called Guohong? Xiaoning Yue blinked her big eyes and said expectantly. She had just witnessed Qin Chen's strength with her own eyes, so how could she let go of such a powerful helper? Xiaoning Yue, you still know you're a woman. How dare you come to the construction site and pick a fight with a group of workers? I didn't want to get involved in this matter in the first place. If it weren't for the fact that you're Jiu Yaming's cousin, I wouldn't bother with you. Qin Chen said in a cold voice. Who would have thought that facing Qin Chen's cold attitude, Cherning Yue was not angry at all, but instead started to act coquettishly. She grabbed Qin Chen's arm, pressed against him tightly, and shook it continuously. Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. I'll never call you a jerk again, okay? From now on, I will be your undercover agent next to my sister, specifically to bring you two together. Is that okay? Cherning Yue mumbled and acted cute. Qin Chen gulped and swallowed his saliva. This girl is not very old, but she is even better developed than Jiu Yaming. In just a moment, he couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly broke free from Cherning Yue's hand, coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, and then said, if you want me to help you solve this problem, you have to agree to a few conditions. First, I have to go there by myself. On the one hand, it's inconvenient for me to take action with you as a burden, and on the other hand, I'm afraid that Jiu Yaming will quarrel with me if she finds out that I brought you to the bar. Cherning Yue nodded quickly and said, no problem, I won't follow you. If they were to go to a bar, she would consider it. But this time he was going to the bar to settle accounts with the Wild Wolf gang, so he decided not to hold Qin Chen back. Secondly, you must not tell Jiu Yaming about this. When the time comes, you can just find an excuse and say that you solved it. Qin Chen continued. Big bastard, oh, brother-in-law, this is a great opportunity for you to show off in front of my sister, why are you keeping a low profile? Cherning Yue asked doubtfully. If this matter is handled well, it will definitely solve a big problem for Jiu Yaming. Even if the two of them are in a fake marriage, I'm afraid my cousin will have a lot more affection for this man. Qin Chen shook his head and said, I don't want to be involved in the troubles of the Jiu group because of this matter. I still have my own things to do. His revenge for his parents was top secret and could not be told to anyone. And before that, he must not expose himself to his enemies. Chapter 43, The Nightless Bar. Cherning Yue nodded as if she understood, and agreed to this condition. Afterwards, Qin Chen drove the truck and took Cherning Yue back to the villa. Looking at the truck going away, Cherning Yue breathed a sigh of relief, then forced a smile on her face and walked into the villa. Why are you back so late? Where have you been fooling around? As soon as he entered the door, Jiu Yaming, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, began to question Cherning Yue. Sister, I'm not a child anymore. Can't I go out and play for a while? Don't be like my mom, checking the household registration book every day. Cherning Yue stuck out her tongue and made a face. Play? Humph, why did I hear from Secretary Li that there was a problem with the renovation contract at the construction site? Did you drag Qin Chen to the construction site? Jiu Yaming continued to ask. Cherning Yue suddenly became nervous, but she still forced a smile and said, oh, you mentioned this, I remember now. It was just the renovation team who misread the contract. It's a minor matter. I explained the contract to them and that was it. Not only that, they also promised to work overtime to complete the overall renovation work ahead of schedule. If you don't believe it, you can give them a call and ask. Jiu Yaming snorted coldly, you don't need to remind me, I have already asked. The construction site resumed renovations half an hour ago. Cherning Yue immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the decoration team resumed work in time, otherwise it would be troublesome to explain this matter. By the way, sister, my brother-in-law has something to do. He will be back later tonight. I will tell you for him. Cherning Yue seemed to remember something and spoke quickly. Jiu Yaming looked Cherning Yue up and down suspiciously, and asked in a questioning tone, haven't you always called Qin Chen a bastard? When did you change to calling him brother-in-law? Besides, he doesn't need to report to me whether he comes back or not. Cherning Yue giggled, hugged Jiu Yaming, and said coquettishly, I had some misunderstandings about my brother-in-law before, but I have explained it all today. Of course, I can't call him a jerk anymore in the future. Jiu Yaming said coldly, I tell you again, our marriage is just a fake one, you don't have to call him brother-in-law. Cherning Yue rolled her eyes and asked tentatively, so you two don't have any feelings for each other at all? Since you two have already obtained your marriage certificate, why not give it a try? Hearing Cherning Yue's words, Jiu Yaming was stunned, and his mind immediately recalled the experiences of the past few days. This is the first time in more than 20 years that a man has entered her life. Although she had no feelings for this man, she didn't dislike him either. Even after Qin Chen solved her problem several times, she still had an indescribable feeling towards him. What are you trying to do? If you want to try something, go try it yourself. The GU group just received such a large investment, and we finally got a breath of fresh air. But there are wolves in front and tigers behind. One wrong step could lead to falling into the abyss. I don't have time to think about anything else now. I just want to run the company my parents left me well. Gu Yaming's eyes changed and he said firmly. Qiao Ningyue laughed again and said, "Sis, you said it. I really tried it." Gu Yaming was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly started tickling Qiao Ningyue. Qiao Ningyue laughed so hard that tears were almost coming out. She finally broke free and ran towards the bathroom. "I've been running around outside all day, so I'm going to take a shower first." After saying that, Qiao Ningyue ran away. Gu Yaming stood there, his eyes a little dazed. Qin Chen. Gu Yaming muttered to herself, then shook her head and drove the man out of her mind. On the other side, Qin Chen, who was being discussed behind the back by two women, had already driven the car to the door of the bar. The Never Sleeping City Bar, also located on a street in the Never Sleeping City, is Chen Dong's business. This bar is one of the best in the whole Jiangcheng. It was already dark at this time, and Jiangcheng's nightlife had just begun. The entrance of the City That Never Sleeps bar is already filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Anyone who can come to this bar to spend money must at least be a rich second generation. After all, the minimum consumption for a booth is 8,888 yuan, which is 1 or 2 months' salary for many workers. However, there is a group of people who may not even have an income but can still enter this bar. That's a beauty. In this bar, women's booths are free. Not only that, the bar even pays some beautiful women to come to the bar every day. This is the legendary Atmosphere Group. With this group of good-looking women, there is no shortage of suckers coming to the bar to spend money. As soon as Qin Chen got off the car, he saw many beautiful women in short skirts, carrying exquisite small bags, walking into the bar in groups of 2 or 3. Qin Chen was speechless for a while. All the fabrics on these women's bodies combined might not be as big as their shorts. It's really hard for them. Just as he was about to enter the bar, 2 security guards in suits came over. The City That Never Sleeps bar is indeed one of the largest bars in Jiangcheng. Even the security guards are carefully selected. The 2 men looked like they had practiced bodybuilding. Their muscles just supported their suits, making them look extremely capable. "Sorry, we don't allow trucks to park in our parking spaces. I'll give you 1 minute to move your car," the security guard said calmly. The guests in the bar are all rich people, and none of the cars they drive are worth less than 500,000. Not to mention that this broken truck will lower the grade of the bar. What if this broken truck scratches the guests' luxury cars? Who will be asked to compensate? I'm afraid that even if I sell this broken car, I still can't afford to pay for a piece of paint on that person's luxury car. Go away. Qin Chen smiled. I'm also a guest of your bar. Is your attitude so bad? This is also Chen Dong's business, right? Go ask him if he can let me into the bar. The security guard was stunned for a moment, then realized that the boy in front of him was actually saying the name of their big boss. However, after the 2 looked Qin Chen up and down, their faces suddenly darkened. "Boy, are you tired of living? With your appearance, are you worthy of knowing Boss Chen? If you don't get out of here, we'll smash your car." The security guard threatened coldly. Just then, a gangster suddenly ran over in a panic. Upon seeing this man, the 2 security guards immediately stood up straight and greeted him loudly, "Brother Bin." The thug called Brother Bin had bruises all over his face. Obviously he had been beaten not long ago. Not only that, through his collar, you can see the bandages wrapped around his body, and it is obvious that he is seriously injured. When Brother Bin saw Qin Chen, his whole body trembled. "You, what are you doing?" Brother Bin asked the 2 security guards in a deep voice. "Brother Bin, this guy drove a junky car and took up the parking space, and even claimed to know Boss Chen. He's really crazy. Don't worry, we'll have him gone in 3 minutes." The 2 security guards loudly assured. Chapter 44 Private Room Battle. But unexpectedly, as soon as the 2 security guards finished speaking, they were slapped in the face. Bang! Bang! After 2 crisp sounds, the 2 security guards covered their faces and their eyes widened. They didn't even have time to react before they were slapped. Fuck, are your two eyes growing on dogs? Look carefully, this is the boss's VIP guest, Mr. Qin. When you see Mr. Qin from now on, you must bow and greet him. Do you understand? Brother Bin pointed at the two men and cursed angrily, then bowed to Qin Chen and said, Mr. Qin, this is bad business. The flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple. These two losers don't even know you. I will teach them a lesson for you. As he said that, Brother Bin kicked each of them again. At this moment, Brother Bin wanted to kill these two security guards. Why offend Qin Chen, the man even the big boss is wary of, when there are so many people to offend? Isn't this courting death? Qin Chen chuckled. The Brother Bin in front of him was the gangster who didn't let him park his car in front of the gambling house yesterday. Later, he broke 3 ribs after being kicked by him. I didn't expect this guy to be so dedicated. He came to work without a day's rest. Okay, I'll leave the car keys here for now. If I need to move the car, please help me move it. As he said that, Qin Chen threw the key in his hand to Brother Bin. Brother Bin carefully took the key and said quickly, Mr. Qin, you're joking. If anyone dares to ask you to move the car, I'll tell him to get out. Don't worry, I'll be guarding your car today. If anyone dares to touch your car, I'll fight him to the death. Qin Chen smiled and walked towards the bar. Behind him, Brother Bin was still lecturing the 2 security guards. You 2 country bumpkins, don't you understand the trend? A normal luxury car is nothing, it's not impressive at all. Driving a big truck is cool. When I have enough money, I will buy a truck. Qin Chen smiled helplessly. He also wanted to buy a sports car, but he didn't have time, so he could only drive this broken truck. I didn't expect that in the eyes of the gangsters, I was a maverick who drove a truck on purpose. Sure enough, when you have money and power, everything you do is right. After entering the bar, Qin Chen looked at the scene in front of him and was suddenly surprised. Although he had seen bar scenes on TV before, none of them were as shocking as the one in person. Hundreds of fashionably dressed men and women swayed on the dance floor to the blaring music, like a group of zombies. The dim lights and the strong smell of alcohol greatly stimulated people's senses. Many men and women are clinging to each other, releasing all their desires. However, Qin Chen did not stop, but went directly to the 2nd floor through the passage. As soon as I reached the 2nd floor, the noise around me suddenly quieted down. The entire 2nd floor of the bar is made up of private rooms with excellent sound insulation. Even if you turn up the volume of the speakers in the private room to the maximum, you can't hear any sound from outside. After Qin Chen found private room 603, he pushed the door and walked in. In the private room, several men were sitting on the sofa, holding beer bottles in one hand and hugging beautiful women in the other, looking extremely happy. Because of the dim lighting, no one even noticed Qin Chen. Qin Chen chuckled, turned on the lights in the private room, and turned off the music. When they saw Qin Chen, the men were stunned and pulled their hands out of the clothes of the women beside them. The young women blushed and quickly straightened their clothes. Who are you, kid? A man asked with a frown. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chen picked up the wine bottle on the table and shot him in the head. Bang! After a muffled sound, the wine bottle shattered into pieces and fell all over the floor. The man fainted and fell to the ground. Several women were frightened by this scene and screamed, hiding in the corner. The men sobered up immediately, and looked at Qin Chen with murderous intent in their eyes. He started fighting over a disagreement. Is this guy crazy? Which one of you is Guohong? Qin Chen picked up another wine bottle from the table and asked with a smile. Boy, are you looking for death? Do you know who we are? Several men stood up suddenly and picked up the wine bottles, looking very imposing. This group of people are all from the Wild Wolf Gang. Usually they are the ones who bully others. Who has ever seen anyone dare to mess with them? I'm so tired of living. Qin Chen chuckled. Bang! Before everyone could react, the man who had just spoken was hit on the head by the wine bottle in Qin Chen's hand. I'll ask again, who's Guohong? Qin Chen stepped on the man and slowly picked up a wine bottle. Several people looked at each other, with a hint of fear in their eyes. They fight all the time, so their reaction speed should be much faster than that of the average person. But when Qin Chen made his move just now, they didn't see Qin Chen's movements clearly at all. There's something wrong with this kid. Let's go together. The leading man growled, then swung the bottle in his hand and smashed it hard on Qin Chen's forehead. Die. The others also roared and attacked Qin Chen at the same time. Several women who were serving drinks were huddled in the corner. When they saw this scene, they covered their eyes in fear. The next moment, a series of sounds of glass bottles exploding were heard. Several women carefully put down their hands that were blocking their eyes, and were then stunned by the scene before them. Qin Chen was still standing there, with a sneer on his face. All the members of the Wild Wolf Gang had their heads blown off and were lying on the ground. Qin Chen picked up a person, pressed his head on the table, and said lightly, "Now, can you answer the question I just asked?" The man's face was covered in blood and his eyes were full of confusion. With their strength, they were knocked to the ground before they could even react. Fear. The opponent's strength is too terrifying. He didn't even dare to think of resisting. He suspected that if he didn't answer the other party's questions honestly, he would probably be hit on the head with the bottle again. Brother Guo went out to look for a girl, he's not in the private room. The man said tremblingly. Go out and find a girl. Isn't that available? Qin Chen was stunned and looked at the women huddled in the corner. Seeing Qin Chen's eyes, the man trembled and hurriedly explained, Brother, these women are students from nearby schools. They are here to accompany you for drinks. If you want to develop further, you can only spend money privately. Just now, Brother Guo wanted to attack one of the women, but she pretended to be innocent. She slapped Brother Guo and ran away. Brother Guo is now out chasing that girl. Bang! As soon as the man finished speaking, he was slapped to the ground by Qin Chen. You bunch of losers can only bully women. Qin Chen said lightly. Then he sat on the sofa, poured himself a glass of wine and started drinking. The group of people lying on the ground didn't dare to move at all and didn't have the courage to resist. A few minutes later, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open. A burly man walked in, carrying a slim woman. Har har, this little girl dared to run away. I gave her a bottle of white wine and some good food. Let's have fun tonight. The man was obviously drunk, his steps were unsteady and his face was red from drunkenness. When they saw this man, everyone immediately got up from the ground. Chapter 45, Want to Live or Die? Brother Guo, wake up quickly, someone is causing trouble. Brother, we were beaten, you have to avenge us. It was this guy. He was so ruthless. We were all shot in the head with bottles. Everyone pointed at Qin Chen with resentful eyes and accused him loudly. After hearing what his younger brother said, the man threw the woman in his arms onto the sofa beside him, shook his head vigorously, and then he sobered up a little. Boy, you're really brave to mess with our Wild Wolf Gang. Tell me, who asked you to come? The man said disdainfully. Qin Chen slowly poured out the last bit of wine, drank it in one gulp, and then picked up the empty bottle. Are you Guohong? Qin Chen said lightly. That's me. Why, you know my name, why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? Guohong said with a sneer. As he spoke, he turned his wrist and a dagger appeared in his hand. This guy is worthy of being the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. Even when he comes to the bar to play, he carries a sharp weapon with him. Seeing this, several younger brothers immediately pointed at Qin Chen and mocked him. Boy, why don't you kneel down and apologize to us? Har har, just kneeling down is too easy for him. He should pick up all the broken glass on the ground and eat it. Kid, our brother Guo has practiced Muay Thai. Do you know anything about Muay Thai? One elbow strike can kill a piece of trash like you. Everyone seemed to have gained confidence, and changed their previous cowardice, even raising their voices. Noisy. Qin Chen snorted coldly and slowly stood up. You're pretty fucking crazy. Guohong cursed and stabbed Qin Chen. The blade flashed with a cold metallic gleam, and it looked extremely sharp. Seeing this scene, their hostesses screamed and turned pale. They just wanted to earn some money by drinking with other people, but they didn't expect to encounter such a thing. But the next moment, the bloody scene that everyone expected did not appear. Because Guohong's wrist was firmly grasped by Qin Chen, he could not move at all. Guohong was stunned when he saw this. The other party's reaction was so quick. No, it must be because I drank. Guohong pulled hard, but was shocked to find that his hand seemed to be clamped by a pair of pliers and he couldn't get free at all. Damn it, you're looking for death. Guohong cursed angrily, gave up struggling, and instead used his left elbow to hit Qin Chen's chin. The two people were so close to each other, and with his actual combat level, the other party was definitely not his opponent. This blow will make the opponent lose the ability to resist. But at this moment, a cold snort sounded in his ears. The next moment, he felt as if he was hit head-on by a truck, with a sharp pain in his stomach, and then he flew out. Boom! Guohang's body slammed hard against the wall of the private room, making a loud noise. Everyone could even feel the private room tremble. Seeing this scene, everyone was petrified and stood still. Even Master Guo is no match for that kid. This person is too strong. Qin Chen slowly walked in front of Guohang amid the fearful gazes of the crowd. Guohang is indeed a martial artist. Even after suffering such a serious injury, he still struggled to stand up. But at this moment, a foot stepped heavily on his back. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and Guohang was knocked down by Qin Chen, with his face pressed tightly against the floor. Do you want to live or die? Qin Chen flipped his hand and a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. Everyone was stunned, and then they realized that the dagger that Guohang had just knocked away had fallen into Qin Chen's hands without them knowing when. Qin Chen took the dagger and gently scratched Guohang's neck. Although the dagger only cut the outermost layer of skin, there were many blood vessels on the neck, and blood immediately flowed all over Guohang's face. Smelling the strong smell of blood coming from his body, Guohang trembled all over and his face turned extremely pale. Brother, I give in. I want to live. Please don't kill me. Guohang begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Wouldn't it have been easier if you had answered the question honestly earlier? Qin Chen smiled faintly. Guohang cursed in his heart, if I had known your strength earlier, I would have knelt down and surrendered. The decoration company at the GU Group construction site caused trouble. It was you who ordered it, right? Qin Chen asked calmly. Guohang was about to deny it when he saw the tip of the knife swaying in front of him. His pupils shrank sharply, and he quickly replied in fear, Brother, I was wrong, I did it, I will call them right away and ask them to stop. Guohang didn't dare to lie. Since the other party was able to find this place, it means that he knows much more than I imagined. If the other party finds out about my lie, I will probably die a miserable death. Qin Chen ignored him and continued to ask, You are just a small leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. How dare you offend the GU Group? Tell me, who asked you to cause trouble? Guohang smiled bitterly. The Wild Wolf Gang is one of the largest gangs in Jiangcheng after all. Each leader has dozens or even hundreds of younger brothers under him, and they are very powerful. As a result, in this person's mouth, their whole master seemed like garbage. Someone did find me and asked me to cause trouble. Guohang did not dare to hide it and said, Chen Feiyang from the Chen Group gave me 2 million and asked me to do everything I could to delay the renovation progress of the GU Group's construction site. Brother, I know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. I'll give you all these 2 million, please forgive me this time. Qin Chen chuckled and threw the dagger in his hand aside. Seeing this scene, Guohang finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Qin Chen's voice rang in his ears again. Call Chen Feiyang and continue asking for money. Guohang was stunned. However, when he saw Qin Chen's expression, he quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Chen Feiyang. Why are you calling me so late? Chen Feiyang's tone was somewhat unfriendly, and on the other end of the phone, one could faintly hear a woman's rapid breathing. Guohang smiled bitterly. He was also a man, so how could he not hear what the other person was doing? At times like this, I hate being disturbed the most. But Qin Chen was right next to him, so he didn't dare to hang up the phone. Qian Shao, sorry to bother you, I have already completed what you asked me to do. The renovation of the GU Group's new building has been completely halted. They definitely won't be able to move in the short term. Guohang lies without hesitation. Chen Feiyang sneered, Humph, that woman GU Yaming dares to go against me, I will make her die without knowing how she died. At this time, Qin Chen winked at Guohang. Guohang understood and quickly said, Mr. Chen, there is something else I need to tell you. There was a conflict between our people and the GU Group. 2 of them were disabled and many others were injured. The medical expenses. Chen Feiyang's voice suddenly turned cold. Don't you just want money? Har har, how much do you want? Guohang looked at Qin Chen, and Qin Chen raised a finger. Guohang nodded, then said to the phone, It's a small amount of money. I don't need much. 10 million will be enough. Hearing this, not only Chen Feiyang was stunned, but Qin Chen also showed a puzzled look. He raised a finger. He originally wanted 1 million, but he didn't expect Guohong to have such a big appetite. He directly asked for 10 million. Chapter 46, Scamming 7 million. 10 million? Are you crazy? After a pause, Chen Feiyang continued, 5 million at most. I'll transfer it to your card now. You'll have to keep this matter to yourself from now on. If it gets out, you know the consequences. Guohong looked around the private room helplessly. In the private room, including his younger brothers and hostesses, there were nearly 20 people who heard Chen Feiyang's words. How could he still keep it to himself? But now the most important thing is to save my own life, nothing else matters. Don't worry, the money is small, but you still don't trust me to do the job. I'm the most strict one. Guohong quickly assured. A few seconds later, a notification sounded on Guohong's mobile phone, indicating that 5 million yuan had been transferred to his bank card. Did you receive the money? Har har, if you follow me in the future, you will definitely get some benefits. Chen Feiyang said lightly. At this moment, Qin Chen took the phone from Guohong. Mr. Chen, you are worthy of being the future heir of the Chen Group. You are so generous when you act. I will accept this 5 million with reluctance. Qin Chen smiled. Hearing Qin Chen's voice, Chen Feiyang was stunned. After a few seconds, he asked in a deep voice, Qin Chen. Are you Qin Chen? Guohong, what's going on? Why is he with you? Qin Chen replied, don't shout, we are all in the same group. We put on a show for you just to cheat some money from you. I just didn't expect you to be so simple-minded. I was able to cheat you out of so much money just by talking. Let me do the math. The 2 million upfront plus the 5 million just given makes a total of 7 million you gave me. That's pretty good. I'll use your money to buy a luxury car soon. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Guohong almost cried. When did I become a team with this guy? If the Chen Group retaliates against me, I might not even know how I died. Isn't this harming yourself? But he didn't dare to speak out in defense. After all, Qin Chen is still by his side. Talking at this time is no different from seeking death. At this moment, Chen Feiyang's roar rang out from the other end of the phone. Qin Chen, good, very good. You've completely pissed me off. Just wait, I will come and take your life myself. Qin Chen laughed. Chen Feiyang, you should take care of your own body first. After all, there are some things you can only do for 3 seconds, which is too weak. Don't die before you can even seek revenge on me. After saying that, he didn't even give Chen Feiyang a chance to speak and just hung up the phone. This time he cheated Chen Feiyang out of a sum of money with only one purpose, which was to disgust the other party. After all, he still had 2 billion yuan given by Chen Dong on his card, so he didn't need these few million yuan at all. But as long as he could disgust Chen Feiyang, his goal would be achieved. On the other side, hearing the disconnection sound from the phone, Chen Feiyang immediately threw the phone away. With a snap, the phone broke into pieces. The woman under Chen Feiyang shuddered in fear and stopped moving. What are you still standing there for? Keep going. Chen Feiyang gritted his teeth, his face full of ferocity. He needs to vent the anger in his body now. But the woman trembled and whispered, Chen Xiao, you are not in a good condition now. Chen Feiyang was stunned, and after realizing his current condition, he almost went crazy. Although it exceeded 3 seconds this time, it was over in less than a minute. Am I really weak? Fuck you, Qin Chen, I won't be a human being if I don't kill you. Chen Feiyang roared. Qin Chen, who was hated by Chen Feiyang, was in the private room of the bar at this time and slowly sat down on the sofa. You have nothing to do here, get out. By the way, keep an eye on the Chen Group from now on to see if they have any tricks up their sleeves. If you tell me the truth in time, I'll pay you 7 million for your services. But if you conceal the truth, I'll use that 7 million to buy you a luxurious coffin. Qin Chen looked at Guohong and said lightly. Although this group of thugs cannot show up in public, their sources of information are very wide. Having them do your eyeliner can save you a lot of trouble. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Guohong was stunned. He didn't expect that Qin Chen was actually going to give himself the money he had cheated from Chen Feiyang. That's 7 million. What are you still standing there for? Why, do you want to have a drink with me? Qin Chen asked with a smile. Guohong was shocked and quickly waved his hands, saying, no. I won't bother you anymore. I'll get out of here. As he said that, he quickly got up and ran out of the private room. Seeing this, the others all ran out at once. Just as Qin Chen was about to leave, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a video invitation from Qianing Yue. Hello? What's up? Qin Chen answered the phone and asked in confusion. The light on Qianing Yue's side was very dim. It seemed that she was squatting in the bathroom and didn't even dare to turn on the light. Sure. Keep your voice down. Qianing Yue put her index finger in front of her lips and said in panic. She cautiously poked her head out, and when she found no movement, she whispered to Qin Chen, "My sister just fell asleep. I'm worried about you and afraid you might get hurt. I wanted to ask you what's going on over there." Qin Chen chuckled. "Are you worried that I'll get hurt? I don't believe you. I think you're only concerned about the progress of the matter, right? Don't worry, I won't break my promise. I've already found out. This was instigated by Chen Feiyang of the Chen Group. I cheated him out of 5 million. He's probably furious right now and might even attack the GU Group. Remember to find a way to warn your sister and tell her to be prepared." When Qianing Yue heard Qin Chen's words, her eyes widened. The mastermind behind sending people to cause trouble at the construction site turned out to be Chen Feiyang. She had also heard from GU Yaming about the strength of the Chen Group. With the current strength of the GU Group, it was probably impossible to compete with the other party. Moreover, Qin Chen actually cheated the other party out of 5 million. Isn't this a slap in the other party's face? It's bad, this is trouble. At this moment, Qianing Yue stared at the screen and suddenly froze. I saw a white and tender arm tightly hugging Qin Chen's neck. The next moment, a woman with a flushed face and an intoxicated look hugged Qin Chen like a snake. "You, Qin Chen, what are you doing?" Qianing Yue covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with shock. Qin Chen was also stunned by the scene before him. Seeing the woman's appearance, he remembered that when Guohong came in just now, he threw a drunk woman onto the sofa. When the others left just now, they ran faster than each other. Who had time to take care of this woman? I actually forgot about this. Boo! The woman suddenly kissed Qin Chen on the face, leaving a red lip mark. At this moment, Qin Chen suddenly smelled the scent of a woman. There is a special fragrance mixed in with the smell of perfume and alcohol. What kind of despicable methods did the wild Wolfgang use? They actually used this kind of drug on a woman. Qin Chen frowned and muttered to himself. Guohong definitely did not simply give this woman a bottle of white wine. He must have given her some special medicine. Otherwise, this woman wouldn't be so proactive in coming up to me now. Chapter 47 Living Room Interrogation. Qin Chen, you big bastard, what are you doing? After saying that, Qianing Yue angrily hung up the video call. At this moment, the bathroom door was pushed open. Jiu Yaming rubbed his eyes and frowned as he asked, "Ning Yu, it's so late, who are you calling?" Qianing Yue's heart was pounding with fear, and she said, "Nothing, nothing." Jiu Yaming stared at Qianing Yue's eyes for a long time, then suddenly smiled and said, "Girl, are you in love? You're talking to your boyfriend on the phone behind my back. What's wrong? Are you shy?" Hearing Jiu Yaming's words, Qianing Yue immediately felt relieved. It seems that my cousin didn't hear what I just said on the phone. She pretended to be relaxed and said, "Sister, don't forget, I'm an adult, and it's not illegal to fall in love." However, although Qianing Yue said this, she had a strange feeling in her heart. The person who just called me was Qin Chen. Could it be that I am in love with that bastard Qin Chen? How can this be? She suddenly remembered the intimate scene between Qin Chen and that woman, and her face turned red. Qin Chen is such a bastard. Having a sister is not enough for him, he even keeps such a beautiful woman outside. Even if I can't find a boyfriend in my life, I will never date someone like this. Jiu Yaming stepped forward, took Qianing Yue's arm, and led her towards the bedroom. "If you have time, let me meet your boyfriend and check on him for you. It's too late today. Don't call him. Go to bed first," Jiu Yaming instructed. Qianing Yue curled her lips and said, "Why are you acting like my mother and nagging me?" Jiu Yaming tapped Qianing Yue's forehead lightly and said angrily, "In Jiancheng, I'm your only relative. If I don't care about you, who will? This matter is settled. When I have time, I will meet the man who called you." Qianing Yue muttered in her heart, "You and Qin Chen meet every day, do you still need me to introduce you? But she didn't dare say this in the end, and followed Ji Yamming back to the bedroom obediently. The other side. Qin Chen had already broken free from the woman's arms and placed her on the sofa. But the woman's eyes were intoxicated at this time, and she was staring at Qin Chen. Not only that, her clothes were also torn into a mess by herself, which made Qin Chen's blood boil. "Brother, help me." The woman made a seductive gesture and spoke. The woman's voice was very pleasant, and coupled with her current state, Qin Chen immediately understood what it felt like to be intoxicated. "Alas, I can only offend." Qin Chen sighed. After saying that, he stepped forward and placed his hand on the woman's lower abdomen. A warm current immediately passed through his arm. The woman tilted her neck back, took a long breath, and then a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. After a moment, Qin Chen withdrew his hand and took a deep breath. The woman in front of him looked like she had just taken a bath, her clothes soaked with sweat. The woman slowly opened her eyes and her expression returned to normal. However, when she felt what was happening to her, she screamed. Who are you?" The woman covered her chest and screamed in fear. Qin Chen smiled helplessly. "Don't you remember? Guohong drugged you, and I removed the effects for you." "Oh, forget it. It's hard to explain in a few words. You'll understand in a moment." Qin Chen sighed, then took off his coat and threw it on the woman. Suddenly, as if something happened, he took out a cell phone from his pocket and put it on the table. "Just now, when I was helping you, treating you, your roommate called you. I've already notified her to come pick you up. Given your physical condition, I suggest you rest for 2 days. If possible, you can eat some wild ginseng to replenish your body." After saying that, Qin Chen turned and walked towards the door of the private room. But at this moment, with a bang, the door of the private room was kicked open by a slightly plump woman. "Ying, are you okay?" As soon as the slightly plump woman came in, she rushed towards the sofa in panic. "Ying? That's a nice name." Qin Chen chuckled and left the private room. In the private room, the slightly plump woman looked worried and asked cautiously, "Ying, you weren't given." Halfway through her speech, she covered her mouth again, not daring to ask any further questions. "Tell me, is it that man from before? Even if I have to fight him to the death, I will avenge you." The slightly plump woman gritted her teeth, her face full of resentment. Ying was about to speak when her head suddenly hurt. Memories of when I was drunk just now suddenly flooded into my head. Thinking back to what she had just done to Qin Chen, her face instantly turned red. "Zhang Yu, it's okay now. It has nothing to do with that person just now," Ying said in a low voice. Seeing Ying's expression, Zhang Yu showed a confused look on her face. "Ying, are you really okay?" Zhang Yu asked in confusion. "It's really okay. That man just saved me, and I didn't get taken advantage of by those thugs," Ying quickly explained. "But you?" Zhang Yu pointed at Ying's sweat-soaked clothes, and Ying's figure was faintly visible at this time. Zhang Yu absolutely did not believe that any man could resist such temptation. I'll explain it to you when I get back. The dormitory building is about to lock up, let's go back quickly." Ying stood up with difficulty, then pulled Zhang Yu out of the bar. In Ji Yamming's villa. With a creak, the door of the villa was slowly pushed open, and Qin Chen tiptoed in. Suddenly, the lights in the living room came on. Looking at Ji Yamming and Xiaoning Yue sitting on the sofa, Qin Chen suddenly became petrified and stood there in a daze. "Tell me, what did you do? Why did you come back so late?" Ji Yamming was wearing a silk pajamas, her legs crossed, and her face was extremely cold. Qin Chen was stunned, then looked at Xiaoning Yue. Xiaoning Yue quickly and secretly waved her hand to indicate that she had not betrayed Qin Chen. Qin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then rolled his eyes and explained, "Nothing, I don't have a job. I spent the whole day looking for a job on the street. I didn't pay attention to the time and came back late." Hearing Qin Chen's words, Xiaoning Yue rolled her eyes and a helpless look appeared on her face. "What's wrong with this bastard? Can't he even lie? I've been looking for a job all night, are you kidding me?" Sure enough, Ji Yamming snorted coldly and slowly stood up. She walked to Qin Chen's side, sniffed his collar, and said lightly, "Looking for a job? That's not a good reason. You reek of alcohol and women's perfume. I think you've been hanging out at a nightclub, haven't you? I'm warning you, even though we're just an agreement couple, if someone catches you fooling around outside, it will have a serious impact on my reputation. If this happens again next time, our agreement will be void." Qin Chen was stunned and said hurriedly, "That's not the case. Let me explain." But before Qin Chen could finish his words, Jiu Yaming snorted coldly and turned to go upstairs. Xiaoning Yu aside in frustration and whispered, "You big bastard. My sister can't tolerate any sand in her eyes. How dare you lie to her? Do you want to die? You can do whatever you want." After saying that, Xiaoning Yu pointed to her face and then turned and left. Qin Chen was stunned for a long time, then his eyes suddenly widened and he rushed to the bathroom. Really? There was a clear red lip mark on his face. This was the kiss that the woman named He Ying had secretly given him when he wasn't paying attention, and he had actually forgotten about it. Chapter 48: Xiaoning Yue's late night visit. This is trouble. Although he and Jiu Yaming are a married couple by agreement, they are in a cooperative relationship after all. Coming back late at night with lip marks on your face, isn't that a provocation? But then, Qin Chen became confused again. That's not right. Why did Jiu Yaming look a little jealous just now? Thinking of this, Qin Chen shook his head quickly. What a mess! How could Jiu Yaming, such a cold and arrogant female chairman, be jealous of me? He would rather believe that the sun will rise from the west tomorrow than believe that Jiu Yaming will fall in love with him. Qin Chen laughed at himself, washed his face, and then returned to his guest bedroom. But he didn't expect that as soon as he entered the room, he saw Xiaoning Yu sitting on his bed, looking at him angrily. "What are you doing in my room so late at night?" Qin Chen asked with a frown. "This girl is so cunning, there is definitely no good thing going on when she comes looking for me." "Hey, you big bastard. Wait, didn't you promise me that you wouldn't call me a jerk anymore? Are you planning to go back on your word?" Before Xiaoning Yu could finish her words, she was interrupted by Qin Chen. "Humph, this agreement only takes effect tomorrow. Tonight, you're still a jerk." Xiaoning Yu seemed to remember something and her face suddenly turned red. "You big bastard, you actually did that kind of thing with another woman while on a video call with me." Xiaoning Yu gritted her teeth and accused angrily. "Hey, don't slander me. That woman was drugged by the Wild Wolf gang. I was helping her detoxify. I didn't do anything to her," Qin Chen said quickly. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Xiaoning Yu looked him up and down, puzzled. "How is that possible? With your character as a big bastard, if that woman was really drugged, how could you let her go? From what I saw in the video, that woman's looks aren't much worse than my sister's. Aren't you tempted?" Qin Chen snorted coldly, "Believe it or not." Xiaoning Yu snorted, unwilling to be outdone, and said, "Anyway, if you dare to mess around behind my sister's back, I will definitely not let you off." Qin Chen looked at Xiaoning Yu in confusion and asked, "You came to my room late at night just to talk about this?" Xiaoning Yu was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, "It's all your fault, I almost forgot about the important matter. I heard from my sister that you are doctor. And very good at it." When she was chatting with Jiu Yaming once mentioned inadvertently that Qin Chen cured her dysmenorrhea that had lasted for many years by simply prescribing a medicine. She knew that Jiu Yaming had been to the hospital for this disease, even to a big hospital in the imperial capital. But the doctor had no good solution and could only prescribe some nourishing Chinese medicine for her to replenish her body. Unexpectedly, this long-standing illness was cured by Qin Chen's medicine. "Why, are you sick too?" Qin Chen looked Xiaoning Yu up and down and asked doubtfully, "That's not right. You're quite healthy. There's nothing wrong with your body." Xiaoning Yu's face turned cold, and she gritted her teeth and said, "You are sick." "Who said I was sick? He's my best friend's grandfather, and also my godfather. His name is Liu Sanglong. The Liu family is also a big family in the imperial capital. They have a very good relationship with our Qiao family and are considered old friends. Last year, Grandpa Liu was diagnosed with ALS. He sought treatment from renowned doctors around the world, but there was no cure. He could only use conservative treatment to prolong his life. His hometown is Jiangcheng, so in his final moments, he chose to recuperate in Jiangcheng. What I want to ask is, can you treat this disease?" Xiaoning Yu looked at Qin Chen with hope. She and Liu Sanglong's granddaughter Liu Qingwan were best friends who grew up together and often visited the Liu family. Later, with the tacit consent of the Qiao and Liu families, Qian Yue directly recognized Liu Sanlong as her godfather. But I didn't expect that things would not go as I wished. When the Liu family was developing rapidly, the head of the family, Liu Sanlong, was diagnosed with a terminal illness. He could only sadly pass the position of head of the family to his son, and lived in seclusion in Jiangcheng, preparing to spend the last days of his life there. Facing Qian Yue's question, Qin Chen thought for a moment, and finally nodded. I can cure this disease, but it's rather troublesome and requires a lot of things. After hearing Qin Chen's words, Qian Yue's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. She originally came to Qin Chen with the idea of just giving it a try, but she didn't expect that Qin Chen could really cure this disease. Real? Then I'll take you to see my uncle tomorrow, and you can help him diagnose the disease. Qian Yue said excitedly. Qin Chen shook his head and said, no. Qian Yue was stunned, not going. Of course not. Like I just said, treating this disease requires a lot of medicine, and it's also very exhausting. I'm so full on board that I'm doing something like this that harms myself and benefits others. Qin Chen said confidently. You. Qian Yue was so angry that she couldn't even speak clearly. Is it okay for me to give you money? Tell me how much you want. Qian Yue said angrily. What do I need money for? I have plenty of it and I can't spend it all. Qin Chen said lightly. He didn't lie. At this moment, there was 2 billion in cash in the bank card in his pocket. Qian Yue immediately lost her temper and said angrily, then what are your conditions? Tell me now. When Qin Chen heard Qian Yue's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. But when Qian Yue looked at Qin Chen, she immediately shrank back and covered her chest with her hands. You big bastard, what are you thinking? I will never agree to that kind of thing. Qian Yue said loudly. Qin Chen smiled helplessly. What are you thinking? I want a woman. Do I need to use this method? I need your help with something else. You are from the Chiao family in the imperial capital. It shouldn't be difficult for me to ask you to help me check someone out, right? Qian Yue frowned and asked doubtfully, what on earth do you want to do? My grandfather and Grandpa Liu have been friends for decades. If you can cure Grandpa Liu, I believe my grandfather will not refuse your conditions, provided you don't go too far. Qin Chen smiled and said, it's not excessive, definitely not excessive. 20 years ago, there was a family in Jiangcheng called the Shu family. Now they have gone to other cities to develop. I want the detailed information of everyone in this family. It shouldn't be difficult for the Chiao family, right? Qian Yue nodded and said, I haven't heard of the Shu family. They are probably not a big family. If this is the only condition, I can agree to it on behalf of the Chiao family without my grandfather having to intervene. But the prerequisite is that you have to cure Grandpa Liu's illness first. Qin Chen smiled and said, don't worry, take me to see him tomorrow. After checking him, I'll prescribe the right medicine. As long as I don't give the order, even the king of hell won't dare to come and take your soul. Qian Yue snorted coldly, you only know how to brag. I'm warning you, if you dare to play tricks on me, I'll make sure you're in big trouble. After saying this, the two of them suddenly fell silent. When they were talking just now, both of them were lowering their voices for fear of waking Ji Yamming up. Unknowingly, the distance between the two people was getting closer and closer. At this time, the distance between the two people was less than half a meter. Chapter 49. Is this your boyfriend? You? Qian Yue's face flushed. She could even feel the warmth from Qin Chen. Ahem. You've been out for quite a while. Go back quickly, or your sister will come out looking for you soon. Qin Chen coughed lightly, interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere between the two people. I don't know what Qian Yue was thinking. She ran to her room in her pajamas in the middle of the night. Besides, this pajamas shows off her figure so well. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to control yourself and do something that she'll regret? Qian Yue reacted instantly and her face turned red. Oh. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow morning on time. After saying that, she covered her chest and hurriedly ran out of Qin Chen's room. Qin Chen smiled and then lay down on the bed. He originally wanted to find Chen Dong's boss, Zhu Hao, the chairman of Suitor Shipping, to continue investigating the truth behind the Qin family's extermination. But since Qian Yue brought it to him, he seized the opportunity. The Shu family is wealthy and powerful, and has moved to other cities to develop. If I go to investigate alone, I might alert the enemy. As one of the four major families in the imperial capital, letting the Qiao family investigate the Shu family's background would save a lot of trouble. He has been carrying the blood feud of his parents for 20 years. He doesn't seek immediate revenge, he just wants to not let any murderer go. Shu family, you can't run away. Qin Chen clenched his fists and muttered to himself. The next day, the three of them were eating breakfast at the dining table, and Cherning Yue glanced at Qin Chen from time to time. Ning Yu, why do you always look at him? Eat quickly and come to the company with me later. Ji Yu Yaming urged with a frown. Sister, can I take a day off today? Grandpa Liu is recuperating in Jiangcheng. I haven't visited him since I arrived in Jiangcheng. I want to go and see him today. Cherning Yue said coquettishly. Grandpa Liu. The one from the Liu family in the imperial capital. Ji Yu Yaming asked doubtfully. Well, his hometown is Jiangcheng. He has been recuperating in Jiangcheng since he got sick. I was in school and didn't have time to come. Cherning Yue explained. Ji Yu Yaming nodded and said, there are a lot of gifts in the basement of the villa. Pick some and take them with you. Don't go empty-handed. And bring some gifts for me too. Cherning Yue jumped up, hugged Ji Yu Yaming's arm and said coquettishly, Sister, I knew you were the best to me. Don't worry, I'll go to the company right after visiting Grandpa Liu. I won't delay work. Ji Yu Yaming gently pushed Cherning Yue away and said, You're already grown up, be more steady. Cherning Yue pouted, anyway, there are no outsiders here. She had just said half of her words when she suddenly saw Qin Chen sitting opposite her from the corner of her eye and immediately shut her mouth. By the way, Qin Chen, come with me to the company today. Aren't you looking for a job? I'll arrange a sales job for you in the company so you don't have to go out and fool around every day. Ji Yu Yaming said lightly. Qin Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that Ji Yu Yaming actually took this matter to heart. But before he could say anything, Cherning Yue beside him interrupted anxiously, No. Ji Yu Yaming slowly raised her head, looked at Qin Chen, then at Cherning Yue, with a puzzled look in her eyes. Cherning Yue's words were faster than her brain, and she regretted it as soon as she said this. Sister, I mean. Cherning Yue rolled her eyes and said, I don't have a car and I can't drive, so I'll let Qin Chen be my driver today and carry my things for me. Ji Yu Yaming nodded, Okay, then you and him will come to the company together. After hearing this, Cherning Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, sister. I'll keep an eye on this bastard for you and won't let him mess around. Cherning Yue promised solemnly. After eating, Ji Yu Yaming left the villa and went to work. Cherning Yue patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. No, we too have to be more careful from now on. We can't show our flaws in front of my sister. Cherning Yue said to Qin Chen seriously. Qin Chen was stunned and said, Cherning Yue, there is nothing shameful between you and me, so please don't talk nonsense. Only then did Cherning Yue realize that there was ambiguity in her words just now. It made her feel like she was having an affair with Qin Chen. Her face flushed instantly, and she pointed at Qin Chen and yelled, Qin Chen, you big bastard, shut up. Qin Chen spread his hands and said helplessly, You said this, why are you angry with me? Cherning Yue gritted her teeth, she was so angry that she wanted to bite Qin Chen to death. I have something important to do today, I don't have time to argue with you. Cherning Yue snorted coldly, then went to the basement to get some tea and supplements. However, just as the two were about to leave, Cherning Yue was stunned. Oh no, I forgot to ask my sister for the car keys. How are we going to get there without a car? Cherning Yue was completely dumbfounded. Qin Chen pointed at the truck at the door of the villa with a gloating expression on his face. It seems that this is the only option. Qin Chen said with a smile. Cherning Yue stamped her feet in anger, took several deep breaths, and finally said, Once this is done, I must buy a car. I will never ride in a truck again in my life. She could barely accept everything else about this truck, but the shock absorption was really poor. Every time the car bumped into her, she felt like her whole body was about to fall apart. After venting her anger, Cherning Yue finally got on the truck. Under her guidance, the two drove for more than half an hour before reaching their destination. After stopping the car, what came into view was a huge villa. Including the yard, this villa covers at least several acres. An area of this size cannot be called a villa, but rather a private garden. As soon as they entered the door, they saw an old man sitting in a wheelchair. Although this old man is extremely skinny and looks sick, his aura is still as strong as ever. It is obvious that he has been in a high position for a long time. Grandpa Liu. As soon as Qian Yue saw the old man, she hurried over and squatted in front of him. Har har, Xiaoya, how come you have time to come and see an old man like me? Liu Canglong touched Qian Yue's hair and said with a loving face. Grandpa Liu, I was busy with graduation and didn't have time to come over. But, I'm working in Jiancheng now, so I can come to see you every weekend. Qian Yue said with a smile. Liu Canglong nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Qin Chen. What's going on? Are you in love, little girl? Do you want Grandpa to check on you? Liu Canglong looked Qin Chen up and down and asked with a smile. Qian Yue was stunned. She didn't expect that Liu Canglong actually regarded Qin Chen as his boyfriend. But she understood immediately. I brought a strange man with me to visit Liu Canglong. In his eyes, doesn't this mean that we have a special relationship? Grandpa Liu, that's not the case. Just as Qian Yue was about to explain, Liu Canglong waved his hand and said with a smile, all right, no need to explain. You young people are free to fall in love. An old man like me can't interfere. Qin Chen looked at the anxious Qian Yue and smiled. He then stepped forward to greet Liu Canglong and said, hello, Grandpa Liu. I am Qin Chen. Chapter 50 Acupuncture. Seeing Qin Chen's neither humble nor arrogant attitude, Liu Canglong nodded with satisfaction. Since he is Qian Yue's friend, he must know my identity. It is indeed commendable that someone does not fawn or flatter in front of others. Xiao Yue, you have to seize the opportunity. Men like this are rare. Liu Canglong said with a smile. Qian Yue blushed immediately and said, Grandpa Liu, please stop talking. He's just a big bastard. I don't like him at all. Liu Canglong laughed. As the saying goes, if a man is not bad, women will not love him. He's such a bastard, but you still brought him to see me. It means you still don't hate him in your heart. Qian Yue's face turned even redder, and she said shyly and anxiously, Grandpa Liu, please stop making fun of me. Liu Canglong and Qin Chen looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Then, Liu Canglong pointed at the gift in Qin Chen's hand and said, put the things there first. Let's go to the living room and talk. After saying that, he seemed to remember something and said to an aunt beside him, Xiao Li, prepare 2 more sets of bowls and chopsticks for lunch today so that Xiao Yue and the others can eat here. Okay, patriarch. Aunt Li nodded. Liu Canglong shook his head, I am no longer the head of the family. You are a generation younger than me. From now on, you can call me Uncle Liu. Master, in my heart, you will always be the master of the Liu family. Aunt Li said this seriously, then turned and walked towards the kitchen. Liu Canglong smiled helplessly and did not continue to correct him. Aunt Li has been a nanny in Liu Canglong's family since she was young, and has been doing this for decades. This time when Liu Canglong came to Jiancheng, he only brought Aunt Li with him, besides a few bodyguards. Grandpa Liu, how is your health lately? After arriving in the living room, Qian Yue finally remembered the important matter and asked Liu Canglong cautiously. Liu Canglong chuckled, you want to ask about my condition, right? Har har, no need to beat around the bush, just ask directly. The doctor examined me 2 days ago and said I probably have 3 months to live. Hearing this, Qian Yue's eyes suddenly turned red and tears began to well up in her eyes. Liu Canglong smiled and patted Qian Yue, comforting her, silly girl, why are you crying? To be honest, at first, I was quite afraid of death. After all, who wouldn't be afraid of death? But now, I've let it go. After all, how can a human being be immortal? These 2 sentences made Qian Yue burst into laughter. Qian Yue hugged Liu Canglong's arm and remained silent for a long time. However, she suddenly raised her head as if she remembered something. By the way, Grandpa Liu, I forgot to tell you something. Qin Chen said he can treat your ALS. How about letting him check you out? Liu Canglong was stunned, then looked Qin Chen up and down. Him. Liu Canglong shook his head. I've consulted experts both here and abroad, and even tried many folk remedies, but they haven't worked at all. Besides, he doesn't have any equipment or instruments, how can he examine me? Hearing Liu Canglong's words, Qin Chen smiled and said, Grandpa Liu, I'm different from them. I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. Just hold out your wrist and I'll take your pulse. Xiaoning Yue said coquettishly, Grandpa Liu, just let him take your pulse. There's no harm anyway. Liu Xianglong smiled and said, all right, I'll let him check it out. As he spoke, Liu Xianglong stretched out his wrist with difficulty and placed it on the table. Qin Chen did not rush to take Liu Xianglong's pulse. Instead, he carefully observed Liu Xianglong's body shape before placing 3 fingers on Liu Xianglong's wrist. After a moment, Qin Chen frowned and withdrew his hand. It's really difficult, Qin Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xiaoning Yue's face immediately showed disappointment. Liu Xianglong patted Xiaoning Yue on the back comfortingly. Har, it's okay, Xiaoye, I've already accepted my fate, why are you still sad? At this moment, Qin Chen said doubtfully, I just said it's difficult, I didn't say it can't be done. Find 100-year-old wild ginseng and prepare a set of pure silver needles, and I can cure Grandpa Liu's illness. After hearing Qin Chen's words, the living room suddenly became quiet. Xiaoning Yue and Liu Xianglong stood there in a daze as if petrified. After several seconds, Liu Xianglong frowned and asked, Qin Chen, is what you said true? I have as many silver needles as you want. I also have century-old wild ginseng, but can you really cure my illness with just these things? Xiaoning Yue said coquettishly, Grandpa Liu, just let him try. I've seen him cure other people's illnesses with my own eyes. He's quite amazing. Liu Xianglong touched Xiaoning Yue's head and said lovingly, okay, let's give it a try. I trust the person my darling granddaughter likes. After saying that, he said to the kitchen, Xiao Li, go and ask their hospital to send over a pair of high-quality silver needles. And by the way, go to the storage room. I remember someone sent over 200-year-old wild ginseng plants. Aunt Li quickly agreed. Half an hour later, both items were placed in front of Qin Chen. Everything is ready. Now it's up to you, Xiaoning Yue said nervously. Liu Xianglong, on the other hand, seemed to have really become indifferent to life and death, with a calm expression on his face. Qin Chen picked up the wild ginseng, examined it carefully, and nodded slightly. Yes, it is indeed 100-year-old wild ginseng. Qin Chen couldn't help but be secretly shocked by this. 100-year-old wild ginseng is a life-saving treasure no matter where it is placed. But for Liu Xianglong, the 100-year-old wild ginseng is only fit to stay in the storage room. They are indeed a big family from the imperial capital. Afterwards, Qin Chen cut the wild ginseng into thin slices, put them together with the silver needles, and boiled them in water. After taking out the silver needle, it was covered with a layer of yellow ginseng juice. Grandpa Liu, it's going to be painful. You have to hold on, Qin Chen said seriously. Har, don't worry. Ever since I got ALS, not only have my muscles become weaker, but my pain sensitivity has also decreased a lot. I can bear it, Liu Xianglong said lightly. But the next moment, he regretted it. The first silver needle pierced his neck directly, causing him to exclaim in surprise. How is this possible? Liu Xianglong widened his eyes full of shock. He actually felt the tingling sensation clearly. Grandpa Liu, don't move. I still need to continue the acupuncture, Qin Chen said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Liu Xianglong quickly sat up straight. After a few injections, Liu Xianglong's face was distorted with pain, but he dared not move his body. He suddenly had a premonition. My illness might actually be cured by this young man in front of me. But just when the acupuncture was coming to an end, another group of people came to the villa. Miss Liu, why are you here? Wait a moment, the master of the house is treating a patient and cannot be disturbed. Aunt Li stopped the group and spoke in a low voice. But upon hearing this, the young girl in the lead's expression suddenly changed. Cure? How is that possible? Where can I find a doctor? After saying that, without waiting for Aunt Li to answer, she rushed into the living room first. Chapter 51 Chinese medicine is a scam. Qingwan? Why are you here? Seeing this woman, Xiaoning Yue hurriedly went to greet her. This person is Liu Xianglong's granddaughter, Liu Qingwan, who is also Xiaoning Yue's best friend. Seeing Xiaoning Yue, Liu Qingwan was also extremely surprised. She was about to say hello, but she saw Liu Xianglong, who was covered in silver needles and had a painful look on his face. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Liu Qingwan immediately rushed over and pushed Qin Chen aside. What are you doing? I'm treating Grandpa Liu. Qin Chen glared at Liu Qingwan and asked in a cold voice. What am I doing? I want to ask, what are you doing? Where did you come from, you charlatan? You used needles to treat my grandfather's illness. Isn't that harming people? Liu Qingwan roared angrily. Liu Sanglong comforted her, Qingwan, it's okay. Qin Chen is a very capable man. He might be able to cure me. Liu Qingwan wiped the tears from her face and said worriedly, Grandpa, I'm afraid you'll be deceived. Using acupuncture is a traditional Chinese medicine technique, but we've seen many doctors with decades of experience, and they all say they can't do it. Could it be that he's the only one who can treat your illness? Qin Chen snorted coldly and said calmly, they can't do it, that's because they are useless, it doesn't mean I can't do it either. How can a group of people who are just seeking fame and reputation understand the profoundness of Chinese medicine? Liu Qingwan ignored Qin Chen and continued to say to Liu Sanglong, Grandpa, I have invited an international medical team today. They have experience in successfully treating ALS, and they may be able to cure your disease. After saying that, she waved to the people behind her. Several foreigners in white coats came forward, placed several instruments in front of everyone, and began to assemble them. The middle-aged man in the lead looked at the silver needles on Liu Sanglong's body, frowned, and talked to Liu Qingwan in a babble. Grandpa, Professor James said that these silver needles are useless and will only delay the examination of the condition. We need to take them all out now. As Liu Qingwan spoke, she glared at Qin Chen. Seeing this scene, Cherning Yue quickly pulled Qin Chen aside and whispered, Qin Chen, are you sure you can cure Grandpa Liu? That medical team seems quite professional. They've even cured ALS before. Otherwise, Qin Chen said calmly, I can only say that I have the confidence to cure Grandpa Liu, but I don't know if you have the confidence. Cherning Yue looked at Qin Chen's confident look and suddenly hesitated. Although she knew that Qin Chen had cured her cousin's dysmenorrhea, she could not guarantee that Qin Chen could cure ALS, a worldwide problem. Liu Qingwan found an international medical team with treatment experience. If she delayed Grandpa Liu's treatment, she could not afford the consequences. At this moment, Qin Chen's face suddenly darkened. What are you doing? Qin Chen looked at everyone, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that while he was talking to Cherning Yue, the group of doctors actually took action and removed all the silver needles from Liu Sanglong's body. Professor James muttered a few words, then snorted in disdain. Liu Qingwan, who was standing by, translated, Professor James said that your treatment method is a complete fraud and will have no effect at all. After a pause, Liu Qingwan continued, you are someone invited by Ning Yu. I will give Ning Yu some face. Get out of my house now. I don't have time to pursue your responsibility. Cherning Yue quickly persuaded, Qingwan, that's not true. Qin Chen really knows medical skills. After hearing what Cherning Yue said, Liu Qingwan's expression softened a little and she said, Ning Yue, I believe you, but I don't believe him. To be honest, we've seen all the famous Chinese medicine doctors in the country, and they don't have any treatment options. You might have been in a hurry and got scammed by a liar. Don't take it to heart. Cherning Yue was so anxious that she didn't know how to explain and looked anxious. Qin Chen smiled and shook his head, saying calmly, summer insects can't talk about ice. Since you don't believe me, then seek help from someone else. I'm not in the habit of rushing to treat people. If your treatment doesn't work later, you don't have to beg me. After saying that, he looked at Cherning Yue and said calmly, I'll wait for you in the car. You stay here with Grandpa Liu. Without giving anyone a chance to speak, Qin Chen turned and walked towards the door. Liu Qingwan snorted coldly and taunted Qin Chen's back, you ran away so fast. I'm afraid you're too embarrassed to stay here now that I've exposed your true identity. Hearing this, Cherning Yue didn't know what to say, while Liu Sanglong frowned and said, Qingwan, how can you say that? His serious boyfriend, be polite to him. Besides, his treatment for me did have some effect. I feel much better now. Liu Qingwan squatted in front of Liu Sanglong and said, Grandpa, I'm worried about you too. You feel your condition has improved. It must be because you've been in a good mood recently and your immunity has improved. What does that liar have to do with it? Liu Sanglong wanted to speak, but the doctor came forward and put the testing equipment on him. Professor James, how is my grandfather doing? Liu Qingwan quickly asked in English. The patient's condition is not optimistic. The disease has progressed too seriously. We can only try our best. After saying this, Professor James gestured to the assistant behind him. The assistant immediately took out a tube of injection and injected it into Liu Sanlong's arm. The next moment, the detection machine suddenly emitted an electric current, which made Liu Sanlong scream in pain. What is going on? Liu Qinwan asked in panic. Don't worry, this is the latest treatment our hospital is researching. It can effectively relieve the symptoms of ALS by using drug injections and assisted electric shocks. James is confident and full of confidence. Hey, my upper body seems to have recovered a lot. Liu Sanlong said in surprise. His illness was very serious, so he could feel every subtle change in his body. Professor James, thank you for your hard work this time. Liu Qinwan said excitedly. Professor James nodded, looking mysterious. Ningyu, look, I told you that man is a liar, right? You better be careful in the future. Don't be fooled by those so-called Chinese medicine practitioners. You should trust Western medicine. Liu Qinwan advised Xiao Ningyue earnestly. Xiao Ningyue nodded, feeling extremely confused. Just now, Qin Chen gave Liu Sanlong acupuncture for half a day and also used 100-year-old wild ginseng, but in the end it didn't work. But within a few minutes of the medical team starting treatment, Liu Sanlong's condition improved. Could it be that Qin Chen was really lying to himself? However, at this moment, Liu Sanlong suddenly struggled. His face was extremely ferocious, and white foam came out of his mouth. Just a few seconds later, before anyone could react, Liu Sanlong's eyes rolled back and he fainted. This scene shocked everyone. Quick, stop the instrument! Professor James shouted loudly in panic. The doctors hurriedly removed the instruments and carried Liu Sanlong to the bed in the bedroom. Chapter 52 Kneeling and Begging. Professor James, how is my grandfather? Liu Qinwan asked with a worried look on her face. Professor James did not answer Liu Qinwan, but took out the instrument and began to check with a serious face. After a moment, Professor James put down the instrument and sighed. Miss Liu, unfortunately, our treatment failed. Professor James said lightly. Liu Qinwan was stunned for a moment, then rushed forward and grabbed James by the collar. What did you say? Treatment failed. What did you promise me before you came? You said you had a lot of experience and there was a good chance you could cure my grandfather's illness. And the treatment was already effective just now, how could it suddenly fail? Liu Qinwan roared. She was so anxious that she started crying. If Liu Sanlong had received conservative treatment, he would have had another 3 months to live. But if the medical team she brought failed to treat Liu Sanlong, resulting in his premature death, it would be tantamount to her killing her beloved grandfather with her own hands. At this time, several doctors came forward, grabbed Liu Qinwan and pushed her aside. I'm sorry, Miss Liu. Treatment always has a certain probability of failure. I'm very sorry about this result, but unfortunately, we are not responsible for the treatment results. After saying that, he waved to the doctors, and they immediately packed up their instruments. Liu Qinwan's eyes were dull and she fell to her knees in front of the bed with a thud. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've hurt you. Liu Qinwan sobbed uncontrollably and instantly burst into tears. Xiao Ningyue wanted to go forward and comfort her, but she didn't know what to say. Among all the people in the Liu family, Liu Qinwan has the best relationship with Liu Sanlong, even better than her relationship with her parents. It can be said that Liu Qinwan grew up completely in Liu Sanlong's doting. If Liu Sanlong really died today because of this incident, I'm afraid Liu Qinwan would be immersed in regret for the rest of her life. But at this moment, Xiao Ningyue's eyes widened and she suddenly remembered something. No. Qinwan, Grandpa Liu can still be saved. Xiao Ningyue shouted loudly. Liu Qinwan raised her head with tears in her eyes full of confusion. How is it possible? The doctor said Grandpa is beyond saving. Liu Qinwan sobbed incessantly, which made Xiao Ningyue feel extremely distressed. No, there's still a chance. Think about it, Qin Chen said something when he left just now. He said if our treatment doesn't work, don't ask him for help. So he knew in advance that this treatment would not be effective. Xiao Ningyue said excitedly as if she had discovered a secret. Liu Qinwan shook her head and said, no, the doctor's treatment just now was effective. Grandpa said that his upper body feels much better. Xiao Ningyue grabbed Liu Qinwan's shoulders, stared into her eyes, and said loudly, Qinwan, have you forgotten? When you came in, Qin Chen was treating Grandpa Liu. He only pierced Grandpa Liu's upper body with the silver needles. He hadn't had time to pierce the rest of his body when you interrupted him. It just so happens that Grandpa Liu also feels a healing effect on his upper body. I guess this is most likely caused by Qin Chen's treatment. Xiaoning Yue became more and more excited as he spoke, and then he pulled Xiaoning Yue up and rushed out the door. James, who was standing next to him, shook his head while packing up his equipment. He has seen many patients like this, especially wealthy families. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will give it a try even if they know it is fake. Outside the door, Qin Chen was sitting in the truck watching videos. Seeing Xiaoning Yue and Liu Qingwan coming out, he rolled down the window and said calmly, "Are you done with your work? Then get in the car and go." Xiaoning Yue opened the car door and pulled Qin Chen down. "Qin Chen, tell me the truth, can you really cure Grandpa Liu's illness?" Xiaoning Yue asked seriously. Tell the truth. Didn't I tell you this just now? Why don't you believe me?" As he spoke, he glanced at Liu Qingwan, who was in tears, and said calmly, "The foreign devil's treatment is ineffective, right? I told you a long time ago, but unfortunately, you didn't believe me." Xiaoning Yue hurriedly said, "Qin Chen, Grandpa Liu has fainted now. Only you can save his life. Please help." Seeing that Liu Qingwan still didn't say a word, Xiaoning Yue secretly pulled the corner of Liu Qingwan's clothes. Liu Qingwan looked at Qin Chen deeply, and suddenly knelt down on the ground. "Qin Chen, I know I offended you just now, but this has nothing to do with my grandfather. No matter how wrong I am, it's all my fault. I kneel down to apologize to you. I will agree to any conditions you put forward. I only ask you to save my grandfather's life." Liu Qingwan was crying and complaining, and Xiaoning Yue couldn't bear to watch the scene in front of her. However, Xiaoning Yue did not stop Liu Qingwan from kneeling. Just now, Liu Qingwan mocked Qin Chen and offended him. Now she wants him to help treat Grandpa Liu. How can she do that without paying a price? Seeing a beauty who was as beautiful as Jiu Yaming kneeling on the ground to apologize to him, Qin Chen also softened his heart. Killing is not the end of the world. People have already knelt down to me. If I continue to dwell on this matter, it will seem like I have no vision. More importantly, when the old man was teaching him medical skills, he once said that it is a big taboo for a doctor to watch someone die without helping. As the saying goes, a doctor has a kind heart. If a doctor does not have a compassionate heart, then his medical skills will not achieve any success in his life. "Okay, get up and take me to see Mr. Liu first," Qin Chen said lightly. Hearing this, Xiaoning Yue hurried forward and helped Liu Qingwan up. When the three entered the house, James and others had just packed up their equipment and were about to leave. "Miss Liu, please forgive me for being blunt. Let the patient recuperate. If he's lucky, he can live for another half a month. But if we delay, I'm afraid we won't survive today," James reminded. Hearing this, Liu Qingwan hesitated again. Seeing this, Qin Chen frowned and asked, "What kind of bird language is this foreigner speaking? He came to China to make money, so he can't speak the local language." Liu Qingwan smiled bitterly. "They have superb medical skills and are extremely famous all over the world. People are begging them to treat their illnesses. Who would dare to let them learn Chinese?" She then translated James' words. After hearing this, Qin Chen stretched out a finger and shook it in front of James. "If you can't do it, just get out of here and don't delay me from saving people," Qin Chen said lightly. Although James didn't understand what Qin Chen said, this gesture is internationally used and he could understand what Qin Chen meant by looking at it. "Fuck!" James cursed, looking extremely angry. "Miss Liu, please tell this foreigner. In their country, he could shoot me if he wanted to, but if he dares to insult me again in our country, he won't be able to return alive," Qin Chen sneered and said lightly. Liu Qingwan was stunned, then she translated Qin Chen's words haltingly. Of course, she made some appropriate deletions and didn't dare say anything like not letting the other party go back. After all, Grandpa was still lying in bed waiting for treatment, and she didn't want to intensify the conflict between the two sides. Chapter 53 Liu Canglong Awakens. After hearing Liu Qingwan's translation, James immediately took 2 steps back without saying a word. But when he saw the sneer on Qin Chen's face, he became angry again and ordered his doctors to put down the instruments. "Today I want to see how you, a Chinese medicine liar, can treat ALS, a world-renowned disease," James said angrily. In his impression, Chinese medicine can only do 3 things: cupping, massage, and bone setting. When it comes to curing diseases, Chinese medicine can't even cure a minor cold, let alone ALS, a global problem. He crossed his arms over his chest and stared at Qin Chen, waiting for him to fail, so that he could return all the words Qin Chen had just used to mock him. Then we'll see how he can still be stubborn. Qin Chen sneered and said, if he wants to see it, let him see it. There are not many people who humiliate themselves like this. After saying that, he took out the silver needles and boiled them together with the wild ginseng again. After it cooled down, Qin Chen took out the silver needle and started acupuncture on Liu Xianlong again. Half an hour later, Liu Xianlong's body was covered with silver needles, looking extremely terrifying. James shook his head and said to the doctor beside him, see. This is a Chinese medicine scam. They often create scenes that scare everyone, and then declare the treatment a failure. After hearing this, and looking at Liu Xianlong lying on the bed without any reaction, Liu Qingwan immediately showed a look of disappointment. She pulled out her phone and sent a message. After Qin Chen finished the acupuncture, a layer of fine sweat seeped out of his forehead, and it seemed that he had spent a lot of energy. Xiao Ningyue quickly picked up a tissue and wiped the sweat off Qin Chen's face. Is that all? Xiao Ningyue asked cautiously. Humph, Mr. Liu is already weak. If you treat him without considering his physical condition, how can it not cause trouble? Originally, I could have cured his illness in one go, but because of you, I can only stabilize his condition first and then consolidate it again in 3 days before I can completely cure the disease. Qin Chen said lightly. After hearing Qin Chen's words, everyone understood why the treatment had failed. Old Master Liu has been ill for a long time and has long been weak. In addition, he is very old, which makes his health even worse. In this case, how could nothing go wrong if they used injection plus electric shock as a treatment method? Liu Qingwan glared at James and scolded him loudly. James' expression froze, and it was obvious that he had just realized the reason why the treatment had failed. Then, another half an hour passed, and Liu Xianlong still showed no signs of waking up. Liu Qingwan's expression dimmed. Sure enough, it failed. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have believed Qin Chen's words. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Liu Qingwan opened the door and welcomed in several doctors in white coats. The middle-aged man leading the team was obviously a leader. As soon as he entered the door, he shook hands with Liu Qingwan. However, when he saw the situation in the house, he was stunned. So many doctors. And foreigners. President Jiang, I'm sorry to bother you this time. Liu Qingwan said sadly. Dean Jiang sighed and said in a deep voice, Miss Liu, don't worry. Our Jiangcheng Hospital will use the best medical resources to extend Mr. Liu's life as much as possible so that he will not feel pain in his final days. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Qingwan, what are you doing? Xiao Ningyue asked in astonishment. Liu Qingwan pointed at Dean Jiang and explained, this is Dean Jiang Lianghui of Jiangcheng Hospital. Since the treatment has failed, I can only send Grandpa to the hospital and try to prolong his life. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid Grandpa won't survive the day. As if he understood what Liu Qingwan said, James nodded and said in agreement, yes, this is the best choice. When Jiang Lianghui saw James, he immediately frowned, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he suddenly widened his eyes and hurried towards James. Could it be that you are Professor James who specializes in ALS? Jiang Lianghui asked in shock. James nodded proudly, hello. After getting confirmation from the other party, Jiang Lianghui was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. This is a world-renowned expert. Most people don't have the chance to meet him, but the Liu family actually invited their team directly to Grandpa Liu's residence. As expected of a big family in the imperial capital, they are indeed powerful. Professor James, I wonder if you're in a hurry to leave after you finish your work here. May I have the honor of inviting you to hold a special lecture at our Jiangcheng Hospital? As you know, ALS is a global problem, and the number of cases has exploded in the past 2 years. As an expert in this field, holding a special lecture by you will surely make this disease receive more attention. Jiang Lianghui complimented. When James heard these words, although he knew it was a compliment, he still couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. No problem, my flight is for the day after tomorrow, and I can go to your hospital for a discussion tomorrow. After saying that, James glanced at Qin Chen with a smug look in his eyes. You see, as soon as my name became known, people rushed to invite me to give lectures. And you? No one cares at all. Har har, the identities of the two people are so different. At this moment, Qin Chen sighed. If you don't trust me, why bother inviting me in? Qin Chen shook his head and walked out the door. Har har, if you can't cure the disease, you can only give yourself a way out, right? James scoffed. Although Qin Chen didn't understand what James was saying, judging from the other party's expression, he was definitely mocking him. He looked up at James and chuckled. Ignorance and arrogance are the easiest mistakes for humans to make, even if you're some crappy professor. After saying this, he ignored the stunned crowd and left the villa. This time, he didn't wait for Qiaoning Yue and drove away in his truck. Inside the bedroom, everyone looked at each other. Then, Liu Qingwan broke the silence and said, Director Jiang, please send my grandfather to the hospital first. Jiang Lianghui nodded and said, Okay, let's take Mr. Liu to the hospital for recuperation first. He waved his hand, and several doctors he brought came forward and removed all the silver needles from Liu Xianlong's body. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The unconscious Liu Xianlong suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long sigh-like sound from his throat. Grandpa, are you awake? How do you feel? Liu Qingwan rushed to the bed in surprise. Liu Xianlong felt his body and then a look of shock appeared on his face. Qingwan, the doctor you invited is indeed an internationally renowned doctor. I feel much better now and can even walk a few steps. As he spoke, Liu Xianlong supported his body with difficulty, and stood up with the help of Liu Qingwan. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned and stood there in a daze. Especially the people from James' medical team, they had just examined Liu Xianlong's body. The examination results showed that after the treatment failed, it would be a miracle for Liu Xianlong to stand up, let alone wake up from his coma. How is this possible? James muttered to himself, his eyes full of shock. Grandpa, can you walk now? Liu Qingwan cried with joy. Chapter 54 Liu Qingwan's decision. Several months ago, due to the worsening of his condition, Liu Xianlong could only move around in a wheelchair. Even though they later searched for famous doctors all over the world, Liu Xianlong's condition never improved. Unexpectedly, today Liu Xianlong was able to stand up with the help of others and even walk a few steps. Har har, it seems that if Professor James and the others can treat me 2 more times, I might still be able to recover. Liu Xianlong said with a smile. He thought he was going to die, and he had even prepared himself to face death in his heart. But when hope was placed before him again, he found that he hoped very much that he could survive. However, after hearing Liu Xianlong's words, everyone fell silent. Looking at this scene, Liu Xianlong asked doubtfully, Qingwan, what happened? Grandpa has hope of recovery. Aren't you happy? He fainted during the treatment by James' medical team and had no idea that Qin Chen would treat him later. Grandpa, I'm happy. Liu Qingwan wiped the tears from her face, but there's something I dare not hide from you. The one who cured you was the friend Ning you brought with her, Qin Chen. But just now I mistakenly thought his treatment was ineffective and made him angry and leave. Speaking of this, Liu Qingwan burst into tears. She suddenly stretched out her hand and slapped herself hard on the face twice. Grandpa, I'm sorry. He said this treatment can only alleviate your condition. If you want a complete cure, you'll need another injection in 3 days. But I've already offended him twice. I'm afraid he won't come. Liu Qingwan cried. Liu Xianlong sighed and patted Liu Qingwan on the shoulder. Alas, everyone has their own destiny. Qingwan, you don't have to be too hard on yourself. Grandpa, I am an old man, and I have long been ready to be buried. Liu Xianlong said. At this moment, Liu Qingwan suddenly raised her head and looked at Qiaoning Yue. Ningyu, you know him, so you must know where he lives, right? Please take me to him. No matter what the cost, I want him to heal my grandfather. Liu Qingwan seemed to have grasped the last straw and said with a pleading look on her face. Qiaoning Yue couldn't bear it and sighed, although I know where he is, he has a very stubborn temper. You've doubted him twice in a row. I'm afraid he won't come over. After saying that, Qiaoning Yue was suddenly stunned, thinking of the scene when she had a video call with Qin Chen yesterday. At that time, in the KTV, Qin Chen and a strange woman. Qingwan, I do have a way to try, but I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a little. Qiaoning Yue said hesitantly. That bastard Qin Chen doesn't want money or things, so the only thing left is probably women. He lives in the villa all day long, with 2 beautiful women around him, himself and his sister Jiu Yaming, but he can only look at them but not eat them. He must be very angry. Otherwise, why would he go to KTV to find women and even go home with lip marks on his face? Liu Qingwan's appearance is no worse than hers and her sister's. If she were to take action, she might really be able to charm Qin Chen. However, this requires Liu Qingwan to make some sacrifices. When Liu Qingwan heard what Xiaoning Yue said, she couldn't care less about anything else and quickly said, "Don't even think about losing out. Even if it means exchanging my life for Grandpa's, I'm willing to do it." Xiaoning Yue sighed, then leaned close to Liu Qingwan's ear and whispered her plan. When Liu Qingwan heard this plan, her face immediately turned red. "Ningyu, are you telling the truth?" Liu Qingwan said in disbelief. "I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false? Think about it, Qin Chen is a man, and at this age, his needs are strong. With your looks, he will definitely fall if you take action. When the time comes, ask him to come and save Grandpa Liu. He will definitely not refuse. It's just, there are only 3 days left. If you really want to save Grandpa Liu, you'll have to act quickly." Xiaoning Yue said seriously. "Okay. I'll go find him today." Liu Qingwan seemed to have made a difficult decision, her eyes full of determination. Then, she looked at the many doctors in the room, bowed, and said, "Excuse me everyone, my grandfather is still recuperating at home for the time being. I apologize for making you come here in vain. The Liu family will transfer the remuneration to the account later." Everyone quickly returned the greetings and congratulated Liu Sanglong on his improvement. After Liu Yangran sent everyone out of the villa, she asked Aunt Li to take good care of Liu Sanglong, and then left the villa with Xiaoning Yue. On the other side, many people in the Jiangcheng hospital team complained to Jiang Lianghui. "Dean, this Liu family is too bullying, isn't it? Yes, you, as the dean, led the team yourself, and we are all directors of various departments, but in the end, we made a wasted trip. Humph, who do you think we are? You can summon us and dismiss us at will." Everyone talked at once. Jiang Lianghui frowned and said sternly, "That's enough. Do you really think that just because you're used to being a director, everyone has to fawn over you? The Liu family is a big family in the imperial capital. If they hadn't been recuperating in Jiangcheng, how would we have had the chance to meet them? However, compared to this matter, I care more about another thing. I just heard the conversation between the Liu family. Mr. Liu's ALS was actually cured by a man named Qin Chen. After returning, have someone check this person's information. If there really is someone who can cure ALS, our Jiangcheng hospital must be the first to contact him. Jiang Lianghui is worthy of being the dean. He has a very sharp mind and directly grasped the key point of the matter. ALS remains an unsolved problem in the world. If Jiangcheng Hospital were the first to discover a way to treat ALS, it would probably become one of the best hospitals in the country and even the world overnight. On the other side, Qin Chen drove directly to the luxury car street in Jiangcheng. He had indeed had enough of driving this truck. There were still 2 billion yuan in his bank card, so he decided to buy himself a new car first. The actual name of this street is Chaoyarn Street. However, all the shops on the street sell luxury cars, so it has gradually been nicknamed Luxury Car Street. When Qin Chen drove a broken truck onto the street, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. On a street full of luxury cars, no one will even look at you if you drive a luxury car. After all, everyone who can come here drives a luxury car. But Qin Chen was the first one to come here in a broken truck. Is this man in the wrong place? Doesn't he check the name of the street before entering it? Har har, this country bumpkin comes to the city. He'll regret it soon. What I'm more curious about is, if he accidentally scratches a luxury car, can he compensate the other person for the loss by selling his junky car? Everyone looked at the truck and laughed. Qin Chen ignored everyone's gazes. He parked the car on the side of the road and went straight into a Land Rover dealership. "Hello, sir, you." The receptionist was also dumbfounded when she saw the truck blocking the entrance of her shop. "Are you here to buy a car, or to block the door and cause trouble?" Qin Chen waved his hand, ignored the receptionist, and walked straight into the store. Chapter 55 Rowing Car. Qin Chen had done some searching on the internet before. Among many brands, he immediately fell in love with Land Rover. He doesn't know anything about cars. He doesn't know anything about engines or fuel consumption. As long as the car looks good, that's fine. After all, he has plenty of money. If the car is not convenient for him to drive, he can just buy another one. A rich life is so simple and unpretentious. How much is this car? As soon as Qin Chen entered the door, he pointed at a car parked in the middle of the hall and asked. The receptionist gave a wry smile. Although she felt unhappy, she still followed the rules and regulations and replied, "Sir, this is our latest Land Rover model. We only have one in stock, and the price is 3.5 million. Qin Chen nodded and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, quite cheap, come on." It was noon, there were few people looking at cars, and the hall was very quiet. More than a dozen receptionists all heard Qin Chen's words. Many people couldn't help but burst out laughing. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Is he here to buy a car? Har har, I just saw him driving a rickety truck. How could such a person possibly afford the cars in our store? Xiao Liu is so unlucky today. How could he receive such a client? Everyone discussed in low voices. Although this group of people spoke quietly, Qin Chen could hear them clearly. He smiled faintly and didn't care. These people have been selling cars here for a long time, and their mentality has gradually changed. A group of receptionists who earn several thousand yuan a month also began to look down on others. Xiao Liu said with some embarrassment, "Sir, are you sure? The price of this car is 3.5 million. Xiao Liu emphasized the word WAN. Qin Chen chuckled, "Why, it's not 3.5 million, could it be 350 yuan? As he said that, he took out his bank card and threw it to Xiao Liu. "Go brush." Before Qin Chen could finish his words, a sharp sound of metal friction suddenly came from outside the door. What followed was the sound of a woman cursing. "Who is so blind as to park the car here? Get out of here right now." The woman cursed and kicked the truck twice. Unfortunately, the truck was too tall and her kicks were completely ineffective. Seeing this, Qin Chen immediately walked out of the Land Rover store. "What are you shouting about? What's wrong?" Qin Chen asked with a frown. The woman in front of me was wearing a tight long skirt and had heavy makeup on her face. She was quite pretty, at least a small internet celebrity. The car she was driving was parked on the side of the road, with a long scratch on the body of the car. "Is this wrecked truck yours?" The woman looked Qin Chen up and down and asked coldly. "Well, what's wrong?" Qin Chen nodded, his eyes fixed on the woman's car. "This sports car is quite beautiful, but unfortunately, there is such a long scratch on the body. I don't know how this woman drives the car. Is she blind? Hey, what are you looking at, you country bumpkin? Do you know what brand my car is? Porsche, bought for 2 million. The woman snorted coldly and acted arrogantly. "Oh, you're pretty good then, okay," Qin Chen said lightly. Hearing Qin Chen's words, the woman was immediately furious. "What kind of attitude is this? Are you mocking yourself? Country bumpkin, you've never seen such an expensive car in your life, right? I'm afraid you don't know what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into. You just scratched my car, pay me back now. With such a long scratch, the whole car must be repainted. You should pay 500,000 yuan. The woman snorted coldly. Qin Chen was stunned when he heard this. He even suspected that he had heard it wrong. My car was parked on the side of the road and didn't move. This woman drove and accidentally scratched the car, and ended up asking me to pay for it. What's the reason for this? Is there something wrong with your brain? Something? Qin Chen asked doubtfully. After hearing Qin Chen's words, the woman's face suddenly turned ugly. How the hell are you talking like that? Who's crazy? I think you're the one with the problem. The woman cursed. If there's nothing wrong with your brain, how could you say something like that just now? My car was parked on the side of the road and it wasn't moving at all. You hit it yourself, and you still want me to pay for it. Qin Chen spread his hands and said helplessly. Many people were attracted by the quarrel between the two and came to watch the fun. Is this woman mentally ill? Why is she asking someone to pay her money? Isn't this just unreasonable? Sure. Keep your voice down. Do you know who this woman is? She's the mistress of the chairman of Dingxin Group. She's famous for causing trouble. Dingxin Group? Damn, no wonder this woman is so arrogant, she really has the capital to be so arrogant. That man's day is over. He messed with that woman. He's going to die. Everyone whispered about it. At this time, the woman had taken out her cell phone and made a call. "Honey, I've been bullied." "Yes, right here where I bought the car, in front of the Land Rover dealership. Some idiot scratched my car and refused to compensate me." "Okay, I'll give him the phone right away." The woman looked at Qin Chen proudly and handed the phone over. "Looking for you, Humph, you're dead." The woman snorted coldly. Qin Chen had just picked up the phone when a threatening voice came from the other end of the line. "Boy, I'm Liu Ding, the chairman of Dingxing Group. I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to my woman, then pay for the car repairs, and I'll spare you today." Qin Chen chuckled. "Liu Ding? Never heard of him. Do you know who I am?" Hearing Qin Chen's words, Liu Ding was stunned for a moment. "Who are you?" Liu Ding asked in a deep voice. "I have already introduced myself, but the other party still dares to speak like that. Could it be that he is also a member of a big group?" "I'm your father." Qin Chen snorted coldly and hung up the phone. Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Did I hear correctly? I'm afraid not. He was definitely cursing Liu Ding on the phone. Where did this brat come from? Hasn't he heard of Liu Ding? He's on good terms with the Wild Wolf Gang leader. If you mess with him, you'll be killed within a day. Everyone looked at Qin Chen as if he were a fool and shook their heads. The woman was also stunned when she saw the phone Qin Chen handed over. You just scolded Liu Ding. I think you are tired of living." The woman cursed. Just as she was about to take the phone, Qin Chen let go of her hand and threw the phone to the ground. Snap! The phone screen was instantly shattered into pieces, and even the SIM card flew away. "You?" The woman was so angry that she couldn't even speak. She pointed at Qin Chen and panted, "You bastard, I think you are." Bang! The woman had only said half of her words when Qin Chen slapped her in the face. Although Qin Chen did not use all his strength in this slap, it was still quite heavy. The left side of the woman's face swelled up instantly, and a clear red slap mark was very obvious. Chapter 56 Misunderstanding, All Misunderstanding. You dare to hit me." The woman was shocked and angry. Ever since she followed Liu Ding, the chairman of Dingxing Group, everyone who saw her had to call her little sister-in-law. When had she ever suffered such an injustice? "If you curse at me, I'll slap you." "That's fair." Qin Chen smiled faintly. You bastard." As soon as he said this, Qin Chen slapped him again. With a slap, the woman was also slapped on the right cheek. "Well, now it's symmetrical." Qin Chen patted the makeup on his hands and said with a smile. After 2 slaps, the woman's head was beaten into a pig's head. Both of his faces were swollen, with a slap mark on each side, which looked extremely funny. When everyone saw this scene, they all laughed, and some even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. This is the lover of the chairman of Dingxing Group. She was slapped twice in front of so many people on the street. If this kind of thing were to be made public, it would definitely become a topic of conversation at the dinner table. Stop filming, stop filming." The woman with disheveled hair shouted loudly. "Look, this woman's nose must have had plastic surgery, it's all crooked now. TSK TSK TSK, I wonder if Liu Ding will continue to want this woman in the future. Isn't it really too embarrassing?" In the crowd, the mocking voices were like sharp swords, piercing the woman's heart. "You're done, you'll die today." The woman looked at Qin Chen with resentment. If looks could kill, Qin Chen would have died 800 times already. Just then, 2 vans honked their horns frantically and drove through the crowd. Then, the car door opened and a dozen thugs got out of the car carrying baseball bats. Seeing this, everyone quickly took a few steps back. It's obvious at first glance that this group of people are from the Wild Wolf Gang. I'm afraid only the Wild Wolf Gang would have the courage to gather in broad daylight with weapons. "Sister-in-law, the gang leader said you're in trouble, so we came over to take a look. Just tell me who offended you. Just say a word and we'll help you vent your anger." The leader of the gangsters started shouting loudly as soon as he got out of the car. However, when he saw the woman's appearance, he was stunned. He had seen Liu Ding's mistress several times and she was indeed a rare beauty. Not only is she beautiful, but every move she makes is extremely seductive. But now, this woman has disheveled hair, a swollen face, and 2 slap marks. How can you still tell that she is Liu Ding's woman? "Xiaogua, that man hit me. Hurry up and get someone to break his legs." I'm going to make him regret it for the rest of his life. The woman gritted her teeth and roared angrily. The leading thug snorted in his heart. This woman is a mistress, but she really thinks she's so great. Can she even call him Xiaoguo? But he didn't have time to think about these things. He immediately picked up the baseball bat, pointed it at Qin Chen, and snorted coldly, "Come here, catch him and break his legs." Just as he finished speaking, his men were about to attack, but the leading thug was shocked all over. Etc. The leading thug quickly stopped his men. Looking at Qin Chen, who seemed to be smiling in front of him, he was so scared that he swallowed his saliva. "Xiaoguo, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take care of him." The woman didn't notice the change in the gangster's expression at all, and urged him. But she didn't expect that as soon as she finished speaking, the gangster turned around and slapped her in the face. This slap not only stunned the woman, but also the people watching around her. "Huh? What's going on? Aren't the people from the Wild Wolf gang here to help this woman?" "Humph, if it were me, I would beat her too. This woman is so annoying." "That's not right. Look at the thug in the lead. Why does he look scared?" Everyone looked at the thugs of the Wild Wolf gang in confusion, and they all became curious. The passers-by saw it right, the leader of the gang was indeed scared. Mr. Qin, you are here too," the leading thug said in a trembling voice. Qin Chen smiled. Not only did he know the gangster in front of him, he had just met him 2 days ago. This person is none other than Guohong, the leader of the Wild Wolf gang who accepted money from Chen Feiyang and wanted to cause trouble at the construction site of GU Group. There are still many unhealed wounds on Guohong's face. That was left when Qin Chen hit him on the head with a wine bottle. Whenever Guohong thinks of the scene that day, he can't help but tremble with fear. That time was probably the closest he had ever been to death. "Mr. Qin, this is a misunderstanding, absolutely a misunderstanding." Guohong smiled apologetically, his face full of flattery. "Misunderstanding? Why did I just hear you were going to break my legs?" Qin Chen asked with a smile. Guohong broke out in a cold sweat and quickly explained, "Mr. Qin, you must have heard it wrong. Even if I break my own legs, I wouldn't dare break yours. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." As he spoke, he turned to look at the group of younger brothers behind him and shouted, "Everyone, get in the car quickly, this has nothing to do with us." Hearing this, the gangsters looked at each other in confusion. Weren't we the gang leader's men sent to deal with that guy? How could this be another misunderstanding? Besides, there are so many of them, and they all have weapons in their hands. Are they afraid of that kid? "Master, today's mission was assigned by the gang leader. If we just leave like this, wouldn't that be bad?" a thug said hesitantly. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Guohong kicked him. He didn't hold back at all when he kicked the thug, sending him flying several meters. "Fuck it, you have the right to question what I say. Boss, I'll go and explain it myself. Now get back in the car." Guohong roared, gritting his teeth. When the thugs saw Guohong getting angry, they immediately became timid and quickly ran back to the van with their tails between their legs. Seeing this scene, Guohong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen Qin Chen's strength with his own eyes. Last time in the KTV, more than 10 of them didn't even see Qin Chen's movements clearly before they were all knocked to the ground. Although he had more people this time, he still had no chance of winning against Qin Chen. More importantly, the last time he went back, he asked his cousin about it. His cousin is Wang Chao, the captain of the decoration team of the new building of GU Group. According to Wang Chao, the woman who went to the building to negotiate with Qin Chen that day was the vice chairman of GU Group. In other words, Qin Chen is not only powerful in martial arts, but is also very likely a senior executive of the GU Group. The news that GU Group had obtained investment had spread throughout Jiangcheng. Countless companies want to cooperate with GU Group and get a piece of the pie. If we offend the GU Group for Liu Ding's mistress now, it will be more trouble than it is worth. As the leader of the Wild Wolf gang, Guohong, although not very educated, can still analyze such things clearly. Chapter 57 Liu Ding personally takes action. "Mr. Qin, I promise, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Don't worry, the Wild Wolf gang will never cause you any trouble in the future. Please tell the chairman of the GU Group that if there is an opportunity for cooperation, you can also consider our Wild Wolf gang, hee hee." Guohong smiled flatteringly, then turned around and left without hesitation. "If I stay any longer, I'm afraid Qin Chen will be angry. The injury he suffered last time hasn't healed yet, and he doesn't want to be crippled. Qin Chen smiled faintly. This wild wolf gang is quite interesting. However, Guohong wanted to leave, but the woman didn't want him to leave. The woman stood in front of Guohong and shouted, "Guohong, I think you are really bold today. Liu Ding and your gang leader are sworn brothers. How dare you disobey his orders? Aren't you afraid of death?" Hearing this, Guohong's face suddenly turned gloomy. He was so angry that he had no place to vent it, and then this woman bumped into him. With a bang, Guohong kicked the woman in front of him away. "Fuck you, aren't you just Liu Ding's mistress? Without Liu Ding, you're nothing. Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like now? I don't believe Liu Ding would still want someone as ugly as you." Guohong slapped the woman in the face more than a dozen times, then spat and left with a cold snort. The woman lay on the ground, her eyes dazed, completely stunned. She didn't expect that the helper she called would end up beating her up. "Ahem, par." The woman suddenly started coughing and spat out a mouthful of blood foam with a painful look on her face. But several teeth were also spat out and rolled several times on the ground. Seeing this scene, the woman completely collapsed and fell to the ground crying. She finally felt scared. Guohong is right. Liu Ding asked her to be his lover simply because he was attracted by her looks. If she were disfigured, Liu Ding would definitely abandon her mercilessly. But now, it's too late to regret. Her plastic surgery nose was crooked and several of her teeth were knocked out. What is the difference between this and disfigurement? Oh, this woman is so miserable. She was beaten several times in such a short time. She's miserable? Har har, you haven't seen her so arrogant. I don't know what that man's background is. He actually scared the wild wolf gang so much. This guy is definitely playing the pig to eat the tiger. He dared to drive a broken truck to the luxury car street. I didn't expect that not only did he beat up Liu Ding's woman, but even the wild wolf gang didn't dare to mess with him. TSK, I think this woman is asking for trouble. She can't blame anyone else. Everyone was talking about it. On the other side, after getting in the car, Guohong immediately called the wild wolf gang leader Huang Yander and recounted the entire incident. Huang Yander pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you saying that the kid named Qin Chen is from the GU group? And a high-ranking one at that?" Guohong said solemnly, "Boss, you are absolutely right. My cousin saw that guy with the vice chairman of the GU group, and they had a very close relationship. That's why I took the initiative and didn't get into a conflict with that person. Otherwise, our wild wolf gang would be in a passive position." Huang Yander nodded and said, "You did a good job. The GU group just received an investment recently and is very popular. If we provoke them now, we might be hated. However, I can't offend Liu Ding either, so you should tell him about this as well." After hanging up the phone, Guohong called Liu Ding again and told him what had happened. However, he emphasized that Liu Ding's mistress was at fault first, and the other party also revealed the identity of the GU group. He expressed regretfully that although he wanted to help Liu Ding vent his anger, he was not in the right and the other party had a strong background, so he had to retreat. But before he could finish his words, Liu Ding hung up the phone angrily. "Humph, this Liu Ding will die at the hands of a woman sooner or later," Guohong said disdainfully. On the other side, after Liu Ding hung up the phone, he took his bodyguards directly to the luxury car street. Although that woman was just one of his many mistresses, she also represented Liu Ding's reputation. Hitting his mistress is like hitting him in the face. How can he bear it? At the same time, Qin Chen had turned around and returned to the Land Rover store. This time, more than a dozen receptionists gathered around and were extremely enthusiastic. "Mr. Qin, which car do you want? Let me introduce it to you. Mr. Qin, which car do you like? Let's go test drive it. We can test drive it all night long. Mr. Qin, I know the performance of every car very well. How about I introduce it to you?" The receptionists shouted in a rush. Everyone saw clearly what happened on the street just now. Not only did he beat Liu Ding's lover in public, but he also scared away the people from the wild wolf gang. How could such a person not be able to afford a car worth millions? Whoever successfully gets this order can get at least tens of thousands of commission. More importantly, Qin Chen is quite handsome. If you can climb up to his high position, it will be like turning a wild chicken into a phoenix. Many women flirted with him and said extremely explicit things. I'm afraid Qin Chen can take them away with just a wave of his hand. But Qin Chen smiled faintly and said, no need to introduce it, let's just take the one we just saw. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at Xiao Liu with envy. Qin Chen was the one Xiao Liu just received. I'm afraid the commission for this car will fall into her hands. The entire process of Qin Chen buying the car took only 2 or 3 minutes. Without asking anything, I prepared to pay by card. Rich people are really arrogant. Xiao Liu was very surprised. This money can be said to have fallen from the sky. Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. I'll go print the contract. Xiao Liu said something and quickly ran to the manager's office. It's such a big contract, I have to tell the manager. Shortly after Xiao Liu left, a group of bodyguards in suits pushed open the door and walked in. Who is Qin Chen? Get out here. A middle-aged man slowly walked to the center of the hall and said in a cold voice. At this time, the woman who had just been dealt with by Qin Chen staggered over. After looking around the hall, she pointed at Qin Chen and said with gritted teeth, "Dear, it's him. He was the one who hit me just now." Everyone's eyes turned to Qin Chen. Qin Chen's face was calm, as if he didn't care about the scene in front of him. "Honey, you have to vent my anger for me." The woman wanted to grab Liu Ding's arm in grievance, but was pushed away by Liu Ding. "Get away. You shameful thing. I'll give you 1 day to move out of the villa I gave you. If you dare to cause trouble outside under my name again, I will be the first to kill you," Liu Ding said coldly. Chapter 58 Double the Money. Hearing Liu Ding's words, the woman was stunned. "What do you mean, dear? I listen to you so much. I do whatever you tell me to do. How can you abandon me?" The woman was anxious. She has been spending money lavishly in recent years and has not saved any of the money Liu Ding gave her. And she was used to this luxurious life. "If Liu Ding kicks me out of the villa now, I'm afraid I'll end up on the streets." "Honey." The woman still wanted to act coquettishly to win back Liu Ding's heart. But before she could touch Liu Ding, she was pushed away. "You've lost such a big person to me, and you still have the nerve to continue following me. Look at your face, it's already disfigured. Just looking at you affects my mood. Get out of here. If you don't get out of here within 3 seconds, don't blame me for being ruthless," Liu Ding said with a gloomy face. The woman was stunned, then turned around and staggered out the door. She had followed Liu Ding for so long, so she naturally knew his methods. This person is a smiling tiger. On the surface, he is friendly to everyone, but his methods are extremely cruel. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid Liu Ding will really attack me. When everyone saw the woman running away, they couldn't help but sigh. As far as I remember, this woman had been with Liu Ding for several years. I didn't expect that Liu Ding would be so heartless and drive her away in the end. Har har, there are no good people who run companies. For people like them, not killing people is a good deed. Liu Ding is so cruel to his own woman, let alone outsiders. I'm afraid that young man is in trouble. Everyone immediately sympathized with Qin Chen. Liu Ding's Dingxing group is also well known in Jiangcheng. Not only that, it is rumored that he and Wang Yangder, the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, are sworn brothers. Even if the young man in front of him has some background, can it be stronger than Liu Ding's background? Boy, now you can think about how you died. If you mess with me, I don't care what your background is. You won't survive this day. Liu Ding stared at Qin Chen and said lightly. Qin Chen laughed, "Are you Liu Ding?" Liu Ding snorted coldly, "Why, you don't know me. It seems that you are not only brave, but also have problems with your brain. Now that you know my name, why don't you kneel down in front of me?" Qin Chen said disdainfully, "Kneel. Are you worthy? I'll give you a chance. Get out of here in 1 minute and I'll let you go." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Liu Ding was dumbfounded. "What did you say? Let me go." Liu Ding laughed uncontrollably as if he had heard a funny joke. Suddenly, his laughter gradually stopped and his face became extremely gloomy. "Boy, congratulations, you succeeded in irritating me. I will make you regret what you just said for the rest of your life." Liu Ding waved his hand, and the 2 bodyguards behind him immediately stood up. "Break his legs and make him kneel before me to talk," Liu Ding ordered. Just as the 2 bodyguards were about to take action, a cell phone suddenly rang. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Qin Chen took out his cell phone and answered the call directly. "Hey, Qin Chen, where are you? I have something to talk to you about." Xiao Ningyue's voice came from the other end of the phone. What's the rush? Qin Chen asked doubtfully. Oh, don't worry about it. It's a good thing for you anyway. Tell me quickly, where are you? Xiao Ningyue urged. This seems to be called some luxury car street. I'm in a Land Rover store. Qin Chen replied. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. After saying that, Xiao Ningyue hung up the phone. Qin Chen frowned, not knowing what this girl was up to. Seeing this, Liu Ding sneered, Boy, are you still asking for help? It's a pity that even the gods can't save you today. After saying that, he sternly ordered the two bodyguards, What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it. But as soon as he finished speaking, the two bodyguards had not yet reacted, but Qin Chen moved first. Qin Chen turned into a shadow and rushed towards the two bodyguards. After two muffled thuds, the two bodyguards flew up at the same time. The two men drew an arc in the air, and with a bang, they fell heavily to the ground. Everyone watched this scene and all stood still. The two bodyguards just now flew at least 10 meters away. How much power does this require? Is this still a human being? Har har, what did you say just now? Break my legs. I didn't hear you clearly, why don't you say it again? Qin Chen looked at Liu Ding and said with a smile. Furious. There was only one thought in everyone's mind, that is, the young man in front of them was too rampant. I'm afraid there aren't too many people in Jiangcheng who dare to mock Liu Ding in front of him. You. Liu Ding looked at the bodyguard lying on the ground not far away and was extremely shocked. His two bodyguards were professional bodyguards hired at a high price. He is proficient in various skills such as fighting, first aid, driving, etc., which are far beyond the reach of ordinary bodyguards. But he didn't expect that the two bodyguards were knocked down before they could even make a move as soon as they met the other person. Your two lackeys are no match for them. Qin Chen taunted. Liu Ding was so angry that his face turned green. He has been a powerful figure for so many years, but has never been ridiculed like this. Just then, a short and fat man in a suit ran over. Everyone, calm down for a moment. I'm the general manager of this store, Zhao Tang. If you have any questions, please sit down and talk. Zhao Tang persuaded while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Xiao Liu just went to see him and said that a customer wanted to buy the latest Land Rover in the store, and he immediately rushed out excitedly. You know, the commission from the latest model of Land Rover alone is more than his monthly salary. However, when he arrived at the hall, he happened to see Qin Chen kicking two bodyguards away. This scared him to death. Everything else is easy to deal with, but if a car in the store is hit during a fight, who will be responsible for the loss? By then, I'm afraid that not only will I have to compensate the company for its losses, but I may even lose my position as general manager. That's why he resisted the pressure and stepped forward to mediate. Mr. Qin, the car purchase contract has been prepared. If it's convenient for you, we can sign it now. After saying that, Zhao Tang looked at Liu Ding and said, Boss Liu, I just got a batch of top-quality Dahongpao tea. Shall we go to my office and have some tea? He wanted to divert their attention and quickly get the matter over with. But he didn't expect that after hearing his words, Liu Ding suddenly snorted coldly, Buy a car? Which car are you selling? I'll pay double, sell the car to me. After saying that, Liu Ding glanced at Qin Chen coldly. Since I can't beat you, I'll just kill you with money. Everyone immediately understood Liu Ding's thoughts. Liu Ding has Dingxing Group in his hands, which has extremely strong financial resources. If he used money to slap Qin Chen in the face, Qin Chen would have no chance to fight back. Manager Zhao, right? Reprint the contract and charge double the price. I'll transfer the money right away. Liu Ding said with a sneer. Chapter 59, Don't pretend if you don't have money. This. Zhao Tang hesitated for a moment. His commission is linked to the selling price of the car. If the car is sold at twice the price, the commission will not be just doubled. After all, the extra money is pure profit. Maybe he can get a bonus of hundreds of thousands. This amount of money is equivalent to more than 1 year's salary for him. Thinking of this, Zhao Tang looked at Qin Chen with a smile. Mr. Qin, look. After all, our contract hasn't been signed yet. Now Mr. Liu is offering twice the price for the car, which makes it difficult for us to do anything. Zhao Tang said with pretended embarrassment. Har har, if you don't have money, just get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself. Liu Ding had a mocking look on his face and his eyes were full of disdain. Then richer. I can crush the other person to death with just one finger. Qin Chen smiled faintly. Manager Zhao, it seems that you have made up your mind to sell the car to that loser. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Zhao Tang snorted in disdain. Since this guy can't afford the money, why bother talking? I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, we are doing everything according to the rules and regulations. Since you and we haven't signed a car purchase contract yet, we can sell the car to someone else at any time. After all, Mr. Liu offered more money and was more sincere. If you can offer 3 times the price, we can negotiate. Zhao Tang said lightly. As the saying goes, whoever gives you milk is your mother. Since Liu Ding is willing to pay, he is not afraid of offending Qin Chen. Seeing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but whisper to each other. Alas, as expected, only if you have money can you do whatever you want. Indeed, if it were a contest of force, Liu Ding wouldn't stand a chance of winning. Who would have thought that they would just start throwing money at him? I'm afraid this young man is going to suffer. It's best for him to leave now and save some face. Everyone felt a little sympathetic towards Qin Chen, but they were helpless. After all, although they are considered rich people, they are still no different from ordinary people in front of Liu Ding. Mr. Liu, how about we sign the contract now? Zhao Tang said with a flattering look on his face. Liu Ding sneered, okay, take out the contract, I want to sign it here. His meaning is clear. Not only kill people, but also destroy their hearts. Not only did he want to steal Qin Chen's car, he also wanted to sign the contract in front of him. Mr. Liu, please wait a moment. I'll have my staff reprint the contract. Zhao Tang said with an apologetic smile. But at this moment, a clear voice sounded. Etc. Everyone immediately made way for him and looked towards the source of the sound. 2 beautiful women hurried into the store and walked straight towards Qin Chen. Many people stared with wide eyes. This group of rich people have seen many beauties, but this is the first time they have felt so amazed. The 2 women, one wearing a long skirt and the other a professional OL suit, one wearing long boots and the other wearing high heels, each with their own unique style. The 2 of them were not dressed too revealingly, but their sexy and charming postures were still undiminished. Any one of these 2 people is qualified to be an international supermodel. However, when he saw these 2 people, Qin Chen gave a bitter smile. Why did you chase me here? Qin Chen asked helplessly. These 2 people are Qiao Ningyue and Liu Qingwan. Qiao Ningyue leaned close to Qin Chen's ear and explained, Qingwan is here to apologize to you. She wants you to continue treating Grandpa Liu. The conditions are negotiable. Liu Qingwan, who was standing by, seemed to have thought of something, her face turned red and she lowered her head. What conditions? I've already said it. If you don't trust me, then don't look for me. Qin Chen said lightly. When he was treating Liu Xinlong, he was repeatedly ridiculed and doubted. He has tried his best to treat Liu Xinlong, and can be said to have a clear conscience. If Liu Xinlong loses his life in the end, it has nothing to do with him. Liu Qingwan was about to speak when Liu Ding on the side interrupted her with a joking remark, Har har, what do you 2 beauties want from this loser? I'm Liu Ding, chairman of Dingxin Group. If you have any troubles, please tell me and I can help you solve them. He is very interested in women, especially beautiful women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept more than 10 lovers. But even though he had seen so many beauties, he had never seen anyone of the same level as Qiao Ningyue and Liu Qingwan. These 2 women, both in temperament and appearance, are far superior to his lovers. So as soon as he saw the 2 of them, Liu Ding became interested. With his conditions, it would be easy for him to take action against these 2 women. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, Qiao Ningyue frowned and said with disgust, Old man, where did you come from? We didn't talk to you, but you insisted on coming up to us. Are you so shameless? Liu Ding was stunned for a moment, pointing at Qiao Ningyue and said with a grim expression, You. What do you mean by you? Get out of here. You have no right to speak here. Liu Qingwan said impatiently. She was about to ask Qin Chen to save her grandfather, but was interrupted by this person. How disgusting. When everyone saw this scene, they all looked helpless. The young man just now mocked Liu Ding wildly in front of him, and then 2 young girls came and said even harsher words. Liu Ding probably didn't check the almanac before going out today. He is really unlucky today. You, what did you just say? Liu Ding looked at Liu Qinhuan with a gloomy expression. How dare these people talk to me like this? I told you to get out of the way and stop interrupting our conversation. Liu Qinhuan said loudly. Seeing that everyone was about to quarrel again, Manager Zhao Tang hurriedly persuaded them, please calm down, everyone. Mr. Liu, how about we sign the contract first and talk about other things later? He was afraid that if this group of people started fighting, his bonus would be lost. Liu Ding smiled triumphantly, picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract in front of everyone. Excuse me, kid, this car belongs to me. From now on, if you don't have money, don't pretend. Otherwise, it will be too embarrassing. I've only spent 7 million, and you're afraid to follow me. Sigh, how boring. Liu Ding sneered. When Liu Qinhuan heard Liu Ding's words, her eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Qin, you want to buy a car, right? My family has some connections in the capital. Whatever car you want, just tell me and I'll have it flown over right away. Liu Qinhuan said quickly. Qin Chen shook his head and said calmly, no, I don't want to owe you a favor. Qin Chen's words were straightforward and clear, and Liu Qinhuan's face suddenly became disappointed. But at this moment, Xiao Ningyue secretly pulled the corner of Liu Qinhuan's clothes, then leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. After hearing Xiao Ningyue's suggestion, Liu Qinhuan immediately took out her cell phone in surprise and made a call. Chapter 60. A call from the capital. In a few minutes, Zhao Tang came over with the car keys. Har har, Mr. Liu, you are the first owner of this model in Jiancheng. How about we take a photo together? Zhao Tang said flatteringly. Good. Liu Ding looked at Qin Chen proudly and agreed immediately. Amidst everyone's envious gazes, Liu Ding stood next to the latest model of Land Rover and took a photo. He's worthy of being the chairman of Dingxing Group. He spent twice as much on a car and took out millions like it was a piece of cake. Indeed, that's not how you spend money. 7 million to buy a car, many people here can afford it, but to spend twice the price just to get angry with someone, I'm afraid only someone as wealthy as Liu Ding can do that. Everyone was talking about it and admired Liu Ding's heroism. Country bumpkin, did you see that? Liu Ding waved his car keys in front of Qin Chen, feeling extremely proud. What's the point of being able to fight when you're out there? You need money and connections. You will never have the qualifications to oppose me, because from the very beginning, we are not from the same world. You'll always be a lowly person for the rest of your life. If you yell at me today, it might be the highlight of your life. Liu Ding's face was full of mockery. In his eyes, Qin Chen was wearing cheap clothes and looked not like a rich man. Especially when buying a car, when he offered twice the price, Qin Chen did not dare to resist, which shows that Qin Chen probably didn't have much money. Isn't it just a little bit of a fight? So what? In this world, there are many things that are more powerful than fists. For example, money is one of them. As long as he pays enough, he can even make Qin Chen disappear completely from Jiancheng tonight. At this moment, Zhao Tang's phone suddenly rang. When Zhao Tang saw the caller, his expression suddenly became extremely respectful. Hello, Mr. Li. Zhao Tang hurriedly greeted him. Fuck you. You still have the nerve to talk like that. Let me ask you, did you just sell a new model Land Rover? There was a burst of angry curses coming from the other end of the phone, which made Zhao Tang dumbfounded. His voice trembled as he whispered, Mr. Li, I did just sell a new car, but... Before Zhao Tang could finish his words, he was interrupted. If you want to die, don't take me with you. I don't care who you sell the car to, or what method you use. Immediately, give the car to a man named Qin Chen. Do you understand? A big shot in the capital has spoken. If you can't get things done, hang yourself. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving Zhao Tang a chance to beg for mercy or explain. Zhao Tang stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his mind. Suddenly, his body shook violently and he rushed towards Liu Ding. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Zhao Tang snatched the car keys from Liu Ding. Manager Zhao, what are you doing? Liu Ding asked gloomily. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, this car is no longer available in our store. As he said that, Zhao Tang picked up the contract and tore it to pieces. Seeing this scene, their whole audience was in an uproar. Is Zhao Tang crazy? He's already signed the contract, and now he's saying he doesn't want to sell it anymore. Yes, Liu Ding offered double the price. Could someone offer a higher price? Do you think it has something to do with that young man? TSK, how is that possible? It's obvious that the boy doesn't have any background. Otherwise, how could he not dare to refute a single word after being ridiculed by Liu Ding just now? Everyone whispered about it. At this moment, Zhao Tang walked cautiously in front of Qin Chen and raised the key. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry for offending you before. Since you were the first to ask for a car, then according to the first come, first served principle, this car is yours. Zhao Tang swallowed his saliva, with a hint of fear in his tone. The person who just called him was none other than the vice president in charge of sales at the headquarters. Although he was scolded harshly at the beginning, he was unable to react for a while. But after hanging up the phone, he came to his senses. The person on the phone said that a big shot in the capital had spoken. The meaning is very clear. Qin Chen's background is in the imperial capital. What's the meaning? Qin Chen was also a little confused. But Zhao Tang thought Qin Chen was still angry with him, and hurriedly said, Mr. Qin, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Headquarters said they'll give this car for free as a token of their apology to Mr. Qin. Qin Chen was stunned. Headquarters not charging a penny. At this time, Xiaoning Yue hurriedly came over and explained in a low voice. It turned out that the call Liu Qingwan just made was to her family. The Liu family stepped in and put pressure on Land Rover's headquarters. After all, this matter concerns the life and death of Mr. Liu, and the Liu family dare not be negligent. When they put pressure on him, their words were more harsh. As a result, the vice president of sales of Land Rover was frightened and scolded Zhao Tang as soon as he received a phone call. After understanding it, Qin Chen smiled helplessly. Now that things have come to this, I feel like I have no choice but to accept this favor. Liu Qingwan bit her lip, then suddenly stepped forward and put her arm around Qin Chen in an intimate manner. Mr. Qin, this is a small token of sincerity from my Liu family. Please accept it. As for other conditions, as long as you put them forward, we can meet them. Even if you want me to accompany you, I agree. Liu Qingwan said in a low voice. These words are as humble as possible. You know, Liu Qingwan is the granddaughter of the head of the Liu family. If these words were to get out, it would be a serious blow to the Liu family's prestige. But at this moment, in order to save her grandfather, Liu Qingwan no longer cared about so much. I want you to accompany me. When will I? Having said that, Qin Chen suddenly turned his gaze to Xiaoning Yue standing beside him. Xiaoning Yue, wait until we get back and see how I deal with you. Now that things have come to this, how could he not understand? Liu Qingwan's words might have been taught by Xiaoning Yue. Xiaoning Yue stuck out her tongue, looking fearless. Seeing this scene, Liu Ding couldn't help it. He stole his car and flirted with a woman in front of him. Isn't that a provocation? Manager Zhao, what price did he offer that made you dare to violate the contract and sell the car to him? This way, no matter how much he pays, I'll still have 1 million more than him. How about that? Liu Ding said through gritted teeth. No matter how much money I spend today, I have to save face. But after hearing Liu Ding's words, Zhao Tang immediately showed a bitter smile. Mr. Liu, I absolutely cannot sell this car to you. Please don't make things difficult for me. As for the penalty, I'll have the finance department transfer it to your bank card later. Zhao Tang said helplessly. Zhao Tang, I call you Manager Zhao, do you really think you're a nobody? The manager of your store has to bow and scrape when he sees me. What the hell are you? Go, call your store manager out and ask him to tell you who this car belongs to. Liu Ding roared. Chapter 61 Joining the company, salesperson. The other party is just a small sales manager, but he dares to say such words to me. He is really asking for death. But Zhao Tang gave a bitter smile and said in embarrassment, Boss Liu, our store manager is on a business trip. Now I am in charge of the store's affairs. Why don't we just forget about this matter? After all, it was Mr. Qin who ordered the car first. Although Zhao Tang didn't dare to offend Liu Ding, he didn't dare to offend the bigwigs in the imperial capital even more. If Liu Ding gets angry, the most he can do is find someone to beat him up. But if the big shots in the imperial capital get angry, he might not even be able to save his life. Just let me get away with this. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? I'm telling you, this isn't over yet. You dare to steal my car? You won't be able to leave today. Liu Ding cursed angrily. Hearing this, Zhao Tang quickly leaned over to Liu Ding's ear and whispered a few words. He was afraid that Liu Ding would continue to make trouble and make Mr. Qin unhappy. What did you say? After hearing what Zhao Tang said, Liu Ding was shocked. Sure. Mr. Liu, keep your voice down. Zhao Tang quickly reminded. Liu Ding finally recovered and whispered to Zhao Tang, "You said a big shot in the capital has spoken and told us to sell the car to that kid." Zhao Tang said, "Boss Liu, even if I had 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare lie to you. The vice president of sales from headquarters just called me personally. He's not lying." Liu Ding was stunned. The news from headquarters will never be wrong. But Qin Chen looks ordinary, how could he possibly have a background in the imperial capital? Liu Ding, are you going to buy a car or not? If not, I'll drive away. Qin Chen said lightly. Upon hearing this, Liu Ding was shocked. No. I'm not buying it. Since Mr. Qin likes this car so much, I'll give it to you. By the way, put the money for this car on my account. Liu Ding said quickly. When everyone saw this scene, they looked at each other in surprise. In just a few seconds, Liu Ding's attitude changed so much. Just a second ago, he was threatening not to let Qin Chen leave, but now he is voluntarily giving up his luxury car and even wants to pay for Qin Chen. But at this time Liu Ding had no time to care about his face. Seeing that Qin Chen ignored him, he said cautiously, "Mr. Qin, I was too arrogant today and offended you. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. I swear, I'll avoid you next time I see you." Liu Ding's attitude was extremely humble, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead while he spoke. After all, it is a big family in the imperial capital, and it can destroy the Dingxin group with just a few words. "Go away, I don't want to see your face again, understand what I mean?" Qin Chen said lightly. Liu Ding was stunned for a moment, then he bowed repeatedly and said, "Thank you, Mr. Qin, thank you, Mr. Qin. I'm going to get out of here now and I will never appear in front of you again." After saying that, Liu Ding trotted away and escaped. Everyone present was silent. The conversation between Zhao Tang and Liu Ding just now was very low and no one heard it. They didn't know the reason until Liu Ding escaped. "Mr. Qin, look, I've helped you vent your anger. My grandfather's matter." Liu Qingwan couldn't help but ask again. "I'll have Qiaoning Yue give you the money for the car when the time comes. As for your grandfather's affairs, let's not talk about them." Qin Chen refused directly. "You?" Liu Qingwan didn't expect Qin Chen to be so heartless. Her face turned pale. "How could you do this? My grandfather is dying. No one can save him except you." Liu Qingwan was so anxious that she almost cried. "I'm sorry, I've already given you chances, but you guys gave up on them time and time again. Now you're blaming me. Har har, how can that be possible?" Qin Chen snorted coldly, ignoring Liu Qingwan completely, took the car keys, and drove out of the store quickly. Everyone looked at the Land Rover roaring away and couldn't help but sigh. Such a beautiful woman's pleading was useless. This man has such a cruel heart. "Qingwan, don't cry yet. There are still 2 days until Grandpa Liu's next treatment. We still have a chance. Don't be discouraged. Grandpa Liu's life depends on you." Qiaoning Yue advised in a low voice. Hearing Qiaoning Yue's words, Liu Qingwan suddenly raised her head. "That's right, Grandpa's illness can only be treated by Qin Chen. As long as I can get Qin Chen to change his mind, I can save Grandpa's life. Even if I have to sacrifice my dignity, I must let Qin Chen save my grandfather. I will arrange for someone to send my grandfather to the hospital for recuperation right now. In the remaining 2 days, I will do everything I can to make Qin Chen change his mind." Liu Qingwan's eyes were red and tearful, which made Qiaoning Yue feel distressed. "Don't worry, I will definitely help you." Qiaoning Yue grabbed Liu Qingwan's hand and said seriously. "Do you know where Qin Chen is going? I want to continue talking to him." Liu Qingwan asked. Qiaoning Yue frowned, then suddenly raised her head. "I see. My sister told him to go to the company after he finishes his work and then arrange a job for him. If I'm not mistaken, he must be going to my sister's company now. But I suggest you hold off for now. After all, he just rejected you. Let me get some information for you first." Liu Qingwan was deeply moved. "Ning Yu, thank you. Qingwan, we've been best friends for 20 years, and Grandpa Liu is also my godfather. It's neither moral nor logical for me to turn a blind eye. Don't worry, I'll notify you immediately if anything happens. Qiaoning Yue said seriously. On the other side, Qin Chen drove to the building of GU Group. Why are you so late? Where's Ningyu? Didn't you take her to visit Grandpa Liu? After seeing Qin Chen, Jiu Yaming asked with a frown. Oh, she met a friend, I think her name is Liu Qingwan, and she will be here later. Qin Chen explained casually. Jiu Yaming nodded and then took out an admission contract. This is the contract for an ordinary employee in the business department. You should go to the front line to gain some experience first. Once you are familiar with the work, I will promote you. As he spoke, Jiu Yaming pushed the contract in front of Qin Chen. Qin Chen signed the contract without hesitation. After all, Jiu Yaming's cooperation is still needed from the master, and he doesn't want to quarrel with Jiu Yaming over such a thing. Jiu Yaming, I've already promised you to come to work. As for my master, don't you have to? Before Qin Chen could finish his words, he was interrupted by Jiu Yaming. Qin Chen, I promised you something and I will not break my promise. But the company has been very busy these days, and I don't have the energy to deal with this kind of thing, understand? After saying that, she picked up the phone and called her secretary in. Secretary Li, this is the company's new salesperson, Qin Chen. Take him to the sales department to familiarize him with the environment. Jiu Yaming said lightly. Chapter 62 Jiangcheng Hotel Renovation Project. Secretary Li looked at Qin Chen in surprise. She had just met Qin Chen in the conference room yesterday. Qin Chen was with Qiaoning Yue at that time. Unexpectedly, Qin Chen started working in just one day. But what puzzled her was that the labor contract signed by the chairman himself only gave the other party a salesperson job. Strange, so strange. After all, only employees at the level of business department manager will be signed by the chairman. What is the identity of this man? But Secretary Li certainly wouldn't ask such a stupid question directly. She made a please gesture and said with a smile, Mr. Qin, please follow me. Qin Chen sighed, Jiu Yaming, I hope you don't forget your promise. After saying that, he followed Secretary Li out of the chairman's office. Business department. Secretary Li clapped his hands, and immediately everyone's attention was focused on him. This is the company's new employee, Qin Chen. Please welcome him. Secretary Li introduced with a smile. In the business department's office, there was a burst of sparse applause. Manager Wuxing from the sales department is out on a business trip. I'll say hello to him when the time comes. You can just report to him later. Secretary Li instructed. Okay, thank you Secretary Li. Qin Chen said. Afterwards, Qin Chen was led to a workstation, which marked the beginning of his official work. Dude, what's your background? As soon as Secretary Li left, a little fat man next to him came up and asked mysteriously. Me? What kind of background can I have? I'm just an ordinary employee. Qin Chen smiled. The little fat man sneered and said, Brother, don't lie to me. That Secretary Li is the chairman's personal secretary. Normally, even Manager Wu has to curry favor with her whenever he sees her. But today she personally brought you here to report. If you didn't have any background, who would believe you? Qin Chen smiled helplessly. Secretary Li was respectful to him because of Jiu Yaming. But he and Jiu Yaming can only be considered partners, and there is no background to speak of. Seeing that Qin Chen didn't say anything, the little fat man stopped asking and changed the subject. Brother, my name is Chang Liangcai, nice to meet you. Qin Chen nodded and replied, Qin Chen. Chang Liangcai chuckled, Brother Qin, I just graduated, you must be older than me, so I will call you Brother Chen. Well, I have something I want to ask you for help with. I wonder if you are free. Chang Liangcai felt a little embarrassed and his voice became smaller and smaller. What's the matter? Tell me. Qin Chen smiled. It's obvious that this little fat boy has just graduated and is still childish. He doesn't seem to have any bad intentions, so it's easy to ask him to help. Our company recently received a large investment, so the business department suddenly has a lot more tasks to do. I'm going to Jiangcheng Hotel today to discuss their hotel renovation project, but I'm just an intern and I don't have much confidence. How about? Chang Liangcai showed a pleading look. Qin Chen nodded. After receiving investment from the brilliant jewelry group, the business department has probably become the busiest department. Even interns have to discuss projects individually, which shows how short-staffed the business department is. No wonder Gu Yaming assigned him to the project department. He was probably impressed by his abilities. After all, it was he who solved the trouble at the construction site a few days ago. Okay, since I haven't been assigned any work yet, I'll go with you. Qin Chen smiled. Chang Liangsai finally let go of his heavy heart and breathed a sigh of relief. He had just graduated and had been working for less than a week when he suddenly had to go to the largest hotel in Jiangcheng to discuss business. He was immediately panicked. Thank you, Brother Qin. Chang Liangsai said gratefully. The two took the documents and left the company. Brother Qin, I just looked at the map and taking line 2 is the most time-saving. Chang Liangsai said. But Qin Chen directly took out the car keys and started the Land Rover SUV he had just bought. Boom! A powerful roar sounded, startling Chang Liangsai. Qin, Brother Qin, is this your car? Chang Liangsai widened his eyes full of shock. Although he doesn't have much money, he likes cars very much, especially luxury cars. He had just seen this model of Land Rover at the press conference 2 days ago. But according to official news, the production of this model of Land Rover is extremely low and it is a limited edition. There is only one in the entire Jiangcheng. Could it be that this only new Land Rover was bought by Qin Chen? Har har, it's not mine, so I rented it. Qin Chen smiled, opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Chang Liangsai walked around the car carefully and then carefully sat in the passenger seat. Wow, it's indeed a top-tier luxury car, so cool. As soon as he got on the car, Chang Liangsai sighed. Har har, if you like it so much, you can drive on the way back. Qin Chen said with a smile. Really? Thank you, Brother Qin, thank you, Brother Qin. Chang Liangsai was extremely excited, his eyes full of excitement. This car is worth millions. Not to mention driving, even just touching the steering wheel would make him satisfied. But at this moment, Chang Liang suddenly remembered something. Qin Chen looks only slightly older than himself, and is also a salesperson. Where does he get the money to buy a luxury car? More importantly, this limited edition luxury car cannot be bought with money alone. Could it be that Qin Chen is a rich second generation who came to experience life? Although Chang Liangsai was confused, he did not ask directly. More than 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Jiangcheng Hotel. Things are different now. Just a day ago, the GU Group was a small group that was in danger and on the verge of bankruptcy. But now, the GU Group has received an investment of 20 billion yuan and has become the hottest commodity in Jiangcheng. Qin Chen and Chang Liangsai met the owner of Jiangcheng Hotel, Wei Ankang, without encountering any obstacles. Are you two both interns? After seeing Qin Chen and the others, Wei Ankang immediately frowned. Jiangcheng Hotel is the premier hotel in Jiangcheng. Although his assets as a boss are only tens of millions, he has good relationships with all the big bosses because he runs a hotel. In addition, his age is about the same as Gu Yaming's deceased parents. Even if Gu Yaming is here, he has to respectfully call him Uncle Wei. But now, when the GU Group came to discuss business, they only sent 2 small salesmen, who were interns at that. This was simply a slap in his face. Seeing Wei Ankang's impatient attitude, Chang Liangsai suddenly became nervous. It was the first time he met a boss of such a high status. Boss Wei, this. Chang Liangsai became nervous and started stuttering, forgetting everything he had prepared in advance. Har har, Boss Wei, the contract we brought has also been evaluated by the company's business department, so you can rest assured. Qin Chen took over the conversation and took out the contract in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Chapter 63 Small Salesman. Seeing this scene, Wei Ankang looked at Qin Chen in surprise. After all, there are not many ordinary salesmen who can talk freely in front of me. He picked up the contract and read it carefully. Yeah, not bad. Wei Ankang looked at it and nodded. Seeing this scene, Chang Liangsai suddenly became excited. The contract amount for this project is not small, a full 8 million. If the deal goes through, according to the company's regulations, he can get at least 200,000 yuan in commission. 200,000 is a huge fortune for a newly graduated student. But at this moment, Wei Ankang changed the subject and said, as for the contract, I've read it. GU Group is a big company after all, and the conditions they offer are very suitable. But as far as I know, the GU Group just got an investment and is anxious to put the funds into circulation, so they are so anxious to find projects. I want to get the renovation contract for Jiangcheng Hotel. It's not difficult. The contract amount is changed to 6 million. I will sign it immediately. Wei Ankang picked up the teacup on the table and drank the tea leisurely. Oh, by the way, several construction companies have contacted me recently, wanting to take on this project. You don't have much time to think about this. Call your supervisor right away. Wei Ankang added. Although the GU Group has received investment, this money must be put into circulation in order to generate profits. Putting all the money in an account will only make it a bunch of useless numbers. What the GU Group lacks now is not money, but projects. Wei Ankang noticed this point and dared to ask for a high price, reducing the contract amount by 2 million. Chang Liansai's face suddenly turned ugly. 6 million. Even if the project goes smoothly, there will be no profit, and there may even be a loss. Boss Wei, can we discuss this further? After all. Before Chang Liansai finished speaking, Wei Ankang waved his hand and said, "You two small salesmen, are you qualified to discuss this with me? Hurry up and call, no one will be waiting after you're late." Wei Ankang had an arrogant look on his face and didn't take Qin Chen and the others seriously at all. In his opinion, being willing to say a few words to these two salesmen was already a great honor for them, and it was also for the sake of GU Group's face. However, these two small salesmen still wanted to bargain with me, which was really taking advantage of me. Chang Liansai immediately shut his mouth, his face looking extremely ugly. But in front of Wei Ankang, he didn't dare to lose his temper at all. After all, the other party is the big boss of the hotel, and he is just a small salesperson. The identities of the two men are very different. Not to mention getting angry, even if he says something wrong, Wei Ankang can make him lose his job. Boss Wei, let's just talk business. Isn't insulting people excessive? Qin Chen said lightly. Wei Ankang was stunned when he heard Qin Chen's words. Are you talking to me? Wei Ankang's tone was full of disbelief. Who else could it be? Qin Chen snorted coldly. Bang! Wei Ankang slammed the table suddenly, his face extremely gloomy. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? With just one word from me, you can lose your job. I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel down and apologize, or I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Wei Ankang said with a cold face. Chang Liansai suddenly panicked. He didn't expect that Qin Chen looked so gentle but had such a bad temper. Isn't it courting death to confront Wei Ankang right away? Brother Qin, please stop talking. Chang Liansai hurriedly pulled the corner of Qin Chen's clothes and advised anxiously. Qin Chen was about to speak when there was a knock on the door. Boss, Chen's group wants to discuss their hotel renovation business with you. They are in the reception room now. Wei Ankang's secretary said. Let them in. Wei Ankang snorted coldly. After a while, a group of people pushed the door open and walked in. Boss Wei, long time no see. The head of the Chen group is Chen Feiyang, whom Qin Chen is very familiar with. As soon as he came up, he shook hands with Wei Ankang enthusiastically. Hey, Boss Wei, do you have a guest? When Chen Feiyang saw Chang Liansai, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But in an instant, he recognized Qin Chen sitting next to Chang Liansai. Har har, it's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. You're actually here too. Chen Feiyang stared at Qin Chen, his eyes full of teasing. Master Chen knows this guy. Wei Ankang asked in surprise. Chen Feiyang is the only son of the chairman of the Chen group, while Qin Chen is a small salesperson in the GU group. How did these two people get to know each other, and it seems like they even have a feud? Boss Wei, this is a long story. But our business is the most important thing. I'll settle the score with this guy later. Chen Feiyang said. Wei Ankang warmly invited Chen Feiyang and the others to sit down, and then said, these two people are salesmen from the GU group. They came here today to discuss the renovation contract for the Jiangcheng Hotel. Their quote was 8 million. I thought it was too high, so I offered 6 million. I didn't expect these two salesmen to actually turn their backs on me. Har har, the GU group recently received a large investment, and it seems they've gotten carried away. Even two small salesmen dare to bully me. After hearing Wei Ankang's words, Chang Liansai's face suddenly turned ugly. It would have been fine if Wei Ankang had just scolded him, but unexpectedly, he actually mentioned the offer price of GU Group. Sure enough, after hearing this, Chen Feiyang immediately winked at the people behind him. Boss Wei, calm down, calm down. This GU Group is really going too far. For such a big business, they only sent 2 small salesmen. However, our Chen Group is very sincere. This time I brought the business manager with me. The price is 6 million. If you are satisfied, we can sign the contract now. Chen Feiyang said with a smile, and as he spoke, he looked at Qin Chen with a look of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Har har, the Chen Group is indeed generous. Okay, 6 million, let's sign the contract now. Wei Ankang said with a big laugh. He originally quoted this price in order to leave room for bargaining. He would be satisfied if he could finally negotiate 7 million. Unexpectedly, a Cheng Yao Jin appeared halfway through, and Chen Group took over the project for 6 million. You two, what are you still doing here? You have nothing to do here, get out. Wei Ankang looked at Qin Chen and the others and snorted coldly. Since the GU Group doesn't give him face, don't blame him for not giving the GU Group face. Boss Wei, 6 million, this project doesn't make any profit at all, and we're even losing money. Aren't you really afraid that the Chen Group will cut corners? Qin Chen said lightly. Chapter 64 Acute Cerebral Infarction. Before Wei Ankang could answer, Chen Feiyang slammed the table and stood up angrily. Boy, I've tolerated you for a long time. 6 million, to me, is just the price of a luxury car. Even if I have to pay compensation, I can afford it. Unlike you, a low-level scumbag. I thought you had some background, but it turns out you are just a salesperson. To tell you the truth, I just want to lose money and snatch the project from GU Group today. What do you think? You don't even dare to fart, right? I advise you to get out now and stop embarrassing yourself here. Chen Feiyang said sarcastically. He had suffered several losses at the hands of Qin Chen before, and thought that the other party dared to provoke him because of some background. Unexpectedly, he was just a small salesperson in GU Group. Har har, impotent rage. The Chen Group can only snatch the project from the GU Group by paying a loss. How sad. Qin Chen said lightly. This sentence is not very lethal, but it is extremely insulting. Chen Feiyang's face was extremely gloomy and he was breathing heavily with anger. But he knew that Qin Chen was good at fighting, so he didn't dare to take action from beginning to end. Just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, Wei Ankang's assistant hurriedly pushed open the door and ran in. Boss Wei, something bad has happened. Just now, the director of Jiangcheng Hospital invited people to dinner, and someone suddenly fainted. Their life is in danger. The assistant was out of breath and had to repeat it several times before everyone understood. Quick, take me there. Wei Ankang's face changed drastically, and he rushed out of the room with his assistant. The contract issue can be discussed later, but if someone dies in the hotel, even if it's due to eating something bad, then his hotel will be over. After all, rich people don't want to eat in an unlucky hotel. Brother Qin, why don't we leave now? Chang Liangsai suggested in a low voice. Qin Chen nodded, and the two stood up. Har har, not bad, you have some self-awareness. If you get out now, you'll save yourself some trouble later. Seeing that the two wanted to leave, Chen Feiyang sneered and mocked. Qin Chen made an internationally recognized gesture of contempt and said calmly, some illnesses need to be treated quickly, otherwise you won't even be able to be a man in the end, a 3-second man. After saying that, Qin Chen turned around and left. Chen Feiyang's face turned purple with anger. This matter is a thorn in his heart. Recently he discovered that the duration of that kind of thing was getting shorter and shorter. The shortest time was not even 3 seconds. He also saw many doctors, but none of them could give him any good advice. They could only advise him to exercise more and get enough rest. When everyone saw Chen Feiyang's expression, they all lowered their heads, afraid that they would not be able to hold back their laughter. On the other side, Qin Chen and the others had just arrived at their hotel lobby when they found several middle-aged men standing at the door of the hotel, walking back and forth anxiously. When one of them saw Qin Chen, his eyes suddenly lit up and he rushed over. Master Qin, I'm Jiang Lianghui, the director of Jiangcheng Hospital. We met at Miss Liu's house yesterday. Jiang Lianghui introduced himself anxiously. Well, hello, Dean Jiang. Qin Chen nodded and said. Master Qin, I have something I would like to trouble you with. We just finished a lecture on ALS this morning and wanted to host a banquet for Professor James at noon, but just now, Professor James suddenly fainted. Without the equipment, we can't check it, but the ambulance is stuck in traffic. If Professor James doesn't get treatment, his chances of survival are slim. Could you please help? Jiang Lianghui knew that Qin Chen was an excellent doctor and could even treat ALS, a world-renowned disease. But he was not sure whether Qin Chen could treat Professor James's acute illness. But the ambulance was stuck in traffic and was delayed, so he had no choice but to try his best to save the situation. Okay, take me to see it. Qin Chen nodded. Saving lives and healing the wounded is the duty of doctors. If he does not save the dying person, his future medical career will probably be extremely bumpy. Okay, follow me. A glimmer of hope appeared on Jiang Lianghui's face, and he quickly pulled Qin Chen into a private room. In the private room, Professor James was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. Although the window was opened and the waiter even found a fan to blow air at James, James still showed symptoms of hypoxia. Acute cerebral infarction, if not treated quickly, can be life-threatening. The first time he saw James, Qin Chen's expression became serious. The mortality rate of this disease is extremely high, and even if patients are saved, many will suffer from paralysis. Hurry and find the silver needle, quickly. Qin Chen roared. Jiang Lianghui's whole body trembled, and he shouted to the people who were still in a daze, "Are you all deaf? Hurry and find the silver needles, hurry up." Everyone suddenly became like frightened birds and started moving. Wei Ankan, who was standing in the corner, was stunned by the scene in front of him. Isn't this guy just an ordinary salesperson? Why is Jiang Lianghui so respectful in front of him? When Wei Ankan was wondering, Jiang Lianghui stepped forward and kicked Wei Ankan in the waist. Ouch! Wei Ankan screamed and almost fell down. What the hell are you staring at? Didn't you hear what I said? Go find the silver needle. Jiang Lianghui cursed loudly. As a senior doctor, Jiang Lianghui certainly knows the severity of acute cerebral infarction. If you delay treating this disease for even a moment, the person will die. James is an international medical expert. If he died in Jiangcheng due to untimely treatment, Jiangcheng's medical system would be completely ruined. Oh, yes, I'll go find it right away. Wei Ankan crawled out of the room. He did not dare to resist Jiang Lianghui's beating and scolding. Even though he has some background, it is of no use in front of Jiang Lianghui. After all, no matter how great a person is, he cannot escape birth, old age, sickness and death. As long as people get sick, they will go to their hospital. The hospital's director, Jiang Lianghui, naturally maintains good relations with all major family groups. He is just a restaurant owner. How can he have the confidence to say harsh words in front of others? Soon, a doctor came out of the car with a set of silver needles. Qin Chen said nothing, and after a simple disinfection, he inserted all the silver needles into James's head. Dozens of silver needles dangling on James' head looked very creepy. Jiang Lianghui's eyes changed. He also knew many old Chinese medicine practitioners, but he had never seen anyone who could insert dozens of silver needles in just a few seconds. Could it be that this person's medical skills are even better than those of the old Chinese medicine practitioners? But in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, one must accumulate experience. How did Qin Chen, who is so young, learn medical skills? Chapter 65, 8 million, not a penny less. When Jiang Lianghui was wondering, James, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. Call. James let out a long breath, and his expression finally returned to normal. Okay, the blood vessels are unblocked, there shouldn't be any sequelae. But don't remove the silver needle from his head yet. Keep it on for at least another 5 minutes. Also, there's a potential lesion in his brain. If it's not treated promptly, it's going to be a ticking time bomb. I suggest you take him to the hospital for surgery. Qin Chen said lightly. Thank you, Master Qin, thank you, Master Qin. Jiang Lianghui was very excited. He didn't expect that this hopeless attempt would actually save Professor James' life. As long as this matter is not made public and Professor James's hidden illness is cured, maybe I can even get a favor from James. It's okay. Saving the dying and healing the wounded is the doctor's responsibility. I have nothing to do here, go and get busy. Qin Chen said calmly. Master Qin, I have an unwelcome request. The traditional Chinese medicine department of our hospital has been experiencing a recent decline in talent and low morale. I wonder if Master Qin has time to give them a lecture. Don't worry, we will try our best to meet any of your requirements. Jiang Lianghui said sincerely. The former vice president in charge of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine retired, and the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine was suddenly leaderless. He had finally met a master of traditional Chinese medicine, so he absolutely didn't want to let him go. And he could also take this opportunity to get to know Qin Chen. Qin Chen looked at Jiang Lianghui. Before this, he always thought that Jiang Lianghui was a person who changed his attitude according to the situation and was only interested in profit. Unexpectedly, he cares so much about the development of the hospital. He even told me to make my own conditions. Okay, since you are so sincere, I agree. However, I originally came to Jiangcheng Hotel to discuss business, but Boss Wei didn't want to talk. I have to go back to the company first and report to my boss. Wait for my news on when you'll be free to go to the hospital. Qin Chen said. Hearing this, Wei Yankang, who was standing in the corner, trembled all over. Boss Wei, you're quite good at showing off. Jiang Lianghui looked at Wei Yankang and said coldly. I dare not. There may be some misunderstanding between Mr. Qin and me. Wei Yankang replied tremblingly. Even if he is a fool, he should understand it now. Qin Chen is definitely not just an ordinary salesperson. Even Jiang Lianghui was so respectful in front of him. This man's status was probably far beyond what Wei Yankang could compare to. Boss Qin, har, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Actually, I have the contract ready, all I need to do is sign it. As he spoke, he winked at his assistant, who quickly brought over the contract. Wei Yankang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and signed his name on the contract. Boss Qin, look, the contract amount is exactly what you said, 8 million, not a cent less. Wei Yankang handed over the contract in a flattering manner. Har, Boss Wei, isn't 8 million too expensive? How about I ask the company to reduce it to 6 million? Qin Chen said with a smile. No. Wei Yankang waved his hands repeatedly, 8 million is good, this number is also auspicious. Boss Qin, don't worry, our hotel will fully cooperate with all matters. Wei Yankang was really stunned by the scene just now. Qin Chen's origins are mysterious, and even Jiang Lianghui has to curry favor with him. I would rather lose some people and spend an extra 2 million than offend Qin Chen. If they stood up the Chen group, the most they could do was apologize. But if he offends some big shot, his hotel might have to close down tomorrow. Okay, this matter is over. But if you go back on your word, you will suffer the consequences. Qin Chen looked at the contract and said lightly. Wei Yankang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly apologized with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your magnanimity. If you don't mind, I'll set up a table at noon and personally apologize to you. Qin Chen waved his hand and said, no need, I have something else to do. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Lianghui and said, Dean Jiang, in that case, I'll go back to the company first and report. I'll take a leave this afternoon and go see you at the hospital. Hearing this, Jiang Lianghui immediately smiled. Okay, Master Qin, I will wait for you in the hospital. Qin Chen picked up the contract, waved to Chang Liangsai who was standing there in a daze, and then left the hospital. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Wei Yankang took a deep breath, as if his soul had been sucked out of him. Dean Jiang, what exactly is this person's identity? Wei Yankang asked cautiously. Humph, you dare to offend Master Qin without knowing his identity? You are really too proud and impatient with life. Jiang Lianghui said disdainfully. Wei Yankang smiled bitterly. President Jiang, he claimed to be a salesman at first, and I didn't expect his identity to be so prominent. Thanks to you today, I didn't cause a disaster. I'll give the order later. From now on, all your visits will be free of charge. After hearing this, Jiang Lianghui's expression eased a little. Master Qin has a special status, so I can't talk about him behind his back. What I can reveal to you is that some of the big families in the imperial capital are extremely respectful to Master Qin and are begging him to save people. Do you understand? Jiang Lianghui said lightly. Upon hearing this, Wei Yankang was shocked. A big family in the imperial capital. Wei Yankang muttered to himself, his face turned pale. He was extremely grateful that he had stopped in time and apologized to Qin Chen. Otherwise, with their background in the imperial capital, they could shut down the Jiancheng hotel with just one word. Jiang Lianghui did not stay for long. As soon as the ambulance arrived, he took Professor James away from their hotel. As soon as Wei Ankang returned to the office, Chen Feiyang came to meet him. "Boss Wei, you are finally done. How about signing the contract now?" Chen Feiyang smiled proudly. This time he struck a blow to Qin Chen's arrogance and finally got his revenge. Although this project will not make money and may even lose money, it is worth it. But at this moment, Wei Ankang's face turned gloomy. It was because of Chen Feiyang that he almost offended a big shot. "Damn it, you still want to sign a contract with me? No way. Assistant, show him out," Wei Ankang said coldly. The assistant extended one hand and pointed outside the door. "Everyone, please come in." Chen Feiyang was stunned and his eyes widened immediately. "Boss Wei, what do you mean? We were just talking about signing the contract, why did you suddenly change your mind now? Could it be that loser Qin Chen offered a price lower than 6 million? Chapter 66 Car Accident. Wei Ankang's expression remained extremely cold. "I have signed a contract with the GU Group for a contract value of 8 million. I'm no longer considering cooperation with the Chen Group. Mr. Chen, please go back," Wei Ankang said coldly. Chen Feiyang's face looked extremely ugly. He cursed and then left with his men in a mighty manner. Humph, relying on his good father to do whatever he wants, the Chen Group will be bankrupted by this prodigal son sooner or later. Wei Ankang looked at Chen Feiyang's departing back and said with disdain. On the other side, as Qin Chen and Chang Liangcai walked out of their hotel, Qin Chen took out the car keys and handed them to Chang Liangcai. "Brother Qin, what do you mean?" Chang Liangcai was completely confused. "Didn't we agree on this when we came here? You drive back," Qin Chen said with a smile. "Really?" Chang Liangcai looked at the domineering Land Rover in front of him, swallowed his saliva with a gulp. "Man, who doesn't he like a tall and domineering off-road vehicle? How can what I said be false? Drive with confidence," Qin Chen said with a smile. Chang Liangcai excitedly took the keys and sat in the driver's seat. Probably because it was his first time driving such an expensive car, Chang Liang drove very carefully, not daring to exceed 30 miles per hour along the way. But just as I was waiting for the red light at the intersection, a sports car next to me honked its horn. As soon as Chang Liang pressed the car window button, the other party immediately extended a middle finger. "Har har, I've never seen an off-road vehicle run so slowly. You useless idiot, do you dare to drive fast?" In the sports car, several men and women laughed uncontrollably and swore at Qin Chen and the other man. Chang Liangcai had never seen such a scene before, and he suddenly panicked and looked at Qin Chen beside him. "Brother Qin, what should we do?" Chang Liangcai asked hurriedly. "Don't worry about them," Qin Chen said lightly. Chang Liangcai nodded and rolled up the car window. Seeing this scene, the other party thought that Qin Chen and the others were scared and became even more arrogant. The young man sitting in the passenger seat threw out an uncapped bottle of mineral water, almost all of which spilled onto Qin Chen's car. Waste. This person also spat and gave a middle finger. Chang Liangcai's face was pale and his hands were tightly gripping the steering wheel. After a while, the red light turned green, and he stepped on the accelerator and rushed out as if escaping. Seeing from the rearview mirror that the sports car had not caught up with him, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, just after driving a few hundred meters, a sharp roar suddenly came from the side of the car. The sports car just now suddenly accelerated and overtook Qin Chen and the others diagonally. "Careful." Qin Chen had just said this when the sports car in front suddenly braked. But Chang Liangcai was in a state of extreme tension and did not react at all. The Land Rover crashed straight into it. Boom! After a deafening bang, the sports car in front rolled over and flew out. The front of the Land Rover was also slightly dented. After parking the car, Chang Liang opened the door and knelt on the ground with a thud. He didn't expect that the other party would suddenly slow down, causing such a serious car accident. "Brother Qin, have I gotten into trouble?" Chang Liangcai's eyes were dull as he knelt on the ground and muttered to himself. He comes from an ordinary family. Although his parents are office workers, they only earn a meager salary. Raising him to this age and buying him a house has already emptied out all the family savings. He knows the traffic rules, and the one who rear-ended the car is fully responsible. In this car accident, he probably couldn't afford the cost of repairing the car even if he sold everything he had, not to mention the possibility of someone losing their life. The sports car in front rolled at least a dozen times before it stopped. Fortunately, it is a high-end sports car with better materials, and more than a dozen airbags fill the interior of the sports car. Many passers-by have rushed to rescue people. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. They cut you off maliciously, and then you can say you were frightened and didn't have time to brake. Even if I am responsible, I will help you clear it. Qin Chen said as he observed the front of the Land Rover. It's a luxury car indeed. After such a violent collision, the front of the car is only slightly dented. Qin Chen praised. Chang Liangcai suddenly smiled bitterly. It was already this late, but Qin Chen was not in a hurry and even had time to observe the damage to the car. A few minutes later, passers-by rescued all the rich second generations in the car. Fortunately, no one died. Unfortunately, all four suffered varying degrees of injuries and multiple fractures. Fuck, how do you drive? Just wait, I'm going to kill you. You almost killed us. You're dead. Just wait, you're done. Several people cursed loudly. Although they were covered in wounds, they were still very powerful. Qin Chen walked over with Chang Liangcai, his face showing no panic at all. He slowly squatted in front of them and said with a smile, I know exactly what you want to do. You just want to steal our car and show off, don't you? But I didn't expect that my brother didn't react in time and bumped into you guys, right? The video in my dashcam is clear. You cut me off maliciously. The primary responsibility lies with you. But who would have thought that after hearing Qin Chen's words, a young man with dyed grey hair sneered and said, You're talking to us about responsibility. You're making me laugh to death. Do you know who we are? With just a few words from us, you can be killed without a burial place. A girl with dreadlocks and heavy makeup next to him chimed in, Humph, young Master Huang's father is Huang Yangder, the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. You haven't heard of him, have you? Qin Chen smiled playfully, Wild Wolf Gang. Huang Xiao said disdainfully, Since you know the name of the Wild Wolf Gang, why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? I'm telling you, if my dad knew you guys hit me, he'd throw you into the river tonight. After hearing what these people said, Chang Liang was completely dumbfounded. Who in Jiangcheng doesn't he know the name of the Wild Wolf Gang? No one who offends the Wild Wolf Gang will have a good ending. Not to mention, the person he hit was the son of the Wild Wolf Gang leader. Now, I'm afraid my life is in danger. But at this moment, Qin Chen slowly raised his foot. You, what do you want to do? I'm warning you. Before Huang Xiao could finish his words, Qin Chen stepped on his only intact leg. Snap! A sound of bone breaking was heard, and Huang Xiao's eyes suddenly widened, and he roared in pain. My leg is broken. Huang Xiao was sweating coldly from the pain, and his face turned red because of the agony. Noisy. Qin Chen sneered and said disdainfully. Qin, brother Qin, what are you doing? Chang Liangcai was completely dumbfounded. This is the son of the Wild Wolf Gang leader. Not only did he bump into him, but he also broke his leg. Originally, there was still a glimmer of hope if he begged for mercy, but now Qin Chen's kick completely cut off all hope. Chapter 67 Revenge is welcome. The young men around Huang Xiao were so frightened by the scene that their faces turned pale. Several people huddled aside, and one of them took out his cell phone and made a call. In my eyes, the Wild Wolf Gang is not even as good as an ant. You can tell your father that if you want to die, you are welcome to come and seek revenge on me anytime. Qin Chen snorted coldly, then got into the car and left with Chang Liangcai. Young Master Huang, please bear with it for a while. I've already called the emergency number and informed the gang leader about this. A young man comforted. Fuck him. I'm going to kill him. Kill him with my own hands. No, I can't let him off so easily. I'm going to make him suffer every kind of torture the gang has to offer. I'm going to make him kneel down and beg for mercy, and then I'm going to kill him. Huang Xiao gritted his teeth and said hatefully. On the other side, Chang Liang took a long time to react. Brother Qin, you just broke the leg of the Wild Wolf Gang leader's son. The Wild Wolf Gang is very powerful in Jiangcheng. Even our chairman doesn't want to mess with them. Or, you can buy a plane ticket now and go abroad to hide. Otherwise, with the Wild Wolf Gang style of doing things, they will definitely retaliate against you and your family. Chang Liangcai advised anxiously. Just a bunch of gutter crawlers, don't pay any attention to them. If they don't come, it will save me trouble. But if they really dare to cause trouble for me, I won't mind stepping on them to death. Qin Chen didn't seem to take this matter to heart at all and said lightly. Chang Liangcai suddenly became anxious. Brother Qin, I know that you must be of an extraordinary status and have quite a bit of money, but the other party is the Wild Wolf Gang. The leader of the Wild Wolf Gang only has this one son. Now that you've beaten his only son into this state, he will definitely use all means to retaliate. At this point, Chang Liang was stunned, and then he remembered that the car accident seemed to be caused by himself. It's over, brother Qin, I'm afraid I won't survive either. Chang Liangcai seemed to have his soul taken away, leaning back in his chair with lifeless eyes. Okay, don't be scared. I told you, nothing will happen. Qin Chen patted Chang Liangcai on the shoulder and comforted him. After returning to the company, Chang Liangcai returned to his workstation like a walking corpse. Qin Chen shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid that no matter what I say now, this kid won't believe it. But the Wild Wolf Gang was really nothing in his eyes. Picking up the renovation contract signed with Jiangcheng Hotel, Qin Chen came to the office of the business department manager. When he first reported for work, Manager Wuxing was out discussing business. This was the first time he met Wuxing. Wuxing is not tall, even less than 1.7 meters, and he looks quite funny in a black suit. Hello, Manager Wu. I'm Qin Chen, the new salesperson. This contract was negotiated by Chang Liangcai and I. It's for the renovation project of Jiangcheng Hotel. The contract value is 8 million. Qin Chen said as he handed over the contract. Wuxing, who was drinking tea, was stunned when he heard Qin Chen's words. What? You guys got that project, and it's for 8 million. Wuxing widened his eyes, quickly snatched the contract and read it carefully. It really is 8 million. Wuxing was shocked. He had called and talked to the owner of Jiangcheng Hotel, who repeatedly asked him to lower the contract amount, otherwise he would find another company to sign the contract. Feeling that the probability of successfully signing the project was too small, he threw the project to a newcomer. Unexpectedly, they actually made it happen. Okay, I understand. You can go back first. Wuxing rolled his eyes and said lightly. Boss Wu, please give all the bonus for this project to Chang Liangcai. I don't want a single cent. Qin Chen added. After all, it was because of him that the Wild Wolf Gang incident happened today. This incident scared Chang Liangcai so much that he regarded the extra money as mental compensation. Wuxing nodded. I understand, you can go out now. After Qin Chen left the office, it was time for lunch. He forced Chang Liangcai to go have dinner. Unfortunately, even after telling Chang Liangcai about the bonus, he still didn't feel excited at all. Qin Chen couldn't persuade him anymore, so after dinner, he asked for half a day off on the company system and went straight to Jiangcheng Hospital. Jiang Lianghui, who got the news, ran to the hospital door to greet Qin Chen before finishing his meal. Master Qin, welcome, welcome. You are such an honor to have you here. Jiang Lianghui stepped forward, shook Qin Chen's hand tightly, and said with a smile. The people who came out to greet Jiang Lianghui were stunned. What kind of background does this young man have that the dean can treat him with such respect? What's even more strange is that the dean actually called this person master. Who is worthy of the title of master? Dean Jiang, thank you for your hard work. Qin Chen nodded. Of course I should, of course I should. Master Qin, I have prepared a large conference room for you. I have sent someone to notify the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. 128 people will all attend your lecture. Dean Jiang introduced. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he slapped his head and said, by the way, Master Qin, after our examination, Professor James does have a lesion in his brain that requires surgery. However, James felt that the surgical level in their country was still higher, so he booked the earliest flight and just left. Before leaving, he asked me to convey his gratitude to you. If there's a chance, he'll definitely come to learn from you. Because of Professor James's words, Jiang Lianghui's evaluation of Qin Chen went up a level. You know, he is a top international medical expert. Even he only dared to say that he came to Qin Chen to learn and communicate, which meant that Qin Chen's medical skills were at least on par with his. A master of this level is as rare as a giant panda. Qin Chen nodded. Although there were some unpleasantness between him and James at the beginning, this person still admitted his mistakes and corrected them. Moreover, this person is willing to give free lectures on ALS at Jiangchen Hospital, which also shows that he has a heart to cure diseases and save lives. If there is a chance in the future, I can indeed communicate with this person. At the same time, in the large conference room. What's wrong with the dean these past few days? Why is he always holding lectures? This time it's some kind of lecture on traditional Chinese medicine. It's taking up our lunch break. How annoying. Stop complaining. The person the dean invited must be a master. If we can learn even a little bit of him, we'll be rich. Everyone murmured, very curious about the upcoming lecturer. In the first row, two young female doctors were also chatting secretly. Chapter 68 Lecture. Yi Qingdai, do you think the dean will invite a handsome guy for us this time? Professor James was quite handsome yesterday, but he was too old. What a pity. A slightly plump girl rolled her eyes and said regretfully. Zhang Li, what are you thinking? Is it possible that a master of traditional Chinese medicine is a handsome man? He's probably even older than Professor James. Besides, what's the point of being handsome? You still have to have real skills. I have sorted out more than a dozen questions. If I have the chance, I will definitely ask the master for advice. Yi Qingdai looked at the notes in her hand and said seriously. The two were chatting when the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Jiang Lianghui entered first, and the conference room suddenly became quiet. Today, I have the honor of inviting the master of traditional Chinese medicine, Qin Chen, to give everyone a lecture on traditional Chinese medicine. This is a rare opportunity, I hope everyone will listen carefully. Come, let's welcome Master Qin to the stage with warm applause. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Lianghui was the first to applaud. Everyone quickly followed suit, with hundreds of people clapping at the same time, making quite a big noise. But when Qin Chen appeared in front of everyone, the applause suddenly stopped. Is this a master of traditional Chinese medicine? Are you kidding me? That's right, this guy hasn't even graduated from college yet. And he dares to call himself a master. Who gave him the courage? Har har, what a waste of time. I don't know where the dean found such a liar. Everyone was whispering, with a look of disdain flashing across their faces. Hey, Qingdai, what a handsome guy. I guessed it right. Zhang Li said a little excitedly. Something's wrong. This man looks about the same age as us. Even if he has been learning medicine since he was a child, he can't reach the level of a master. Yi Qingdai frowned and muttered to herself, not taking Zhang Li's words to heart at all. Amidst the crowd's doubts, Qin Chen walked to the podium. Har har, everyone must be very curious about why I, at such a young age, am qualified to stand here and give you a lecture. As the old saying goes, there are different levels of understanding and different specializations in different fields. I can stand here because I have my own reasons. Qin Chen said with a smile. Everyone suddenly became quiet. Almost everyone wanted to see what Qin Chen was capable of that allowed him to speak so arrogantly in front of so many people. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lianghui was suddenly shocked. He is indeed a master. With just 3 or 2 words, he has taken control of the situation. Before the lecture, I would like to ask, has anyone here read the Shenong Herbal Classic? As soon as Qin Chen said this, their whole audience fell silent. But at this moment, someone suddenly stood up and asked loudly, Master Qin, this book is extremely old, and the Chinese medicine included is not comprehensive. What's the point of reading such a book? Hearing this, everyone immediately echoed, that's right, it's something that has been eliminated a long time ago, what's the point of looking at it? Anyway, when we were in school, our teachers never asked us to read this book. Humph, pretending. But Qin Chen didn't look panicked at all, instead a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The young man who first stood up to question Qin Chen became proud when he saw that everyone supported him so much, and looked at Qin Chen provocatively. Har har, you're right, this book is indeed a bit old. Over the past thousands of years, many traditional Chinese medicines have become extinct, and many new ones have emerged. So, based on the Shenong Herbal Classic, in modern times, the whole country worked together to compile the treatise on the properties of Chinese materia medica. Who has read this book? Qin Chen asked with a smile. Everyone was immediately stunned by this question. Everyone is familiar with the name of this book. This book records the names, forms, and medicinal properties of all Chinese herbal medicines, and can be regarded as an encyclopedia of Chinese medicine. Every teacher mentions this book when teaching. But this book is thicker than a pillow and there is so much content, so the teachers just mentioned it and told everyone to study it more in their spare time, and they didn't make any other requirements. Looking at the silent crowd, Qin Chen smiled and said, "When I was 9 years old, I read this book thoroughly and could recite it by heart." As soon as these words were spoken, their whole audience was in an uproar. You're lying." Suddenly, Yi Qingdai stood up and spoke loudly. She stared at Qin Chen angrily and continued, "I come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Even my grandfather, who studied for a lifetime, couldn't claim to be able to recite the treatise on the properties of traditional Chinese medicine by heart. I've been reading this book since I was a kid, and now I'm a graduate student, and I've only read half of it." "You're absolutely bragging." Zhang Li chimed in, "That's right. Qingdai is the most hardworking and diligent medical student I've ever met. Even she can't recite it, so how could you possibly do that?" Qin Chen chuckled, "Qingdai. What a nice name. Indigo is cold in nature and salty in taste. It clears away heat and purges fire, cools the blood and detoxifies. It's mainly used to treat heat-induced rashes and hematemesis. It can also be applied externally to treat sores and mumps. Am I right?" When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Indigo is a traditional Chinese medicine? How come I've never heard of it? Yeah, I thought it was the name of a paint. This kid has some talent, he can come up with this easily. Everyone whispered. Yi Qingdai was also slightly stunned when she heard this. She comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Her father and grandfather are both famous traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. So when we named her, we used the name of a traditional Chinese medicine, indigo. Since childhood, she has been familiar with the properties of this traditional Chinese medicine that shares the same name as her own. The medicinal properties Qin Chen described were exactly the same as what he remembered. "Now, do you believe it?" Qin Chen said with a smile. Yi Qingdai snorted coldly and sat back on the stool. Although she did not answer Qin Chen, her actions showed that she had admitted defeat in the previous confrontation. Qin Chen did not press on to continue the conversation. Instead, he looked at the girl in front of him curiously, smiled slightly, and continued talking. After the fast just now, everyone fell silent and no one dared to question it anymore. The more they listened to Qin Chen's lecture, the more shocked they were. For many theories, they have never even heard of them, let alone understood them. The group of people were fascinated by the lecture and had not yet reacted until the end of the lecture. Okay, that concludes Master Qin's lecture today. Master Qin lives in Jiangcheng. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will invite Master Qin to give a lecture to everyone again. Jiang Lianghui came on stage and spoke to the crowd. Holy crap, 3 hours. The lecture lasted that long. Yeah, I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Oh, it would have been great if I had met a teacher like Master Qin when I was in school. Many people commented with regret. Chapter 69. I promise you any condition. The hospital is not closed and still has to see patients in the afternoon. Jiang Lianghui has done his best to be able to find 3 hours to give the lecture. After everyone left the meeting room reluctantly, Qin Chen was about to leave when he found that the two girls who had just opposed him were blocking his way. Anything else? Qin Chen asked with a smile. Yi Qingdai took out her phone awkwardly and said, Can I have your contact information?" After she finished speaking, she immediately hurriedly explained, "You don't think too much. I just want to ask you a few questions when it's convenient for you. I don't mean anything else." Zhang Li, standing by, also urged, "My Qingdai is one of the foremost beautiful girls at Jiangcheng University. She's taken the initiative to add your contact information. You won't be so cruel as to refuse, right?" Qin Chen smiled helplessly, then took out his mobile phone and added Yi Qingdai as a friend. After seeing the message from her friend, Yi Qingdai blushed immediately, put away her phone and turned away. Qin Chen didn't pay much attention to it, put away his phone and prepared to leave. "Master Qin, your lecture today was very effective. Even I was mesmerized by it. You are indeed a master. It's a pity that the traditional Chinese medicine department of Jiangcheng Hospital is lacking elites. If there is a chance in the future, I hope you can come and give more lectures." Jiang Lianghui accompanied Qin Chen, talking as they walked. Well, spreading medicine is a doctor's unshirkable responsibility. If I have the chance, I will come over. Qin Chen nodded and said. Hearing this, Jiang Lianghui's face straightened and he became respectful to Qin Chen in his heart. Master Qin, in my heart, there are not many people who can be called masters, and you are definitely one of them. Jiang Lianghui said seriously. If before, he only admired Qin Chen's medical skills, then now, he truly recognized Qin Chen as a person. The two were walking and talking in the corridor when a weak figure came towards them. When the girl saw Qin Chen, she was so startled that she dropped the lunchbox in her hand to the ground. The girl quickly picked up her lunchbox and ran out. Huh. Qin Chen looked at the girl's back and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Master Qin, do you know this girl? Dean Jiang asked from the side. I think I've seen it before. Qin Chen said with a frown. This girl's name is He Ying. She's a student at Jiangcheng University. Her mother has a heart condition and is in critical condition. But her family is so poor that they can't afford the surgery, so they have to put it off. This little girl came to me to plead several times. I reduced all the fees that could be reduced, but her family still has no money. Sigh. Speaking of this, Jiang Lianghui also sighed. After all, the hospital is not a charity. He has done his best to achieve this. Seeing Qin Chen's expression, Jiang Lianghui asked tentatively, Master Qin, how about we go to her mother's ward to take a look? Qin Chen nodded, agreeing. I feel like I have some connection with this girl, and she even kissed me on the cheek. Now that she thought about it, this was the first time she had been kissed by a girl. Therefore, he has a special feeling for He Ying. Under the guidance of Jiang Lianghui, Qin Chen came to the ward where He Ying's mother was. The ward is just an ordinary ward, shared by 3 families of patients. At this time, He Ying was sitting by the bed, feeding the woman on the bed mouthful by mouthful. The woman on the bed looked pale and had a weak breath. It was obvious that she was extremely frail. Mom, eat more. Don't worry about me. I'm not hungry. He Ying said with a smile. Her mind was completely focused on her mother at the moment, and she didn't notice the arrival of Qin Chen and the others at all. It was not until her mother looked straight behind her that she noticed the two of them. Dean. He Ying stood up immediately, looking very scared, like a little girl who had done something wrong and was caught red-handed. Sit down, don't be shy. Jiang Lianghui pointed at Qin Chen beside him. This is Master Qin. He happened to be passing by and stopped by to visit. He Ying was shocked when she heard Jiang Lianghui's introduction. She had met Qin Chen before, but the meeting place was in KTV. In her vague impression, she was forced to drink drugged liquor by gangsters and was completely drunk. Fortunately, Qin Chen rescued me at that time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. But she still remembered that she had kissed him forcefully despite his resistance. You come out with me, I have something to tell you. He Ying looked at Qin Chen, then walked out of the room first. Jiang Lianghui had such a sharp eye that he had seen through the trick long ago, otherwise why would he ask to go to the ward to take a look? Master Qin, go ahead. Don't worry, I'll take care of the ward. Jiang Lianghui said with a smile. Qin Chen nodded and followed him out. After bringing Qin Chen to the stairwell, He Ying suddenly didn't know what to say. You came to see me, do you have any special purpose? After a long time, He Ying suddenly spoke. Qin Chen was stunned, obviously not expecting the other party to ask such a question. No. I just came to the hospital to give a lecture and ran into you by chance. Qin Chen explained. But how could He Ying believe Qin Chen's words? The other person looks about the same age, how could he come to the hospital to give a lecture? And judging from the dean's respectful attitude towards him, Qin Chen's real identity is probably a rich second generation. Thinking of her mother's illness again, she suddenly made up her mind. She raised her head, stared at Qin Chen and said, men all have the same thoughts. I understand. As long as you pay and cure my mother's illness, I can agree to any of your conditions. These words seemed to have drained away all of He Ying's courage. As soon as she finished speaking, tears streamed down her face. At this moment, Qin Chen suddenly understood why He Ying appeared in the KTV. I'm afraid it's to raise money for her mother's surgery. Unfortunately, he almost met a bad guy and his innocence was tarnished. I don't need you to agree to any conditions. Qin Chen said slowly. Hearing this, He Ying suddenly panicked. Do you think I'm dirty because I've been to KTV? This is my first time. You can check it out. As long as you can cure my mother's illness, I will do anything. He Ying grabbed Qin Chen's arm and begged for mercy. Qin Chen shook his head. He would not do anything to take advantage of others' misfortune. This kind of thing would not only make him feel guilty, but if his master knew about it, he would probably take action to clean up the mess immediately. I can give you the money without you having to pay anything. I just feel that any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem for me. Qin Chen said. Looking at Qin Chen's sincere eyes, He Ying finally confirmed that the other party was not playing tricks on her. Thank you. He Ying suddenly stepped forward, hugged Qin Chen, and cried bitterly. Chapter 70 Director Huang. Qin Chen comforted He Ying and finally managed to calm her down. However, He Ying's red eyes were still clearly visible, making people unable to help but want to pity her. As I came out of the stairwell, a doctor in a white coat came towards me. This person had a hospital badge on his chest. His name was Huang Gong and his position was the director of the Department of Cardiology. You know, this man named Huang Gong looks to be in his 30s. To be able to become the director at this age, in addition to having superb medical skills, he probably needs an extremely strong background. He Ying, why are you crying? Are you still worried about your mother's illness? Huang Gong seemed to be very familiar with He Ying and asked directly. He Ying shook her head and said, My mother's troubles have been solved. Brother Qin is going to lend me money so that my mother can have the surgery first. I will pay him back when I make money. I hope Director Huang will pay more attention to the next operation. Thank you for your hard work. Hearing this, Huang Gong was stunned, and then looked at Qin Chen beside He Ying. Har, little brother, it looks like you are still in school. Do you know how much the surgery for He Ying's mother would cost? Huang Gong asked. However, the flash of mockery in his eyes was clearly caught by Qin Chen. The cost of the surgery? I don't know, but I think I can afford it. Qin Chen said lightly. Huang Gong snorted disdainfully, the surgery alone will cost 800,000, plus the cost of recuperation and medication, at least 1 million. If I remember correctly, He Ying's family even sold their house to pay for her medical treatment. I'm afraid it will take decades to pay back this 1 million. Hearing this, He Ying's expression suddenly changed. She had already made plans. After graduation, I went to work immediately. Even if I had to work 2 jobs, I would work hard to earn money and pay Qin Chen back as soon as possible. But what if Qin Chen is influenced by Huang Gong's 2 words and refuses to lend him money? What will happen to his mother's surgery? Qin Chen, I will work hard to make money. He Ying was about to cry and spoke cautiously. At this time, Huang Gong smiled proudly and said, I have said it before, I am a top cardiologist in Jiangcheng Hospital. I can easily earn 100,000 yuan a month by performing 2 operations in other places. Your mother's surgery fee is nothing to me. As long as you agree to marry me, I will give you the money immediately and use all my strength to perform surgery on your mother. There will be absolutely no accidents. However, you'd better give me a reply today, otherwise, considering your mother's condition, she won't be able to hold on for a few more days. Huang Gong has had his eyes on He Ying for a long time, and he has mentioned this condition many times. Unfortunately, He Ying never agreed. However, he had already considered He Ying as his own. He Ying's filial piety is well known throughout the hospital. In order to save money, she would get meals from the school cafeteria and bring them to the hospital every day. She often even skipped meals and saved the money for lunch. Jiang Lianghui once organized a fundraising campaign within the hospital for her, but unfortunately, tens of thousands of dollars was far from enough for He Ying. That's why Huang Gong is so confident. For her mother's sake, He Ying would definitely agree to it. However, the next moment, He Ying shook her head firmly. I'm sorry, Director Huang, I don't have any intention of marrying you. He Ying refused. She had heard the nurses talk about Huang Gong's reputation a long time ago. This person is an alcoholic, a gambler, and a frequent domestic abuser. The previous wife couldn't bear the humiliation and was beaten away. If I marry him, my second half of life will be ruined. You dare to refuse? Huang Gong frowned and asked in a deep voice. At this moment, Qin Chen smiled and said, Har, 1 million, I wouldn't bet the rest of my life on you, would I? As he spoke, Qin Chen took out a bank card, handed it to He Ying, and said, There's quite a bit of money in this bank card. You can use it first. This card was the money he won in the casino. During this period, he added 10 million yuan from the card to his mobile phone, and there should be more than 2 billion yuan left. With this little money, let alone surgery, I'm afraid I can even buy the hospital. Brother Qin, don't worry. I'll pay the surgery fee and return the bank card to you. He Ying took the bank card and said quickly. Har har, don't worry. You'll have plenty of money to spend after the surgery. Just use it first. Qin Chen smiled. Hearing the flirtatious words from the two people in front of him, Wang Gong immediately frowned, and a hint of anger flashed across his face. He didn't expect that the man in front of him was a rich second generation. 1 million, taken out so easily. However, he still has a trump card. He Ying, don't forget, your mother's surgery is extremely dangerous. I'm probably the only one in Jiangcheng who is qualified to perform the surgery. If you are so ignorant, then please seek help from someone else for your mother's surgery. Wang Gong said proudly. He Ying's mother's condition was very complicated, and he studied it for a long time before deciding on a surgical plan. Even so, he didn't dare to guarantee that the operation would be 100% successful. Without me, even if He Ying had money, no one would dare to perform the surgery. Hearing Wang Gong's threat, He Ying was stunned and looked at Qin Chen for help. Qin Chen was about to speak when the door of the ward suddenly opened and Jiang Lianghui walked out with a frown. Dean! Why are you here? When Wang Gong saw Jiang Lianghui, he was stunned for a moment, then quickly greeted him. But Jiang Lianghui's face was extremely gloomy. He snorted coldly and ignored him. Master Qin, I was negligent in this matter. Don't worry, I will deal with it seriously. Jiang Lianghui respectfully assured Qin Chen. He heard almost everything Wang Gong said just now. Wang Gong does have some background, but competing with Master Qin for a woman, isn't that courting death? Dean, what are you doing? Wang Gong's eyes widened, his eyes full of disbelief. He has known Jiang Lianghui for several years, but this is the first time he has seen him being so respectful. Shut up. Don't you think you've been embarrassed enough? Jiang Lianghui shouted loudly. There were also many patients taking a breath in the corridor. When they heard Jiang Lianghui's scolding, they immediately looked over. Being scolded in front of so many people, Wang Gong's face turned pale and blue. He raised his head and said loudly, Dean Jiang, I respect you, so I have always been very nice to you, but that doesn't mean I have a good temper. I often go out with my uncle to high-class places. I've met many rich and powerful second generations, but I've never seen someone like this. This person was usually arrogant and domineering. When Jiang Lianghui scolded him in public, he couldn't help but break up with him. He believed that with his background, even Jiang Lianghui would be unable to do anything to him.